Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. That state was clearly the same as that of Kinsai and Mashiro. Hori. Lisa screamed and was about to rush forward to help her. What the hell is going on? Love quickly put on an alert posture and said through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a black light curtain unfolded, wrapping everyone in panic. Whether it was vision, hearing, or smell, all disappeared. Even the perception of spiritual power disappeared. Except for Zanpakuto in their hands, nothing could be felt. What is this? In an instant, his perception was deprived, and Love shouted in panic, Lisa! Rose! Shinji! Ah! Without any warning, a blade pierced Love's body out of nowhere. Blood sprayed out, and the black curtain that covered them gradually receded. The few people who had been standing there had all been sneak attacked and fell to the ground with heavy injuries. You are Kaname Tausen. Hirako. Shinji fell to the ground and looked at the person in front of him with a shocked face. Chapter 93, Bloodstained Night Part 4. Tausen. Seeing the person in front of him take off his mask, Hirako Shinji could not hide the shock in his eyes. Why do you treat Kinsai like this? Did you betray your captain? Hirako Shinji looked at the expressionless Tausen in front of him, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. This is not a betrayal. Hearing the sudden voice, Hirako Shinji's body shook. He was really familiar with this voice. He is very loyal. He just loyally followed my orders. That's all. Aizen held the unsheathed Zanpakuto in his hand, and his face removed the mask of hypocrisy in the usual days. Instead, he wore a bit of coldness and slowly came here with a Kamaru-jin. Can you please not be too harsh on him, Captain Hirako? Aizen. Hirako Shinji turned his face, and his face showed some deep-rooted hatred. Sure enough, you are playing tricks. It turns out that you have noticed it. It is really amazing. That goes without saying. When did you discover it? I found it when you were still in your mother's. Although he had been ambushed and fell to the ground, Hirako Shinji did not want to lose in a verbal confrontation. I see. Aizen tilted his head, but there was no sign of anger or surprise on his face, as if everything was in his control. I always felt that you were a dangerous and untrustworthy man, so I chose you as my deputy captain to monitor you, Aizen. I understand. I am very grateful to you, Captain Hirako. Aizen's face showed an expression that was all in control. Thanks to you not trusting me at all, so you didn't find out. Didn't I say that I had noticed it long ago? No. Aizen's face showed a strange expression, a playful look. You didn't find it, this whole month. The one walking behind you is not me. What? Aizen's words are no less than a bomb for Hirako Shinji. I can control my target's perception of everything as I please. This is the real ability of my Zanpakuto, Hyoka Suigetsu. In short, it's a complete hypnosis. You said complete hypnosis. You are a very sharp person, Captain Hirako. If you usually get along with me like the captain of other teams and their adjutant, maybe you have a chance to see through it, but you don't. Because you don't believe me, you often keep a distance from me, don't talk to me, don't give me any information, and don't get involved in my affairs, so you didn't notice that I have been swapped with someone else a long time ago. The person who was my substitute, I asked him to remember my usual actions and the response when I faced you or other team members and captain. Assuming that you know me very well, then you should be able to detect something strange from some of my habits or behaviors. You will fall there now. It is all thanks to you that you don't understand me at all, Captain Hueco. Aizen. Hearing Aizen's explanation, Hueco Shinji could not help but feel a burst of hatred in his heart. Then there is another thing, Aizen's face is still not arrogant and impatient. You just said to me, you chose me to be the vice captain in order to monitor me. That is your mistake. Just like the captain and the vice captain's appointment rights, the captain also has the so-called is the rejection right apostrophe. Although in fact, the situation of the diplomatic right is very rare, for me, I still have the road to not be your vice captain. Why don't I do this? Aizen's face showed a faint smile. At this moment, everything was already in his control. In this situation where everything was in his control, he did not mind showing off his achievements to the enemy and letting him die clearly. Without waiting for Hueco Shinji to answer, Aizen answered by himself. Because this is really too ideal. The great suspicion and vigilance you have for me is really too ideal for my plan. Do you understand? It is not you who chose me, but I chose you. Captain Hueco. Maybe you should apologize to your companions. It is because you chose me that you and your companions fell to the ground. Aizen. Hearing Aizen ridicule, Hueco Shinji could no longer bear it. He suddenly stood up and pulled out his Zanpakuto. Gah! Hueco Shinji was just about to move when his body shook, and a white unknown object suddenly emerged from his mouth and eyes. A strange power suddenly appeared from the inside of his body, as if it wanted to swallow his mind. His body suddenly could not move, and the scene in front of him was blurred. This level of provocation can't lead you to take the bait. I really appreciate it. Aizen looked at Hueco Shinji in front of him coldly and sneered. Damn it, even me. Feeling the abnormality of his body, Hueco Shinji gritted his teeth and said, and then he felt that the companions who fell behind him were all eroded by the similar power. Aizen. What the hell is going on? What do you want to do? Sure enough, the hollowification will go faster in the emotional state. Aizen ignored Hueco Shinji's question, but looked at Hueco Shinji in front of him and said lightly. Hollowification, what is that? You don't need to know. Aizen still had a dull expression on his face, as if he did not put anything in his eyes. Ah! Enduring the feeling of as if his body was going to collapse from the body, Hueco Shinji could not help but cry. Shinji I middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Hearing the wailing of Hueco Shinji, Hori, who stood there, flashed a trace of clarity in her eyes, and her eyes turned to Hueco Shinji, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. Taosen. Aizen glanced at Hori and whispered. Yes, there was no emotion on Taosen's face as he raised his Zanpakuto in his hand. Stop. Seeing Taosen's action, Shinji's eyes flashed with anger, but at this time, his body could not move at all. 10th Division Back Garden Captain, you. Kusa looked at Maiyang in panic. Originally, the captain called her over and did not speak for a long time. He just stared at the moon in a daze. However, suddenly, the captain seemed to have a lot to talk about. He kept talking to himself. She had been with the captain for more than 100 years, but Kusa had never talked to the captain like this. Why did the captain's tone seem like he was going to leave? Captain. The more Kusa thought about it, the more flustered she felt. She could not help but reach out and grab Maiyang's hand tightly, as if she would lose him as soon as she let go. Maiyang sighed. He did not break free from Kusa's hand. Instead, he looked up at the crescent moon in the sky and muttered, "It's about time." What is it? Seeing that Maiyang did not break free from his grip, Kusa's eyes flashed with joy. Hearing Maiyang's whisper, she could not help but ask curiously. I'm sorry, Kusu. Maiyang glanced at the hand that was held tightly by Kusu, and a complicated expression flashed across his face. What? Kusu suddenly heard Maiyang's apology and was slightly stunned. Before she could react, she felt her vision blur. A white light flashed, and then she lost consciousness. Maiyang lowered his head and looked at Kusu who was lying in his arms. A trace of warmth flashed through his eyes. How could he not feel Kusu's affection for him? No matter what, she was someone who had followed him for more than 100 years. Maiyang also had some feelings for her in his heart. He carried Kusu back to her room and put her on the bed. Maiyang carefully covered her with a quilt and looked at the mature and gentle Kusu in front of him. Maiyang was in a trance. Time passed really quickly. It was as if in the blink of an eye, the shy little girl from back then had grown up. Bending down to kiss Suzuki Kuso on the forehead, Ma-yang smiled slightly and then covered her up. The road ahead is complicated. No one knows what will happen in the next moment, but there are some things that I must do. I don't know what the road will be in the future. I really can't take you with me. I think Soul Society's life is more suitable for you. Goodbye, Kusu, maybe the next time we meet will be 100 years later. Ma-yang looked at Suzuki Kusu lying there and whispered a few words. Then he took off the captain hori on his body and folded them on Suzuki Kusu's bed. Walking out of the room and gently closing the door, Ma-yang reached out to hold his Zanpakuto. There was a flash of fierceness in his eyes. Aizen, tonight is our first confrontation. Let me see what you are capable of. Chapter 94, First Encounter Stop. Seeing that Tosen Kaname was about to be motioned by Aizen, Zanpakuto in his hand raised and was about to slash down at Hori. Hirako Shinji's eyes widened and he was shocked. However, his body could not move at all and could only shout. Hearing Hirako Shinji's scream, Tosen Kaname's face was dull, without the slightest fluctuation. He clenched Zanpakuto in his hand, his feet moved, and Zanpakuto in his hand waved, flashing a dazzling knife light and slashing at Hori. Dang, feeling that his Zanpakuto was blocked by someone, Tosen Kaname's face flashed a touch of surprise. Although he can't see, he is sharper than ordinary people, and now he can't feel anything, and he is stopped by his attack. Even until now, he hasn't accurately felt the arrival, only a vague perception. A bad feeling flashed in his heart. Tosen Kaname failed to hit his target, his body suddenly retreated. He believed in his intuition, and at that moment, he seemed to feel the aura of death. Kimura. Hirako Shinji looked at Ma-yang who suddenly appeared to block Tosen Kaname's attack, cried out, and everything tonight was more and more confusing. First, Tosen Kaname and Aizen, now Kimura also rushed over. Humphrey. Ma-yang glanced at the group of people who fell to the ground. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. Although he knew before coming that Shinji and the others should have been killed by Aizen, when he saw them all powerlessly lying on the ground with his own eyes, Ma-yang's heart was still unable to hold back a burst of anger. Seeing Tosen Kaname quickly retreat, Ma-yang narrowed his eyes and waved his arm. A pale cyan blade light emerged from his Zanpakuto. Tosen Kaname's body just moved, and before he could retreat, Ma-yang's slash had already broken through the air. Tosen Kaname did not even feel the slightest bit, and the slash had hit his chest. Puff of blood sprayed out. Tosen Kaname himself was also sent flying by Ma-yang's slash, and he fell powerlessly at the foot of Aizen. Before, he moved his body at the critical moment. Although he did not avoid Ma-yang's slash, he was lucky to avoid the vital point, but even so, his chest was broken by Ma-yang's slash, a huge and ferocious wound, and even the internal organs inside the body could be seen. Cough cough cough. Tosen Kaname fell at the foot of Aizen, struggling to get up, kneeling in front of Aizen, blood kept flowing down the wound, and even the originally dark face seemed to be pale. Sorry, Lord Aizen. No, you have done well. In the face of such a powerful captain. Aizen had a faint smile on his face, as if he was praising Tosen Kaname. Jin, help Tosen Kaname to deal with his wound. You two just stay behind. Don't interfere, yes. Jin nodded gently and walked to the side of Tosen Kaname who was about to pass out. There was a green light on his hand and helped Tosen Kaname to deal with the terrible wound on his chest. I'm so sorry, Lord Aizen. Being helped by Jin to deal with the wound on his chest, Tosen Kaname's face showed a trace of shame. He could not help Lord Aizen to deal with things, but let Lord Aizen be distracted to take care of himself. Now. What are you gonna do, Captain Kimura? Aizen stepped forward and looked at Ma-yang with a flat face. Oh? It's really an interesting question. Ma-yang chuckled. Then he looked at Hirako Shinji, who was standing on one side, and said, Oh, Hirako Shinji, looks like he got you good, huh? TSK, really? Hirako Shinji curled his lips. How is it? I won't die. Good. Ma-yang turned around, you'd better stay on the side and watch. Leave the rest to me. Aizen, do you have anything to explain about these things in front of you? Oh? Does Captain Kimura have any misunderstanding about me? Aizen's face showed a look of confusion. As you can see, I happen to find everyone in the aftermath of the missing souls due to the battle, and I am trying to save them. What a good excuse. Ma-yang looked at Aizen and shook his head. Your acting is really good. No matter when you can maintain such indifference, it makes me admire you a little. Originally, it has nothing to do with me whether you do some experiments or not. In order to study some extraordinary things, it is inevitable to use living people in experiments. I can understand it. Oh. Aizen's face suddenly showed a hint of intention, reached out to Ma-yang and said, Then, let's go together. I believe that as long as we join hands, there is nothing that can't be done. Thinking of himself and Ma Yang joining hands, Aizen only felt that the future was bright. Ma Yang was one of the few people he could not see through. He had been captain for more than 100 years. Until now, no one had seen his real strength. Even with Aizen's confidence in his own strength, thinking of opposing Ma Yang, he could not help but feel uncertain. If he could join hands with Ma Yang, he seemed to have seen victory. Unfortunately, you should not have attacked my friends. Ma Yang showed a trace of regret on his face. In fact, even if Aizen did not do anything to Shinji, Ma Yang would not join hands with him. From the beginning, they were destined to stand in different positions. Their relationship could only be opponents. That's really a pity. Aizen put down his hand and showed a trace of regret on his face. I don't think there is anything to regret. Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand stood up, and his face was straight. This is good, let me measure your capital. Oh? Is Captain Kimura going to shoot me? Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was no trace of worry on his face, as if Ma Yang was no threat to him. Otherwise, do you think I came here in the middle of the night to chat with you? However, Captain Kimura, how do you know that everything you see is real? Aizen narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly. Kimura, his Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu middle. I know, I also heard what he said before. Ma Yang interrupted Hueco Shinji's reminder and said lightly. How could he not know the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu? It was like a cheat ability. Ma Yang had been admired for a long time in the last life. Why, Aizen, do you still want to do something with that kind of little trick? Oh, I don't know what the little trick that Captain Kimura said is referring to. Is it my Zanpakuto? You think too much, I am talking about your mouth. Talking no jutsu. Hearing the word spat out from Ma Yang's mouth, Aizen was stunned. This was the first time he heard this term, but then he reacted. From the literal point of view, he roughly knew what Ma Yang meant. Well, it is useless to say more. I don't want to play the tongue anymore. Let's see the real move. As soon as the voice fell, Ma Yang did not move, and his body suddenly disappeared in the same place. The next time he appeared, he was already on the side of Aizen, and Zanpakuto in his hand seemed to slash at Aizen slowly and quickly. Although Ma Yang moved quickly, Aizen was not weak. He stepped slightly sideways, avoiding Ma Yang's slash at the critical moment. Zanpakuto in his hand lifted up, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Ma Yang's body was like a swimming fish to avoid Aizen's counterattack. Ma Yang's right hand did not move. Instead, his left index finger quickly pointed to Aizen's chest, and an arc flashed on his fingertip. By a cry, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm erupted from Ma Yang's fingertips, instantly breaking through Aizen's chest, and a stream of blood flew. Seeing the blood spurting out, Ma Yang did not have the slightest joy on his face. The moment his fingers touched Aizen, Ma Yang had already felt that something was wrong. From Spiritual Power's finger, it was not Aizen who was hit by him, but it was like hitting the air. TCH. Ma Yang curled his lips. You are really fond of using cheap tricks, Aizen. You are joking, Captain Kimura, with your strength, if you want me to fight you directly, it is really a little troublesome, that is what I don't want. Oh? Ma Yang turned to look at Aizen who appeared behind him. Should I be honored? For your praise. If you must think so. Aizen smiled slightly. Although it may be a little troublesome to fight you head-on, but if I just want to protect myself, I think I can still easily do it. I have to say that your Kyoka Suigetsu is really a powerful ability. Ma Yang was speechless. Although the current Aizen is not comparable to himself in frontal combat, if he just used Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to deal with him, he really can't take him down. Ma Yang didn't want to fall into his Kyoka Suigetsu. Although Ma Yang could keenly catch Spiritual Power who was Aizen at the moment of the fight to judge the truth, the possibility of winning him in such a fight was really not high. Chapter 95, Defeated. Thank you for your praise, Captain Kimura. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Aizen's face did not have the slightest fluctuation of expression, really worthy of being a big boss. You are really too polite. Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand shook, his mouth spoke, but his body had suddenly sprang out, the Zanpakuto in his hand pierced the air, and the blade pointed to Aizen's throat. Dang! Waving the sword to knock away Ma Yang's Zanpakuto, Aizen said faintly, I didn't expect you to play such a little trick, Captain Kimura. There is no way, your Kyoka Suigetsu ability is too abnormal. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to give me an edge. Ma Yang was not embarrassed about his sneak attack. With a turn of his wrist, his Zanpakuto, which was originally separated by Aizen, drew a circular arc, and a layer of cyan spiritual power attached to the knife, slashing at Aizen's head at a faster speed than before. Seeing that his Zanpakuto was about to cut Aizen's head, he seemed to be unaware, and his body did not have the slightest precautions, but his face showed a strange expression. Seeing the expression on Aizen's face, Ma Yang's heart jumped, and he secretly screamed, and his hand movement changed again. His Zanpakuto avoided Aizen's head at the critical moment, slashed the side of his head, and a few strands of hair fell. After the blow, there was a faint sound of air tearing in the air, and spiritual power attached to Maiyang's Zanpakuto also followed in a slash, quietly leaving a deep bottomless crack behind Aizen. Seeing the bottomless ravine left by the two of them, Jin and Tosen Kane's face showed a trace of horror. Just one blow could cause this degree of damage. This kind of power was almost unimaginable for the two of them. What made them more shocked was that such a powerful slash, which caused huge damage, was actually so silent. Maiyang's eyes flashed a trace vigilance. The person in front of him was not Aizen, should be one of them. It was just that Aizen used his ability to make himself see differently. Fortunately, he changed the direction of his Zanpakuto's slash in the last moment, otherwise. The strange smile on Aizen's face in front of him gradually spread. The Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and quickly rushed to Maiyang's chest. At this time, Maiyang had just finished an attack. What's more, at this time, the two were extremely close. Even with Maiyang's flash steps, he could not avoid Aizen's long-planned attack in such a short distance. Shit. This guy actually seeing the strange smile on Aizen's face that gradually spread, Maiyang knew that it was bad. This guy actually played this trick. He thought that this was an illusion made by him through Kyokusugetsu. Who knew that he actually did not use the ability, but just deceived himself through an expression. Kyokusugetsu, it really lives up to its name. Just like the moon in the water, the flower in the mirror, true and false, deception, difficult to distinguish. In addition to Aizen's scheming, he cleverly used this ability. Even if he already knew a lot about his ability before the battle, he raised his vigilance in his heart. He did not expect to still fall into his way. Sure enough, in terms of scheming, there is still a gap between him. Aizen's Zanpakuto cut Maiyang's coat. The cold blade touched Maiyang's skin, felt the touch from his skin, and felt spiritual power from Zanpakuto. Maiyang has already determined that this is indeed Aizen. However, with the body that he has tempered, Aizen's Zanpakuto can't cause any big damage to himself even if he hits him. Suddenly, Kimura Maiyang moved his mind to disperse the defensive spiritual power at the surface of his body. At the same time, he turned his mind around, relaxed his body, and the originally tight muscles relaxed suddenly. It's a lot to say, but it's just an instant. When Kimura Maiyang just forcibly lowered his defense, Aizen's Zanpakuto has cut Kimura Maiyang's skin and embedded it into Kimura Maiyang's body. The corner of the mouth curved with a sneer, and Maiyang's left hand grabbed Aizen's hand like lightning. Hado number 11, Lightning Bind. A thunderbolt came out of Maiyang's palm and instantly passed to Aizen's body. Aizen's body visibly trembled, and some of the thunder passed along Zanpakuto of Aizen to Maiyang's body. Maiyang did not even frown. He just looked at Aizen with a calm face, and there was still a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I caught you, Aizen. Oh? It's really interesting. What do you want to do by grabbing me? How do you know that what you grabbed is my arm? You should know my ability, Kyokusugetsu. Although he was caught by Maiyang, Aizen did not panic at all, still a dull face, as if nothing was in his eyes. You don't have to talk to me anymore. Do you want to say that this is also your so-called complete hypnosis? Even if your Kyokusugetsu can disturb my five senses, I can still read spiritual power of the one who stabbed me in the abdomen. As he said this, his Zanpakuto was dyed with a layer of blue spiritual power. Leave something behind. Lord Aizen. Feeling that Aizen was caught by Maiyang, and Maiyang's Zanpakuto's with a strong spiritual power cut to the head of Aizen. Tosen Kaname, who was dealing with the wound on the side, could not help but cry out. There was a flash of horror on his face. He struggled to stand up and went to help Aizen, who was facing a crisis, but the wound on his chest before he stood up cracked again. The blood flowed out of the wound, his head was dizzy, and he collapsed on the ground again. Seeing that Aizen was facing a crisis, Tosen Kaname was flustered and wanted to go forward to help, but Jin did not move at all, still staying in the same place, but the eyes that had been closed had opened at some point. Looking at Zanpakuto in Maiyang's hand, with a huge momentum, he chopped at Aizen's head, his eyes flashing, and he did not know what he was thinking. Ping 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 ping. Maiyang's Zanpakuto with the whistling wind fell and was about to cut Aizen's body. Suddenly he felt his body shake, and a strange power poured out of his body. The power gathered on Zanpakuto suddenly dissipated. When his Zanpakuto fell on Aizen, there was no more strength, resulting in only a small wound on Aizen's shoulder. Ping ping. Another strange power surged out of the body, more turbulent than the first time. Maiyang struggled to suppress the discomfort, but his body did not have much strength left. The left hand that was tightly clamped on Aizen could not help but loosen. Puff! The arm moved and broke away from Maiyang's hand. Aizen pulled out Zanpakuto, who was inserted in Maiyang's abdomen, and shook off the blood left on Zanpakuto. He frowned and looked at the wound on his shoulder. Then he looked at the weak Maayang in front of him. It is really powerful. It can hurt me. I should say that it is worthy of being the 100-year captain. I was tricked by you. Maayang's body moved slightly and returned to Hueco Shinji. While suppressing the discomfort of his body, he spoke to Aizen. He was really careless. He only thought of catching his Zanpakuto when he stabbed his body and was not played by his Kyoka Suigetsu, but he did not expect that Aizen would lace his own Zanpakuto with drug when he pierced him. It is really surprising that you can hold on until now. Aizen lens reflected a light. However, you still have some strength left. How much combat power do you still have? For what he used on Maayang, Aizen has absolute confidence, which is different from what is used on Hueco Shinji. Not only is the quantity much more than them, but the attack time is much shorter. It is already surprising that Maayang can hold on for so long. Let's end it, Captain Kimura, Captain Hueco. Aizen slowly approached. You can hurt me, that's enough, but you should not come here, Captain Kimura. TSK Maayang curled his lips, trying to suppress the power that rose from his body. Now that the power has been suppressed by Maayang with his own will and spiritual power, I just don't know what the next counterattack of that power will be. Captain Hueco, you are a perfect superior, because you are wary of me, so you put me beside you. Because you are wary of me, you keep a distance with me. With everything you see, you make a judgment to limit my actions. Finally, you have to firmly remember this matter. A betrayal visible to the naked eye is easy to find, the real horror is that you can't see through the betrayal action, Captain Hueco. Farewell. Aizen raised Zanpakuto in his hand high, you are really excellent material. Chapter 96, Urahara's arrival. Farewell. Aizen raised Zanpakuto in his hand high, you are really excellent material. Damn it. Hueco Shinji gritted his teeth and was unwilling. He and Kimura, who were already powerless, and the companions who lost consciousness on the ground, were all going to die here. Maayang's hand tightened. Why hasn't Kisuke come yet? If he doesn't come, then he might have to expose his strength again. Aizen's Zanpakuto magnified in Maayang's eyes. Maayang's heart tightened. His two wrists flashed with a faint light. He could vaguely see two things like shackles. Dang, a knife light flashed out from behind Aizen without warning. Aizen was shocked. His body moved slightly and his arm lifted. The knife light crossed his arm and knocked down the vice captain badge on his arm. Oh. This is really a few unexpected guests. Aizen glanced at the vice captain badge that fell on the ground, but there was no surprise in his tone. What do you want to do, Captain Kisuke, Tsukubishi? The people who came at this critical moment were Kisuke and Tsukubishi Tessai. Finally. Seeing the arrival, Maayang breathed a sigh of relief. The flashing light on his wrist also disappeared. Since Kisuke Urahara came, things should be over. Finally, he should not risk exposing his strength. Kimura, I didn't expect you to come, but your situation doesn't seem to be good. Kisuke glanced at Maayang, glanced at the wound on Maayang's abdomen, and then teased in a light tone. Maayang chuckled and did not speak. Kisuke. Why are you coming over? Are you an idiot? Seeing Kisuke rushing over, Hueco Shinji did not have the slightest joy in his heart. Even Kimura fell in the hands of Aizen. With the level of Kisuke's strength, even if he rushed over, there would be no improvement to the battle situation. Maybe he would also be in a grave danger. Oh, what is that strange mask of yours? There was no answer to Hueco Shinji's words, but Kisuke looked at the half-fake face of Hueco Shinji and joked. You bastards, you really like to talk. Hueco Shinji curled his lips, but he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Seeing the expression on Hueco Shinji's face, Kisuke smiled slightly, and then his eyes swept over Hori, who fell to the ground. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he turned his head and looked at Aizen standing in front of him. Captain Aizen. Yes. What are you doing here? Nothing. Aizen still had a dull expression on his face. He was not afraid that Maayang and Hueco Shinji would expose him. He stared at his eyes and spoke nonsense. He said the words he had said to Maayang once again. As you can see, I happened to find everyone who had disappeared because of the battle and dealt with the aftermath of the case. I am trying to save them. Why are you lying? Lying? Aizen pretended to be puzzled. Do you have any doubts about the behavior of a deputy captain who wants to save the captain? No. Kisuke lowered his head, the hat on his head leaving a shadow in his eyes. I don't care about this matter. Injured because of battle? You said that this is injury? How can you lie? This is hollowification. Kisuke glanced at the captains and vice captains who fell to the ground. Then he looked at Aizen, and his eyes flashed a glimmer of light. The soul disappearance case, Shinigami disappeared one after another, and then the situation evolved to this point. This is probably a hollowification experiment. Someone secretly carried it out, but now there may be no need to use the ambiguous words like someone. With Gisuke's explanation, Hirako Shinji gradually understood the truth behind some of the events. Although Aizen had said holofication before, he also mentioned it in the communication between Maayang and Aizen. Hirako Shinji knew that this was an experiment that Aizen did, but now he heard Gisuke's words, and he was finally clear about this matter. I see. Hearing Gisuke reveal everything about himself, Aizen was not only not discouraged, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. You are really a sharp man as I expected. Hearing Aizen's words, Gisuke's face showed a trace of surprise. Taking his Zanpakuto back into the scabbard, Aizen had a faint smile on his face. It is great that you appeared here tonight. Jin, Kaname, tonight's goal has been fully achieved, retreat. Yes. At this time, Tosen Kaname body has also recovered a few points. Although there is no way to fight, there is no problem to leave with the help of Jin. The two stood up and followed Aizen. Wait, Aizen. I have not finished. Seeing that Aizen intended to retreat, Gisuke stepped forward and shouted, intending to keep Aizen. Dodge. Your Excellency, Hurrah Haradano. At this time, Tsukubishi Tessai, who had been watching, suddenly stretched out his hands and shouting. Gisuke turned to look at the posture of Tsukubishi Tessai, and his heart could not help but be shocked. He was preparing to. There was no time to think about it. At this time, Gisuke could already feel the gathering of spiritual power from the hand of Tsukubishi Tessai. He quickly turned over and left his original position. Hado number 88, Dragon Strike Heaven Shaking Lightning Cannon. As the voice of Tsukubishi Tessai fell, a stream of spiritual power gathered in his palm, and then a blue thunder cannon suddenly erupted from his palm with a terrible momentum. Amazing. As expected of the Grand Kido Chief. Seeing the momentum of the Kido released by Tsukubishi Tessai, Maayang could not help but praise. The released Kido plows a terrible gully on the ground. This power even Maayang could not help but praise. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Aizen took silver and Tosen Kaname, he said faintly, Danku. A transparent crystal wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the back of Aizen and the other three. Tsukubishi Tessai terrifying Hado was blocked by this crystal wall. Even though the power of Tessai's Hado was huge, it was still one level below Aizen's. The collision of Hado and Bakudo resulting in a shockwave. Gisuke and Tsukubishi Tessai lay on the ground and stretched out their hands to block the incoming shockwave. How is this possible? Tsukubishi Tessai raised his head and looked at the crystal wall that blocked his Hado, his eyes full of disbelief. A mere vice captain can actually use Chantless Danku to block my Kido. The crystal wall suddenly shattered, but the original Aizen's party of three had disappeared. I'm really sorry, it seems that they escaped. Mr. Tessai, what does Aizen want to do? Hirako Shinji's eyes showed a trace of caution, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. He always felt that there would be more dangerous things happening. The matter of Aizen is put aside first. I think it is better for you to come and see Hirako first. Maayang's palm flashed with a blue light and placed it on Hirako Shinji's chest. This is not an ordinary injury. I can only suppress his situation. I still need you to take a look, Gisuke. Hearing Maayang's call, Hirako Shinji quickly reacted. There was still a group of people waiting for him to treat. Huh? Walking to the front and looking at Hirako Shinji's situation, Gisuke suddenly looked up at Maayang. Kimura, is your injury okay? Aizen should also use the same thing to you, why are you not like them now? It was suppressed by me. Maayang said lightly, then looked worriedly at Hirako Shinji. At this time, he was already in a semi-coma state. Although the holofication situation was restrained, he also lost consciousness. Being able to suppress holofication, Gisuke was not surprised at all. With Maayang's strength, it was still possible to suppress holofication, but speaking of which, with Maayang's strength, he should not be so easy to get by Aizen. Although there were still some doubts in his heart, Gisuke also knew that this was not the time to care about these things, but he still found that it was time to deal with the situation of Hirako Shinji. TCH, this is severe, I can't deal with it here. Mr. Gisuke, it seems that you seem to know the beginning and end of this matter. From the meaning of this strange term, you must know how to deal with it. Can I guess so? I know, although it is a high-risk method. It is better to have a way than nothing. I will bring the 8 of them to the 12th division in this state. As long as they have the equipment of the My division, I can save their lives. Send them to the division in this state? How is that possible? Hearing the words of Tsukubishi Tessai, a trace of doubt appeared on Gisuke's face. Use Jikantishi and Kukintani. What? Both of them are forbidden arts. They are now strictly prohibited. So from now on, please turn a blind eye to them and turn a deaf ear to them for the time being. Tsukubishi Tessai clapped his hands. A strange energy was emitted from the fingers of Tsukubishi Tessai. Feeling the energy emitted from the hands of Tsukubishi Tessai, Maayang's body trembled and his eyes burst into ecstasy. Chapter 97, Plan. This feeling was. Maiyang's eyes widened as he stared unblinkingly at the Grand Kido chief that emitted a strange fluctuation between the two hands of Tsukubishi Tessai. This familiar feeling was often felt from the inner world and from Kei's no Sora. It was also the final profound meaning of Zanpakuto that he had never been able to understand. Space-time. Maiyang's lips moved slightly as he murmured. What? Hearing Maiyang's whisper, Gisuke was just about to ask, but with a burst of fluctuation in the hand of Tsukubishi Tessai, the 11 of them disappeared from the place along with the ground under their feet, and under a wonderful power, they instantly broke the space. When they opened their eyes again, the place they were at had completely changed. The messy instruments in the room and the big word 12th in the house had clearly told them that the place they were now was the captain's office of the 12th Division. What a magical power! Maiyang closed his eyes and recalled the process of breaking through space and appearing in 12th Division. He suddenly seemed to grasp something in his heart. Tsukubishi Tessai put down his hand and let out a long breath. Obviously, it was not a simple thing for him to use such a Kido. The so-called hollowification is one of the answers obtained from my Shinigami soul-strengthening research. In an instant, he returned to his research room. Gisuke was only slightly surprised for a moment. Then, he immediately came back to his senses. He removed his jacket as he said, during this process, I created a material that could instantly destroy the boundary between hollow and Shinigami. I want to use this to treat Mr. Shinji and the others. Gisuke walked to a sealed safe in the research room and entered a few passwords. Then, he took out something from inside. Then this material is. A trace of emotion appeared on the face of the Tsukubishi Tessai. Its name is, Hogyoku. Hogyoku . What is this sense of oppression? Tsukubishi Tessai looked at the small thing in Gisuke's hand and felt the sense of oppression from that thing. He could not help but to sweat and reached out to wipe the few drops of sweat on his forehead. Spiritual power? No, this is existence. The existence of this stone itself is suppressing my existence. What is this thing? Mr. Gisuke, what on earth have you made? Can you save them like this? Can Captain Hueco really be saved? Tsukubishi Tessai suppressed the doubts and surprise in his heart and asked the most important thing now. No. I have said that this is a gambling method. The possibility of using Hogyoku to restore Captain Hueco and others to the original state is only 2%. 2%? Wait a minute, Gisuke. Huh? Gisuke and Tessai looked at Maiyang, who suddenly spoke at the same time. If you don't cure them and only want you to temporarily suppress their situation, how confident are you? Why did you suddenly ask? You just need to tell me. If you just want to maintain the current situation, if I don't let their situation worsen, I have more than 60% chance to success. That's good. You should suppress their situation first. Don't let it get worse. Why? Gisuke looked at Maiyang in confusion. If we can't cure them as soon as possible. Gisuke. Maiyang interrupted Gisuke's words, and his face gradually became solemn. What do you think of Aizen? Aizen? Gisuke was slightly stunned. He did not know why Maiyang suddenly mentioned Aizen at this time, but he quickly replied, Aizen is not a simple person. Although I don't know what he is planning, I know that his plot is not small. Aizen's strength is outstanding. You also saw it. He can stop the Great Kido with Chantless Kido. His strength is definitely not limited to the level of Vice Captain. Before you came, I had a short fight with him. His strength is not inferior to Captain, even better than Mini Captain. Moreover, his Kyokusugetsu is known as the ability to completely hypnotize the opponent. It can completely control the opponent's 5 senses, and the activation condition of his Zanpakuto ability is to let people see the moment when his Zanpakuto is released. And what I am most wary of is his scheming. It seems that he can consider everything and always set up many backups, making people unwittingly fall into his scheme. If I am not wrong, he has already made detailed arrangements for tonight's operation. I think we should all fall into his scheme. What scheme? Since he has the ability of Kyokusugetsu, he will definitely let many people see him in the Siriite AI tonight, creating the proof that he is not at the crime scene tonight. Then he will definitely push everything that happened tonight to us in other ways. Since you know how to use hollowification, you also said that this is one of the answers you found in the process of studying Shinigami soul strengthening. I think you also have a lot of research material on hollowification. Gisuke's face changed. Listening to Maiyang's analysis, Aizen obviously calculated everything. He must have thought that he would go to the scene tonight. No wonder he would say you are indeed a sharp person, as I expected when he saw himself. There was also the you coming here tonight is really good at the last time. Thinking of the expression on Aizen's face at the end, Gisuke's face became more ugly. Don't be discouraged. He has a mind and no heart. His plan is so thorough. It is not shameful to lose this time. Maiyang patted Gisuke on the shoulder, The top priority now is to control the situation of Shinji and others, and then we leave Soul Society together. Leaving Soul Society? Kisuke looked at Mayang. Well, after such a thing happened, Aizen will definitely push all the things to us. It is not a good idea to stay with Soul Society anymore, and if you want to cure Shinji and others, you must find a stable environment. I know. Kisuke nodded. In that case, I'll have to ask Mr. Tessai to help me stabilize Captain Shinji and the others first. I know. Tessai sat down cross-legged. Tessai, set up a few barriers to isolate perception here. Yes. Seeing that Kisuke began to deal with the situation of Hueco Shinji, Mayang could not help much. He casually found a place to sit down and felt the condition of his body. The wound on the abdomen that was stabbed by Aizen has been cured by Mayang's own powerful recovery ability. Basically, it will not cause any obstacles to his action. However, the material left by Aizen has already invaded the interior of the body. There seems to be a force of hollow inside the body. However, compared to these, it is still the energy that I felt before that is more important. Mayang closed his eyes and recalled the fluctuations that came from when he activated the space transfer. A smile appeared on his lips and his mind sank into his inner world. Mayang slowly opened his eyes and finally got a satisfactory answer from Kazno Sora. At this time, his mood was unspeakably pleasant. Kisuke breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank you, Mr. Tessai. It's fine. Tsukubishi Tessai shook his head and asked, how is it? For the time being, control their situation. Their condition will not worsen in a short time. Hueco Shinji looked at the few people in front of him and felt a little heavy in his heart. In this case, let's move first. Under Aizen plan, I don't know when someone will come. Well, I will go and pack up the necessary things. A moment later, Kisuke packed up some important things, walked over, and looked at the few people who had fallen to the ground. Have you thought of where to move to? I've already thought of it. In the base below the Sokyoku. Before leaving Soul Society to the modern realm, I want to make 11 of Gigai for us. Kisuke nodded. I want to sneak into the modern world and spend time and effort to figure out a removal method of this hollowification. Hueco Shinji showed a solemn expression on his face. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Tessai, to transfer us to the base under Sokyoku. Sorry, Mr. Kisuke, with my current ability, it is not enough to use the Kukentani twice in a row. I will take you there. Seeing the sweat on the face of Tsukubishi Tessai, Mayang said. Kimura? But your body Kisuke looked at Mayang with worry written on his face. He saw the wound on Mayang's abdomen. Moreover, Kimura should have been infected by Aizen's hollowification substance. It is not easy to hold on now. It is too difficult to take them away from other people's inspection and go to the bottom of Sokyoku. And the two of them are very tired because of the busy work before. It is almost enough for them to travel alone. It is too difficult to take Hueco Shinji and others. It is okay. I know my own body. Moreover, when you are busy, I did not do anything. Mayang showed a smile on his face, right? Yoruichi. Chapter 98, Kimura's Intention. Yoruichi-san. Seeing Yoruichi walk out from the shadows behind Mayang, Kisuke couldn't help but cry out, his face full of astonishment. Lord Yoruichi. Although the Tsukubishi Tessai looked tired, it still insisted on standing up and bowing to Yoruichi. Alright, you don't have to be so polite at a time like this. Yoruichi waved her hand and signaled Tsukubishi Tessai to stand up. Then she looked at Kisuke with a bad expression. What, do you have any objections to me appearing here, Kisuke? No. Hearing Yoruichi's question, Kisuke hurriedly waved his hand. HMPH. If Kimura hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that such a big thing had happened. Yoruichi snorted. Right now, the most important thing is to bring Captain Shinji and the others to the cave under the Sokyoku and let you carry out the follow-up matters. As for the matter of you not informing me beforehand, I will teach you a lesson later. The things are all here, right? Yoruichi glanced at Kisuke and packed up the things on the ground. Yeah. Then hurry up. There are less than 2 hours before dawn. If according to what Kimura said, Aizen follow-up action will soon begin. Well, let's go. Mayang nodded, and then directly stepped forward to carry the relatively larger people such as Ushida Hikajin, Love, and Rose in his hands. His feet moved, and his body had already rushed to the Sokyoku. Let's go. Seeing Mayang take the lead to leave, Yoruichi stepped forward and picked up Lisa and others in her hands. Her feet moved, and she followed Mayang quickly to the Sokyoku. Seeing Mayang and Yoruichi leave, Kisuke looked back at the captain's office that had only stayed for a few years, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Although he was tired and lazy, he was not very concerned about the affairs of the captain, But these years under his leadership, he took the members of the 12th Division to do research together, and it brought a lot of fun to his life. Thinking of leaving here, there was inevitably a trace of reluctance in his heart. Mr. Kisuke. Seeing Kisuke looking at the captain's office in a daze, Tsukubishi Tessai could not help but remind him that Maayang and Yoruichi had left. Aizen's next plan did not know when it would be executed, and now was not the time to be sad. Got it. Kisuke glanced at the place where he had left a lot of beautiful memories. He resolutely turned around, his eyes full of determination. He had a very important thing to do now. Captain Hiroko and others were still waiting for him to treat, and Hori, who was killed because of his wrong judgment. Let's go. As two black shadows flashed by, Kisuke and Tessai also rushed to the Sokyoku. Kisuke, it's really too slow. Yoruichi looked at Kisuke who just arrived. She was already a little unhappy that she did not catch up with Maayang on the way here. She thought that she, the dignified god of flash Yoruichi, could not catch up with the injured Maayang. Moreover, the person in his hand was heavier than the person in her hand. At this time, seeing Kisuke dragging and walking, Yoruichi directly vented the dissatisfaction in her heart to Kisuke. Well, how can I compare to you, Yoruichi? You are the god of flash Yoruichi. Although he did not know why Yoruichi suddenly acted up, Kisuke still touched his head and said with a shy face. It was okay if Kisuke did not mention it. But he also mentioned the god of flash Yoruichi, which made the face of Yoruichi, which was not in a good mood to begin with, become darker. The god of flash Yoruichi could not catch up with the injured person. Was this sarcasm? Seeing that Yoruichi's face became darker, Kisuke wisely closed his mouth, his face became serious, turned back and said to Tsukubishi Tessai, Mr. Tessai, please set up 2 or 3 barriers here. In the next 20 hours, I will make 11 spiritual power concealing Gigai for us. 11? Tsukubishi Tessai was stunned. There were 12 people here. I have my own way. Seeing that Kisuke had become serious, Yoruichi also put down a dissatisfaction in her heart. She could still distinguish between the light and the serious. I understand. Tsukubishi Tessai no longer said anything. He sat down cross-legged and set up several barriers around the surroundings with a few handprints in his hand. At the same time, he used his mind to sense the barrier and acted as a warning to prevent anyone from suddenly appearing in the barrier. Seeing that Kisuke began to busy making Gigai and Tsukubishi Tessai to set up a barrier, Yoruichi suddenly reached out and pulled Maayang who was leaning against the wall to one side. What's wrong, Yoruichi? Maayang adjusted his clothes and looked at Yoruichi with confusion. You were injured by Aizen? Yes, hearing Yoruichi's question, Maayang was stunned at first. Didn't he already say it before? Then he smiled and pointed to the wound on his abdomen. Didn't you see my wound? Even if Aizen is as powerful as you said, you shouldn't be hurt by him easily. There is no way. I was hit by his Kyoka Suigetsu. No. Yoruichi crossed her arms and looked straight at Maayang. Even if you were disturbed by his ability, you should not have been injured like this. With my understanding of you, even if his ability interfered with your judgment, the moment his Zanpakuto touched you, you could still rely on your flash steps to avoid him. At most, you would only be slightly injured. You would not be pierced through in the abdomen like this. Really, you have seen through everything. Looking at Yoruichi's gaze, Maayang curled his lips helplessly. Say it, what do you think? Hearing Maayang's words, Yoruichi also relaxed, with her back against the stone, and her eyes swept to Maayang with a helpless face. I am not sure to defeat Aizen in one go. No one knows what kind of cards he has in his hand. If he shows all his strength and does not defeat him, it will be more difficult to deal with him next time, so it is better to keep something to increase the odds for the next game. So you already knew about his Kyoka Suigetsu? After hearing Maayang's words, Yoruichi lowered her head and said nothing. Then she suddenly raised her head and said, No, Maayang answered subconsciously, then woke up and looked helplessly at Yoruichi with a sly face. Sure enough. Yoruichi had a sly smile on her face, and then slowly converged. You have long noticed Aizen's intention, and you have some understanding of his ability. I really lost to you. Maayang shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he be so relaxed tonight? Was it because the thing that had been pressing in his heart suddenly put down? Maayang also could not explain. He only felt that tonight was the most nervous and relaxed day in the past 100 years. Although his companions were framed by Aizen and fell into this dilemma, he was also injured by Aizen, and also fell into Aizen's scheme, and he was facing the crisis of hollowification at any time, but everything that had been hesitating his heart had been solved. He only felt a lot more relaxed in his heart, and even the vigilance in his heart was almost put down. Explain it clearly. Yoruichi looked at Maayang. This is also very important for our future plan. Maayang sighed. I knew his Zanpakuto's real ability a long time ago. Kyoka Suigetsu. It was not Zanpakuto that could create an illusion, but Zanpakuto that had the ability to completely hypnotize and completely control the opponent's 5 senses. The condition for this ability to be activated was to let people see the moment Zanpakuto was released. Complete hypnosis. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Yoruichi's face changed. Before, it was too rushed. She did not have time to listen to Ma Yang explain Aizen's Zanpakuto ability in detail. It was just mentioned that it was a powerful illusion ability. She did not expect it to be such an ability, complete hypnosis. This ability coupled with his wicked mind made people feel terrible just thinking about it. Since you know the conditions to activate his Zanpakuto ability, you still fell into his Kyoka Suigetsu? I just want to know if my ability can crack his Kyoka Suigetsu. You are really? Hearing Ma Yang's answer, Yoruichi was speechless. It was actually just because he wanted to know if he could crack this ability, so he had to take the risk. He really didn't know what to say to him. Then can you crack his ability? Ma Yang shrugged and pointed to the wound on his abdomen. The meaning was self-evident. If he could crack his ability, how could he be injured like this? Yoruichi held her forehead with her hand, not knowing what to say. But it can't be said that I gained nothing. At the very least, I have confirmed one thing, Ma Yang said. What is it? As long as we stop him before his Kyoka Suigetsu activates, we can break this ability. Yoruichi's eyes lit up, and he did not expect such an information. However, we are all in his Kyoka Suigetsu. If we fight with him, no one knows when his Zanpakuto is in the state of activation, so there is not much room to use this. Hearing this, the excitement in Yoruichi's eyes faded, but she still could not help but show a little joy. Although the room to be used was not big, but at least it was a kind of information. Kimura, since you have so much information, why don't you reveal Aizen's true face? If there are 3 of us captains, it may not be impossible to reveal the conspiracy behind him. Chapter 99, Spiritual Reorganization. Kimura, since you have so much information, why don't you reveal Aizen's true face? If there are 3 of us captains, it may not be impossible to reveal the conspiracy behind him. Ma Yang was stunned. He did not think of this before. Now it is different from the original work. Now Kizuki and Tsukubishi Tessai have not been framed by Aizen, and with his own old captain and Yoruichi, with the status of the head of the Shiyuin house and the commander-in-chief of Onmitsukido, it may not be impossible to reveal Aizen's true face. Just as his heart was moved, Ma Yang suddenly thought of the faces of the so-called sages in the central 46 room. There was a flash of disgust on his face and decisively shook his head. In the face of Yoruichi questioning eyes, Ma Yang explained, let's not mention that we don't know what kind of backup Aizen has buried. No one knows what kind of power he has in his hand. It is still unknown whether he can take him down. Let's say the old guys in the central 46 room. Even if we can really reveal Aizen's true face, what do you think will happen to Shinji, who is framed by Aizen and his hollowification? Ma Yang pulled out a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I want to say, with the temperament of those old bastards, the most likely result is to deal with Captain Shinji in the way of dealing with Hollow. Indeed, with the usual style of those old bastards, this is the most likely result. Yoruichi nodded. In this case, we can't stand up to testify Aizen, only the way to escape and lurk can be taken. Damn, they are actually forced us to this point. This is also a helpless thing. After all, the preparation before is too little. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Yoruichi's face, Ma Yang comforted her. In fact, he had a lot of time to prepare, but because he had been confused about his future choices, he wasted a lot of preparation time. And, the most important thing is... What? I am not good at this game of chess. It is really too troublesome to plot. It is not a pleasant thing to think about it. If I really want to fight with him like this, I will definitely lose, so I should avoid it first. When he is no longer hiding in the dark, it is better to settle accounts with him when he stands out openly. It really is a typical Kimura style of thinking. Yoruichi shook her head and smiled bitterly. Besides, I have been tired of staying like this for more than 100 years in Soul Society. Speaking of which, I have not gone to the modern realm to carry out a mission for so many years. I can take this opportunity to go to the modern realm for a period of time. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Yoruichi smiled and said no more. For Soul Society's life, she was also tired. It was a good choice to go to the modern realm. She closed her eyes and leaned against the rock to take a nap. Although they were hiding outside, Tsukubishi Tessai had set up the warning barrier, no one knew what would happen until the end. Therefore, it was better to close his eyes and conserve his energy. Seeing Yoruichi close her eyes and leaning against a wall, Ma Yang pulled his Zanpakuto out and placed him flat on his legs. Then he closed his eyes. Before, he vaguely felt that kind of feeling. Perhaps he would really grasp his Zanpakuto completely soon. Inner world. Fierce winds filled the sky, Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The violent wind and thunder seemed to want to destroy the entire world. The strange thing was that these phenomena all disappeared at the center of this world, leaving a purer land in this apocalyptic world. Instead of being disturbed by the raging winds and being bombarded by the violent thunder, it was a peaceful and quiet scene. You are here again. Of course. That's true, Sora waved his paper fan. Since you've already comprehended a bit of that final profound meaning, you definitely won't be satisfied. You want to grasp everything, right? Of course. I really have no choice. Sora shook his hand and closed the paper fan. He reached out and a dark purple thunder fell from the air. It nimbly wrapped around Sora's hand. It didn't look like a bolt of thunder, but seemed to have life. I know that your body has been trained very hard. With your spirit body training level, compared to Yamamoto Genryu's eye, even if it is still inferior, it is not much worse. But what I have to say is that the most important thing for Shinigami's body training is not the flesh. For Shinigami, the most important thing is the bones. Skywind waved his hand. The thunder that was originally wrapped around his hand immediately rushed to Maayang. Seeing the stark purple thunder that showed a bit of danger flying toward him, Maayang did not dodge. This was not the first time, but the thunder this time looked more dangerous. When the thunder and lightning entered his body, Maayang's body suddenly shook. The thunder and lightning this time could not be compared with the previous one. With Maayang's spirit body that had been trained for hundreds of years, he felt his body shake the moment the thunder entered his body. The strength of this thunder was beyond his imagination, and the thunder and lightning rushed into the depths of his body the moment they entered his body, all the way into his bones. To completely grasp the power of Zanpakuto's Banchi, your body still needs the last step of strengthening. Although your skin and flesh have been trained very strong, your bones have not reached the requirements. Only after this last tempering can you really bear that power. Maayang can only nod. At this time, he almost has no strength at all. The lightning has entered his bones uncontrollably and began to refine his bones. Maayang only felt that the power was like to break all his bones. All the bones in his body seemed to be broken in an instant and then recast. Do you feel like the bones are broken? Receiving Maayang's positive eyes, Sora shook his hand, the paper fan in his hand opened again, shook a few times, and looked relaxed. Your feeling is right, your bones are indeed broken. Ignoring the shocked expression on Maayang's face, Sora maintained his calm expression. To be exact, it is to break apart the spirit particles that form your bones and then reform them. In a way different from ordinary Shinigami, your spirit particles will be reformed. If you want to use my most powerful ability, ordinary spirit bodies will not be able to withstand it. You can only use this method to cast your spirit body. Only after this method of recasting will your spirit body be able to withstand the burden of using your strength. This process of recasting will take about 26 hours. You should enjoy this process. Sora said to Maayang with a smirk on his face. Hearing Sora's words, Maayang's face turned white. This kind of pain that seemed to break all the bones in his body actually had to endure for 26 hours. I suggest you have a good feeling of the arrangement of Rishi in the process of bone recombination. There will be unexpected gains. Suddenly, Sora seemed to think of something and said to Maayang mysteriously. Maayang was stunned. Then he suppressed the other emotions in his heart and tried his best to ignore the pain of bones recasting. He felt the arrangement of Rishi in his body with his heart. Although Sora often teased him, he would not lie about such things. In the outside world, just as Sora drew the dark purple lightning into Maayang's body suddenly shook. His spiritual power, who had been suppressed, suddenly emitted a wave of fluctuation. The spiritual power, that had been suppressed all this time, rose up in an instant, but it only flashed away. Before it could explode, it was suppressed back. The moment Maayang's spiritual power fluctuated, Yoruichi, who was closest to him, was immediately awakened by Maayang's powerful spiritual power from her nap. Although Maayang's spiritual power only fluctuated in an instant, Yoruichi still felt the extremely strong spiritual power hidden in Maayang's body. So powerful. So this guy has entered the Sword Zen. Although I don't know what he is experiencing now, just the unconscious spiritual power fluctuation is so powerful. This guy is indeed worthy of being the 100-year captain. Shit. What's wrong, Tessai? Hearing the sudden exclamation of the Tsukubishi Tessai, Yoruichi immediately turned around and asked with a serious face. Just now, Captain Kimura's spiritual power suddenly fluctuated. Because of the sudden and unprepared situation, I did not cover his spiritual power in the moment just now. Although it was only at that moment, and Captain Kimura immediately suppressed his spiritual power, but I don't know if anyone just felt it. If it were. Tsukubishi Tessai did not continue to speak, but Yoruichi had already understood what he meant. If someone just felt it in the moment just now, then their situation was not good. Although that spiritual power was just released and retracted, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't feel it. Even if they could not clearly know and find where they were now, but if carefully investigated, they could still find them. The worst thing is that if Aizen felt it in that moment just now, then their situation is even worse. Yoruichi glanced at Kisuke, who was busy making the Gigai. Now Kisuke has just started to make the Gigai. If it is discovered at this time, it is not a simple thing to escape smoothly. Yoruichi stood up, walked to the cave entrance, leaned against the wall, and now only prayed that no one had sensed it just now. Chapter 100, Suzuki Kusa's Bankai Captain. Suzuki Kusa cried out in alarm. She woke up from her sleep. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Just now, she dreamed that Captain Kimura had died in an accident during a mission. The dream was so realistic that it was as real as reality. It woke her up from her dream. Sitting up from the bed, Suzuki Kusa reached out to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Then, she patted her chest with a frightened look. Fortunately, it was just a dream. If the captain was really gone, she didn't know how she would survive alone. Suzuki Kusa thought of the scene before she fell asleep. A happy smile appeared on her face. At that time, she was talking to the captain. This was a wonderful time that had never happened before. Although Maayang used to be very gentle to her and they often chatted, the last night was different. She felt that at that time, when she was closest to Captain Kimura, the distance between their hearts had never been so far. Suddenly, the smile on Suzuki Kusa's face disappeared. She revealed a frightened expression and her body trembled involuntarily. Her eyes were fixed on the thing on her bedside. It was something she was no stranger to. It could definitely be said to be familiar. She slowly reached out her hand to the thing on her bedside. Suzuki Kusa only hoped that what she saw was fake. She only hoped that when her hand touched it, she would find that it was just her illusion. However, the result was always disappointing. Suzuki Kusa's hand finally touched the hori. It was still a familiar touch. As soon as Suzuki Kusa touched it, he knew that this was the hori that Maayang had worn before. She was very familiar with all of Maayang's clothes, even more familiar than Maayang himself. Holding the hori in her arms, Suzuki Kusa had all kinds of thoughts. What was the captain going to do? Why did he take off the hori? Did he not know what this meant? After a long time, Suzuki Kusa woke up from the myriad of clues in her heart. Although she didn't know what Captain was going to do, the most important thing now was to find Captain and ask why he took off Captain hori. After folding Maayang's Captain hori and putting it on her bedside, Suzuki Kusa put Zanpakuto on her waist and opened the door to go out. She was no longer the little girl from before. She was the vice captain of 10th Division and the adjutant of Kimura. When Suzuki Kusa came out of the room, the sky was already bright. After asking the subordinates and confirming that they did not see Maayang's whereabouts, Suzuki Kusa could not help but add a bit of worry in his heart. The captain went out alone and did not even inform any members. It did not feel like a good thing. After asking the 10th Division for no result, Suzuki Kusa decided to go to other division to explore. As she went to several division one after another, Suzuki Kusa's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. She learned from the members of other division. Several captain and vice captain who were ordered to investigate the case of the disappearance of the soul last night had no reply until now. The whole thing seemed to be shrouded in a fog. Walking on the street, Suzuki Kusa's heart was full of doubts and thick worry. Where was the captain now? A burst of spiritual power suddenly flashed. This flash of spiritual power did not seem to be very strong, and it was just a flash. Normally, no one would notice it. However, just as the flash of spiritual power reached her, Suzuki Kusa seemed to be struck by lightning. She was really too familiar with that spiritual power. Although it was very weak, as if it were covered by something, Suzuki Kusa was extremely good at perception. Moreover, this was the spiritual power she was most familiar with, the same spiritual power that she would never forget no matter what. Captain. A trace of excitement appeared on Suzuki Kusa's face. She turned around and looked in the direction where she had sensed that spiritual power. Sokyoku. Without any hesitation, Suzuki Kusa moved her feet and rushed towards Sokyoku. Lord Aizen, shall we proceed with the next step of the plan? No. Aizen's face showed an enigmatic smile. They are no longer in the 12th Division, there is no need to continue. But. Didn't you hear what I said? Aizen still had a smile on his face and whispered, but Tosen Kaname, who heard Aizen's words, was scared and immediately knelt to the ground, looking panicked. Sorry, please forgive my offense, Lord Aizen. This time it is okay, you stand up, but don't question my decision next time. Yes, Lord Aizen. Tosen Kaname stood up in a well-behaved manner, and there was still some sweat on his face. He didn't know whether he was scared by Aizen or because he had just touched the wound on his body. Jin, what do you think? Those people can't escape the scheme of Captain Aizen. Ikamaru Jin grinned and said with a smile, with an innocent expression on his face. Oh, these people will finally become our stepping stone on the road to success. Aizen corner of the mouth showed a smile, a confident look. Huh? Suddenly feeling a rapid movement of spiritual power, Aizen eyebrows picked up, and his face showed a strange smile. It seems that someone has helped us find them. Yes, prepare to proceed with the next step of the plan. Yes, Lord Aizen. This is the place where I sensed Captain's spiritual power before, but why can't I feel anything now? Not only can't I sense Captain's spiritual power, but I can't even sense any trace of spiritual power here. What is going on? Suzuki Kusa stood in the woods of the Sokyoku, full of distress. The place she had sensed before was here. This was absolutely not wrong. Suzuki Kusa had absolute confidence in her perception. She would never make a mistake. However, after arriving here, she could not even sense a trace of spiritual power. Even the remnants of spiritual power had been cleaned up. The Sokyoku was so big, how could she find the captain? Suzuki Kusa was helpless. The Sokyoku was such a large area. If she couldn't sense spiritual power, it would be impossible for her to find Maiyang alone. She had been searching here for a long time. Suddenly, Suzuki Kusa was stunned. She looked at Hell's butterfly who suddenly appeared in front of her and gently reached out to catch it. After listening to the news from Hell's butterfly, Suzuki Kusa trembled as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes were full of disbelief. How was this possible? The captain and Kisuke conducted evil research and conducted cruel experiments on Shinji and the other 8 people. Now, they were hiding from punishment. How could Suzuki Kusa believe this? However, this was indeed an order issued by the higher-ups, and it was directly issued from the central 46 room. Suzuki Kusa felt as if the entire world was covered in a layer of fog. She was unable to see through anything. It was as if an invisible black hand was pushing all of this. This caused a trace of fear to rise in her heart. It was a fear of the unknown. She couldn't slow down like this anymore. She had to find the captain as soon as possible. Suzuki Kusa made a decision in her heart. With a touch of her hand, she had already pulled out her Zanpakuto from her waist. A trace of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Kumozi. Her Zanpakuto flashed with light and changed its appearance. The bright red pendant and the red blade made the whole blade look a bit evil. Her arm turned over and inserted her Zanpakuto into the ground. A wave of spiritual power spread out with Suzuki Kusa as the center. It spread like a sound wave, and everything around Suzuki Kusa was clearly presented in her mind. Huh? Sitting on the ground, Tsukubishi Tessai's face suddenly changed. What's wrong, Tessai? Yoruichi muscles suddenly tightened and turned to look at Tsukubishi Tessai. Someone is spying here, but I found it in time. Tsukubishi Tessai hesitated for a moment and glanced at Maiyang who was sitting there. From the spiritual power, it seems to be Vice Captain Suzuki Kusu. Kusu? Yoruichi was stunned and hesitated for a moment, but then calmed down. Tessai, you set up the barrier and don't let her find it. It's better to wait for Kimura to wake up and let him decide. I know. After saying that, Tsukubishi Tessai closed his eyes and said no more. Yoruichi also closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, no longer speaking. What? I still haven't felt Captain's spiritual power. Suzuki Kusa opened her eyes. With her Zanpakuto's ability to explore, she still couldn't find Maiyang's spiritual power. Suzuki Kusa gritted her teeth, her face revealed a trace of solemnity, and there was a faint trace of red spiritual power rising on his body. Bunchi, Kumozi. With Suzuki Kusa's Benkei, the shape of Zanpakuto in her hand suddenly changed greatly. The originally red blade became as pure and transparent as white jade at this time, and the original red pendant became a pure white filament, hanging on the hilt. Suzuki Kusa herself was not known for her spiritual power. Although she had Benkei at this time, under the suppression control, she did not burst out much energy. Unless someone paid special attention, ordinary people could not feel any difference here. Suzuki Kusa looked at her Zanpakuto in her hand, and there was no joy on her face. This Zanpakuto, if not for an emergency, she would not let it show up in this form. She gently raised her Zanpakuto in her hand, and the white filaments hanging on the hilt seemed to have life. The original less than 20 centimeters of filament suddenly became long, and with Suzuki Kusa as the center, it spread out in all directions, as if there was no limit to extending, and each filament had a strange aura. Everything around was suddenly in the range of Suzuki Kusa's spiritual power perception. Found it. Suddenly, Suzuki Kusa opened her eyes and revealed a hint of joy. Her body instantly disappeared and then he suddenly appeared outside the cave where Yoruichi and others were. Shit. Tsukubishi Tessai suddenly opened his eyes and his expression changed. What's wrong? Yoruichi instantly appeared beside Tsukubishi Tessai and asked nervously. Someone has invaded my barrier. Yoruichi's face suddenly changed, her body instantly tightened, and she was ready to fight. Found it. In 5th Division, Aizen, who has been paying attention to Suzuki Kusu, suddenly showed a smile on his face. What a surprise. I don't know what kind of surprise it will bring me next. I am really looking forward to it. Chapter 101, Exposed. Yoruichi treaded her way towards the entrance of the cave vigilantly. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the entrance, and Yoruichi immediately rushed toward that figure in the dark cave with clenched fists. She couldn't afford to let anyone know that Maayang and the rest were here. The moment Kusa entered the cave, she was overjoyed as she felt Maayang's spiritual pressure. However, she didn't have the time to observe her surrounding, and that was the time she heard a loud sound in her ear. Kusa shivered and immediately raised her Zanpakuto to block the enemy's ambush. Bang! Although Kusa did block Yoruichi's punch, she was pushed back quite far nonetheless. Kusa took a few steps back before going completely stiff as she was quite surprised. She was using Bankai now, and even though she was nowhere near the level of a captain, she wasn't to be taken lightly either, yet she was pushed back quite far. However, Yoruichi was even more surprised as she didn't hold back at all just now, yet Kusa was only pushed back, which shouldn't be possible for those below a captain's level. Captain Yoruichi. Kusa completely froze when she saw the face of the person that just punched her. Despite that, she didn't put her Zanpakuto away, nor did she let her guard down. Kusu. How did you find this place? Yoruichi stopped attacking as soon as she heard Kusu's voice, but she was just as vigilant as Kusu was. However, when she saw the Zanpakuto in Kusu's hand, Yoruichi's eyes widened. That shape. The crystal clear and near-transparent blade like white jade and the pure white silk thread hanging on the hilt made it completely different from Kusu's Zanpakuto in Shikai and unreleased state. Is this Bankai? Did she learn Bankai already? Yoruichi looked at the person in front of her with excitement. She knew that it'd be hard for Kusa to learn Bankai since her spiritual pressure was quite low when she was born. Now, she was in dilemma whether she should thank God for rewarding Kusa's hard work, or should she praise Maayang for raising and guiding her this far since she was considered talentless. Captain Yoruichi, what about Captain? Kusa asked anxiously as she looked at Yoruichi in the eye. Is she here to find Kimura? Yoruichi still wondered even though she already knew that must be the case. Kusu. Why are you here? Maayang beat Yoruichi to it. His whole body was still aching due to skeleton restructure. After listening to Kaznosora's words and actually going through with the Rishi reconstruction himself, Maayang seemed to grasp what was happening to his body. This process would make his bones several times stronger, but he immediately woke up when he sensed Kusa's spiritual pressure, albeit it was a little bit different from her usual spiritual pressure. As Maayang approached Kusu, the Zanpakuto in Kusu's hands eventually entered his field of vision, and he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. He had never seen Kusu's Zanpakuto in that form before, so he immediately asked, "Is that your Bankai, Kusu?" "Captain." Seeing Maayang, Kusu was on the verge of tears. She was relieved that Maayang was safe and sound. In response to Maayang's question, Kusu nodded, "This is my Bankai Kamizen no Kumo." "Well done." Hearing Kusu's affirmation, Maayang nodded as she was proud of her before turning towards Yoruichi. "Okay, there's no need to be so tense, Yoruichi." After what Maayang said, Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Kusu didn't mean them any harm. "Okay, Kusu, can you tell us what is happening outside now?" Maayang took Kusu inside and asked her to sit beside Tsukubishi Tessai, and the three were completely fixated on Kusu, waiting for her answer. They didn't know the current situation out there since they've been hiding there for a while. Kusu then explained about the current situation now, but she didn't know that much either. Although there was no report whatsoever from those in charge of the soul disappearance case, and 13 Division of Imperial Guards couldn't find any information related to them even after launching a thorough investigation. So, to avoid panic, only a select few knew about the news, and Kusu was basically clueless about what happened until she received the news from Hell Butterfly, so she only told them everything she heard from the Hell Butterfly. "Captain, what the hell is going on? Why did Central 46 announce that kind of news?" "So, the Central 46 themselves ordered this. I'm sure this is part of Aizen's plan." Maayang nodded, looking thoughtful, after hearing some comments from Kusu. "Central 46's order? How did those old fogies end up taking Aizen's? I mean, I know they're very stubborn and old-fashioned, but at least their behavior is always in line with a moral compass, yet why did they take Aizen's?" Yoruichi said with a curious look. "It's Kyoka Suigetsu. I think those old fogies believed what they were doing was in line with Soul Society's moral compass because of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu." "Captain." Maayang turned toward Kusu and said, "I don't know since when you learned Bankai, but we'll save that for later. With this, I can rest easy and leave the 10th Division in your hands." "What?" The look on Kusa's face instantly changed. Where are you going, Captain? Where? Of course, I'll be accompanying them and leave Soul Society. Shinji and the rest had no choice but to leave Soul Society, and Kisuke's help is indispensable if we want to cure them. Captain, I will go with you. Kusa said without hesitation with determined eyes. You? Yang laughed. I'm afraid that wouldn't work. If you are gone, what will happen to the 10th Division? I don't care about that. I just want to go wherever Captain goes. Seeing the determined expression on Kusa's face, Yang was at a loss, but what should he do? Although Kusa was usually quite docile, this time she seemed like a whole different person, but since this was her own decision, there was no room for negotiation. Not good. Tsukubishi Tessai's complexion suddenly changed, and his eyes widened as he looked at Yang and Yoruichi. Someone is here. Is it just a coincidence? Yoruichi's complexion changed and asked. I don't know what this person is here for. Tsukubishi Tessai's tone was heavy. Can you tell whose spiritual pressure is it? Yang asked. If it were Captain Commander, it would be bad. Tsukubishi Tessai closed his eyes and sharpened his senses to perceive whose spiritual pressure it was before opening his eyes and shook his head. I can't tell. Let me try. Kusa suddenly waved the Zanpakuto in her hand. The silk thread hanging at the Zanpakuto's hilt then extended all the way out, slowly fading as it crossed Tsukubishi Tessai's barrier. The scenery outside suddenly entered Kusa's head. A moment later, Kusa opened her eyes and immediately looked at Yang. It's Captain Kiraku. Your Zanpakuto can even do that? Yang didn't expect that Kusa was even capable of that after learning Bankai. He is all by himself? Yes. Yang and Yoruichi glanced at each other, and both of them clearly had their doubts about this. Why did Shunsei Kiraku come here alone? But this was not the time to think about this problem. Kisuke, how many Gigai you've completed? Yang turned his head and asked Kisuke Urahara. 9 so far, and your Gigai is already done. I don't think we can make it. Take care of Shinji and the rest. Go ahead without me. What? Kisuke Urahara stopped his hands and looked at Yang. We may have been found out. Go on ahead and take them to human world. I will buy as much time for you as I can. See you there. You. Relax, I have a plan. As Urahara saw the look in Yang's eyes, he nodded. It seemed like there was no other way. Now that he realized the time was running out, Urahara picked up the pace and continued making Gigai as fast as he could. Yang then stood up and immediately walked outside. Captain. Seeing Yang stand up, Kusa also stood up and looked at Yang nervously. Don't worry, you can tag along if you want. It shouldn't be a problem if it's just Kiraku. I leave the 10th Division in your hands once I leave. Yang immediately used flash steps and arrived at Sokyoku Hill before Kusa could answer him. Kusa followed Yang shortly after. I wonder what's going to happen. Yang murmured on top of Sokyoku Hill. The process of his skeleton reconstruction hasn't finished. Not only was he in constant pain, he also couldn't move a few parts of his body, meaning he couldn't fight at his best. Chapter 102, The Captain Arrives. You really are here? Kiraku said as he tilted down his straw hat with a knowing look on his eyes. Yes. Yang nodded, but that aside, how did you know I am here? Although I look so lazy and unmotivated most of the time, the 8th Division is an intelligence team, remember? Kiraku said with a smug. So that's how it is. Yang nodded, then looked towards Kiraku. So, what are you planning to do? Wait, don't be hasty. You know me, don't you? Realizing Yang seemed somewhat on guard around him, Kiraku tried to calm Yang down. Only after Yang seemed less on guard did Kiraku smile before getting serious again. So, can you tell me your part of the story? Although Yang did calm down a little, he remained vigilant. Although Kiraku always seemed laid back and flamboyant, he wouldn't hesitate to resort to cheap tricks once things got serious. Although he couldn't completely trust him, Kiraku was a keen person that could distinguish the truth. There was no guarantee that Kiraku would believe him even if he told him what he knew, but he should be able to think on his own, and it might have a certain impact on Aizen's future actions. With that in mind, Yang decided to tell him what he knew, including Aizen's scheme and goals. As for Aizen's Kyokusuagetsu's true ability, Yang was still wondering whether he should tell Kiraku about it. Aizen has planned everything thoroughly, and before going up against him again, Yang didn't want to change the plot too much. He didn't know how much change he'd cause to the original plot if he exposed Aizen's Kyokusuagetsu ability. Besides, if the plot were mostly unchanged, then he'd hold the key for the battle 100 years later because he had the vital information. After listening to Yang's explanation, Kiraku was silent. He believed most of what Yang said. After all, he and Yang have been friends for more than 100 years, so he knew that Yang was not the kind of person who would do that kind of thing. Moreover, he, Hiroko Shinji, and the rest have been friends for more than 100 years, and Shinji used to be Ma Yang's lieutenant too. However, Aizen being the mastermind was a whole different story. Although he knew that there was no need for Ma Yang to frame a lieutenant, he did see Aizen in Siriate AI last night at the 5th Division with 2 other 5th Division members at the almost exact same time as Ma Yang encountered Aizen, according to his story. Kiraku realized there must be something Ma Yang was hiding from him. Although he didn't know what it was, Kiraku had a feeling that it might be the key to this matter, but since Ma Yang didn't say it, he figured out that Ma Yang must have his reasons. Kiraku looked slightly relaxed as he cast the doubt away from his heart and then asked, "How is Lisa-chan?" "It's still hard to say at this point. Can she be cured?" "Of course." Seeing that Kiraku seemed so concerned, Ma Yang replied vehemently and then added, "With Gizuku's ability, they will be fine for sure." Hearing Ma Yang's determined answer, Kiraku was relieved. He was sincerely worried about Lisa, but since Ma Yang answered so vehemently, he just had to believe in him. Kiraku was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed and then looked towards Ma Yang with a wry smile. "This is bad, old man Yama is here." Just as like Kiraku, Ma Yang also showed an apparent change in his face. Now that Kiraku said it, he also sensed Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was approaching. However, in his current state, he couldn't even hold his Zanpakuto, and even if he could, there was no chance he could win against Yamamoto. While Ma Yang was still busy thinking of a way out, Yamamoto has already appeared in front of Kiraku with his Captain Haori fluttering in the wind. The look of anger couldn't be concealed from his face as he looked at Ma Yang. Seeing the look Yamamoto's face made Ma Yang shiver. This was the first time Ma Yang saw Yamamoto this angry. At worst, he just scared everyone with a glare. "Do you have anything else you want to tell me?" Yamamoto said with an imposing tone. "Old man Yamamoto, there's something fishy about this whole case. Can you please hear Kimura out first?" Even Kiraku was also startled. How long has it been since he saw old man Yamamoto this angry? Was it because he had high hopes for Kimura? Kiraku did not know for sure, but he immediately stepped up, hoping that he could appease Yamamoto. Otherwise, only God knew what would happen. Hearing Kiraku's words, Yamamoto restrained himself for a bit. "Is it as Kiraku said? Did you really know something I don't?" Ma Yang was touched when he heard Yamamoto's question. Normally, Yamamoto wouldn't ask that kind of question once he deemed someone was at fault. Just like his Zanpakuto, Yamamoto's temper was like a blazing fire. In short, he went as far as asking Ma Yang this question because of his affection for him. But despite knowing Yamamoto's intention, Ma Yang decided not to say anything. Even if he spilled out everything about Aizen and took him down, Shinji and the others would not escape the fate of being executed. There was no way Central 46 would let Shinji and the rest, who tainted Shinigami's reputation by taking in Hollow's power, walk away. Even Yamamoto, the captain commander of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, can't refuse Central 46's commands. Seeing Ma Yang bowed in silence, Yamamoto burst into a rage once again. Kiraku inwardly sighed because he didn't expect things would turn this bad. "Since you have nothing to say, just stay down and let me finish you off myself." Yamamoto held his staff up, and a terrifying spiritual pressure slowly arose within his body, like a sleeping beast gradually waking up. The wooden staff was peeled off, revealing a Zanpakuto hidden in the staff, the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto in Soul Society. "Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin-Jakka." Like a volcanic eruption, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged from Yamamoto. It was the most powerful spiritual pressure that Ma Yang had ever felt so far. It was nothing like how he fought Yamamoto last time. At the same time, as Yamamoto surged wildly, a blazing flame followed as if to scorch the air itself. Ma Yang felt like his skin was scorched even though there was quite a distance between him and Yamamoto. It wasn't until this moment that Ma Yang realized that Yamamoto didn't go all out during their bout last time. If Yamamoto was really at full strength right now, then Ma Yang suspected that he only used half of its strength last time. "Get away." Realizing how intimidating Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was, Ma Yang immediately told Kusa to back off as she might die from the impact alone even though she has learned Benkai. Suzuki Kusa nodded and immediately retreated. She also realized that there was nothing she could do this time, so instead of staying there and drag Ma Yang down, she might as well retreat so that Ma Yang could focus. "Come, young gun," Yamamoto said with glaring eyes as the flame around him burned even hotter. Chapter 103, Captain. Even after Yamamoto laid bare his killing intent, Ma Yang just stood still without the slightest hint of doing anything. "How naive," Yamamoto said when he saw Ma Yang didn't even take a stance even though he was ready to take him down at any moment. With a swing of Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, a flame rushed towards Ma Yang like a dragon. He could feel its heat even before it touched his skin, as expected of the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society for thousands of years. Maiyang neither drew his Zanpakuto, nor did he use flash steps to dodge it. Instead, he decided to block Yamamoto's attack barehanded. He took a stance and punched the flame with his left fist. Bang! Even though Maiyang was shocked by the force generated from the impact, he managed to repel Yamamoto's flame. "Oh, are you planning to fight me without even drawing your Zanpakuto?" Yamamoto wasn't really surprised when he saw his flame was repelled so easily by Maiyang, as he roughly knew what Maiyang was capable of. "I did it out of respect for you, Captain Commander," Maiyang said to Yamamoto, standing tall before him. "Preposterous. Do you think I will lend an ear to your reasoning at this point?" Yamamoto glared, followed by the flame from his Zanpakuto surging through the sky as if trying to dye the sky red. Maiyang only saw a silhouette flashing in front of him and felt a scorching heat from his side before a sword almost grazed his face. It was so close that he could feel the wind from the swinging impact. He reflectively bent his back to dodge the attack, then planted his left foot on the ground as a pivot and drove his right foot at Yamamoto as fast as he could. However, Maiyang's kick didn't land as Yamamoto immediately used flash steps and appeared behind Maiyang the moment his attack missed. Feeling an ominous wind behind him, Maiyang shuddered. As expected of the Captain Commander, his flash steps was so fast. Then again, even though Maiyang was amazed by Yamamoto's flash steps, he didn't plan on losing either. He immediately used flash steps as well and disappeared before Yamamoto's eyes. Even though Maiyang managed to avoid Yamamoto's attack once again, Yamamoto was already beside him, swinging his Zanpakuto at Maiyang's waist. Nothing less than someone a flash steps expert who had honed his flash steps for thousands of years. An average person couldn't even hope to achieve the same level as him. That was Maiyang's thought when Yamamoto's Zanpakuto slashed him. SSSKKK. Maiyang seemed dazed as he couldn't believe that he'd be taken down so easily as the flame of Yamamoto's Zanpakuto burned him to cinders. What? Seeing Maiyang was engulfed in Rukonjai's flame, Kusa couldn't help but cry out in surprise, but she immediately calmed down as if sensing something. Way of Onmitsu, third of the Shio, Otsuzumi. Maiyang suddenly appeared behind Yamamoto, looking at Yamamoto in an imposing manner without a single scratch on his body. Interesting. Yamamoto turned around and glanced at Maiyang. However, it's nothing but a little trick. Are you not going to draw your Zanpakuto at all? I already gave you a chance to do so, so don't blame me if you die before even drawing your Zanpakuto. Seeing Yamamoto's calm eyes, Maiyang found himself terrified. Yamamoto was frightening enough when he was angry, but Maiyang knew deep down that he was even scarier when he was calm and collected. Knowing he was in danger, Maiyang immediately drew his Zanpakuto and held it in his left hand. Usually Maiyang would use both hands to hold his Zanpakuto, but since his right hand couldn't move properly yet, he had no choice but to use his left hand. Indeed, it was better than fighting barehanded, but Yamamoto noticed something odd about the way Maiyang drew and held his Zanpakuto. Even Kiraku and Kusa frowned when he saw it. So that's how it is. You can't hold your Zanpakuto with your right hand, that explains why you're insisting on fighting me barehanded. Yamamoto squinted for a few seconds before his eyes widened all of a sudden again, but no matter what kind of circumstances you're in, I'll still beat the answer out of you. Play your melody, Kase no Sora. Intense lightning crept up from Maiyang's Zanpakuto into his body, shrouding him like a lightning armor that gave off a crackling sound. Kase no Sora, the strongest wind-type Zanpakuto in Soul Society. Its wind element is so strong that it came with additional lightning attribute power, and even that secondary power is stronger than most lightning types on Zanpakuto. Yamamoto sounded a little regretful as he glanced at Maiyang. I thought you would be one of my loyal men who will enforce Soul Society's justice, but you turn out to be. Forget it. There's no point in exchanging words any further. Since you have used Shike, I will no longer hold back. Yamamoto said solemnly. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Maiyang gasped. He couldn't help but wonder just how strong Yamamoto truly was if he still held back just now. Rukonjaka, Hitatsum, Nadagiri. Sensing the formidable power from Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, Maiyang couldn't help but palpitate. However, he made sure to grasp the situation. Immediately after, Maiyang counterattacked with 3 consecutive slashes, and each of them formed a compressed air blade. The 3 compressed air blades combined into one, enhancing its power before coming into contact with Yamamoto's attack. Bang! The collision of their attack caused a catastrophic after-effect, followed by a rumbling sound. It was so intense that Kiraku and Kusa were forced to retreat further. Before the aftermath of their attack subsided, both Yamamoto and Maiyang already rushed forward. Yamamoto's Zanpakuto was covered by scorching hot flame, while Maiyang's Zanpakuto was enveloped in azure light. However, that azure light was not to be underestimated, as the spiritual pressure it contained was clearly on a whole different level. Dang. Maiyang exchanged blows with Yamamoto so many times, and each of them would cause catastrophic aftermath, making it seem as if Sokioka Hill was just hit by a fallen meteor. I never expect Kimura is already at the point where he can stand his own against Old Man Yama. Kiraku was in awe when he witnessed Maiyang's power. There was a chance that Maiyang might be even stronger than himself. The two kept fighting, and at some point, Maiyang was forced on the defensive. He didn't seem to be in such a good state, with his clothes being kindled and burned as the battle went on. He had to endure the extreme heat before he could do anything, and that alone helped cut down his capability in battle quite considerably. However, if he didn't protect himself from the heat with his spiritual pressure, he wouldn't be able to withstand the heat, so he was in a dilemma. Maiyang readjusted his breathing. Although it was true that his clothes were constantly burned, he didn't sustain any major injury. Maiyang didn't know what to say at this point. Although his right hand couldn't hold his Zanpakuto because of the skeletal reconstruction process, and he was forced to fend off Yamamoto's attack with only his left hand, he didn't feel like he was at a disadvantage at all, as his speed and power have skyrocketed. His spiritual pressure and reaction speed had risen as well. Hadn't he gained this advantage, he wouldn't be able to fend off Yamamoto's attack even if he could use his right hand. Chapter 104, Benkei, Hage's no Kairu. Urahara finally arrived when Maiyang and Yamamoto were busy wreaking havoc on Sokioka Hill. Kisuke, is everything ready? Yoruichi immediately asked Urahara when she saw the last Gigai was done. Well, aside from Kimura's Gigai, I've finished 10 Gigai. Urahara sighed, looking completely exhausted. He has been at it for 20 straight hours, after all. Let's hurry then, Yoruichi said almost immediately. MHMM. Urahara nodded as he began putting Shinji's spirit body into the newly completed Gigai. This spiritual pressure concealing Gigai that he just developed could completely block off the spiritual pressure of anything inside it, even from the most sophisticated spiritual pressure detector equipment, which Urahara has specially developed to hide in human world safely. Seeing Urahara was consistently loading Shinji and the rest into the Gigais, Yoruichi was a bit relieved. She believed that they would be cured with Kisuke's help. Then again, she could also feel the violent spiritual pressure from Maiyang and Yamamoto fighting on Sokioka Hill. Even if Maiyang was quite strong, his opponent this time was the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years of 13 Division of Imperial Guards' history. Could he really make his escape with such a formidable opponent? Yoruichi-san. Yoruichi came back to her senses when she heard Urahara's voice. She couldn't even sense Urahara and Tessai's spiritual pressure now, even though they were right in front of her because of the Gigai. She couldn't help but be amazed at Urahara's skill. We're ready to go. You guys go on ahead. I will contact you again. Understood. Urahara nodded and then looked towards Yoruichi with a trace of concern in his eyes. You'll be on your own, so be careful. TSK. Who do you think you're talking to? You're the one who should be careful. Yoruichi said with a confident look in her eyes. Got it. Urahara chuckled before taking Shinji and the rest together to Senkaiman that Tessai had opened before. Kisuke. Urahara stopped. Take care. Urahara grinned before turning around and said, I'm truly grateful we can experience moments like this with Yoruichi-san. On that note, Urahara returned to his poker face and stepped into the Senkaiman. Goodbye, Yoruichi-san. Yoruichi's emotion got the better of her as she watched Urahara and Tessai left through Senkaiman. Yoruichi. She couldn't help but feel a little sad and lonely, but quickly suppressed the emotions in her heart. Since Kisuke had already left, she should go as well. Right above her, Kimura was facing Captain Commander by himself. In a blink of an eye, Yoruichi had already arrived at Sokioka Hill using flash steps. As the Onmitsukido's commander-in-chief, she could easily conceal her whereabouts, even from the three powerful captains nearby. None of them realized that she was hiding somewhere nearby. Of course, that was partly because they were also focused on the battle between Maiyang and Yamamoto. Kusu, however, noticed Yoruichi right after she used flash steps, but she made sure not to let it show on her face. She was a little relieved because Urahara should have left without a hitch now that Yoruichi was here, and the only task at hand was making their escape. Maiyang wasn't aware that Yoruichi was already in the vicinity, but he did anticipate that Urahara should have been done with his preparation and headed to the world of the living as long as there was no unexpected situation, so he had to think about how to escape from Yamamoto, but of course that was no easy task. Maiyang's right hand suddenly trembled. He could feel that the skeletal reconstruction on his right hand was almost over. He'd be able to go all out as long as he could buy a little more time. Once it was complete, escaping should be no problem even if he couldn't defeat Yamamoto. Shua. While Maiyang and Yamamoto were busy fighting, several silhouettes appeared on Sokioka Hill. Kiraku, What in the world happened that Genri Uzai-sensei actually let out such a massive spiritual pressure? Yukitake immediately asked Kiraku the moment he saw him. Kachiki Jinrai and Retsu Anohana, who arrived at the same time as Yukitake, also looked towards Shunsei Kiraku with puzzled eyes, waiting for his answer. Kiraku then went ahead and told them the whole story, of course, without mentioning a thing about Aizen. After all, it was nothing but Ma-Yang's opinion. There was no easy way to explain it without raising a question among them. Besides, even if Ma-Yang were captain, his words wouldn't always mean the truth, especially when it sounded like nothing but slandering a lieutenant. After listening to Kiraku's story, everyone's eyes were focused on Ma-Yang and Yamamoto. Even though they all knew that Ma-Yang was a renowned prodigy, and he has constantly built his strength throughout the years, no one expected that he could stand his ground against Captain Commander. TSK Kenpachi Zaraki clicked his tongue after seeing who was fighting on Sokioka Hill. I immediately rushed here after sensing such a tremendous spiritual pressure. So much for hoping it was a new guy that I can fight with. Although Kenpachi Zaraki was extremely belligerent, he was not tactless. No matter how he looked at it, there was no place for him to join the fight. Furthermore, no matter how reluctant he was to admit it, he knew that both Ma-Yang and Yamamoto were beyond his league. Good grief, I didn't expect the brat from back then has become this powerful. Yamamoto couldn't contain his sentiment, be proud that you can push me this far. Yamamoto then raised his Zanpakuto high with his right hand, and his left hand also gripped the Zanpakuto's hilt. Once he held his Zanpakuto with both hands, the atmosphere around him changed. Seeing Yamamoto's move, all captains watching them were startled. That posture is Kendo. As Yamamoto's students, Kiraku and Yukitake were obviously familiar with Yamamoto's Kendo. Kenpachi Zaraki had also studied Kendo under Yamamoto for a few days, and needless to say that Retsu Anohana and Kachiki Jinrai were aware of that too, and that was exactly why they were even more surprised. Ma-Yang himself was surprised. He has learned sword art under Yamamoto's guidance for a while, and he had experienced firsthand how strong Yamamoto was when he used Kendo. He could already feel the pressure the moment Yamamoto took his stance, and he backpedaled before realizing it. Under the current circumstances, Ma-Yang couldn't afford to worry about his right hand. All he knew was there was no way he could withstand Yamamoto's Kendo with only Shikai. Ma-Yang's Zanpakuto suddenly glowed and an astonishing amount of spiritual pressure burst out of Ma-Yang's body, followed by the lighting around it. His eyes were clear yet intimidating. Bunkei, Hage's no Kairu. Chapter 105, Splendid Bunchi, Hage's no Kairu. An immense spiritual pressure burst forth from Ma-Yang, and the spectator's expression changed. It was an extremely powerful spiritual pressure, even from a captain's perspective. Seeing Yamamoto was ready to strike him down with his flame-covered Zanpakuto, Ma-Yang couldn't think of anything else other than using his Bunkai. His Zanpakuto was instantly covered in purple light, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be minuscule lightning and the almost visible wind blending into one. As Ma-Yang defended himself from Yamamoto's attack with his Zanpakuto, a loud sound instantly echoed throughout Sokioka Hill. Boom! As the two Zanpakutos collided, the flame on Yamamoto's Zanpakuto burst forth, dyeing the sky red, and the wind from the impact forced everyone back. Despite being able to withstand Yamamoto's attack, Ma-Yang backed off a few steps. Even though he was using Bunkai now, he was slightly more at ease if he put some distance from Yamamoto. Yamamoto brandished his Zanpakuto before lowering it down, and the flame around him converged around him. He then stared intently at Ma-Yang in the distance. Ma-Yang also brandished his Zanpakuto, and his body was suddenly enveloped by the wind. The wind that was invisible and intangible suddenly solidified around Ma-Yang to the point that it was visible to the naked eye. To be honest, I don't really want to fight you with old man Yamamoto. Ma-Yang sighed as he glanced at his Zanpakuto. Hadn't he used Bunkai at the last minute, he wouldn't be able to stop Yamamoto's attack for sure. In fact, Yamamoto's flame became even fiercer because of his wind element Zanpakuto. You're still spouting such a thing after going this far? Just how naive can you be? Yamamoto scolded Ma-Yang. He didn't expect that Ma-Yang was still as soft as ever, even though he had gotten stronger. There shouldn't be any more hesitation now that they both have drawn their sword. The blade of those who hesitated shall never reach their enemy. Ma-Yang was speechless when he heard Yamamoto was actually lecturing him at a time like this, thinking that he was hesitating. That's not it, old man Yama. Although he kind of made fun of Yamamoto deep down for getting the wrong way, Ma-Yang sincerely respected him, whether it was for his strength or fighting spirit, but I didn't want to fight with you out of hesitation. It's because of the bad matchup between our Zanpakuto. Ma-Yang swung his Zanpakuto, which sent forth a gust of wind to demonstrate his Zanpakuto's power. You should be aware that my Zanpakuto is a wind element, and your Zanpakuto is a fire element. Wind will only intensify fire, so a wind-type Zanpakuto like mine should be at a disadvantage against yours. I see. Yamamoto noticed that Maayang's clothes were burned down by the flame just now. Are you trying to say that you lose against me simply because your Zanpakuto has a bad affinity with mine? No, no, no. Maayang waved his hand. Zanpakuto is also one's strength. How can I resort to such a way of thinking? If I lose, I'm simply no match for you. Making such petty excuses is the trait of the weak. The strong will always find the way to win. Oh. Yamamoto squinted as he seemed to get the wrong idea about Maayang. Although wind indeed intensifies fire, once it reaches a certain level, it will be able to extinguish the flame. Maayang said confidently. Are you saying that your wind can extinguish my flame? Yamamoto's expression remained unchanged, but everyone could clearly feel that his spiritual pressure was getting more and more intimidating. I'm not so sure earlier, but now. Maayang moved around his right hand and felt power coursed throughout his whole body. At this moment, Maayang smiled as he knew that the skeletal reconstruction process was complete. Maayang then held his Zanpakuto with both hands, facing straight at Yamamoto. However, the aura around him was completely different from last time. Yamamoto obviously picked up on the sudden change within Maayang, but he didn't expect that Maayang's kendo would be this terrifying. He only took his stance, yet Yamamoto could feel his skin was tingling. Old man Yama, here I come. Maayang instantly sprung out toward Yamamoto so fast as if he bent time and space. No one could see it clearly. The only thing they could say was it was simply fast. SSKKK. Blood spurted from Yamamoto's shoulder. Yamamoto had been injured from the attack just now. Maayang was still holding his Zanpakuto with both hands, and his expression remained unchanged even though he managed to injure the strongest Shinigami for 1,000 years. Kiraku and Yukitake's expressions suddenly changed after noticing that Captain Commander Yamamoto was actually injured. This has not happened for nearly 1,000 years. Even Retsuano Hana was no exception, even though she seemed calm at all times. Even though everyone was surprised, Maayang didn't seem pleased at all. Even though he did manage to injure Yamamoto just now, that attack just now was basically the strongest attack he got at the moment, and it only caused a minor injury to Yamamoto. Yes, just a minor injury. Although Yamamoto indeed bled just now, Maayang realized that the cut was too shallow when he attacked Yamamoto earlier. Splendid. Yamamoto turned around and looked at Maayang with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Although he was just injured by Maayang was wounded, Yamamoto's expression remained unchanged as if he wasn't injured to begin with. Maayang himself lowered his Zanpakuto down and looked at Yamamoto with admiration. The moment his attack almost landed, Yamamoto managed to move away slightly. Even though he didn't completely dodge the attack, it minimized the damage thanks to his strong physique and massive spiritual pressure. Maayang had nothing but respect for Yamamoto. His skillful sword art, swift flash steps, and lifelong combat experience were worthy of the title the strongest Shinigami in the 1,000 years. Although he hasn't seen Yamamoto's Kido firsthand, but he did watch the episode where Yamamoto used a Tokazo, and he could safely say that Yamamoto's sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, was at the pinnacle of Shinigami's power. Although my body is covered with scars, no one can leave a wound on my body during the last 1,000 years aside from you. Yamamoto said solemnly. He was at a loss whether he should be happy that a youngster like Maayang could come this far or lament the fact that the youngster betrayed Soul Society. It was exactly because of his lifelong experience that Yamamoto was at a loss in this kind of situation. Who's there? While everyone's attention was focused on Maayang and Yamamoto, Kusu, who has been watching from the sidelines, suddenly shouted and thrust her Zanpakuto on the ground even though there was no one there. Everyone was obviously startled as Kusu suddenly yelled and swung her sword into thin air as if there was somebody there. Dang, however, at the next second, the sound of two swords colliding startled everyone. Pardon me, I felt immense spiritual pressure here and rushed here right away out of worry for the captains. I was hiding because I was afraid of disturbing the captains. Complete to my surprise, Lieutenant Suzuki found out. I'm really sorry. Aizen's figure suddenly appeared, blocking off Kusu's attack. He immediately apologized as soon as he made his appearance as if nothing happened, and the look on his face was absolutely convincing. Chapter 106, Get Away. Pardon me, I felt immense spiritual pressure here and rushed here right away out of worry for my captain. I was hiding because I was afraid of disturbing the captains. Complete to my surprise, Lieutenant Suzuki found out. I'm really sorry. In addition to the reputation he has built up until now, his expression was really convincing, as if he was seriously worried about his captain, so the captains in the vicinity didn't doubt him at all. It's all right. Come here, Shukan. Yukitake Joshiro said with a faint smile. Thank you very much, Captain Yukitake. Aizen bowed before walking towards Yukitake Joshiro. Kiraku, however, eyed him warily. Some of the captains didn't even realize that Aizen was hiding nearby, and based on what Maayang said to him earlier, Aizen became even more suspicious in Kiraku's eyes. Even if he didn't conceal his presence just now, Kiraku believed that he must have other secrets. Although Maayang was in the middle of a fight with Yamamoto, he made sure to keep track of Aizen. After all, no one knew what that guy was planning by coming here, and he was really worried. However, there was one more thing that concerned Maayang right now. Even though the captains in the vicinity didn't thoroughly scan the area, it was a fact that they couldn't detect Aizen was lurking around, so he believed that Aizen must be using Kusagakure to mess with the captain's senses. However, Kusa managed to find Aizen. Could Kusa's ability cancel out Aizen's Kusagakure? Maayang's heart beat faster when he thought of this probability. If he had someone who could cancel out Aizen's Kusagakure, then the battle with Aizen would be easier for sure. Even though Maayang let Aizen did Kusagure's activation requirement in front of him on purpose and fought Aizen in order to find a hole in his Zanpakuto's ability, it sure gave him a run for his money. Suddenly, Maayang's complexion changed. If Kusa could really cancel out Aizen's Kusagakure, then Aizen would definitely get rid of her with any means necessary. And sure enough, as Maayang turned his head towards Aizen that was standing behind the captains, he saw Aizen was looking at Kusa with evil eyes. Shortly after, Aizen looked towards Maayang as if taunting him. Shit. Seeing the look in Aizen's eyes, it seemed that Aizen was also aware that Kusa could cancel out his Kusagakure. It seemed like Aizen would eliminate Kusa at all cost. Maayang at first planned to leave Kusa behind, but that didn't seem like such a good idea now. She would definitely die at Aizen's hands if he didn't take her along. Provided the current situation, Maayang knew he couldn't afford to keep his cards hidden. He wouldn't be able to escape if he didn't use his new power at this rate, even though he knew he hasn't completely mastered it. With that in mind, Maayang firmly held his Zanpakuto, and Maayang's body was covered by a small breeze. However, with each passing second, the wind circulated faster and faster, and it became bigger and bigger. In just a few seconds, a whirlwind was blown around Maayang. With him as the eye of the storm, Yamamoto stood squinting opposite Maayang, and the robe rustled because of the wind, but Yamamoto himself stood tall before the whirlwind without batting an eye. Amazing. So this is the famous strongest twin-type Zanpakuto's power. Even though Yamamoto was unfazed, the same couldn't be said to other captains. Kiraku saw the raging whirlwind around Maayang and was speechless for a second. Maayang suddenly waved his hand, and the whirlwind around him suddenly dispersed. The dispersed whirlwind traversed through Sokioka Hill, covering every nook and cranny. Suddenly, Maayang fiddled around with his finger as if there was something in the air, and then a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Judging from the information he felt through the wind, Kisuke had already evacuated with Shinji and the rest. In addition, Yoruichi was hiding in the vicinity. With that information, Maayang was a little more relieved. With Yoruichi's help, he would have a higher chance of escaping. She was, after all, the best at flash steps in Soul Society. Now that Maayang found a light of hope, he raised his Zanpakuto, and massive spiritual pressure was concentrated on his Zanpakuto to the point that it glowed in azure color. The whirlwind that originally enveloped Maayang was like being drawn to his Zanpakuto too. Bzztt now, all the wind around Maayang had converged on the blade, causing a buzzing sound. What an intense spiritual pressure. Although the wind around Maayang's Zanpakuto was invisible to the naked eye, Uchiha could clearly feel the concentrated spiritual pressure on Maayang's Zanpakuto. Even though he knew that Yamamoto wouldn't lose, he couldn't help but doubt his own judgment once he saw Maayang's Zanpakuto. Maayang looked towards Yamamoto that was just watching him without a care as Maayang prepared his big move. Are you just gonna watch until I'm done preparing my big move, Captain Commander? Maayang couldn't help but ask as he found it so strange that Yamamoto just let him get away with such advantage. I'm just curious to see what kind of attack you're going to show me after taking this long. Yamamoto said before the flame enveloped him and his Zanpakuto. You may be disappointed, you know. Maayang murmured before swinging his Zanpakuto at Yamamoto. A raging storm burst out instantly. Ha! Yamamoto swung his Zanpakuto, and its flame got even bigger as if trying to devour Maayang's whirlwind whole. Bang! As the flame and the whirlwind collided, the fire became even fiercer that it covered the entire Sokioka Hill, and the whole Sokioka Hill was covered by dust as the aftermath, obstructing everyone's field of vision. Right after the flame burst out, Maayang used flash steps and reappeared beside Yoruichi. Who's there? Sensing someone approaching, Yoruichi instinctively attacked with her elbow. It's me. Maayang blocked Yoruichi's attack with his palm. Kimura? You must take Kusa away now. Maayang immediately went straight to the point without wasting even a single second. Yoruichi was taken aback at first but immediately nodded, I got it. Yoruichi was ready to move out, but she glanced back at Maayang and said, be careful. Yeah. Now that he could leave Gusu in Yoruichi's hands, Maayang was a bit relieved. With this, he would be able to escape more easily. Bang! A pillar of flame rose into the sky, and as it subsided, Yamamoto's figure in the flame was revealed, blowing away all the dust on the Sokioka hill. Is that all you got, brat? Yamamoto was quite disappointed since Maayang's attack didn't do anything to him. Of course not. Maayang Zanpakuto slowly raised his Zanpakuto that gave off a terrifying aura that intrigued even Yamamoto. Maayang slightly swung his Zanpakuto, but it left a creepy black crack in its wake. Old man Yama, what do you think about this one then? Chapter 107, Rashi no K's above Sokioka Hill. Maayang had serious eyes as he held his Zanpakuto with both hands. Upon closer look, one would notice that Maayang's Zanpakuto was vibrating really fast. Yamamoto squinted with a solemn expression on his face. Unlike all of Maayang's previous attacks, he was aware that this one was different. He realized that he wouldn't be unscathed if he didn't take this seriously. This is... Kiraku held down his bamboo hat. This time, his expression was completely serious as he was aware of the danger. Kiraku already placed his hands on his Zanpakuto's hilt before realizing it. However, as he looked at Ukitake, he noticed that Ukitake was also looking at him with his hands on his Zanpakuto's hilt. They both were a little surprised when they saw both of them had the same posture and expression plastered on their face but immediately smiled right after. They truly were lifelong friends. Interesting, it seems I'll have to take this seriously. Yamamoto said with a slightly serious tone. Old man Yamamoto, here I come. Maayang slowly walked toward Yamamoto for a few steps before suddenly swinging down his Zanpakuto. Yamamoto's eyes widened as Maayang was already in front of him even though he saw Maayang walked really slowly toward him just now, and it was completely different from flash steps. It was the kind of movement that he had never seen before. Even though Yamamoto was a bit surprised, his body could react in time. Right when Maayang was in front of him, Yamamoto swung his Zanpakuto, trying to repel Maayang's attack. What? When Maayang's and Yamamoto's Zanpakuto collided, everyone except Maayang couldn't contain how surprised they were, including Yamamoto, albeit only for a moment. They weren't surprised for no reason. After all, as Maayang swung his Zanpakuto down, there was a space distortion around it before completely vanishing, leaving only the hilt in Maayang's hand. It was as if Maayang was holding an invisible blade, which happened right before everyone's eyes. Before everyone could regain their composure, the blade of Maayang's Zanpakuto suddenly reappeared again as if emerging from the void and collided with Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Even though all of this felt like it took quite some time, it actually happened in a split second. Bang! The clash between the two Zanpakutos caused pent-up energy that resembled a ripple where it collided. In a matter of seconds, that energy could no longer be contained and dispersed. At first, it only scraped the ground beneath Maayang and Yamamoto, but not long after, a layer of Sokioka Hill was leveled as well. What? When their Zanpakuto collided, Yamamoto could feel the terrifying force from Maayang's Zanpakuto. It was neither spiritual pressure nor other types of energy, just raw power. The tremendous power was beyond Yamamoto's imagination. It was at least several times stronger than Maayang's previous attack. To his surprise, his arm trembled to the point that he couldn't firmly hold his Zanpakuto anymore, so he backed off and took some distance from Maayang, but he fell to the ground right after, which was even more surprising, even for him. Captain Commander. Old man Yama. Genri Uzai-sensei. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the captains were beyond surprised. The strongest Shinigami, Captain Commander Yamamoto that stood above all Shinigami in the Soul Society in 1,000 years, was forced on his knees in a square fight? Even Aizen was frightened for a moment. He was a very proud and arrogant individual that believed he stood above everyone else, be it strength or intelligence. Even though he wasn't the strongest person right now, he never doubted that he'd become the most powerful person in the future. However, he doubted himself for a second when he saw Maayang knock down Yamamoto. Then again, it was only for a short period of time. He was back to his confident self almost immediately. He believed that once he carried out his plan, everyone, including Maayang, Yamamoto, or even Soul King, would just become his stepping stone to become the strongest being. Maayang himself was a bit proud of what he just did. Even though he did use the power he had just obtained or the so-called trump card, he managed to overpower Yamamoto head-on. Maayang glanced at Aizen with a faint smile on his face. Although this was the first time he used it, he had obtained his Zanpakuto's true form. Not only did he manage to overpower Yamamoto, but he had a feeling that he'd be able to break through Aizen's Kyokusugetsu. However, shua in a blink of an eye, Kiraku and Ukitake were already blocking Maayang's way while holding Zanpakuto in their hands, and he was on alert. At the same time, Anohana Retsu and Kachiki Jinrai flashed in front of Yamamoto. Step aside. I'm not so weak that I need to hide behind you young guns. Yamamoto tried to stand back up bare-chested as his clothes were in tatters, revealing countless scars on his upper body. Anohana, who was about to check on him, was forced to step back as Yamamoto brushed off her hands. Good grief, don't force yourself, old man Yama. We can't just leave everything to our captain commander. At least let us mix in for a bit. Yes, Genri Uzai-sensei, don't leave us out of the fun. Kiraku and Yukitake that blocked Yamamoto from going further, caught a glimpse of Yamamoto's slightly trembling right hand. The look in their eyes changed. Was Kimura's attack so powerful that old man Yama was trembling? Ha! Cut the small talk and fight me. While they were all busy, Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly appeared behind Maayang with a crazed look on his face, swinging down his Zanpakuto toward Maayang's head. Maayang slightly sidestepped to dodge Kenpachi Zaraki's attack before putting some distance between them. So you're still hiding that much power, Kimura? Kenpachi Zaraki licked his lips. Well, as long as you can keep me entertained. Sorry, but I don't have time to fight you now, Kenpachi. Maayang looked a bit dejected, and then he turned to Kiraku and Yukitake. Sorry, this is goodbye. Do you think you can escape with several other captains and me here? Yamamoto looked at Maayang said solemnly. Old man Yama, I'm sorry I couldn't live up to your expectations. Maayang looked towards Yamamoto with an apologetic look. He didn't know how to face this old man that had done a lot for him. Then stay here and explain the situation to me. Yamamoto didn't want to let Maayang go. He didn't want his precious student besides Kiraku and Yukitake to betray Soul Society, after all. It's complicated. Maayang shook his head. Goodbye. What is he planning to do? The captains were on high alert as Maayang made it sound like he could leave any time he wanted. Hado number 73, Clashing of Twin Lotus Blue Fire. Hado number 58, Tornado. Maayang used two Hados successively in an instant, resulting in a huge smokescreen that covered Sokioka Hill. Not good. Kiraku already guessed that Maayang would obstruct everyone's vision and fled in the middle of the confusion. Kaiden Kikatsu. Kiraku immediately used Shike, Bushagoma. Two circling wind blades joined together and cleared the dust in the vicinity, restoring their vision again. However, only Maayang's voice was heard. Rashi no K's. Suddenly, the wind from all directions converged in the middle of them all, trapping everyone inside. Chapter 108, Aizen behind the scene halt. Yamamoto raised his Zanpakuto, ready to break through Maayang's wind wall with his flame. However, he suddenly hesitated when he remembered what happened when his flame and Maayang's wind collided earlier, which resulted in a massive explosion, putting other captains in danger while Maayang used that chance to escape. Maayang didn't overlook this opportunity as he immediately aimed his hand toward where everyone was trapped, and a bright light was emanated from his hand, along with massive spiritual pressure. Kagami Sorigaku. A cuboid crystal was suddenly erected around all captain, trapping them inside. What is this, Kido? Did you invent it yourself? Kiraku glanced at the crystal wall that trapped them in disbelief. This is... Retsu Anohana cautiously tried to touch the crystal wall, and as if dropping a stone on water, Anohana's hand left a ripple as her hand passed through the crystal wall without any obstruction. All captains who saw this scene were stunned for a moment. Was this crystal wall just for show? Did it actually have no effect whatsoever? While they were still puzzled, a hand suddenly stuck out of the crystal wall on one side of the wall, to be precise, near Zaraki, which startled him as he immediately raised his Zanpakuto, ready to strike the hand down. Wait. Right before Zaraki swung his Zanpakuto down, Anohana immediately stopped him and then slowly pulled her hand out of the crystal wall. Could it be that? As Anohana pulled out her hand from the crystal wall, the other hand on the other side of the wall was also pulled into the crystal wall. Seeing this bizarre scene, everyone's puzzled eyes were focused on Anohana. This must be the Kido that Captain Kimura invented by himself. Based on what I feel when I touched the crystal wall just now, I can tell that it was the combination of several other Kido like Kimen, Kyoko, Tozensho, Danku, and several other Kido. That's amazing. Kiraku said in all while other captains were nodding except for Zaraki, who was basically clueless when it came to Kido. Even these captains couldn't do something like that, and as far as they knew, Maayang wasn't used to be so good at Kido. Realizing they had no means to break through this Kido, the captains immediately shifted their gazes to the sky, where Maayang was floating, wondering what he was planning to do by trapping everyone in one place. Maayang's Zanpakuto suddenly glowed, and Maayang thrust it forward. As if entering another dimension, half of the blade disappeared. That's... The captains were taken aback upon witnessing this scene. That was exactly the same motion when the Shinigami opened Senkaiman to Soul Society from Human World. However, the Senkaiman in Soul Society had fixed locations, and it couldn't be opened wherever one wanted, which made everyone suspect that Maayang's Zanpakuto had the power to do so. Maayang twisted his arm, and his Zanpakuto was enveloped in white light. To everyone's surprise, a black rift appeared in the air. The pitch-black rift gave them creeps as if they were staring right into the abyss. What on earth is that? Yukite couldn't help but stare at the black rift next to Maayang. Beats me. Kiraku also couldn't conceal the shock on his face anymore. Don't tell me. Aizen's eyes flashed as he looked at the black rift, but he pretended to be astonished as if seeing something he has never seen in person before. Shukan, do you know what that is? Kiraku asked when he saw the look on Aizen's face. That rift. I've seen it once in a book, and it looks very similar to the Garganta that the Hollow used, but there's just no way. Does this mean Captain Kimura is in cahoots with the Hollow? Garganta? Kiraku shook his head. No, Shukan, you've only seen it in the book, so it can't be helped if you mistake it for a Garganta. If it really is a Garganta, we should be able to feel the Hollow's spiritual pressure coming from that rift, so this must be something else. Oh, I see. Aizen's eyes flashed, and a faint smile was shown on the corner of his mouth. A bizarre light was exuded from Aizen's Zanpakuto, affecting everyone without them noticing. Suddenly, the captain shuddered before looking towards Maayang in disbelief, as if seeing something unbelievable. It was even worse in Yamamoto's case as his spiritual pressure spiked once again, and the flame raging around him. In everyone's eyes, there were so many hollows swarming the rift now, and there was a big one behind him all. The captains couldn't quite see it, but they certainly felt the sickening and monstrous spiritual pressure behind the rift. Aizen just smiled faintly when he saw the captain's reaction. Although Maayang was stronger than he expected, it all played in his favor. Because he managed to inject the hollow substance into Maayang's body and the news about Maayang and the later known as Visored already spread among the captains, his plan went smoother. Of course, Maayang didn't know that Aizen once again set him up. He simply used his Kido to trap them to give him enough time to escape, that's all, and now was obviously the perfect time to escape. Maayang's plan was to break through the Soul Society's space using his own spatial technique. At this point, Maayang was standing in front of the rift before looking back at everyone below with sad eyes for one last time. Goodbye old man Yamamoto, Kiraku, Yukite, Kenpachi, and Ratsu, goodbye, Soul Society, and goodbye, Aizen. Your Kyoka Suigetsu won't work against me anymore, but I end up showing too much of my trick this time, so, at the very least, I can count on you not to let me down next time. Finally, Maayang walked into the spatial rift in front of him. Leave it to me. As Maayang walked into the crack, a massive spiritual pressure burst from Yamamoto, destroying the crystal wall around him. With one swing, Rijinjaka unleashed the burning hot flame that went straight into the spatial rift, aiming for Maayang. Unfortunately, the spatial rift closed as sudden as it appeared, and Yamamoto's last attack didn't connect. He didn't understand why Yamamoto seemed angrier and more aggressive when he was about to leave, but there was nothing he could do at this point. After Maayang left, Yamamoto punched the ground in fury, creating a big hole below him. Old man Yama. Genri Uzai-sensei. Kiraku and Yukite immediately ran towards Yamamoto. They didn't expect Yamamoto would be this angry. Maayang actually threw away his pride as a Shinigami and stooped as low as joining the Hollow. I'll never forgive something like that. Yamamoto sheathed his Zanpakuto as he turned around toward the remaining captains. The disappointment in his face couldn't be concealed. After all, this was 13 Division of Imperial Guards' biggest loss in history, leaving only 3 captains in their rank. Let's go back for now. We must restore stability and order in Siri AI first. The look on Yamamoto's face returned to usual, his eyes were closed-slit as usual, and his tone was calm once again. All captains just nodded in silence despite how reluctant they were after all that happened, and then returned to their respective divisions. Kiraku and Yukite looked at each other before returning to their own divisions. Because of what happened, they had to restore order in Siri AI and put everyone at ease because they must have felt the massive spiritual pressure during Maayang and Yamamoto's battle just now. With that in mind, Kiraku glanced at Aizen for a moment before returning to his division. Chapter 109, Unexpected Discovery in the Dimension that Connected Soul Society, Human World, and Hueco Mundo. This place. Maayang was standing on a foothold comprised by Rishi, looking around in the dark void, so this is the dimensional gap between worlds. However, the place Maayang was in right now resembled Garganta leading to the Hueco Mundo than the Dangai that connected Soul Society and Human World. Dangai had Kaoru on each side of the wall after all, but this place was just a pitch-black void. Although he had used this spatial technique before, this was the first time Maayang used it to travel between 2 different worlds like this. Maayang had no guarantee that he could reach Human World without a hitch. However, he was ready for 1 or 2 unexpected events. With that in mind, Maayang made sure not to be rash. He was no longer in danger anyway now, so all he had to do now was find the way to the human world. He sheathed his Zanpakuto and began exploring. Meanwhile, Yoruichi got away with Kusu in tow thanks to Aizen for being such a competent bait. She knew the ins and outs of Siriitai, and with the detection ability from Kusu's Zanpakutos, they easily left Siriitai without alarming anyone. Yoruichi-san, what are we going to do next? Shortly after leaving Siriitai, Kusu and Yoruichi stopped before looking back at Siriitai for one last time. Kusu clearly seemed reluctant, but she asked Yoruichi anyway. Well, we can't go back to 13 Division of Imperial Guards anymore after what happened. Yoruichi responded when she noticed the hesitant look on Kusu's face, but she frowned shortly after. When you're in Sokioka Hill earlier, how did you find Aizen, Kusu? Only you noticed that he was hiding there, and I believe he must have used Kyoka Suigetsu at that time. Yeah. Kusu cast aside all the thoughts in her heart at the moment and stroked her Zanpakuto. My Kamizen no Kumo's ability is more than just ordinary perception. It can even look into others' hearts as long as they are in its range. What? Yoruichi was genuinely shocked when she heard Kusu's explanation. Mind reading? That's one way you can put it, Kusu then smiled and said, of course, at my current level, perceiving others' emotions is the most I can do, and I have to be very close to my target in order to do so. I can catch a fraction of people's thought, though, but it may take 100 years or even more to learn mind reading. No matter how powerful Zanpakuto's ability was, it depended on its owner themselves whether they could learn or further develop its ability. There were only a few people who had completely awakened their Zanpakuto, like Captain Commander Yamamoto. Okay, let's go to Kukaku's place first. Yoruichi cast her thoughts aside and immediately stood up. Shiba Kukaku? Well, we have to find her before we can go to the human world and rendezvous with Kisuke. Captain, he's... Kusu was looking back toward the direction of Siriitai. It was clear that she was worried about Aizen. After all, Aizen stayed behind to ensure their escape, and there were other captains beside Yamamoto there. Yoruichi couldn't blame Kusu for her behavior. She has accompanied Aizen for more than 100 years, and everyone knew how she felt about Aizen. In fact, it would be weird if she wasn't worried about him. They both could feel massive spiritual pressure colliding with each other, but Yoruichi decided to brush it off with a smile to put Kusu at ease. Don't worry, it's Kimura we're talking about. Have faith in him. Even if he can't win, he should have no problem escaping. Besides, don't underestimate a captain. Yoruichi's words reminded Kusu of the strength of her captain that she had served for years, putting her at ease as she finally smiled for the first time. Bang! A sudden spike of spiritual pressure occurred on Sokioka Hill, surprising Yoruichi and Kusu even though they were quite far away from there, which made them worry once again. This is Captain Commander's spiritual pressure, but why is it so rough? Even from our distance, his anger was so apparent as if it's directed to us. Bang! Following the sudden spike of spiritual pressure, a burst of flame towered high into the sky, dyeing the whole sky red. Yoruichi-san. Even if she had learned Banchi, the moment Yamamoto's spiritual pressure burst forth to the sky, Kusu couldn't hide her anxiety. Although I don't know what pisses Captain Commander so much, we got to leave as soon as possible. Besides, I can't feel Kimura's spiritual pressure anymore. I think he's escaped already. Kusu immediately closed her eyes and then sighed in relief. You're right. Captain indeed has left. Then we should get going too. We will hide at Kukaku's place for a while. When the time is right, we'll go to the human world and rendezvous with Kisuke. Understood. They then headed toward the direction of Rukongai. This place really is. As Aizen stood in the void and looked around, as hard it was for him to admit, he knew deep down that he was lost. Then again, this was his first time, so it couldn't be helped. Aizen decided to just walk forward. Even though he didn't know which way led to the human world, at least he wouldn't end up in Siriitai if he kept pressing forward. The foothold comprised of Rishi followed Aizen's walking pace as he pressed onward, and Aizen eventually sensed a spiritual pressure from a certain direction, so Aizen followed it. However, the closer he got to that spiritual pressure, the clearer the frown on his face because judging from the spiritual pressure, Aizen knew for sure that this way didn't lead to the human world. Aizen sensed an existence beyond his knowledge, and the subtle bad vibe he got was clearly coming from that spatial distortion. However, at the same time, the spiritual pressure was somehow familiar, like that of Hikaifu's Gyryos, but different from the Gyryo in his knowledge. Aizen then reached out, trying to check what lied beyond the spatial distortion ahead of him. Bzztt Aizen was zapped by unknown energy as soon as he reached out his hand, and even though it wasn't particularly strong, Aizen backpedaled with horror in his eyes. This is. Right when Aizen was zapped by the unknown energy, everything around him went bright, and suddenly he could see the world hidden behind the spatial distortion. There were huge circular pillars as far as Maang could see, and there were 5 floating discs, while suspended higher still was a large cylindrical structure that had a conical top and bottom. What is this place? I've never seen it in the anime in my previous life. However, the spiritual pressure is oddly familiar. What is going on here? Maang was at a loss. He had never seen this place when he watched the anime or read the manga. Was this still Siriite AI? Chapter 110, Hueco Mundo. Although Maang was really curious about the world that he just saw due to the somewhat familiar spiritual pressure he felt and his curiosity about that place that he never saw before, there was something inside him that made him reluctant to keep going. Let's save this place for later. Maang decided to walk back into the spatial rift and was determined to return to that place once he built up more strength. After all, there was no telling what awaited him in that unknown world. Maang took the last glance into the 5 floating discs as he stepped into the spatial rift. Somewhere in that world, a large and broad man with a bald head, red eyes, bushy eyebrows, and a long black beard suddenly raised his head and looked toward a certain direction as if detecting a foreign presence. Gutandan. An obese woman also raised her head from a pile of food in front of her. Judging from her hairstyle and color alone, one might have a hard time telling, but it was Hikaifunkiryo who was promoted to 0 division. As she stuffed the food down her throat, she was taken aback for a moment. Why did I feel little Yan Yang's spiritual pressure just now? It must be my imagination. This is Soul King Palace, so there's no way little Yan Yang can come here. I better finish this as fast as I can, I still have more to eat. Hikaifunkiryo immediately brushed off that thought and focused on her food once again. Maang didn't realize that place was the famous Soul King Palace, where Hikaifunkiryo resided now. However, even if he did know, he would not go in without permission. That place just gave off a mysterious feeling. Besides, he wouldn't enter a place carelessly if he didn't know anything about it. It should be around here. Maang used his spatial ability once again. As his Zanpakuto glowed, he could feel the rishi from the spatial rift that he opened, and it felt different from the rishi in Soul Society, meaning that spatial rift led elsewhere. As long as it didn't lead to Soul Society, he wouldn't mind. Dark and desolate sky. A crescent moon. An endless white desert. There were some tree-like objects on the ground, but they turned out to be quartz-like minerals. The extremely vast Hueco Mundo that no one knew how big it actually was, nor how many hollows were there in that place. This place was where Maang ended up this time. His brows furrowed as he looked into the crescent moon and sighed, it's Hueco Mundo this time, huh? He shook his head helplessly. His first time using the spatial ability to travel through worlds turned out to be quite a disaster. However, since Hueco Mundo didn't have that many formidable character, he should be okay. Even Avesta Lord was no match against him at this point anyway. Besides, he has never been here before, so he might as well take a look around. But why can't I feel the slightest spiritual pressure? Is there even any hollow here? The rishi in Hueco Mundo and Soul Society was indeed different, but still, Maang couldn't feel a trace of spiritual pressure whatsoever, which led him to such a conclusion. Maang just shook his head and pressed onward. He'd eventually find a living being there as long as he kept walking. Before Maang could take a step, something weird happened to him. A spiritual pressure that didn't belong to him burst forth from within his body, along with an unknown emotion, as if trying to rob him of his consciousness. HNGGH. Along with his grunt, Maang tried his best to suppress that spiritual pressure with his own spiritual pressure. After a fierce battle for quite some time, he finally sighed in relief after regaining control over his body. He didn't expect that the hollowification symptom would happen again. Thankfully, he could temporarily suppress it this time, but there was no telling he could do so. He might not be able to hold it down at some point later on. He was supposed to rendezvous with Urahara, yet he was stuck there in Hueco Mundo without knowing when he could go to the human world. He still hasn't grasped the knack to use his spatial ability, after all. This situation was truly uncalled for. If he couldn't rendezvous with Urahara and Shinju, then what was the point of letting Aizen insert that hollow soul within him? At first, Maang had unwavering confidence that he didn't need to stop Aizen from inserting the hollow soul into him because he was strong enough to brush off the hollowification symptom, that Urahara should have enough time to figure out a solution. But the same couldn't be said to Shinji and the rest, and now he was discouraged because that tragedy befell them due to his hesitation. He wouldn't be able to rest easy until Shinji and the others were back to normal, and to make matters worse, he didn't know how to go to the human world. Since there was no one here in Hueco Mundo, Maang decided to learn more about the new ability of his Zanpakuto before going to the human world to find Shinji. With that in mind, Maang looked around to find a suitable place to learn and explore the new ability of his Zanpakuto. This way, I think. Maang saw what seemed to be a small mountain in the distance and decided to go there to find the perfect place to train. Yang at first made his way there by walking but eventually switched to running. The mountain didn't seem that far at first glance, but it didn't seem to be any closer even after Yang ran for a while. Huh? Yang squinted and found a corpse not too far away. He used flash steps and immediately observed the corpse under his feet. It had a mask on its face and a hole on its chest, so there was no doubt that it was a hollow, and its size was quite enormous, about several floors high. After making sure the hollow was dead, Yang kicked its body, turning it around, and observed its body. Not long after, he frowned as he found no injury whatsoever on the hollow's body, yet it was dead, so what was the cause of its death? Even after racking his brain for a while, he couldn't figure out the cause behind the hollow's death. However, he did notice the horrified eyes of the hollow that remained even after its death. Was it scared to death? But it was hollow, so that was impossible. That's... Yang saw another dead body lying on the ground not too far away. He immediately used flash steps and checked on the corpse, and it shocked him because it was in the exact same condition as the one earlier. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Yang kept walking and found more corpse on his way, pointing toward one direction. All of the corpses were exactly in the same state. As he saw more and more corpses, Yang was starting to have a rough idea about what was going on here. These hollows were not scared to death, and the only possible reason behind their death was because of the spiritual pressure that was so overwhelming that they couldn't keep their consciousness intact, just like what happened to ordinary humans when they were in the presence of someone with a really strong spiritual pressure. Well, judging from what he knew in Hueco Mundo, the only one who was capable of this was the first Espada, Coyote Stark, the laid-back man who'd serve under Aizen in the future. Upon reaching that conclusion, Yang couldn't contain his excitement. After all, this would be the original Hueco Mundo arc. If he followed these hollows' corpses, he should be able to find the first Espada, with the aspect of death solitude, even though he hasn't sensed his spiritual pressure until now. Chapter 111, Terrible. Yang picked up his pace without him realizing it as the thought of seeing Stark soon really excited him. Even though he has been friends with Shinji for more than 100 years, he just couldn't help it as he has always admired him. Bang! Yang suddenly felt a clash of spiritual pressure and turned his head toward that direction. Boom! Boom! This is... Even Kusa's spiritual pressure is no match against this. It's clearly on a captain's level. Yang murmured as he felt the spiritual pressure so clearly even though it was so far away from him. After glancing at the hollow's corpses that stretched out for as far as his eyes could, Yang hesitated a little. He was wondering whether he should keep going to find Stark or check out what happened where he felt that spiritual pressure. After pondering for a moment, Yang decided to go another way, where he felt the spiritual pressure earlier. Considering Stark's personality, he'd be too lazy to move around too much anyway, so he could always find him later. Unlike when Yang followed the hollow's corpses earlier, he couldn't take his sweet time now. He used flash steps to reach the location where the battle took place. Since there shouldn't be Rancor yet now, and the spiritual pressure he felt earlier was that of a captain level, it had to be a Minnows of Vasto Lord level. Who is it? Stark? It shouldn't be him, Baragon? If it were him, there must be a large group of hollow accompanying him. He's the self-proclaimed king of Hueco Mundo after all, Hairball? Or was it Ulquiorra? Yang was smiling ears to ears as he was looking forward to what kind of surprise he'd see. Female hollows only needs to submit to the strong. A humanoid hollow with 3 pairs of wings and a small hole on his forehead was floating in the air with a condescending attitude. The hollow's word was directed to a tall female hollow with olive skin, aqua green eyes, thick eyelashes, and short golden blonde hair. Most of her body was covered in white armor, and her right hand, which was also her weapon, took the form of a broadsword, which resembled an elongated shark tooth. The sword possessed kill markings along either side of the blade. Female hollow, I will give you 2 options. You can either submit to me or die by my hands. TSK. The female hollow on the ground held her right hand that had several cracks while looking towards the hollow in the air, with a hint of frustration in her eyes. Clearly, she was losing here. You got something to say? The hollow closed his eyes and reached out his pale white hands toward the female hollow's direction, a complete contrast with his pitch black wings. The weak submits to the strong, and females succumb to males. This is the most basic rule here, no? Female hollow, submit to me, Lord Vladimir Eric. Only I deserve to claim a female hollow of your caliber as mine. Behold. The female hollow immediately assumed her fighting stance with a sharp gaze toward the other hollow, who claimed to be Vladimir Eric. Although the difference in strength between her and her opponent was clear, she'd rather fight to death rather than surrender to her opponent. Seeing the female hollow still plan to go against him despite her miserable state, Vladimir Eric ran out of patience. It looks like you are going to defy me until the bitter end. Even though he said it calmly, The female hollow still shook due to the sheer amount of spiritual pressure Vladimir let out. Since you're insisting, I'll grant your wish to die as a warrior. Vladimir Eric looked at the woman with condescending eyes, and his tone suddenly sounded cold. Tell me your name, that's the least I can do to honor your death. Harrible, dear Harrible. Harrible, huh? Vladimir then reached out with his right hand, and a powerful spiritual pressure burst out. The intensity of the spiritual pressure alone made it hard for Harrible to stand straight. Although both of them were vast, O Lord, the difference in strength between them was clear as day. You should be proud to die by my hands. Inferno blast. An overwhelming spiritual pressure burst forth, along with scorching hot lava that came out of nowhere. What? Harrible was startled when she felt the menacing aura and concentrated her own spiritual pressure to the point that she was shrouded in yellow light. As Vladimir waved his hand, the lava headed straight for Harrible at an unbelievable speed. Everyone's always so dazzling at their last moment. Even the weak and worthless hollow can display such radiance the moment before they vanished. Hollow named Harrible, what kind of spectacle will you show me before you perish? It's obviously more exciting to destroy beautiful things, so I'm looking forward to it. Damn. Seeing a bunch of attacks flying towards him, Harrible mustered all of her spiritual pressure on her right hand to the point that it was glowing in a golden yellow color. Sero. The concentrated spiritual pressure was unleashed to counter the attack directed at her. That Sero she just fired was the strongest attack Harrible could use at this moment, so she was out of juice after she fired it, and if her opponent were still alive after that attack, she would be done for. Boom. Their attack collided, causing an extremely loud sound, and covered the area in blinding light. The impact of their attack was so intense, too, that Harrible was forced to step back and duck as the dust hindered her sight. Bang. Did it work? Harrible slowly stood back up, with some dust covering her body. She seemed a bit relieved when she saw the smoke in the sky. You wish. A cold voice came from the air. What? Harrible turned pale almost immediately. An overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth, and a silhouette could be seen floating in the sky. With one flick of the silhouette's wings, a hurricane was summoned, blowing the dust around him away. Vladimir was floating in the air, completely unscathed. He just seemed slightly dirty due to the dust that stuck on him. Do you think a Sero of that level will work on me? Just perish before my might like the weak you are. But it's praiseworthy that a weakling like you could tarnish me with some dust, but sadly that won't change anything. The fiery red lava appeared once again while Harrible was losing her will to fight because her strongest attack didn't even scratch her opponent. Ha 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 ha. Vladimir took his sweet time and teased Harrible as the speed of his attack was slower than earlier, but that wasn't a problem since Harrible had already lost her will to fight. Seeing the lava was steadily closing in, Harrible closed her eyes in despair, accepting her fate. Perhaps this is salvation. A thought suddenly flashed in Harrible's head. Bakudo number 81, Danzō. Chapter 112, Vladimir. The moment Vladimir's attack almost hit Harrible. Bakudo number 81, Danzō. A translucent barrier was suddenly erected in front of Harrible. Bang. Vladimir's attack hit the barrier and immediately caused an explosion. The impact of the explosion was quite a spectacle as the dust around them rose high that it hindered everyone's line of sight. This is... Harrible was surprised as the barrier in front of her could block Vladimir's terrifying attack even though it seemed so fragile. Harrible? Ma'ai asked with a hint of doubt. It couldn't be helped as the female hollow in front of him resembled a Harrible that he knew, yet the Harrible with he knew should be really strong. After all, she was the third Espada who held the aspect of death sacrifice. Thank you for saving me. Even though Harrible was too startled to say anything at first, she immediately regained her composure and thanked the man that saved her. The man was quite good looking, but he had no mask on his face, and there was no hole anywhere on his body. Once she noticed Ma'ayang's distinct difference with Hollow, she realized that Ma'ayang was not a Hollow, but what made her so surprised was when she noticed Ma'ayang was wearing black clothes and a sword hanging on his waist, meaning he was a Shinigami. Harrible was startled once again, but only for a moment. Even though she didn't know why a Shinigami saved her, it was an undeniable fact. Ma'ayang just had a hard time processing everything when he saw Harrible was this weak and even thanked him for saving her. I didn't expect another insect would sneak in and challenge me. What's with today and you ignorant insects? A voice said from the sky. You know what infuriates me the most, Harrible? You actually refused my invitation, yet here you are, begging help from a lowly Shinigami. Ma'ayang sure couldn't let that one slide. Vladimir's condescending tone and remarks ruined his mood, and what did he mean by a lowly Shinigami? Ma'ayang shifted his gaze towards the hollow in the air. He had 3 pairs of jet black wings, pale white skin, and the purple and black patterns on his mask that was partially damaged, revealing a little bit of his face and a small hole in his forehead. Who are you? Yang just couldn't help but ask as this hollow managed to overpower Harable, yet he has never seen him in the manga in his previous life. He had a pair extra wings compared to Ulquiorra. Did that make him stronger than Ulquiorra then? Ignorant Shinigami. Vladimir suddenly snapped but then calmed down almost immediately. Then again, this may be your first time seeing me, so I can't blame you for your ignorance. Yang frowned as this was his first time seeing someone this arrogant. Since you can stop my attack, I'll give you a special treatment and tell you my name. Vladimir looked down at Yang with condescending eyes. My name is Vladimir. Be grateful if you get to hear my name before you die. Now, let me hear your name. And there's no need to thank me. As someone who can stop my attack, you at least deserve that much. Yang started to lose his patience. Seeing someone arrogant was nothing new for him, but this was his first time seeing someone whose arrogance knew no bound. Unfortunately, I had a habit of never giving my name to those that will die by my hands. The atmosphere instantly became tense as Yang and Vladimir were eyeing each other with killing intent. Oh, you actually decline my generosity. Vladimir shook his head out of pity, and with one flap of his wings, the overwhelming spiritual pressure immediately filled the air. It's a shame, but you'll have to die. Yang immediately looked up as he felt the terrifying spiritual pressure and saw massive fire as if the sky itself was on fire. Even though it was nowhere near the level of Yamamoto's flame, he knew he couldn't take it lightly. Doomsday. Although you have angered me, it is hard to find someone as strong as you. I'll use this move to end your life out of respect for your strength. As the name suggests, it can destroy the whole world, so you can be proud of yourself that you'll die with this move. Vladimir looked at Yang and Harable with pitiful eyes. It has been so long since he found someone as strong as them, yet they would die this quick. Seeing the crimson sky, Harable was shaking. She just couldn't believe the difference in strength between them was this far apart. Although that might be a little troublesome to deal with, but Yang seemed to be seeing the sky and the sky. If you think that will be enough to kill me, then you're just an arrogant hollow, nothing more. Even Yamamoto's flame couldn't defeat him, yet this hollow thought he could kill him with his fire that was nothing but flashy. Yang grabbed Harable and used flash steps, reappearing a few hundred meters away from the area of impact. He saw that T-fire raised the place he stood earlier without leaving any surface unburned. It seems that he is not just all talk. Yang nodded as not only did the attack cover a huge area, its destructive power was also extraordinary. An average captain would be seriously injured if they weren't fast enough to dodge the attack. Yang, who thought that was the extent of Vladimir's move, was surprised as the fire that bombarded the ground earlier rose once again and headed straight toward Yang. What? Is it targeting me no matter where I go? Yang saved the thinking for later, grabbed Harable, and used flash steps once again to dodge the flame. Not even in his wildest imagination would he think that Harable would drag anyone down, but it was clear that she was nothing but a burden in this scenario. Yang reappeared several meters away, but the flame kept following him. Yang kept using flash steps to dodge, but the flame was following him closely no matter how far he moved. This is really troublesome, Yang murmured as he continuously dodged the attack. At this time, Harable firmly held on to Yang and looked at Yang with eyes full of emotion. The man beside her didn't even know her, yet he went this far to protect her. Yang felt like he was in trouble until he glanced at Vladimir and found that his eyes were moving around, following Yang's movement. He smiled and immediately used flash steps and appeared behind Vladimir. Vladimir was startled and immediately used Sonido, putting distance between him and Yang. As I thought, you control your flame with your eyes. Yang said with a smile after realizing that the flame didn't immediately follow him this time. It seems I have to admit that you are not just a mere insect. Vladimir said solemnly, but clearly he sounded different from earlier. Yang himself was surprised even though he guessed it right. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was already screaming deep down, controlling fire with your eyes? Do you think this is Amaterasu or some shit? Although the flame itself wasn't a threat for Yang, the ability to freely control it with his eyes completely changed the situation. Yang used flash steps and put quite a distance between him and Vladimir, laid Harable on the ground, and returned in front of Vladimir once again. I guess I have to get a little serious too. Yang drew his Zanpakuto from the waist, pointing it at Vladimir. Shinigami, Kimura Yang, I'll be taking your life. Chapter 113, Fierce Battle. Shinigami, Yang, I'll be taking your life. Yang said with a solemn look on his face as he held his Zanpakuto. Even with their distance, Vladimir could vividly feel as if he was already cut by Yang's Zanpakuto. My name is Vladimir Eric, Shinigami. You may be somewhat capable, but all forms of struggle are futile before my presence. Vladimir spread his hand, and spiritual pressure was concentrated on his palm. Shumatsu no Ken. A purple crystal-clear energy sword suddenly appeared on the top of Ma Yang's head. It was such a beautiful and elegant sword that no one would think it could kill anyone. Swish, as Vladimir waved his hand, the energy sword was plunged down at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Ma Yang reacted in time and used flash steps, instantly disappearing from the spot. Swish, the moment Ma Yang dodged the attack and looked back at the place where he stood earlier, his pupils dilated as there was a huge hole there. Ma Yang turned towards Vladimir and realized that he had underestimated him. Although he had never seen him in the anime in his previous life, his strength was the real deal. Even judging from the move just now, it was impeccable in terms of speed and destructive power. Not to mention his enemy was capable of concentrating the spiritual pressure to such a level that not a trace of it leaked out. Sonata, K's no Sora. Ma Yang immediately released his Zanpakuto as he acknowledged his enemy as a threat. A Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Vladimir glanced at the Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hands and said solemnly. However, you're still no match for me even if you release your Zanpakuto. Just like earlier, Vladimir spread his hand, and immediately waved it. Swish, seeing this familiar movement, Ma Yang was startled and immediately used flash steps. Sure enough, another bottomless hole was formed below where Ma Yang used to stand. Unlike most big moves, Ma Yang couldn't feel any concentrated spiritual pressure even after Vladimir launched this attack, which made it tricky as he had to observe him thoroughly if he wanted to dodge the attack. Ma Yang let his guard down when he managed to dodge Vladimir's attack that he failed to notice that the flame that Vladimir controlled with his eyes was ready to strike from behind. He barely managed to dodge the attack, but he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, right after he dodged the flame, the purple energy sword was already waiting above his head, ready to pierce his head. Ma Yang's survival instinct kicked in, and he immediately twisted his body and repelled the purple energy sword with his Zanpakuto that was covered in azure spiritual pressure. Bang! As soon as Ma Yang's Zanpakuto came into contact with the energy sword in the air, he could feel a powerful force coming from the edge of the blade, which turned out to be the energy that was stored in the energy sword that exploded upon impact. Ma Yang was genuinely impressed by this move as it released all of its stored energy upon impact. Hanjutsu. A semicircular azure compressed air blade came out of Ma Yang's Zanpakuto as he swung it. Boom! The impact lit the sky with bright light, and the purple energy sword was reduced to nothingness when the compressed air blade hit it. Ma Yang slowly turned towards Vladimir while holding his Zanpakuto. He had to admit that this hollow was really an interesting opponent. I have to admit that you are the most powerful opponent I have ever met, Shinigami. Vladimir said with a hint of joy in his tone, to think that a mere Shinigami can block my Shumatsu no Kin head-on, the world is vast indeed. However, don't think you have a chance just because you block my Shumatsu no Ken. Get ready if you don't wanna die, Shinigami. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance later. Then again, you can prepare all you want, but it'll be futile before my absolute power. Vladimir said condescendingly as more and more energy swords started to materialize, pointed toward Ma Yang. Although Ma Yang couldn't feel the slightest spiritual pressure from the energy swords, he now knew it had stored energy inside. Even one energy sword stored quite a lot of energy, and this time, there were numerous swords. Get ready, Shinigami. Make sure to make the most of your last moment. Vladimir said with a proud smile as he was surrounded by the energy swords. Sorry, I forgot your name. Haribel was worried about Ma Yang when he saw the purple energy swords in the air. Although she didn't feel a trace of spiritual pressure coming from it, she saw how deadly it was earlier and immediately knew that it was far stronger than her strongest Sero. However, Ma Yang just chuckled as he stretched his left foot from his right foot and raised his hand, pointing it at Vladimir with steadily rising spiritual pressure. Limit of the Thousand Hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Disease Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. The sky seemed to turn almost instantly, and terrifying spiritual pressure was exuded behind Ma Yang, followed by several balls of light. Hado number 91, Thousand-Hand Incandescent Heaven-Killing Sphere. As Ma Yang finished his chanting, the balls of light behind him immediately flew straight at Vladimir. Vladimir's complexion slightly changed as he felt the threat from the ball of lights aimed at him. In response, he flapped his wings, and one of his energy swords intercepted Ma Yang's Hado. Bang bang bang. As the attacks collided, a loud explosion occurred, blowing everything nearby away. That's the first time I can use number 90's Hado in actual combat. That feels pretty good. Seeing the massive explosion due to his and Vladimir's attack, Ma Yang nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't help but remember the first time he used Senju Kotentai more than 100 years ago during his fight with Yamamoto. Back then, he thought it shouldn't be that hard to master Hado number 90, Black Coffin, but the first time he used it in combat turned out to be a failure. Seeing how much progress he had made, considering he successfully used Senju Kotentai just now, he just couldn't contain the smile on his face. What are you grinning at? It's not that powerful anyway. Vladimir's displeased voice came from in the sky as he descended with a grumpy face. Shinigami, you really annoyed me. Unforgivable. Unfortunately for him, he took a little bit of damage during their last exchange as he couldn't completely dodge the impact of their attack. Vladimir spread his hand once again, and a translucent energy sword appeared once again, but the color was clearly different this time as it was a dark purple energy sword this time. Even though the difference was just in color, Aizen could feel that it was more powerful than the last one. Shimatsu no Ha. The aura around Vladimir suddenly changed as he held that particular energy sword in his hand. Scorched earth. Vladimir waved the energy sword in his hand, and a scorching flame suddenly sprang out from the ground. Aizen used flash steps to escape to the air. He was surprised when he saw the devoured everything on the ground as if it were a live doomsday. Another flame was ready to devour Aizen from the sky. Aizen was about to use flash steps as he saw this when suddenly. Heimatsu no Jigaku. A circular spiritual pressure wave suddenly spread out with Vladimir as the center, instantly covering the entire area. Dong. Aizen gasped as he looked at the translucent wall of light in front of him in disbelief. It turned out to be a barrier that prevented him from escaping or even used flash steps. Scorched earth, doomsday, Heimatsu no Jigaku. Vladimir walked slowly toward Aizen. During everything that just happened, the minor wound on his body had already healed, and the usual condescending look was plastered on his face. As you can see, everything within 100 meters around me will be caught in this Heimatsu no Jigaku. This is my territory, and you can't escape. Meeting me is both your greatest luck and misfortune. As Vladimir rose the energy sword in his hand, the flame around him rampaged and headed straight toward Aizen from all directions. It's over, Shinigami. Chapter 114, Ongoing Battle. It's over, Shinigami. Vladimir had a cold expression on his face as he waved the Shumatsu no Ha in his hand, and the flames from all directions went straight for Aizen as if they had received a command. Haribal, who saw this terrifying scene outside the barrier, gasped in surprise. Could Aizen withstand such an overwhelming attack? HMPH. Aizen suddenly swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, and a gust of wind instantly rose, blowing away the flames that came his way. Is that all? That's supposed to be my line. Vladimir said coldly. The flame that Aizen blew away immediately converged and then rushed towards Aizen once again. No matter how many times these flames were blown away, they would reconverge again. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Aizen turned his eyes and looked at the barrier that was called Doomsday. Although the barrier prevented him from using flash steps, he should be able to destroy it if he wanted to. It's useless. Vladimir said as if he had seen through what Aizen was thinking. Did you not hear what I said at the beginning? Everything within 100 radius around me is affected by this Amassing no Jigaku. It's pointless to destroy the barrier. As long as you're within the range, you will not be able to escape from the Amassing no Jigaku. Didn't you notice that it covers a wider area now compared to the beginning? Aizen was shocked. He glanced around and realized that Vladimir was telling the truth. At the moment, Heimatsu no Jigaku indeed covered more area than the beginning. He'd be caught again if he only escaped for a brief moment. If you keep running, I think the female hollow that you saved earlier will be a casualty. Vladimir said it with a teasing smile on his face as if looking forward to seeing Aizen's reaction. Aizen narrowed his eyes, and sure enough, there were less than 100 meters between where Haribal was now and Amassing no Jigaku. If he kept running away, Haribal would be dragged into this, and considering her state right now, she wouldn't be able to withstand Vladimir's attack. Aw shit. I'm still exhausted from fighting old man Yama. Aizen twisted his neck. I thought I can win without trying so hard, but it seems that's not going to fly. Well, now that it has come to this, let's get to it. Aizen tossed his Zanpakuto to the side. Swish followed by a flash of the blade. Aizen was already behind Vladimir, holding the Zanpakuto in his hand with blood dripping from its blade. Shit, blood spurted from Vladimir's neck. Swish. Vladimir swung the Shumatsu no Ha in his hand the moment he felt blood spurting from his neck, leaving a purple light in the air. Swoosh. Aizen's figure flashed, and Vladimir's furious attack missed. PSSKKK. As the blade flashed again, Vladimir's chest was severely cut that his bone was laid bare. Before Vladimir could react, Aizen was already in front of Vladimir once again with his Zanpakuto pointed at Vladimir and a faint smile on his face. Do you understand now? I can kill you before you can even react if I want to. A faint aura rose from the edge of Aizen's Zanpakuto that Vladimir was trembling. Although your ability is indeed very powerful, it requires you to follow my movement with your eyes. And from our exchange just now, it was clear that you weren't capable to do so. Vladimir was surprised beyond belief as he never thought this kind of outcome would be possible. He never expected that there was someone out there, whose movement was so fast that he couldn't follow it. No. Vladimir was baffled by this fact. If his opponent was this strong, why didn't he kill him right from the start? Why did he hold back and even took such a roundabout way? Could it be that he normally wasn't that fast? Either that or there was a drawback if he exerted that much speed. Such thought crossed Vladimir's mind as he looked at Ma Yang with observant eyes this guy. Seeing the look on Vladimir's face, Ma Yang knew that he must have figured out something. Although his opponent was arrogant as if he didn't care about anything, he turned out to be such a rational and observant guy. A jolt of lightning seeped into Ma Yang's body, reinforcing the muscle on his legs. Swish! Ma Yang's body disappeared in an instant, and reappeared in front of Vladimir, striking him down with his Zanpakuto. Brrrhhhh. Right when Ma Yang was about to swing down his Zanpakuto, a wall of flame was spewed from Vladimir's body. Ma Yang was surprised by this unexpected turn of events and immediately used flash steps to dodge the flame, put some distance between them. It was natural to be cautious of the unknown, especially if it exuded such a terrifying aura. If I can't attack, then I'll put you in the same boat, Vladimir said with the wall of flame still in front of him. No matter how fast you are, you can't attack me with this flame in the way, can you? Immediately after, a flower-shaped flame blossomed around his body. However, despite its shape, it exuded a monstrous spiritual pressure from within. Now, the whole barrier was suddenly enveloped in a layer of light. However, right before he could unleash his move, Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Ma Yang pointed his index finger, and 6 thin, wide beams of light were slammed into Vladimir's midsection, holding him in place despite the flower-shaped flame that protected Vladimir. Vladimir himself felt that he couldn't exert his spiritual pressure and his movements were restricted. Vladimir thought that a Bakudo of this level shouldn't be a hindrance for him. However, Bakudo number 63, Ethereal Binding Chain. Right when Vladimir was about to break free from Therakijikro, yellow energy, taking the form of a very thick rope, suddenly descended from the sky and bound him again, and this one was even stronger than the last. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing iron-clad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75, Penetration of 5 iron pillar. Without giving a time for Vladimir to catch a breath, Ma Yang used another Bakudo. 5 huge iron pillars fell from the sky, and Vladimir, who could not move because of the previous Bakudo, was pinned to the ground. The condescending look on his face was long gone now. Damn, he actually pinned me down, unforgivable. The arrogant Vladimir was now lying on the ground powerlessly. He never felt so humiliated before and it made him go crazy. A violent spiritual power burst out from Vladimir. He didn't feel anything aside from rage right now as he wanted to tear apart the Shinigami that humiliated him like this. No way, he still has this much spiritual power left in him? Ma Yang was surprised as it turned out Vladimir was still hiding that much spiritual power even after what he did. Although he was indeed surprised, he didn't just sit idly as Vladimir struggled to stand up. He had already prepared his follow-up moves. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Groanum and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. A black cube that exuded such a mind-blowing power as if it distorted the space itself was erected around Vladimir, and he could feel its menacing power as it surrounded him. As expected of Kuratsugi. The power is on a whole another level. Even though he was the one who used it, he couldn't blame if this Hado for being Aizen's favorite. Kagami Soragaku. Although Ma Yang knew for sure that Kuratsugi landed on Vladimir, he still couldn't shake off the bad feeling he got in his heart, so he used his original Kido. Chapter 115, Libel's request. After trapping Vladimir, Ma Yang immediately used flash steps, took Harable with him, and left that place. Why are you running away, Kimura-sama? Even though she was nowhere near Ma Yang or Vladimir's level, she realized that Ma Yang still had the upper hand just from observing their fight earlier, even though Vladimir's ability indeed proved to be troublesome. Yet, despite that, Ma Yang chose to run away. Ma Yang glanced down at Harable and said nothing. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Harable was flustered as she was afraid her words would offend Ma Yang. Ma Yang himself was a little bit confused when he saw the look on Harable's face, wondering why she looked so flustered. Is that what you're worried about? Ma Yang said with a smirk on his face. You know how girls always have those days in a month where they don't feel so good? What are you talking about? Harable looked at Ma Yang with curious eyes. Ma Yang was silent for a moment. Did that mean a female hollow's body didn't work the same as humans' female? From the look on Haribel's eyes, it was safe to say Ma Yang's suspicion was right. Never mind. Since Haribel didn't get Ma Yang's joke, he had no choice but to brush off his lame joke with an explanation. Well, to put it shortly, I'm not sure I can defeat him in my current state, so I just restrain him. Boom. A terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly burst out, startling Ma Yang. He knew whose spiritual pressure it was without even looking back. Although he was well aware that he constructed the keto that trapped Vladimir in a hurry, he did not expect Vladimir to break free from that keto in such a short time. At that moment, Ma Yang realized that Vladimir hadn't gone all out yet. Ma Yang didn't expect this character that wasn't even mentioned in the manga to be so powerful. If he insisted on fighting him while suppressing the hollowification process inside him, who knew what would happen? Ma Yang reinforced his leg with more lightning, allowing him to escape with extraordinary speed. Unforgivable. Bang. As a powerful spiritual pressure burst forth, the black coffin was shattered, revealing Vladimir's figure inside that was completely covered by his wings. As Vladimir flicked his wings, it was clear that he barely took any damage. In fact, he suffered more severe injury when Ma Yang slashed him with his Zanpakuto earlier compared to when Ma Yang used Kurohitsugi. That was close. Vladimir himself knew that attack just now was really dangerous, so he immediately wrapped himself with his wings. However, he felt something off when he flicked his wings, so he looked back only to find his wings covered in bruises and minor wounds. It was only some minor injuries, but Vladimir himself was more shocked than anyone. Vladimir's wings were the toughest part of his body, and his prized wings were now covered in bruises and scars, which made him question just how powerful Ma Yang actually was. Ma Yang, is it? I'll be sure to remember your name. Menacing spiritual pressure swirled in the air as Vladimir stared at the bruise on his wings. Obviously, a proud hollow like him couldn't allow himself to fall short against the likes of Shinigami. Vladimir then used Sonido, planning to catch up with Ma Yang, but he felt something was amiss as he went through the crystal-clear wall in front of him. Complete to his surprise, he was still at the same place as earlier, but he emerged from the wall behind him. HMPH. Vladimir grunted, and a flame ball was fired from his hand. However, it disappeared the moment it hit the crystal-clear wall as if it went into another dimension. However, Vladimir's pupils dilated at the next moment as the flame ball that he fired earlier almost hit him from another side hadn't he dodged it. That pesky Shinigami. He even left this annoying trickery behind. Vladimir's spiritual pressure suddenly skyrocketed, and he emitted a wave of flame that shattered the keto Ma Yang created in a hurry. That Shinigami dares to make a fool out of me. I'm gonna finish him for sure next time. Vladimir's menacing spiritual pressure swirled in the air, blowing everything away. This should be far enough. After Ma Yang was convinced that he had put enough distance between them and Vladimir, he put down Haribel. Okay, you're free to go now. Although he ended up saving Haribel on his way to find Stark, the Haribel he saw now in the third day spot a Haribel that he knew was way too different, and it was honestly disappointing. Kimura-sama? Haribel seemed like she had something to say, but she was kind of reluctant to do so. What's the matter? Seeing Haribel seem fidgety, Ma Yang immediately inquired her. Although the Haribel in front of him was quite different from the Haribel that he knew, Ma Yang had a soft spot for all Bleach's original character. I'll serve you, but can you please protect us in exchange? If someone as strong as you is on our side, we'll be able to rest easy. Haribel knelt down on the ground suddenly, bowing her head. Serve me? Ma Yang was shocked for a moment, but he suddenly thought of something. Wait, us? Who else is there other than you? There are 3 more female hollows aside from me. Us female hollows fall short when it comes to power. Because of that, we're constantly being targeted by other hollows, but if Kimura-sama is there to protect us, we should be safe. Haribel suddenly got worked up for a moment before lowering her tone again. I'm well aware that this is such a selfish request, but... Looking at the hopeful look in Haribel's eyes, Ma Yang couldn't just refuse immediately. Besides, she said that there were 3 other, so it should be Mila Rose, Sung-san, and Apaxai. Although he was kind of disappointed with Haribel, those 3 were original Bleach characters too, and he had a soft spot for them. Lead the way. Ma Yang said after a brief silence. Seriously? Haribel was thrilled as Ma Yang agreed to her request. Although Haribel alone was sufficient to get them through various predicaments, they would be safer if Ma Yang agreed to protect them. Judging from the brief battle earlier, she believed that even Baragon was no match against Ma Yang. Haribel immediately led Ma Yang towards her hideout, grinning all the way. Along the way, Ma Yang was looking closely at Haribel as he followed closely behind her and felt that her demeanor as the later third day spottle was still there. Kimura-sama, we're almost there. As Haribel notified Ma Yang that her hideout was close, their eyes met, and she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Meanwhile, Ma Yang was a little bit flustered as he has been staring at Harable for quite some time. Suddenly Ma Yang's complexion changed. What's the matter, Kimura-sama? Is your hideout over there? Harable nodded after following the direction Ma Yang pointed. This is not good. I felt a few powerful spiritual pressure from there, and some of them are even stronger than you. I think your companion may be in trouble. Chapter 116, King of the Virtual Circle inside a cave in Hueco Mundo. Why Harable-sama has not returned yet? A lion-like hollow said while licking her paws. As if the likes of you could understand what Harable-sama is thinking. A deer-like hollow didn't waste any time to make fun of what the lion-like hollow said. Huh? The lion-like hollow immediately glared at the deer-like hollow in response. Don't get ahead of yourself, Apaxai. You're nothing but a newbie until recently. Don't get on my nerves if you don't want me to kill you. What are you blabbering about? You're the one who gets ahead of yourself, Mila Rose, you stupid lion. What? Huh? They both were on each other's throat as they rammed their heads against each other's. What are you both fighting for? You both are equally stupid anyway. A snake-like hollow condescendingly said as she looked down the lion-like and the deer-like hollow due to her tall body. You wanna go, Sung-sun? Mila Rose and Apaxai, who were fighting until a moment ago, immediately said at the same time as they glared at Sung-sun. HMPH. Realizing both of them were so in sync just now, both Mila Rose and Apaxai grunted and turned their heads away from each other. Look at how well you two get along. You two are so in sync just now. Sung-sun didn't waste this opportunity to make fun of Mila Rose and Apaxai again. Sung-sun, you bastard. However, while these three were busy bickering, bang! A sudden spiritual pressure outburst startled them. What? They instantly stopped bickering and looked toward the entrance. They could feel a terrifying spiritual pressure that was even stronger than Harable. They were familiar with it, so they knew it belonged to none other than Baragon. What's the matter? Are you guys too scared to come out after sensing Baragon-sama's spiritual pressure? Bastard. Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaxai looked at each other before walking out of the cave. Harable was not with them now, and they definitely didn't stand a chance against Baragon on their own, but at the very least, they didn't want to tarnish Harable's name. Baragon, are you such a coward that you have to swarm our hideout while Harable-sama is away? Mila Rose asked curtly as soon as she arrived at the entrance and saw Baragon sitting on his throne made of bone surrounded by a horde of minnows grand. Despite her tone, her legs were slightly trembling. It couldn't be helped as she was in the presence of the king of Hueco Mundo, especially now that Hariel was not with them. You're being disrespectful to Baragon-sama. A hollow that was kneeling behind Baragon just now stood up and yelled at Mila Rose for her rude remarks. Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaxai were all surprised. Although it was just another small fry that served Baragon, they couldn't underestimate him as there were so many of them here. Stand down, acrylic. Baragon suddenly said when he saw one of his men was about to attack Mila Rose, Sung-sun, and Apaxai while tapping his finger on his throne. Baragon-sama? The hollow looked back towards Baragon as he was confused why Baragon stopped him. Huh? The tapping sound that Baragon made when he tapped his fingers on his throne suddenly stopped, and he shifted his gaze to the hollow that looked at him with a questioning look on his face. The hollow immediately knelt down on the ground and said flusteredly, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Oh? You're asking for my forgiveness? Then you should know what your mistake is, right? Enlighten me. I doubt Your Majesty's order for even a second, and for that, I deserve to die 1,000 times. The hollow bowed down with his forehead on the ground, and his whole body was trembling. You already know your mistake deserves death, so why beg me for mercy? Knowing that he could die at any second now, the hollow was even more panicked. Since you're a newbie and there are a lot of things you didn't know yet, I'll let it slide after you cut one of your arms. Hearing Baragon's words, the hollow lopped off one of his arms without the slightest hesitation before walking back where he previously knelt respectfully, without even looking back at his torn-off arm. Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaxai that witnessed everything with their own eyes, gasped. This was their first time seeing Baragon this close, and even though the one that was punished was Baragon's henchman and not them, they could clearly feel the pressure from Baragon, and one thing for sure, it was way stronger than Harable. Baragon leaned back on his throne as he shifted his gaze towards Sung-sun, Mila Rose, Apaxai standing below, and the tapping sound on his throne echoed throughout the surroundings again. Tap, tap, tap. Each time Baragon tapped on his throne lightly, Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaxai could feel that their heart was about to come out. You three. Since Harable is not here, I am not interested in ants like you, but you must know that my authority as the king of Hueco Mundo is absolute. On that note, I'll let you guys walk away with just cut off your arm like Acrylic did. Baragon said nonchalantly while still tapping his throne, which made the three of them shocked. What's the matter? Do you have any objections? Baragon looked down at the 3 weak hollows on the ground as if they were ants. In fact, he ordered them all to do that simply out of whim. In his eyes, these 3 were not worth his time. Who do you think you are, Baragon? Mila Rose mustered her courage and objected. No one can order us around except Harable-sama. Oh. Baragon was intrigued that the ant in front of him dared to defy the king of Hueco Mundo even without Harable there with them. He could have squashed these ants with his hand if he wanted to. As Baragon leaned closer toward them, they instinctively felt fear. Even if they mustered their courage, they just couldn't deny the fact that Baragon was a far stronger Minos Grand. Oh, are you trembling? Baragon suddenly said, well, it can't be helped. You guys are in the presence of the king of Hueco Mundo, after all. Baragon-sama. Allow me to execute these 3 in your stead. A tiger-like hollow suddenly appeared beside Baragon. Ah. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm delighted that you're so considerate. If you insist, I'll leave them to you then. I already lost interest in these ants, but I do look forward to seeing the look on Harable's face when she saw they died. After receiving Baragon's permission, Gyo felt a sudden excitement as he could be useful for Baragon. You 3 will have to die for your insolence toward Baragon-sama. Gyo rushed toward Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai, suddenly disappearing from plain sight. Realizing Gyo was on the hunt for their heads, they 3 couldn't shake off the uneasiness in their heart, especially when they realized Gyo was much faster than them. Baragon was watching them closely. Seeing the futile struggle of the wheel always sparked his interest. After all, life in Hueco Mundo was too dull and boring for someone of his caliber. However, to Baragon's surprise, Gyo was sent flying to his feet as fast as he rushed toward Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai. Baragon-sama. Gyo turned toward Baragon before vomiting a mouthful of blood and fainted. Harable-sama. Meanwhile, Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai cried in joy as a golden yellow-haired figure appeared before them. Chapter 117, Kimura Maayang and Baragon. After glancing at Gyo that was lying beside his feet, Baragon turned his eyes to the 2 silhouettes that showed up unannounced. Harable. Harable also looked towards Baragon with cold eyes after glancing at Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai. Ah, Baragon, huh? While they were staring at each other, Maayang suddenly called Baragon's name nonchalantly, which obviously surprised Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai. Since this man came with Harable, they knew that he must be her acquaintance, but even if they got Harable on their side, Baragon's men wouldn't just let it slide when a random man disrespected their king. Damn, that guy doesn't know his place. Unforgivable, he dares to disrespect Baragon-sama. Kill him. Maayang frowned when he heard Baragon's men began threatening him, but they suddenly stopped when Baragon raised his hand. Once his men went quiet, he turned his attention to the man that just called his name. At first, he thought the man was just someone that Harable happened to stumble upon. However, when this man addressed him so casually, his interest was piqued. When Baragon observed Maayang from top to bottom, he noticed he had no mask nor the hole that Hollow usually had. In addition, he wore black clothes, and Baragon couldn't feel any hollow spiritual pressure from him. Are you human or Shinigami? Shinigami. Maayang briefly said as he stroked his Zanpato's hilt. Shinigami, huh? Maayang's answer clearly didn't surprise Baragon that was still sitting on his throne. Is there something you want to say to King of Hueco Mundo? Nah, it's just that telling them to cut off their hand is a bit much, don't you think? Maayang indifferently said, followed by a chuckle. Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai were startled as they didn't expect Maayang would voice how unreasonable Baragon was. I don't see anything wrong with it. Are you telling me you think otherwise, Shinigami? Baragon said with a taunting tone as he looked down towards Maayang. Although Maayang knew how strong Baragon was, he still felt pressure from this king of Hueco Mundo. Maayang then pointed to Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaxai behind him. I mean, just look at them. Well, setting the other 2 aside, that one doesn't even have a limb. Maayang pointed at Sung-san this time and added, don't you see? She's a snake-like hollow. Aren't you just making things difficult by telling her to cut off her own arm? Everyone was speechless when they heard what Maayang said. The atmosphere was so tense, and they wondered what Maayang was about to say, yet he said something completely unpredictable. You bastard. Mila Rose was the first one to break the silence. She immediately burst into a rage as she thought Maayang had made fun of her. Hey, Mila Rose. Apaxai immediately dragged Mila Rose away before pointing at Sung-san and whispered something to Mila Rose with a smirk. The look on Mila Rose's face suddenly changed. Although she didn't like what the Shinigami in front of them said, Sung-san had it the worst here. Realizing this fact, Mila Rose turned her eyes at Sung-san and almost burst into laughter when she noticed the look on Sung-san's face. Sung-san was clearly furious simply from looking her eyes. Is that all you want to say, Shinigami? Baragan didn't seem to understand Maayang's joke, and after seeing Baragan's reaction, Maayang began to think that the king of Hueco Mundo might have a slightly different taste of humor. If that's all, I don't think you have anything left to surprise me. You're just a mere Shinigami, after all. Baragan waved his hand in disappointment. Maayang's eyes widened. What was going on today? Anywhere he went, he was always welcomed by the Amir Shinigami remarks. Which one of you wants to take care of this Shinigami for me? Some of his men stood up almost instantly while glaring at Maayang. Horrible-sama. Mila Rose couldn't help but raise her voice. Although she couldn't stand this Shinigami's attitude, he should be on their side, considering he came with Horrible. Therefore, was it okay to just watch as he was killed by Baragan's men? It's okay, Horrible said without a trace of worry in her eyes. At Maayang's level right now, let alone his men, even Baragan himself was no match against Maayang. But even so, Mila Rose was still worried. Witness Kimura-sama's strength with your own eyes. Horrible said without looking back. Seeing Maayang's battle up close should help them hone their strength. Kimura-sama? Meanwhile, Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaksai were more concerned with how Horrible addressed Maayang. Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaksai looked at each other. They were clearly in shock and wondered just who this Shinigami was. While Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaksai were still shocked by how Horrible addressed Maayang, some of Baragan's men had already charged at Maayang to prove themselves to Baragan, especially since they didn't feel anything special from Maayang's spiritual pressure. Geez, everyone just looks down on Shinigami nowadays. He didn't think much of it when Vladimir looked down on him earlier, but it was starting to get on Maayang's nerve now. These guys are so eager to die, I see. Maayang drew his Zanpakuto in an instant, and it was as if Baragan's men charging toward him could see a crescent-shaped light, but only for a moment as they already fell to the ground before they knew it. These Ajushas immediately turned into Rishi in a matter of seconds. Amazing. Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apaksai were speechless when they saw those hollows die almost instantly. After all, they were fellow Ajushas, just like them. This made them see Maayang in a different light, and now they understood why Horrible addressed him with Sama. Interesting. I didn't expect a mere Shinigami like you to be quite capable. Instead of bursting into a rage when he saw his men were killed by Maayang almost instantly, Baragan seemed excited. However, if that's all you got. Baragan instantly disappeared from his throne and reappeared right beside Maayang, with a giant black axe raised high in his hand, ready to strike Maayang's head. Drop dead, Shinigami. Maayang chuckled before raising his Zanpakuto over his head to parry Baragan's attack. Dang, Maayang didn't seem shocked or flustered whatsoever. The speed is so-so, I guess, but it lacks in power. Maayang glanced up at Baragan, who attacked him from the top and even commented on his attack. You. Before Baragan could say anything back, he felt something powerful hitting him on the abdomen, and before he could react, he was sent flying. Maayang put his foot back to the ground and said indifferently, well, that's all you got after all. Chapter 118, Playing around with his prey. Hearing Maayang's ridicule, a trace of anger flashed in Baragan's eyes. He was still in the air, but he twisted his body and borrowed the momentum of his feet in the air. He immediately stopped the momentum of retreating. Then he suddenly kicked and rushed towards Maayang at an even faster speed. The giant axe in his hand flashed with a trace of cold light. Maayang slipped his feet and leaned to the side. Baragan's axe chopped down on his body, but it did not hurt Maayang in the slightest. What? Seeing his axe cut down from Maayang's side by a hair's breadth but did not hurt Maayang in the slightest, Baragan's eyes flashed with surprise. The attack did not hit, but as Baragan's body leaned forward, he saw a hand suddenly put in front of his eyes. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. A blue light suddenly erupted from the hand in front of him. Shit. Baragan was shocked, but it was too late to avoid it at this time. He turned the giant axe in his hand, and Baragan put it in front of him to block the attack. Boom. Baragan retreated a distance under the bombardment of Maayang's Kido, but under the protection of the giant axe in his hand, he was not hurt but was forced away by the impact. Damn. Being blocked by the smoke from the attack, Baragan used the Sonido to retreat. He could not help but let out a dissatisfied cry. He originally thought that he was just a weak guy, but he did not expect that he would suffer a few losses. This made him, the king of Hueco Mundo, furious. Putting down the axe in his hand, Baragan did not have time to make the next move. He saw a bright knife light flashing in front of him. Without thinking much, Baragan raised the giant axe in his hand to meet the knife light in front of him. Rumble. Baragan only felt a strong force coming from his axe. Because he was in the air and didn't have enough strength to hold his ground, his body was pushed to the ground by force. With a wave of his hand, a saber light slashed down and Baragan fell from the sky. Maayang's body swayed, and he appeared on the ground again. He looked up to the falling figure and the figure who was falling from the sky. It was Baragon, who he had hit. Full moon slash. With a twist of his wrist, a wisp of cyan light flashed on Maiyang's Zanpakuto. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding crowd felt as if they had seen a full moon in an instant. The light that erupted from it even instantly covered up the moonlight emitted by the moon in the sky above the void ring. After being struck down from the sky by Maiyang, Baragon only heard the sound of the wind. The power that came from that attack just now was unexpectedly great. Now that he was struck down from the sky like this, he actually had no ability to resist at all. He could only powerlessly fall from the sky like this. Whoosh! Seeing that Maiyang, who was originally standing in the air, had already disappeared from where he was, Baragon suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Sure enough, the moment Maiyang disappeared from the sky, Baragon suddenly felt a powerful spiritual power fluctuation from behind him. Baragon struggled to turn his body. He looked down at Maiyang, who was standing on the ground. He only saw that Maiyang's Zanpakuto was covered with a layer of green light. Then, with a light cry from Maiyang, he turned his wrist. The sword light from his Zanpakuto flew out of his body and flew towards him. At the same time, a terrifying aura rushed towards him. A full moon suddenly flashed in the air. It made everyone that saw Maiyang's move to be in awe. The beautiful sword light made them sigh in their hearts. Even Baragon's subordinates were amazed when they saw the saber light. Even if they were enemies, they could not help but be amazed by this move. After casually putting the saber in his hand back into its sheath, Maiyang's body flashed and appeared in front of Harable. Kimura-sama. Seeing Maiyang appear in front of him, Harable bowed respectfully. Then, he turned his eyes to the three people behind him. He looked at them and said to Maiyang, "These are the three companions I mentioned to you." "Yes." Maiyang looked at the three people in front of him and nodded. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. He had thought that they were all human figures in his impression. He didn't expect that he would see the shape of a beast now. A lion, a deer, and a snake. It was really far from the three people he remembered. However, it was no wonder. After all, the current Harable was just like this. As Harable's subordinate officials, what could the three of them do? Moreover, Aizen had not yet begun his Rancor experiment in Hueco Mundo. They were only at the level of Jillian. It was still a long way until they grow into a human form. Not to mention the autonomy of Rancor, it was even longer. Kimura-sama. Seeing Maiyang looking at the three of them, Sung-san, Mila Rose, and Apaksai all spoke with some fear. After all, Harable, who was powerful in their hearts, also called Kimura in a well-behaved manner. And this guy, Kimura, could even take down Baragon in a one-sided manner. Maiyang nodded casually. He did not care much about the three people in front of him. After all, their appearances were a bit different from what he had imagined. Moreover, their strength was too weak in his eyes. There was really nothing worth paying attention to. Just as Sung-san and the other two were feeling uneasy because of Maiyang's cold performance. Boom. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. You actually dared to hurt the king of Hueco Mundo, His Majesty Baragon, unforgivable. With a roar of dissatisfaction, a purple-black spiritual power suddenly burst out from the air behind Maiyang. A figure wrapped in purple-black spiritual power appeared from the air behind Maiyang. Maiyang turned to look at Baragon, who had unleashed his power. After the attack just now, he could still raise his will to fight. As expected of the king of Hueco Mundo, his will was very firm. He's not dead yet. Seeing Baragon, who was emitting a powerful aura from spiritual power, Apaksai could not help but speak. Her tone was a little trembling. Just now, Maiyang's attack had already shocked them. They did not expect that Baragon, who had suffered that attack, could still fight again. Was this the true strength of the king of Hueco Mundo? Well, I did go easy on him. Maiyang couldn't help but laugh when he heard Apaksai's words. Although the attack just now was very powerful, it was still unrealistic to get rid of Baragon just like that. After all, he was also the king of Hueco Mundo. Maiyang would be surprised if he was dealt with like this. Sure enough, these three people were too naive. Unforgivable. Enough, is that the only sentence you're able to say after getting your ass kicked? Maiyang couldn't help but complain when he heard Baragon's roar in the air. The great Hueco Mundo Emperor was actually repeating those words over and over again. There was no new meaning at all. How original. Shinigami. You're dead. Baragon raised a giant axe in his hand, and purple-black spiritual power rotated around his body, giving off a faint feeling of oppression. Is that so? A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Maiyang's mouth as he pointed at Baragon's face with his finger. Hado number 63, Lightning Sphere. A huge lightning cannon suddenly shot out from the palm of Maiyang's hand, and its momentum was even greater than the previous slash. Maiyang's attainments in Kido were not weak. At this time, he was more familiar with Thunder attribute Kido, So although the Kido sent out was only number 63 Hado, its power was not inferior to the number 80 Hados sent by ordinary people. Before Baragon, who was shouting in the air, could react, Maayang's attack had come, and the powerful Hado instantly drowned his voice and body. So powerful. Seeing the Hado casually made by Maayang, the three people standing behind him were stunned. The power of the casual attack was much stronger than the full power of the void flash of their own people. Lord Baragon. Although Maayang and Baragon had fought several times, their speed was extremely fast, and those fights were only completed in a short time. It was not until Maayang once again sent out such a Kido attack on Baragon that the hollow subordinates of Baragon reacted. Looking at Baragon, who was once again drowned by Maayang's attack, one by one, they suddenly cried out in worry. It is this Shinigami. Kill him. And Harable worked together with the Shinigami, a traitor. Baragon's subordinates only clamored to look at Maayang's side, but no one rushed up. What a joke, even their king, Baragon, did not have the strength to fight back in the hands of this Shinigami. His own people rushed up to their inevitable death. Seeing the eyes of the surrounding people only looking at his side, Maayang smiled freely. Sure enough, no one was stupid. In the face of this situation, even if one was full of anger, no one dared to rush up. However, if he really killed Baragon here, there would be no available strength to use in the future. After all, he was the Segunda, second, Espada, and Harable is the third, who had been turned to his side. He did not know what Aizen would do in the future. With a slight smile, Maayang could not help but look forward to it in his heart. He really did not know what kind of composition Aizen's 10 Espada would be in the future. Chapter 119, A Journey. Alright, let's go. Maayang casually put away his Zanpakuto and no longer looked back at Baragon on the ground. He only nodded at Harable and the others before taking the lead and leaving. You won't come with me? Hearing Maayang's words, Mila Rose was slightly startled. What else? What else do you plan to do? But Baragon. Mila Rose. Yes, Lord Harable. Mila Rose respectfully looked at Harable as she walked toward her. Let's go. Okay. Although there were still some doubts in her heart, she still obediently closed her mouth and followed behind Maayang. Sangsun and Apaksai did not speak and quietly followed behind Maayang. Seeing the group of 5 people walking over, Baragon's subordinates all fearfully opened up a path. Although they were filled with resentment towards this Shinigami who dared to offend Baragon, they were not brave enough to challenge the person who easily defeated their king. Seeing these proud virtual figures obediently opening up a path for them, the 3 of them felt a bit complicated. They never thought that those high and mighty people would be like this now. Although this was only because they borrowed Maayang's prestige, at this moment, the sense of superiority that they felt was evident. Only when Maayang left with Harable and the others did Baragon, who had been submerged by the smoke caused by the attacks of the Kido, reveal his figure from the smoke. Lord Baragon. When they saw Baragon, many of their subordinates immediately went up to him. Baragon's subordinate bowed on the ground with a respectful expression. Although Baragon did not have much strength to resist Shinigami's subordinates, he was still far from being able to catch up with them. At least here, he was still the king of Hueco Mundo. Damn it, Shinigami. Baragon looked at the group of hollow kneeling on the ground. He no longer felt the pride and self-satisfaction he had in the past. The strength he was proud of was actually not worth mentioning in front of that Shinigami, and these so-called subordinates were useless in this situation. Strength. At this moment, a thirst for power suddenly arose in Baragon's heart. Ever since he grew up to the Vasto Lord, and since he became the king of Hueco Mundo, Baragon had never been so eager for power. Originally, he was the strongest king of Hueco Mundo, but now, when he found that his power was no longer so powerful in front of others, Baragon's heart once again aroused the desire for power. That desire was even deeper than when he was eager to grow to the Vasto Lord level. Shinigami, next time we meet, I will kill you. Previously, when he felt that Maayang had left, Baragon did not rush out to fight with Maayang again. Instead, he chose to hide in the air in humiliation and let Maayang leave. This kind of humiliating behavior was unforgivable to the king of Hueco Mundo. At the same time, he was extremely eager for power. Baragon also secretly vowed in his heart that the next time they met, he would kill that Shinigami to wash away the humiliation he suffered during this fight. In the endless sand and dust, Maayang slowly walked with the 4 of them. Where are we going? Behind Maayang, Mila Rose couldn't help but whisper. After leaving Baragon, the 3 of them followed closely behind Maayang and Harable, walking aimlessly in the desert for who knows how long. HMPH, Mila Rose, you stupid lion, you still want to know what Lord Kimura and Lord Harable are thinking? What did you say, Ap? Be careful. I'll kill you. Oh? You really know how to talk big. I wonder who will kill who. You stupid lion? Damn it, you bastard. You two should stop arguing. I've already gotten used to your clearly weak remarks. What did you say? Sung-san. Your three companions are really interesting. I am ashamed, Kimura-sama. You shouldn't. Ma-yang turned to look at Harable, who was walking beside him. All this time, she looked respectful. In fact, I still feel that it is better to maintain the feeling of equality between friends. Harable lowered his head slightly and remained silent. By the way, Harable, do you have anywhere to go? Harable raised his head and looked at Ma-yang in surprise. He saw that Ma-yang was heading straight in a direction. He thought that Ma-yang had his own plans. Why? I'm not hollow. I'm not familiar with Hueco Mundo at all. Of course, I don't know where to go. Ma-yang saw the expression on Harable's face and explained, as for you, don't you have any other bases? No, we have always been in that place. Harable shook his head. Alright then, let's just find a random place. Ma-yang casually looked around and then looked at a slightly taller mountain in the distance. Let's go there and take a look. Looking at the direction Ma-yang pointed at, Harable nodded and silently followed behind Ma-yang. A few days later Ma-yang sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain peak. His Zanpakuto was resting on his knees. Not far from him, Harable was leaning against a stone. His eyes were closed, but his mind was on guard as he paid attention to the movements around him. Inner world. Ma-yang and Kaznosora sat facing each other. How do you feel about the new power? Kaznosora waved the paper fan in his hand, still looking calm and confident. Powerful. Ma-yang recalled the ability he had displayed in the Sokioka Hill and spat out these two words. Hee hee. Kaznosora laughed softly. He had absolute confidence in his own abilities. When you first released Zanpakuto, your spiritual power was still too weak. You weren't strong enough to use Shike, and your Zanpakuto could only use half of his Shike, so the power you can control is only a little bit of lightning power derived from your Zanpakuto. However, Kaznosora is essentially a wind-type Zanpakuto. The lightning ability is only derived from extremely powerful wind-type power, and this derived thunder-type ability can only play an auxiliary role. It can't take any damage. But after your spiritual power reaches the standard, you can fully display Zanpakuto's real ability, the strongest wind element Zanpakuto. Soul Society's strongest wind element Zanpakuto not only has the wind element ability, but also the thunder and lightning ability derived from Zanpakuto's wind element ability. With the derived thunder ability, whether it is the strength of the body, speed, explosive power, reaction, these will all be greatly improved, and the wind ability also makes your Zanpakuto have strong destructive power, whether in close combat or long-range attack. As for Benkei, it does not bring you any other ability, just let the wind ability further strengthen. I think you must be very disappointed at that time. Ma-yang smiled faintly. At that time, his heart was indeed a little disappointed. The long-awaited Benkei actually did not bring him any additional surprise ability, but... Indeed, I did not think of it. I thought that Benkei was really just a more powerful wind and thunder force. It is indeed just a more powerful wind and thunder force. Otherwise, what do you think? Do you think that the power to touch space now is Zanpakuto's new ability? You are wrong. In the end, this is only Zanpakuto's original power, the wind ability. In fact, there was no strict distinction of superiority or inferiority in Zanpakuto. Each of Zanpakuto's abilities was unique. After all, Zanpakuto was born from Shinigami's soul. It was as if there was no same person, nor was there the same Zanpakuto. Each of Zanpakuto's abilities was unique. It was just to see how many people could develop their own Zanpakuto's ability. How is this possible? How can there be no difference between Zanpakuto and himself? Ma-yang couldn't help but retort, just like old Master's Rijinchaka, isn't he still known as the strongest flame-type Zanpakuto? And didn't you also say that you are the strongest wind-type, Zanpakuto? You can also say that. Kaznosora waved his hand, don't care about such a small matter. This is not a small matter. Ma-yang turned his head and whispered. But how much strength can Shinigami's Zanpakuto play? In the end, it still depends on how far Shinigami developed his own Zanpakuto. Just like Yamamoto Genryusei, he can develop Zanpakuto to that extent, but if it is another person, even with the strongest fire element, Zanpakuto may not be able to push the Zanpakuto in his hand to that extent. And what you have to do now is to continue to develop Zanpakuto's ability. Kaznosora himself is an extremely powerful Zanpakuto, with infinite possibilities waiting for you to develop. Chapter 120, Road to Power. What? Developing Zanpakuto? After hearing Kaznosora's words, Ma-yang no longer bothered about what he had said about Zanpakuto. He wasn't paying attention to that sort of thing. Yes. What do you think the power you just grasped should be? Kaznosora suddenly asked, looking at Ma-yang. The power that I just mastered? Ma-yang was stunned. Then, He said with a bit of embarrassment, "Don't say that. Actually, I'm just a guy who can only use brute force, not a master." Seeing the shy and reserved look on Ma Yang's face, Skywind silently turned his head, not looking at his pretentious appearance. Seeing Kazno Sora's reaction, Ma Yang put away his joking manner. The expression on his face was slightly solemn. That ability is obviously the ability of space. It is indeed the ability of space. Kazno Sora nodded and affirmed Ma Yang's words. Then his voice changed, "Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Generally speaking, the ability of Bankai is a further improvement of Shikai. You should know this. Soifan's 2-hits kill Sazumbachi is further strengthened with her Bankai, homing thunder missile. In a sense, her 2-hit Shikai now becomes 1 hit after her Bankai. Ikamaru Jin Shinso and Kamishini no Yari, Senbon Sakura and Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, everyone's Bankai is, without exception, an upgrade of Shikai ability, or a supplement to Shikai ability. So, what do you think the ability of space has to do with your previous wind ability or thunder ability? Its connection?" Hearing Skywind's question, Ma Yang was slightly stunned. Then he began to think about it. It was true that his space ability did not have much to do with the power of his Shikai, which were wind and thunder elements. But the ability of Bankai should indeed have something to do with Shikai. Just like before, after Bankai, the ability of wind and thunder was strengthened. Suddenly Ma Yang's heart moved, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes showed a trace of enlightenment. Could it be? "It seems that you realized." Seeing Ma Yang's demeanor, Kazno Sora said with a smile. He appeared with a bit of joy, apparently satisfied with Ma Yang's performance. Then the new ability to control space was only because the power of the wind and thunder element was extremely strong. "That's why you can break through space?" Ma Yang said with a bit of speculation. "Smart, completely correct." Kazno Sora nodded, facing Ma Yang with a somewhat expectant expression. He said, "What do you think wind power is? Is it just an attack method?" The wind ability is not only a long-range attack method. The wind represents sharpness. It represents destructive power and speed. And the thunder power derived from your wind ability represents powerful penetration and destructive power. After Bankai, your Zanpakuto has more powerful wind and thunder power, and the powerful power that these two powers can achieve is to make you finally powerful enough to break through space, so you have the current space ability. Hearing his own guess was confirmed by Kazno Sora, Ma Yang's heart could not help but have a trace of fluctuation. He did not expect that the power brought by the wind and thunder abilities could reach the point of breaking the space. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Ma Yang's heart. When strength reached the extreme, it was enough to break through space. And the two abilities of wind and thunder could not only achieve strength. In addition to strength, there was also the factor of speed. When strength reached the extreme, it could break through space and grasp the ability of space. Then what if speed reached the extreme? Was it time? Thinking that his ability could even touch the ability of time after it was developed to the extreme, Ma Yang's heart could not help but beat faster. The ultimate technique, that was the ability of time. Raising his head, he looked at Kazno Sora, who was sitting opposite him, with questioning and somewhat excited gaze. Ma Yang was a bit nervous. In Ma Yang's nervous eyes, Kazno Sora nodded slightly. Seeing Kazno Sora nod, Ma Yang's heart was filled with a burst of ecstasy. But don't get too excited. The ability of time and space is a forbidden area, after all. Even if you can really develop Zanpakuto's ability, you can only touch the power of time and space slightly. It is almost impossible to completely grasp it. That is enough. Kazno Sora nodded slightly. The power of time was extremely powerful. Even if it was just a slight touch, the power that could be exerted was also extremely terrifying. The two of them looked at each other. Kazno Sora was still calm and confident. The paper fan in his hand shook slightly as if nothing could disturb his mood. Ma Yang sat there, his excitement slowly calming down. The expression on his face gradually became calm, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. "Now you have found your way forward." Seeing that Ma Yang's expression had calmed down and his eyes were shining brightly, Kazno Sora said with a gratified expression. "N." Ma Yang nodded. After chatting with Kazno Sora for a while, the confusion and hesitation in his heart were swept away. His thoughts raced, and the light in Ma Yang's eyes grew brighter. In terms of swordsmanship, Ma Yang's attainments in swordsmanship reached a level where even Yamamoto Genryu's did not dare to underestimate. The level of Kido is also extremely high, and the hand-to-hand fighting, after so many years of training for his own spirit body, Ma Yang's physical fitness has reached a height that ordinary Shinigami can't reach, and the flash steps is naturally needless to say. What's more, with Yoruichi as the commander-in-chief, a friend who is extremely good at flash steps and hand-to-hand fighting, Ma Yang's level in those two aspects will not be low. The most terrible thing for a person is to lose the goal of advancing. When the strength in all aspects has reached this extremely powerful point, Maiyang has almost lost the direction to move forward. Everyone is walking on the road to make themselves stronger. Aizen and Kisuke were also like this. It is because everyone is exploring how to become stronger than Aizen and Kisuke researched the magical thing like Hogyoku. Each person is constantly pursuing forward. Maiyang is also like this, but he is not like Aizen and Kisuke. He does not have that kind of research talent. He can enhance his strength through research, so he can only start from himself to hone his skills and temper his spirit body, but these two aspects are almost at their limit. But now, after this conversation with Kase no Sora, Maiyang finally knows the direction of his continue to be strong. Developing his Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto's ability has infinite possibilities, at least this Zanpakuto Kase no Sora of his own. With the power of wind and thunder as the foundation, the power of wind and thunder could burst out with great speed and strength. Since his strength had been strengthened to the extreme and he could touch the power of space, then as long as he developed Zanpakuto's ability, when his speed reached the extreme, he would definitely be able to touch the power of time. Moreover, Skywind had indeed confirmed his conjecture before. Thinking of this, Maiyang couldn't help but smile. This was really great. It seems that you have an idea. I am only giving you a hint. And at most, you can only do this. The extent of what you can do depends on yourself. I know, but your hint is already very important. At the very least, you have shown me the direction to move forward. I already have a lot of thoughts in my mind. All kinds of wonderful thoughts are colliding in my mind. That's good. I knew that as long as you gave you a direction to move forward, you would be able to create infinite possibilities. Of course. A proud expression appeared on the corners of Maiyang's mouth. However, if it is a new ability, many of the previous fighting methods can no longer be used. There is no need for that. Maiyang shook his head and denied Skywind's words. The previous fighting skills are still very useful. Some moves can still be used. Oh? After all, this new ability is my trump card. There are not many people who can make me use this new ability. When Maiyang said this, the expression on his face was very proud. There were not many people who could make him go all out. But if you want to grasp the profound meaning of time. Maiyang turned his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. I think fighting is the most direct way. Dang, the two Zanpakuto swords clashed in an instant. A moment ago, they were still chatting amiably. In the next moment, Maiyang had already started fighting with Kase no Sora. Fighting was still the best way to improve one's strength. This was because all sorts of inspiration could burst forth in battle. This is not enough. Kase no Sora had a smile on his face. I think so too. Maiyang smiled slightly, his body retreated a few steps, and Zanpakuto waved in his hand. Benkei, Kase no Kairu. Looking at the opposite side of Kase no Sora, who also has Benkei, and then look at the same Zanpakuto in the hands of the two people. After Benkei, there was basically no change in Kase no Sora's appearance because he was already at the Benkei form all along. I think I now know why Benkei is called Kase no Kairu. Maiyang suddenly opened his mouth and said. Oh? Why? Skywind looked at Maiyang with interest. It should be said that although the ability after Benkei is still wind, it has already broken through the limit of wind ability. Maiyang played with Zanpakuto in his hand. The power of breaking through the limit of wind is necessary to reach Zanpakuto's space element, and the speed of breaking the limit of the wind is necessary to reach Zanpakuto's ultimate time element. Chapter 121, A Question. Hey, Apaxai, what do you think that Kimura-sama is doing? He has been sitting on the mountain since that day, and it has been a few days. TSK, Kimura-sama's thoughts are not something a stupid lion like you can guess. The deer-shaped Apaxai turned to look at the golden lion rubbing against her and said with a mocking tone. What? Hearing the mocking tone from Apaxai, the expression on the face of Mila Rose suddenly changed. All the hair on his body stood up as she fiercely looked at Apaxai. You silly deer, don't be too proud. You're lucky that I don't kill you. HMPH. Seeing the reaction of Mila Rose, Apaxai only arrogantly turned her head, looking as if he didn't care at all. You. Seeing the reaction of Apaxai, the veins on the forehead of Mila Rose popped out, and her eyes burned with anger. Alright, you two, stop arguing. Sung Sun came over and looked down at the two of them. Then her eyes turned to Maiyang, who was sitting on the mountain peak, and Harable, leaning against the mountain peak. Do not disturb Harable-sama and Kimura-sama. When they heard Sung Sun reminding them of Maiyang and Harable, Apaxai and Mila Rose stopped. Although they did not know what Maiyang was doing sitting on the mountain peak, they knew it must be a very important matter. Otherwise, Harable would not be standing guard at the side all the time. But Kimura-sama is really powerful. Even Baragan is not a match for him. Apaxai looked at Maiyang, who was sitting on the mountain peak, and could not help but recall the situation when Maayang easily dealt with Baragon that day. TSK, of course, Kimura-sama is very strong. We all already know about this. Mila Rose, do you have to make things difficult for me? Not at all. I just can't bear to see you like this. You are clearly just a newcomer. You. Boom. Just as the three of them were about to start a meaningless round of argument, an extremely powerful spiritual power erupted without warning, instantly causing the three of them to prostrate on the ground powerlessly. Even the words they spoke were forcefully suppressed in their throats, unable to be uttered. How terrifying. At that instant, the three of them only had this thought in their hearts. It was just that spiritual power had caused the three of them to be like this. Not only did they not have the strength to counterattack, but even they did not have the slightest will to resist. The difference in strength had actually reached such a degree that they were unable to even think of resisting. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that this spiritual power was not targeted at the three of them, but this casual spiritual power actually made them like this. If it was deliberately targeted, what kind of power would it have? The three of them looked at each other and saw a touch of horror in each other's eyes. Kimura-sama. Just as that spiritual power suddenly exploded, and the three of them lay on the ground, Haribel, who was originally leaning against a stone at the side of the mountain with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Maayang, who was sitting on the mountain peak with some joy in his eyes. Maayang, who was originally sitting on the mountain peak with his eyes closed, was now opening his eyes. After a few days of meditating, Maayang's eyes showed a hint of tiredness, but even though he looked tired, it could not hide the joy in the depths of Maayang's eyes. Hearing Haribel's cry, Maayang came back from his memories and looked at Haribel in front of him. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. It had to be said that Haribel was really a loyal subordinate, even though he had no intention of letting her be his subordinate. Just like at this time, the respect and joy on Haribel's face and eyes were definitely not acting, but really respectful to him, and also sincerely happy that he had woken up from his meditation. Thinking back, Maayang restrained spiritual power, who had exploded because he hadn't been paying attention. He had gained a lot in the past few days. In the end, he didn't restrain himself and caused some trouble for Haribel and Apaxai. As Maayang retracted his spiritual power, Haribel felt that the heavy feeling that had been pressing down on him suddenly disappeared. He looked at Maayang again. Haribel only felt that a few days had passed, and Maayang seemed to have undergone a great change. However, when she carefully felt it, she couldn't tell where it had changed. Although Haribel couldn't sense what exactly had happened to Maayang, she had a faint feeling that the Kimura-sama in front of her was even more terrifying than when she had just met him a few days ago. Although Haribel didn't say anything, Maayang could roughly tell what she was thinking from her eyes. He had indeed gained a lot in the past few days. From the inner world, he truly understood what kind of terrifying Zanpakuto Kase no Sora was. He had a clear understanding of the direction in which he would become stronger in the future. To surpass the limits of space with absolute power, to surpass time with absolute speed. This was the direction he would continue to strive for in the future. And Maayang recalled the battle with Kase no Sora in his inner world. Although Kase no Sora had said that he wouldn't give Maayang any specific guidance and would only give him some hints, as Zanpakuto himself, Kase no Sora's application of Zanpakuto's abilities was clearly not something that Maayang could compare to. Just by fighting with Kase no Sora, Maayang already had a lot of inspiration in his heart. He felt as if there were thousands of thoughts in his heart, waiting for him to slowly test them out and see if he could improve further. Kimura-sama, Haribel-sama. Just as Maayang recalled his gains from the past few days, the three people who were originally below had already recovered from their previous shock. They ran to the mountain peak and came in front of Maayang and Haribel, respectfully calling out. Maayang nodded slightly at the three people. There was still a smile on the corners of his mouth. Although he did not have many feelings for these three people, when it came to good feelings, they were far from being comparable to Haribel. After all, although Haribel was also hollow, she did not look much different from humans. However, these three people all had the appearance of wild beasts. There was always a strange feeling when they talked normally. Seeing the smile on the corner of Maayang's mouth, the three of them were secretly surprised. After all, they had not seen Maayang act so kindly to the three of them before. He had always been indifferent to them. It seemed that he was in a very good mood now. Indifference to what the three of them were thinking, Maayang only swept his eyes over them. Among these people, the only one he was really interested in was Haribel. The image of a decadent uncle and a proud Lilai suddenly flashed through his mind. Maayang raised his eyes and asked Haribel, "Have you seen a group of decadent uncles and an ignorant Lilai in Hueco Mundo for so long?" Decadent uncle? Ignorant Lilai? Hearing Maayang's question, Haribel was slightly stunned. Oh, right, they are very strong. There is no mask on their faces. One of them is called Stark, and the other is called Lilai Net. No mask. They are not hollow? Hearing Ma Yang's words, Hannibal asked. No, they are hollow. They just took off the mask on their faces. Just like you, the mask on your face has a little bit of damage. Isn't there no fake mask around your eyes? However, the level of their masks is much higher than yours. They basically don't have many masks on their faces. At least we can see their faces clearly. Hannibal was shocked. There was actually a hollow that could completely take off the mask on their faces. Then such an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Hannibal thought for a moment. Since there were other hollows that could completely remove the mask on his face, then could she also do it? Seeing Hannibal's shocked expression, Ma Yang already knew in his heart. It seemed that Hannibal had never seen the two of them. Not only that, but he was afraid that he had never heard of them. Although he was slightly disappointed in his heart, Ma Yang then felt relieved. After all, when he watched anime in his previous life, he did not see that they had a friendship before. Hannibal had not heard of Stark, but it was not beyond his expectations. Are you looking for them for something? Do you want me to find information about these two people for you? Hannibal keenly saw a flash of disappointment on Ma Yang's face. She suppressed the various thoughts in his heart and said to Ma Yang, "No need. I will look for them myself after a while." Ma Yang shook his head and refused Hannibal's suggestion. He should wait until he had time to look for them. Thinking of what happened to him during this period of time, Ma Yang himself felt a little funny. Originally, he planned to go to the modern world, but he did not expect to come to Hueco Mundo by accident. Originally, he planned to follow the clues he found to find Stark, but in the end, he met Hannibal. And now he has to stay with Hannibal for a longer time. After all, he has found a way to continue to become stronger. For a while, he does not want to move again. He has to cultivate for a period of time. Although Ma Yang refused Hannibal's suggestion, the three people listening on the side firmly remembered the image of the two people that Ma Yang depicted. As hollow, he could take off the mask on his face. This made them very curious. The three people quietly exchanged glances. In their hearts, they secretly decided to inquire about the two people that Ma Yang said when they had time. They were very interested in taking off their own mask. Chapter 122, An Uncle and a Ally in Hueco Mundo. Monotonous and dead silence was always the main theme of this place. The moon that had existed for an unknown number of years was hanging in the air, and the faint moonlight carried a bit of sadness. In an unknown place, the ground was littered with empty corpses. There were no scars on the surface of these corpses, but strangely, they were all dead. Ah! A strangely shaped hollow stood between these corpses. It looked up at the sky and roared. Its voice was full of pain. This hollow pair of hands unconsciously grasped on its body as if it wanted to expel something from its body. Suddenly, these hollow hands clutched its neck tightly. Its voice seemed to leak out. Then, its whole body suddenly turned into spirit particles in the air and dissipated. Under the bleak moonlight of the hollow circle, the whole scene looked strange and speechless. Not far from the place where the hollow died, there were two hills made of dead bodies. After the death of the hollow, not even a corpse was preserved. The whole body turned into rishi and dissipated in the air. On the other side, there were two small mountains that were completely piled up by the dead hollows. Under the moonlight, the two hills of corpses dragged out a long shadow, and in the middle of the two shadows, two lonely figures leaned against each other and sat on the ground. The moonlight elongated the backs of the two people, and the two figures in the mountain of corpses revealed a kind of oppressive loneliness. "Is he dead again?" The slightly petite figure among the two figures whispered. Although it was a questioning sentence, her tone was certain. The hollow who came here met the same end. They did not remember how many times this was. They saw other hollow dies in front of them without resistance. "Ah, dead." A slightly low voice came from the mouth of another person. There was not much surprise in the tone. Obviously, he was already used to it, but his tone still carried a touch of lingering melancholy. "Stark." The voice from before spoke again. It was an obviously tender voice. From the voice alone, one could tell that the owner of the voice should be a little girl. "Can we find companions?" "I don't know," the deep voice said. After a pause, it continued, "It should be possible." There was a bit of hesitation in the voice, and it was obvious that even he did not believe what she said. The moonlight shone on the faces of the two people, revealing their faces. A dark brown, slightly curly short hair, grayish-blue eyes, and a short beard. There was a bit of sadness between the eyebrows. It was the image of a depressed, decadent uncle. The most surprising thing was that this person did not have a mask on his face. It was just that there was a jawbone more like an ornament on his lower jaw. However, there was a symbolic hollow hole in his chest. And next to this decadent uncle, there was a lovely girl with a one-horned helmet on her head. She had short grass-yellow hair and watery red pupils. Her petite figure was the same as the decadent uncle on the side. This girl also had no mask on her face, but a one-horned helmet covered her head. One of her eyes was replaced by a black hole. However, this little girl who should be lively and cute now had a bit of undisguised sadness and melancholy on her face. Obviously, she had a very heavy mind. Hey, Stark. What's wrong, Lilynette? How long have we been looking? I don't remember. We still have to continue searching. Of course. Although he still spoke indifferently, his tone at this time was a bit unquestionable. Then let's go. Got it. The two people who were originally leaning against each other and sitting on the ground stood up, wearing simple and crude clothes. Huh? The moment they stood up, the middle-aged decadent-looking man among the two suddenly turned his head to look behind him, his face somewhat moved, as if he had seen something extraordinary. What's wrong, Stark? Seeing the person next to him suddenly stop and turn to look behind him, the cute little Lily looked up at the uncle on the side, with some doubts in her tone. Lilynette, we may not wander around looking for companions anymore, Stark said. Although it was still the indifferent tone, Lilynette, who lived with him day and night, still heard a little excitement in his tone. Could it be? A thought flashed through Lilynette's mind, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She immediately turned around and looked behind her. Looking back, it was still the same desert, except for some corpses scattered on the ground. There was a hint of disappointment on her face. There was nothing. Looking at Stark on the side with dissatisfaction, Lilynette just opened his mouth to complain. Coming. Just as Lilynette was about to open her mouth, Stark on the side suddenly opened his mouth and said. At this time, his body had turned around and stared at the distance with a few expectations in his eyes. Seeing Stark's solemn expression, Lilynette immediately swallowed the words that had already reached her mouth. Suddenly hearing Stark's words, Lilynette immediately turned to look into the distance, but even if she jumped up, she still couldn't see anything. There was only the void and unchanging sand in sight. Just as Lilynette was feeling impatient, 3 small black dots appeared in her eyes, and the 3 black dots were rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. This is... Seeing the 3 small black dots in the distance, Lilynette suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. Someone really came. However, just as a burst of excitement rose in his heart, Lilynette's heart was immediately filled with worry. Even if the 3 people came, could they really get along with the 2 of them? It seemed that he saw the worry of Lilynette, and Stark's mouth showed a gentle smile. Don't worry, I can feel that these 3 people are very strong, completely different from those who died before. Hearing Stark's words, there was an unspeakable excitement in the heart of Lilynette. Even his eyes seemed to have a few glittering tears. Finally, he could say goodbye to loneliness and finally no longer need to be alone with 2 people. As the 3 black spots were getting closer and closer, there were noises coming from far away. Hearing the noise coming from the ear, Stark and Lilynette brace for the upcoming impact. Apaxi, what did you say? Be careful, or I'll kill you. HMPH, a stupid lion like you wants to kill me? I don't even know who will kill who. What, you stinky deer, don't forget, you are just a newcomer, don't get too carried away. Don't quarrel anymore. This time, we came with the order of Kimura-sama. Although I know that you two have a good relationship, don't quarrel like this anymore. Sung-san, you bastard. Who has a good relationship with her? Humphrey. As the voice became clearer and clearer, 3 black spots had already arrived in front of Stark and Lilynette. A lion, a deer, and a snake. Stark? Lilynette stood and looked at Stark. There was obviously some inquiry in his eyes. The 3 girls in front of him could really become their companions? Although these 3 people did not die immediately like the other hollow. After looking at Lilynette, Stark immediately understood the meaning in the eyes of Lily. At this time, he also had some hesitation in his heart. The 3 hollow in front of him made people feel that they were not very reliable. Unlike Stark and Lilynette's calmness, the hearts of the 3 people in front of them were filled with so many complex emotions upon arriving. Although they had already felt this spiritual power when they were still far away from the 2 people, when they came close, they could not help but be shocked. What a terrible spiritual power. Their spiritual power was many times stronger than Hannibal and Baragon. Just by approaching the hollow, who looked like a decadent uncle, the 3 of them already felt frightened. What kind of monster was this? The 3 of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They had only felt this level of spiritual power from Niang. Sensing that the 3 hollows in front of him were trying their best to resist him, Stark tried his best to control his spiritual power and was restraining himself. No matter what, these 3 people were the only hollow that they had encountered in so many years that they could get close to the 2 of them and not die. Feeling that the surrounding spiritual power seemed to have restrained itself a little, the 3 of them felt a little more comfortable. Under the suppression of spiritual power just now, they could not even do anything. After moving their bodies a little, the three of them had time to carefully look at the two people in front of them. This strange combination was the uncle and Lilai combination that Ma Yang spoke of. Although they had already heard from Ma Yang before and knew what they were going to face, the three of them had already been prepared in their hearts, but now that they saw these two people, the three of them were still surprised. That decadent uncle actually did not have a mask on his face, but there was a bit of bone decoration on his lower jaw. Yes, in the eyes of the three of them, Stark's jawbone can only be considered an ornament. Moreover, on the waist of that decadent uncle, there was actually a handful of Zanpakuto. There was no trace of weakness at all. If there wasn't a dark hole in his chest, and there was a bit of weakness in his spiritual power, the two of them would have regarded him as Shinigami. As for the little girl on the side, although she wore a one-horned mask helmet, there was no mask on her face either. It was obvious that she was also in existence like that decadent uncle. Chapter 123, Loners You Are. Looking at the three hollows in front of him, Stark hesitated for a moment, but he still opened his mouth and asked, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the lion-shaped hollow opposite him. I am Mila Rose. The golden lion interrupted Stark's words and then turned his head to the snake-shaped hollow on the side. She's Sung Sunday. As for that one, her name is Apaxai. Mila Rose, what do you mean that one? Feeling the contempt that Mila Rose had for her, a ball of anger burned in Apaxai's eyes as she turned around and shouted at her indignantly. You are very strong. Looking at the three noisy people in front of him, Stark did not feel the slightest anger, but his eyes showed a trace of envy. Having companions like this can be noisy with companions, get along with them, it is really a happy thing. Well? Hearing Stark's words, the noisy Mila Rose and Apaxai suddenly stopped. The three turned to look at Stark and Lilainet standing opposite them. Seeing the trace of envy in the eyes of these two people, the three people were puzzled as to why they felt the feeling of envy in their eyes. Although he was puzzled by the envy shown by Stark and Lilainet, what he paid more attention to was what Stark said before. Pretty strong? Mila Rose looked at Stark and did not know what the other person meant by strong. At least you are not like other hollow, just being close to us kills them. If it is you, even if you live with us, you will not die easily. You. Hearing Stark's words, Mila Rose only felt the corner of her eyes jump. Everyone who was familiar with her knew that this was a reaction she would only have when she was very angry. What do you mean won't die just because you are close to you apostrophe? You really dare to say it? Mila Rose had never suffered such contempt. Although this hollow without a mask in front of him is really strong, he actually dared to say herself and others did not die because they just got close to him, so the three of them are still quite strong. These kind of arrogant words made her furious. What happened? Stark looked puzzled. What he said is indeed the truth. And because he has no experience of communicating with others, Stark does not know why this hollow in front of him suddenly became so angry. He is just telling the truth. Are you serious? Seeing Stark's blank look, the anger in the heart of Mila Rose almost could not be suppressed. This guy dared to look down on the three of them. Wait, Mila Rose. Just as Mila Rose was about to go berserk, Sun Sun suddenly opened his mouth and called her and then motioned to the large pile of empty corpses not far away in her angry eyes. Seeing Sung Sun's eyes signal, Mila Rose looked into the distance, and then there was a touch of horror in her eyes. Her eyes withdrew from the pile of hollow bodies in the distance. The horror in the heart of Mila Rose could not calm down. In the beginning, her attention was occupied by Stark and Lilainet in front of her. She did not care about the hill behind them, which was consist of piled up countless hollow bodies. In her heart, she suddenly recalled the horror of Stark that she felt at the beginning. There was a sudden thought in her heart. Perhaps this hollow did not lie, nor did it mean to look down on herself and others. It was just that the truth was true, as he said. The other hollow just approached them and died because they could not bear it. The thought flashed through her mind. The eyes of Mila Rose that looked at Stark immediately changed. Hueco Mundo was, after all, a place where the strong prey on the weak. It was hollow nature to respect the strong, and this hollow in front of her was obviously strong among the strong. Stark was keenly aware of the three hollows in front of him. Although he did not know what they represented, Stark still felt a kind of respect from them. Stark's lips moved slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes revealed a hint of caution. His line of sight turned to the right. He felt a great sense of threat from there. It was a sense of threat that he had never felt before. Seeing Stark's demeanor, the three people were slightly stunned and then looked along onto Stark's line of sight. Haribal-sama. Kimura-sama. Seeing the two figures that appeared from a distance, the three people called out. Huh? Hearing the shout of the three people, Stark suddenly realized. The three hollows here are the subordinates of those two? A gust of wind blew, raising the sand on the ground. The two figures in the distance gradually became blurred, but only for a moment, The two figures seemed to have passed through space and instantly appeared beside them. So fast. Seeing the two figures appear in front of him in an instant, Stark's eyes shrank, and his eyes fell on the man in front of him. Feeling the aura emitted from him, Stark's pupils shrank again. So strong. You are also very strong. Feeling the strong spiritual power on Stark, Maiyang's eyes slightly turned up. Sure enough, it is worthy of the title of Primera, the number one Espada, Stark. The only independent rank our existence in Espada. Kimura-sama, Haribal-sama. Seeing Maiyang in front of him and Haribal standing behind Maiyang, the three of them called out again. Maiyang casually glanced at the three people standing at the side. You guys did well this time. Originally, I didn't have much hope, but you actually managed to find out. You flatter me. Seeing the performance of these three people, Maiyang smiled slightly and no longer said anything. Turning to look at Stark standing in front of him, Maiyang once again showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he is glad that he really found Stark. Maiyang looked at Stark with a little sincerity in his eyes. I am looking for companions. Are you interested in joining? Hearing Maiyang's words, Stark and Lilynet's eyes showed a trace of excitement at the same time. As two people who have been alone for a long time, the word companions is a luxury for them. And after all this time, suddenly hearing Maiyang's invitation was like throwing a stone on the calm lake, and the heart of the two people who have been silent for a long time suddenly has a ripple. Looking up at Stark, Lilynet's eyes showed a trace of longing. The days of two people alone, she did not want to live anymore, how much she wanted to have a group of companions. You are very strong. Stark glanced at Lilynet's expectant eyes and then looked at Maiyang. In this way, even if you are with us, you won't die easily. As you can see. Is your companion also very strong? Of course. Hearing Stark's question, Maiyang answered without hesitation. There were really few weak people among his companions. This is also one of my companions. Maiyang moved away, revealing Haribal, who had been hiding half of his body behind him. Seeing Haribal behind Maiyang, Stark showed a strange look in his eyes, and even the eyes of Lilynet on the side showed a trace of curiosity. At this time, Haribal's image has changed a little. Although he still has a coat of blue and white like armor, the mask on his face is much less than before. The strip of a mask on his forehead had disappeared, and the thing that was connected to the mask and dragged behind his head like a fishtail had disappeared. Now Haribal only had a large mask from the lower part of the nose, and the shape of the mask was very different from the original. The interlaced teeth made the mask look a little ferocious. Although there was some difference between the appearance of the two of them, Haribal was obviously very similar to the appearance of the two of them. They were the same species, the hollow without their mask. Although Haribal was still far from the level of the two of them. Staring at Haribal for a while and then turned his eyes to Maiyang. Stark's eyes were slightly gentle, and there was a strange emotion in his heart suddenly flowing as if he suddenly found something very important to himself. I know. A smile suddenly bloomed on Stark's face, and then the whole person seemed to suddenly come to life. The sense of loneliness that was suppressed in his heart suddenly dissipated. He only felt that his life seemed to suddenly give out a vigorous life, and everything became different. Stark, Coyote Stark. Looking at Stark reached out and put his hand in front of himself. The smile of Maiyang's mouth gradually spread, and his face rippled with a smile, reaching out to hold the hand that Stark stretched out. Maiyang. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be an unusual emotion brewing between the two. Since seeing Stark for the first time and feeling the loneliness emitted by Stark, Maiyang was touched in his heart. It was not the touch of emotions between men and women, nor was it the touch of emotions between gay friends. It was more like the resonance between two lonely hearts. Stark has always been lonely. Only Lily is with him, but even the two people cannot eliminate that loneliness. Stark is lonely, and Maiyang too. Although he has a group of good friends, in essence, he is still not a person of this world. His loneliness is even deeper than Stark's. The two clasped hands, the two hearts that resonate with each other, thus the two lonely people finally met. Chapter 124, Coral Puff Puff. On a large white bed, there were some pillows casually thrown around. A middle-aged man was lying on the bed. The man had a small mustache on his chin, and he looked a little handsome. However, he was only wearing simple pajamas at this time. His mouth was wide open, and there was a trace of saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, making him look a little unreliable. Squeak! The door was opened with a creak. Although the person did not hide his intention and the sound of the door opening was very loud, the person on the bed did not notice it at all. He was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. HMPH. A cute little Lily walked into the room. She had yellow hair and watery red eyes. She looked extremely cute. However, her clothes did not make people feel that she was cute. She wore a pair of black leather shoes, hot pants, and black stockings. Her upper body was wearing a black vest with an exposed belly button. She also wore a tight black sleeve on her arm. In addition, she wore a helmet with a single horn on her head, making her look like a little demon. Looking at the middle-aged uncle who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, the little Lily revealed a strong dissatisfaction in her eyes and snorted heavily. She walked to the window and pulled the curtains open. The strong sunlight shone in from outside the room and hit the person on the bed. It turned out that the sun was already in the sky outside. As if he felt the sunlight shining on his face, the person on the bed clearly felt a bit uncomfortable, but he still had no intention of getting up. He just reached out to cover his eyes and muttered a few times in dissatisfaction. As if he still felt uncomfortable, the uncle on the bed reached out to take a pillow from the side and covered his eyes. He seemed to finally feel comfortable. The person on the bed once again made a snoring sound and actually fell asleep again. This guy. Seeing that the guy on the bed had actually fallen asleep again, a trace of anger flashed through the eyes of the little Lily standing on the side. She was about to flip out, but then it seemed as if she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes flashed with a trace of slyness, and her face revealed a trace of a narrow smile. She smiled like a little fox. Although there was no one else in the room, the little Lily still looked around with a guilty conscience. After making sure that there was no one else, she had a sly smile on her face. She took out a watercolor pen from somewhere and slowly sketched it on the face of the uncle who was lying on the bed. He seemed to have sensed something. The uncle on the bed casually waved his hand but was cleverly avoided by the little Lily. The brush in his hand was still drawn on the man's face. It's a success. After a while, the little Lily took a few steps back. Looking at the funny patterns left on the uncle's face on the bed, she once again looked around like a thief. After finding that she was indeed not discovered, her face immediately revealed a brilliant smile, like a little cat that had stolen a fish. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape. Putting away the watercolor pen, the little Lily tiptoed to the uncle. Looking at the uncle's wide-open mouth, there was a bit of a smirk on her face. She raised one of her little hands, then put her 3 fingers together and suddenly poked the uncle's mouth on the bed. "Ah! I'm up!" With a scream, the uncle who was originally snoring loudly suddenly sat up from the bed, the tears in his eyes uncontrollably falling, looking miserable. Cough 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 cough. He reached out and grabbed his neck. The uncle on the bed coughed desperately. It was really not a comfortable thing to be caught off guard by such a sneak attack on the throat. "Yo, Stark." Standing not far from Stark, the little Lily had one hand behind her back, and one hand raised. She waved to Stark and greeted him. The smile on her face was particularly bright. As long as she saw the funny patterns on Stark's face, she could not help but be in a good mood. "Oh, it's Lilynette." Looking up at the person standing in front of him who was smiling exceptionally brightly, the little Lily who seemed to be a little devil but was actually a big devil, Stark's face was bitter. "Let me go." "Hey." Lilynette smiled and squinted at Stark. "Let me sleep a little longer." Stark looked at the little Lily in front of him, and without saying a word, he fell back to sleep again. This guy. Seeing that Stark actually fell down again, there was a trace of annoyance in Lilynette's eyes. She had came to call him, and he actually dared to continue to sleep. Moreover, he slept in front of her after being woken up. Thinking of this, Lilynette jumped. He was in the air, her feet close together, and after some decent acceleration, he kicked at Stark's waist. "It hurts." His waist was suddenly hit hard, and Stark, who originally planned to go to sleep, could not sleep peacefully. With a scream, Stark sat up and covered his waist. "Don't sleep anymore. Get up." Lilynette rode on Stark's body and stretched out her small fist to Stark. There was a mischievous smile on her face, just like a devil. I know. Being hit on the face by Lilynette one after another, Stark quickly opened his mouth and begged for mercy. He really had no way to deal with this little girl. It was impossible to beat her. He could only accept the abuse like this. HMPH. Hearing Stark's begging, Lilynette put down her hand, rubbed her little nose, and showed a proud expression on her face. Frowning her little nose, Lilynette looked at the clothes on Stark and said discontentedly, "Stark, you better get up and get dressed quickly. These pajamas do not look good at all. But these pajamas are very comfortable to sleep in." When he heard the words of Lilynette, Stark subconsciously whispered, "What, you still want to sleep?" Seeing the little face of Lilynette twisted again, Stark waved his hand again and again. I am joking. That's more like it." Seeing Stark's reaction, Lilynette was satisfied. She jumped down from Stark's body and looked at the clothes on Stark with contempt. "Stark, you better change your clothes quickly and go down. And you have slept for several days. Hurry up, don't make me call you again." Lilynette turned around and kicked open the door of the room. "What a handful." Stark shook his head in distress, his face full of unwillingness. He reached out and scratched the hair on his head, scratching his hair in a mess. Stark finally got up from the bed helplessly. He opened the wardrobe on one side and took out the clothes that Lilynette had chosen for himself to change into. Unbelievable. Walking out of Stark's room, Lilynette still had some resentment in his heart. As she walked, she muttered with dissatisfaction. "Oh, Lilynette, what's wrong? Why do you look irate?" Just as Lilynette was muttering in a low voice, a soft voice came from the side, sounding very gentle. "Sister Kusu." Hearing the gentle voice, Lilynette's eyes lit up. He turned to look at a woman standing next to the aisle. It was a very beautiful woman. Her long black hair made her look gentle and soft. Her delicate features made everyone feel a sense of closeness the first time they saw her. The most eye-catching thing was her pair of animated eyes, as if she could see through all the thoughts in others' hearts. "What's wrong? You look unhappy." Walking to the front of Lilynette, Kusu touched her head like a sister who loved her little sister and then asked softly. "It's nothing." There was a rare trace of embarrassment on Lilynette's face. In front of Kusu, she always showed the expression of a child carelessly. "It's just Stark, that big lazy old man. He slept for several days. I went to call him, and he is still asleep and doesn't want to get up at all." Stark hearing the words of Lilynette, Kusu's mouth showed a gentle smile. He had known it would be like this, the two of them. "Isn't he just like this? I believe he will soon clean up and come out. I also know, but I always feel uncomfortable. We are all busy outside, and that guy is hiding in the house all day long to sleep. I feel bad thinking about it." "What are you busy with?" A lazy voice came from behind Lilynette. It was Stark, who had already dressed and come out. Hearing the sudden voice, the two people who were talking turned their heads and looked at the clothes that Lilynette told him to change to. Both of them were bright in front of their eyes. Stark was dressed like a standard Western cowboy. He was wearing high boots and a wide flat-top denim hat. There was also a square towel around his neck, blocking his white bone mask. "It looks very cool. Kusu." He nodded and greeted Suzuki Kusu. Stark turned his line of sight to Lilynette. "Speaking of which, you didn't do anything at all. Who told you to look like a primary school student? I remember that the modern world seems to be unable to hire minors to work. This guy. You must have done it on purpose." Hearing Stark's words, Lilynette's face changed on the spot, and her mouth shouted to rush up and beat Stark. Chapter 125, A coffee shop called Ending District. Lilynette, chill. She grabbed Lilynette, who wanted to rush up and looked at Stark with her eyes and praised, "Stark, this dress is very suitable for you. It looks very good. I remember that was the clothes that Lilynette picked for you. Her taste is really good." Oh, he didn't expect that they would suddenly talk about this topic. Stark was obviously shocked for a moment. He immediately recovered and pulled the hat he wore on his head with his hand. There was also a smile on his face. "Well, this is true. I also think this dress is very good." Of course, I was the one who chose that." Hearing the words of Stark and Kusu, Lilynette twisted her head and showed a proud look on his face. Obviously, she was very satisfied with their evaluation. You should know that the clothes on Stark were specially chosen for him. Looking at how she acted like a child, Suzuki Kusu smiled. As expected, she was still a child, no matter how long she had lived. All right. You're a good girl, right?" Suzuki Kusu patted her head and smiled happily. "Of course. Well, let's go and see below. Now they should all be down there." Well. The three people walked forward together, turned a corner, and went down the stairs to the backyard of the first floor. Oh. The lazy Stark actually got up too. Lilynette must have dragged him from the bed. Hearing the movement from the stairs, Kunamashiro, who was bored and glancing around, suddenly lit up and looked at the people coming down happily and shouted. Love, who was immersed in reading manga books, looked up and glanced at the brand new Stark, and his eyes lit up. "Yo, the dress of the Western cattle is very cool. Stark, your dress is much better than Kensai. What's wrong with me like this?" Hearing Love's complaints about himself, Kensai, who was working out at the side, stopped and said discontentedly. He was wearing camouflage equipment. He looked like a soldier. Not only that dress, but even the temperament he exuded was very similar to that of a soldier. "Kensai is a big fool. Your clothes are simply too inferior, and they are not as good as Stark's clothes. What he is wearing is chosen by Lilynette for him, so you should wear the clothes I chose for you." The clothes you chose. Kensai recalled the clothes that Kunamashiro had chosen for him. Those messy tight, and athletic clothes, he could not help but shiver. He actually let himself wear that kind of clothes. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Unless he was crazy, he would never wear that kind of clothes. In fact, the clothes that they chose for you are not bad. It can perfectly outline your figure. Lisa, who was reading a book, raised her head slightly and pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose. There was a flash of light on the glasses. Hearing Lisa's words, Kensai's mouth twitched slightly. The book girl was just curious about the human body. All looking at the noisy crowd over there, Stark sighed helplessly. Sure enough, when everyone is together, they keep complaining. It's really noisy. Although he looked helpless and sighed every time, he heard everyone's quarrel. Seeing everyone laughing and playing, Stark will always feel a burst of warmth in his heart. He's not alone anymore. Glancing at everyone who was doing their own things over there, Lilynette glanced around and then asked doubtfully, "What about Hori? Didn't she say that she didn't need to work today? Why isn't she here?" "She went out with Shinji. I don't know where she went to play." Suzuki Kusu, who was standing beside Lilynette, explained to her. "So that's how it is." Lilynette nodded and turned to the small door leading to the front hall. "You guys stay here. I'm going out to help. I'm not as lazy as you guys." Everyone was indifferent when they saw Lilynette's actions. They just waved their hands casually. Only this little girl was so energetic. She had to go out to help every day, even though she couldn't help at all. "I'll help too." Just halfway through his words, suddenly, his stomach made a gulu-gulu sound. "Forget it. I'll go out and find something to eat first." Looking at his stomach helplessly, Stark turned and walked out in the direction of Lilynette. If he stayed here, no one would prepare food for him. Seeing that Stark also followed to leave, the corner of Suzuki Kusu's mouth curved into a smile. "Hey, Chizuru, it's finally the weekend, and you said that you were going to hold a party. You said that you would arrange it. Why are you bringing us here?" Outside a cafe, a few high school students stood there chatting. At this time, the one who was talking was a girl with short black hair and looked valiant, and the one she was talking to was a girl with pink glasses and red hair. "Ah, Tatsuki, even if it's like this, it doesn't matter. After all, this is the place that Chizuru found." A girl with soft golden hair on the side said. The most eye-catching thing about her, besides the sunny smile on her face, was the chest area on her chest. "Oh. As expected of my dearest Orihime." The red-haired girl blushed, and there was a flame burning in her eyes. As she spoke, the red-haired girl Chizuru stretched out her hands, wanting to hug the golden-haired girl in front of her. Bang! The girl named Tatsuki easily dealt with the red-haired girl with her elbow. As expected of Tatsuki. "Should we go in?" a boy standing at the side asked timidly. He looked at Tatsuki and Chizuru with obvious fear in his eyes. It was obvious that he had a long-standing fear for the two girls in front of him. "You should have your reasons for choosing this place, right?" Another boy with a head of golden hair, who looked like a delinquent, said with a bit of impatience on his face. "Well, don't be so angry, Ichigo." A boy who looked a little cute waved his hand and said to the boy who had yellow hair and looked like a delinquent. Cough cough. Seeing that the surrounding students were looking at her, the girl with red hair coughed a few times before saying in the dissatisfied eyes of the students, "This is not an ordinary coffee shop. What's so special about it?" The boy who spoke previously glanced at the coffee shop. Although the decoration inside seems good from the outside, the name of this coffee shop is too strange. There were 3 big words written at the door of the coffee shop, Unding District. "Shut up, Kigo. Don't interrupt." Tatsuki glared at the man who spoke. "I understand." Kigo glanced at Tatsuki and obediently shut her mouth. "There are quite a few beautiful women in this shop. Even compared to Orihime, they are not inferior, but of course, you are my favorite. Get lost, you bastard." Tatsuki raised her fist and threatened Chizuru, who had a strange light in her eyes. She was like an old hen protecting her chicks. "What? There are beautiful women there? Are you sure, Chizuru-senpai?" When Kigo heard that there was a beautiful woman inside, a different color suddenly burst out from his eyes. He looked at Chizuru and asked in surprise. Chizuru turned to look at Kigo and suddenly reached out to pinch his shoulder. The strength was so great that even Kigo's face was slightly distorted. "Are you questioning my ability to judge?" Looking at Chizuru, who was furious in an instant, a few drops of cold sweat slid down Kigo's head. "I wouldn't dare. I was only joking with you, Chizuru-senpai." Hearing Kigo's apology, Chizuru let go of her hand and then looked at Tatsuki. "Don't say that I didn't tell you. There are several handsome guys in this coffee shop. Although they might be a little old, they are still very handsome. Tatsuki, you gotta get one." "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing Chizuru's tease, Tatsuki extended her hand and clenched her fist. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and go in." Chapter 126, A Coffee Shop Called Unding District, Part 2, Ding dang. A crisp bell rang in the coffee shop. A woman with dark green bangs and a white dress looked up at the door. This woman had 3 round tears under her eyes, which made her look different. A hand covered her mouth. The woman in white looked at the people who came in and said softly, "Welcome Okigo, who opened the door and walked in, folded his hands in front of his chest. His eyes were full of love, and he almost didn't know where to look. Is this heaven? Seeing Kigo standing next to him in such a shameful manner, Ichigo immediately felt a sense of shame. He hurriedly dodged and drew a line between him and Kigo so as not to be treated as a fellow who was as shameful as him. Hurry up and go in. What are you doing blocking the door? A hand suddenly moved from the back to Kigo's shoulder, waking him up from his previous fantasy. Kigo turned around in dissatisfaction, still thinking about who was the one who was so insensible as to interrupt him. So it's Chizuru-senpai. Please come in first. Seeing her senior, Chizuru, standing behind him, Kigo immediately lowered his posture and made way for her without saying a word. Kigo, you performed very well. Don't say that I don't take care of you. I am very familiar with the girls here. I can introduce you to them. Senpai, you are really too kind. Kigo looked at his senior, Chizuru, and almost fell to his knees on the spot. There was actually such a good benefit of being her junior. Oh, I was still wondering why so many cute little students came here, so Chizuru brought you here. The woman in white covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her tone sounded very gentle, making Kigo feel a burst of numbness in his heart. Sister Sung-san, these are my classmates, especially this one. Chizuru pulled Inoue Orihime to her side. Before she saw her face, Sung-san first saw her chest, which made her feel inferior for a moment. This is my most beloved, Orihime. Chizuru did not care about her shy behavior and hugged her from behind. Her hands passed through the back and wrapped around her body, making her originally big chest look even bigger. Sure enough, she is a very beautiful lady. Seeing Inoue Orihime with a bit of shyness on her face, Sung-san said, and her appearance was really cute. Let go of your hand, you pervert. A fist suddenly appeared from behind and smashed on the head of Chizuru, rescuing Inoue Orihime from her magic hand. This little sister is also very cute. Seeing that the little girls seemed a little embarrassed, Sun brought them inside and found a place to sit down. You guys, what do you want to order? Look at it yourself. Hurry up. Just as they sat down, a slightly ferocious voice suddenly came from beside them. At some point in time, a flat-chested woman had already walked over to them and casually threw a menu on their table. Her tone carried a trace of impatience. What kind of service attitude are you guys having? Seeing the behavior of the person who had come over, Ichigo immediately became dissatisfied. Originally, he did not want to participate in the gathering, but he really could not resist Kigo's repeated requests. In the end, he had no choice but to agree to come. He did not expect to come to this coffee shop. He was already very unhappy. He did not expect that the waiter here would actually have this kind of service attitude. Huh, what did you say? Kid, shouldn't you be more polite to your customer? The flat-chested girl glared at Ichigo and swept her gaze over him. Her face was filled with displeasure. At the same time, her eyes revealed an ominous glint. She looked extremely ferocious. Even Ichigo, who had always been known as a delinquent and often fought with others, felt a sense of dread in his heart. However, even if he felt guilty in his heart, it was only a matter of an instant. Ichigo would absolutely not have the slightest bit of fear. Feeling the flat-chested girl's ferocious attitude, Ichigo immediately became angry and glared at the flat-chested girl without backing down. Yo, Apaxai, do you feel a sense of accomplishment from bullying a child? A teasing voice suddenly came from the side. A dark-skinned and burly girl walked over with a teasing expression on her face. She looked at the flat-chested girl who was currently staring at Ichigo with big eyes and small eyes. What? You stupid lion, what did you say? TSK. She curled her lips in disdain. The woman called Stupid Lion turned her eyes and glanced at the flat-chested girl called Apache. Her gaze then turned to Inoue Orihime. When she saw Inoue Orihime's chest, her eyes flashed with a smile. She looked at the flat-chested girl called Apaxai. Apaxai. What are you doing? Your chest is too small, so don't speak. What did you say? Having her flaws exposed in such a straightforward manner, Apaxai's face flashed with a trace of embarrassment. The flat chest had always been her complex. Although she had never denied it, being exposed in front of so many people still made her feel a sense of shame. Especially. His eyes swept over the innocent face of Inoue Orihime, who was sitting on the other side of the well. His eyes glanced at the proud breasts on her chest. A trace of anger flashed in Apaxai's eyes. He glared at Inoue Orihime, who did not know what to say. That. After suffering from an unexpected disaster and being glared at like this, Inoue Orihime felt a little embarrassed for no reason, as if it was because of her that she made others uncomfortable. With this thought in her heart, Inoue Orihime could not help but want to open her mouth to explain, but after talking for a long time, she still did not know what to say. In the end, she could only helplessly laugh a few times. This little girl. Seeing Inoue Orihime's reaction, Chizuru helplessly patted her head. This girl was always like this, but it was also because of her that he couldn't help but feel pity for her. These guys. Wait, Ichigo. Just as he was about to get up and explode, Kigo suddenly secretly tugged at his clothes. At the same time, he tugged at the other person, a tall and sturdy boy who had been silent since the beginning. Look at that person over there. Kigo pulled him back and looked in the direction of his finger. A hint of horror flashed through Ichigo's eyes. It turned out that there was a huge man sitting in the place where Kigo pointed. Yes, it was huge. The man was at least as big as several normal people. Just sitting there was much taller than ordinary people. And the cute boy who had been sitting on the side suddenly spoke. His expression was still calm, but his eyes flashed with wisdom. The words he said were not as calm as the expression on his face. You should have noticed it as well. This coffee shop is very strange. It is obviously lunchtime, but there are not many people here. Isn't it strange? Even the people who stay here look strange. Ichigo and the others looked around and were immediately shocked. Indeed, there were not many people here, and each and every one of them looked a little strange. Not to mention the huge uncle over there. He looked like a staff member of the shop. However, the people sitting here drinking coffee all dressed strangely. None of them looked normal. Mizuhiro, what are you trying to say? As you can see, this place is too abnormal, and the person who brought us here is also Chizuru. Speaking of this, the cute boy called Mizuhiro stopped, but everyone already understood what he meant. In their eyes, this girl called Chizuru could also be classified as an abnormal person. Could it be? The boys looked at each other and thought of some extremely terrible ideas. It was indeed not a normal place. You too. At this time, Tatsuki suddenly slapped the table and suddenly stood up. He looked at the two noisy women in front of him with some anger on his face. Seeing Tatsuki suddenly burst out, Ichigo and the others were shocked. Were they going to fight so soon? Although Ichigo and Sato Yasutaro were very good at fighting, they were not arrogant to the point of not knowing what was good for them. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the big and terrifying uncle over there. It was estimated that he alone was enough to take out both of them. Although the uncle looked very kind. Hearing a loud scolding behind them, the flat-chested girl and the tall and sturdy woman who was originally noisy turned their heads at the same time and looked at Tatsuki, who stood up. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. Shit. Chapter 127, A Coffee Shop Called Ending District, Part 3, It was over. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Ichigo and Sato looked at each other. Their bodies instantly tensed up. As two people who had been fighting together for a long time, they could tell each other's thoughts with a single glance. The two of them were already prepared to fight, even though it might be a fierce battle this time. What's wrong, Mila Rose, Apaxai, Sung-sun? Suddenly, a voice came. It was clearly very close, but before the voice came out, not a single one of them noticed it. Harable-sama. Upon hearing this voice, regardless of whether it was the flat-chested girl who was still making a ruckus just now, the burly, dark-skinned woman, or the white-clothed woman who was watching the show from the side, all of them turned around respectfully and lowered their heads to look at a woman who had walked over at some unknown time. This woman had wheat-colored skin, golden hair, exquisite facial features, and a fiery figure. The moment she appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Her entire body emitted a silent aura that attracted everyone's gazes, making it so that no one could ignore her existence. Even the previously completely uninterested Ichigo had a flash of amazement in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a woman. Although she was a woman, she exuded an indescribable domineering aura, making him feel a sense of oppression. If one were to say that Ichigo was impressed by the sudden appearance of Harable, then at this moment, there was only admiration in Tatsuki's eyes. Tatsuki had always been a very strong girl. The moment she saw Harable, she was immediately attracted by the domineering aura of the woman on Harable's body. It was a temperament that no one could ignore, a temperament that made people can't help but admire. What's wrong? Her gaze swept over this group of students. Harable looked at the three people standing at the side, including Mila Rose. It's nothing, Harable-sama. This is just a daily interaction between the two of them, but this time, it seems to have disturbed the children who came here to play. Sung-sun covered his mouth and said with a soft smile. Sung-sun, what did you say? Who has a close relationship with that girl? The two of them said at the same time. After hearing what the other person said to them, the two of them immediately turned their heads, looking awkward. Look. Even your words and actions are the same. Don't deny it anymore. I already know. Sung-sun, you bastard. Another two completely synchronized shouts. All right. Seeing that the three of them were about to start arguing again, Harable said indifferently. Immediately, the three of them fell silent, looking like obedient children. Ichigo and Sato, who were watching from the side, clicked their tongues in amazement. They didn't know what kind of character this woman who appeared later on was. She was actually able to calm the three of them down with a single sentence. Although they didn't understand the reason behind this, it couldn't stop their admiration for Harable. Right now, all of them were filled with respect for Harable, like a torrential river. "You are Chizuru, right?" Harable suddenly turned to look at Chizuru, who was sitting on the other side, and said indifferently. His tone was as cold as ever. "Yes. I didn't expect you to know me. You often come here. I still have some impression of you. Moreover, you have a good relationship with Lily and the others." Harable said calmly, then turned to Sung-san, who was standing on the side, and said, "Since I brought my classmates here today, today's expenses will all be on my account." After saying that, Harable nodded at them and turned to leave. Although he had left, just a short period of time had left a deep impression on everyone present. At this moment, a piece of music suddenly sounded without warning. With a beat of the notes, a movement suddenly sounded in a coffee shop. This is... Hearing the sudden sound of music, a few people came back to their senses from the shock that Harable had left them before, and then they listened to the music in their ears. A musical piece has never been heard before, but it is very nice. Is it a song written by this cafe staff? The cute boy on the side closed his eyes and listened for a while, then opened his eyes and said, with some admiration in his tone. Even if it is not a song written by oneself, just having the ability to play this piece is already very admirable. "Mizuhiro, do you have any research on music?" Hearing Mizuhiro's evaluation, Tatsuki asked curiously. "Well, it's nothing. I just have a little understanding of it under the influence of others." Mizuhiro waved his hand and said modestly. "It's that big sister again, right? Mizuhiro, you bastard." Upon hearing Mizuhiro's words, Kigo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He had an expression of envy and jealousy on his face as he spoke in a sour tone. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and fiercely patted Mizuhiro's shoulder. "Is that so? I didn't expect you to be such a person." Upon hearing Tatsuki's words, the small Mizuhiro only smiled faintly and did not make any excuses. As the last note fell, a slightly exaggerated voice suddenly sounded in a coffee shop. "Ah! This is music. This is art." Hearing this exclamation that suddenly came, a drop of cold sweat slid down the foreheads of the group of people sitting there. There was always a strange feeling. This sigh tone, this emotional tone. Come to think of it, Chizuru, you should know all these people here, right? As if suddenly remembering something, Tatsuki turned his head to look at Chizuru, who was sitting at the side, her tone carrying a bit of curiosity. "I don't know either." "You don't know either?" The surrounding people looked at Chizuru strangely. After all, whether it was the white-clothed woman called Sung-san or the extremely charming woman called Harable who appeared later, they seemed to know each other. And the woman called Harable also said that Chizuru was very familiar with a person called Lily. Logically, she should know everyone here. Seeing the questioning looks in everyone's eyes, Chizuru explained. "It's mainly because there are too many people in this coffee shop. Every time I come, I can almost see different people, so I don't know if I know everyone here. Then this is really a strange coffee shop." Hearing what Chizuru said, everyone present nodded. In this case, this coffee shop was really a bit different. Moreover, this place was different from the other cafes. The people here did not have a fixed standard suit. Everyone wore their own unique clothes. Just this alone made this place different from all the other cafes. Soon, all the things that everyone wanted had been served. After a period of time, they gradually felt familiar with this unique coffee shop. They sat together and began to chat happily. Just as everyone gradually started to enjoy themselves. Chizuru. With a tender voice, a cute little girl ran to their table, her face full of joy. "Lilynette. I thought you weren't here today. I didn't expect you to be here today. These are my classmates. You can play with us." Okay. Hearing Chizuru's invitation, Lilynette had a happy smile on his face and sat in the middle of them without any trace of embarrassment. Lilynette, this is... Everyone looked at this little girl in front of them. They only felt that what they saw in front of them was beyond their understanding. The little girl in front of them was indeed cute and likable, but this dress was really too beyond their knowledge. No matter how they looked at it, the dress on her body had nothing to do with the little girl at all. "You bastard." As if suddenly remembering something, Tatsuki gritted his teeth and looked at Chizuru. Her eyes were full of anger and contempt. "This is just a child. I didn't expect you." Thinking of this, everyone thought in their minds for a moment, and then they all looked at Chizuru. "What are you thinking about? Don't look at me with such strange eyes. I didn't do anything." Feeling the eyes of everyone looking at her, Chizuru could not help but feel a chill. although it's true that she was really interested in Inoue Orihime and had never concealed it. But now that she was looked at with such suspicion and such eyes by everyone, she could not help but feel a burst of panic in her heart. Hearing the explanation of Chizuru, although everyone looked relaxed, there was still some doubt in their eyes. "What are you talking about? Why don't you explain?" Chizuru. Hearing the inexplicable words of the people here and the strange looks in their eyes, Lilynette looked at Chizuru and asked. Although she had lived for a long time and was very old, she really knew nothing about what the humans in front of her had said before. But if she did not understand, she had to ask. Lilynette knew this truth. Seeing the innocent expression on Lilynette's face, everyone could not help but feel a little more fond of her. Such a cute little girl was really hard to dislike. However, just as everyone's love for Lilynette increased a little, everyone's impression of Chizuru became even worse. They looked at her with even more dissatisfaction, although it was just a guess in their hearts without any basis. "I really didn't do anything." Seeing everyone's even more unfriendly eyes, Chizuru wanted to cry but had no tears. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Chizuru finally explained everything with great difficulty, allowing everyone to believe that she had indeed not done anything that angered the people. "However, a child as young as you should still be studying at a young age. Why did you come to such a place alone? Aren't the adults in your family worried?" Looking at the little girl in front of him who was about the same age as his two younger sisters, Ichigo couldn't help but speak. Seeing this little girl, he couldn't help but think of his two younger sisters. Hearing Ichigo says little child, Lilynette frowned. It was obvious that she was extremely dissatisfied with being called a child. Seeing Ichigo as if he was a child, the dissatisfaction in Lilynette's heart became more and more. She might look like a little girl, but she was already several hundred years old. Although, in fact, her mental age was indeed just a child, Lilynette would never admit it. Not noticing the frown on Lilynette's face and the slight dissatisfaction in her eyes, Ichigo continued. "Also, it's a little inappropriate for a child like you to dress up like this." Looking at the extremely mature clothes on Lilynette, Ichigo furrowed his eyebrows and looked extremely conflicted. "It's better for a child to wear normal clothes. You bastard, you dyed your own hair, and yet you still lecturing me." Seeing that Ichigo did not stop talking, Lilynette finally could not help but speak. He did not stop. This kid actually took her seriously, actually dared to criticize her. Even Stark would never dare to say this to her. "What did you say? This is natural, not dyed." Ichigo was obviously very dissatisfied with the rebuttal from Lilynette and actually spoke about his hair color. "Who knows, Humphrey? This little girl. Forget it, forget it. Ichigo, don't argue with others. Since when did you care about little girls?" Seeing that Ichigo seemed to want to fight with this little girl, Kigo hurriedly pulled Ichigo. "Oh, Lilynette, are these your friends?" At this time, a charming voice came from the side. Looking in the direction of the voice, Ichigo saw a middle-aged uncle dressed like a western cowboy walking over with a cup of coffee. Chapter 128, A Coffee Shop Called Ending District, Part 4, So Cool. Seeing Stark come over with a strange outfit and a cup in his hand, Kigo could not help but say it. It was really that this mature look of adults was too cool, especially in the eyes of boys his age. Walking to the table, Stark casually sat down and put the cup on the table. He held his head with one hand and looked sideways at the children talking to Lilynette in front of him. Stark just sat casually, but the whole person exuded a strange aura, which made people have a strange feeling. Although the person in front of them had a lazy and decadent appearance, all of them could not help but have a good feeling. "Are you the parent of this little girl? You have to take care of your own child." Although it was suppressed by the aura of Stark for a moment, Ichigo quickly got rid of the suppression of Stark's aura. Instead, he looked at Stark and said rudely, "An irresponsible parent that let his own child become like this and did not discipline it. This is something that Ichigo can't bear." Ichigo's words, Stark's hand shook, and his whole person became stiff. This boy actually said such words. Although this has nothing to do with him, it is difficult to guarantee that Lilynette will not be angry. His eyes glanced quietly at Lilynette. Sure enough, at this time, Lilynette's face was full of displeasure. Although she mainly stared at the yellow-haired kid in front of him, the fierce eyes that looked at him from time to time still made Stark feel a chill. Bang! Lilynette slammed a palm on the table, scaring everyone. After all, everyone was still looking at Stark before, waiting to see how he would reply. No one knew why Lilynette suddenly became angry. "You little brat, what are you talking about? Who told you that Stark is my parent? Yellow-haired brat." Hearing the address of Lilynette to himself, the originally calm Ichigo suddenly became angry. He also slammed the table and stood up, relying on his height advantage. He looked down at Lilynette from above. "You bastard." Seeing Ichigo use his height advantage to look down on her, Lilith only felt a burst of displeasure in his heart. This kid was definitely doing this on purpose, bullying her. Ah, hello. Cute girls. Just as Lilith was about to explode, a pompous voice suddenly sounded. Then, without anyone noticing, a man with yellow hair appeared in front of them. Before everyone could react, the man had already reached out and grabbed one of Inoue Orihime's hands. Kneeling on one knee, the man who suddenly appeared looked like a knight. He lifted Inoue Orihime's hand and placed it in his mouth, and kissed it gently. The whole action looked like flowing water, and it was obvious that he was extremely skilled. You. Looking at the man in front of him, Tatsuki clenched her fists, and he was eyes burned with anger. That. It was different from everyone's anger. At this time, Inoue Orihime had yet to react. Her face was a little red. She looked at the man kneeling on the ground with a shy look. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. What should she do? Ichigo was still watching from the side. Pa. Hirako Shinji covered his face with a depressed look, and he was actually slapped by the little girl. Ha 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 ha. Stupid Shinji, you want to steal someone's girl, but you get slapped instead? Serves you right. A girl in red sportswear stood behind the yellow-haired man. One hand was on her waist, and the other hand was pointing at Hirako Shinji, who was covering her face. She laughed loudly and did not forget to ridicule the man while laughing. Are you happy to see me being beaten in the afterlife? The yellow-haired man who was squatting on the ground turned his head and looked at the girl standing behind him with a bitter face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm so sorry. When Inoue Orihime woke up from her fantasy and saw that she had slapped him unconsciously, she immediately apologized in a panic. Although that person really took advantage of her, he did not do anything too rude. Moreover, Inoue Orihime also knew that in some countries in the West, this was just a form of etiquette. It seemed that it was too unreasonable for her to beat him up because of this kind of thing. Orihime. Seeing Inoue Orihime actually wanting to apologize, Tatsuki on the side could not stand it anymore. Orihime was too kind. Even if others did something wrong, she could not bear to blame others. She could only bear it by herself. You don't have to apologize to him, but we should apologize to you. Originally, you came here to play, but you encountered such an accident. I am really sorry. Just as the situation became more and more complicated, a gentle voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Then they saw another beautiful woman appear in front of them. The person in front of them was very beautiful, but what attracted their attention the most was the pair of eyes. It was a pair of extremely beautiful eyes that flashed with a different kind of brilliance as if they could see through everything. When everyone looked at the woman, they felt as if all their thoughts had been seen through. Looking at the woman in front of them, everyone felt that their hearts suddenly calmed down. Under the gaze of those eyes, it was as if all their thoughts had been seen through, and they could no longer raise any anger. Well, it's nothing. He didn't do it on purpose. Sister, don't say that. Looking at this gentle big sister in front of her, Inoue Orihime waved her hand repeatedly. In front of this big sister, she felt a sense of intimacy. She couldn't help but want to be closer to her, so she hurriedly waved her hand to refuse her apology. Miss Kusu, you are also here. Oh, it's Chizuru. Then these people are your classmates. Yes, we came here to play. Then you guys have fun. I'm really sorry today. How about this? Your expenses will be mine. No, Miss Harable has already said it before. Oh, Harable has already said it. Suzuki Kusa nodded slightly, then smiled and looked at Ichigo, who was protecting them. Since today is Harable's treat, then how about this? In the future, when you come here to spend money, I will give you a 20% discount. Are you sure? Chizuru was obviously a little tempted, but she was still a little hesitant. Don't mind it. Just treat it as me making friends with you. Thank you very much, Miss Kusu. You're welcome. After dealing with these people, Suzuki Kusa looked at Hirako Shinji, who had already stood up, and Hori. Looking at Hirako Shinji with a sad face, Suzuki Kusa really did not know how to talk about him. After all, he was also her senior. When she first joined the 10th Division, Hirako Shinji was still the vice captain. There was a trace of helplessness in her eyes. In the end, Suzuki Kusa could only change the topic. By the way, didn't you and Shinji go out to play? TSK, I get angry when I think about it. Shinji, this bastard. Hearing Suzuki Kusa asks about this matter, Hori's face immediately became unpleasant. Forget it, I'll go to the back to see Lisa and the others. I'll leave the matters outside to you, Kusu. After saying that, Hori did not say anything else. She just turned around and walked back. It was obvious that the two of them had encountered something unpleasant when they went out. At the very least, for Hori. Really? Shaking his head helplessly, Suzuki Kusa said a few words to Ichigo and the others. Then, she turned and walked towards the counter. It was really annoying to deal with the messy things between them every day. I don't think I have introduced myself yet. Without any restraint, he pulled over a chair and sat on Ichigo. However, Hirako Shinji was obviously not easily defeated. He placed the chair next to Inoue Orihime and then shamelessly sat down in front of Chizuru's fierce eyes. What a strange person, strange hairstyle, strange behavior, strange clothing, strange way of speaking. Everyone looked at Hirako Shinji and only felt that this person was extremely strange from beginning to end, making people feel extremely strange. My name is Hirako Shinji. Looking at the hand that Hirako Shinji stretched out in front of him, Inoue Orihime hesitated for a while and finally shook hands with him with a little bit of caution. There is also this strange self-introduction. After listening to Hirako Shinji's strange self-introduction, the strange feeling in everyone's heart added another part. Of course, Lilynette and Stark did not even bat an eye for Hirako Shinji's behavior. They have long been used to it. However, although he is a very strange person, there is a strange charm. After a while, everyone has cleared the gap and became familiar with Hirako Shinji. Chapter 129, The Coming Plot. Goodbye, Orihime, Datsuki, Chizuru. Standing at the entrance of the coffee shop, Hirako Shinji waved to the group of people who had left far away with a bright smile on his face. Goodbye, Shinji-san. Inoue Orihime turned her head and waved to Hirako Shinji happily. She smiled very happily. Obviously, today's experience made her very happy. Seeing their group gradually disappear into the distance, Hirako Shinji put down his waving hand, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his eyes revealed a little unknown meaning. Goodbye, Ichigo Kurosaki. Turning back to the store, Hirako Shinji took a cup of coffee from the counter, walked to the seat on the side and sat down. After taking a sip, he put the cup on the table. Hirako Shinji fell back and lay down in a comfortable position. Kimura, is that guy? The person opposite Hirako Shinji put down the book in his hand, revealing his mature face. 100 years of time did not make Ma Yang's figure and appearance change much. If one had to say, the temperament he gave off was more mature than 100 years ago. He closed the book in his hand and gently placed it on the table. Ma Yang picked up the cup on the table. His face was calm and no emotion could be seen. Only the flash of light in his eyes showed the uneasiness in his heart. The time is finally coming. Instead of answering Hirako Shinji's question, Ma Yang said something unrelated, and his tone seemed to be a little emotional. Although Ma Yang did not answer directly, Hirako Shinji already knew what he meant. Can that little fellow really do it? Although he understood what Ma Yang said, Hirako Shinji still could not help but be a little doubtful. That Ichigo Kurosaki, although there is a strong spirit power hidden in his body, but that is not enough. Ma Yang only laughed softly. He did not have the slightest intention of answering. This made Hirako Shinji, who was opposite him, feel helpless. That guy Kimura was getting more and more fond of keeping people in suspense. It was always like this. Just wait and see. The prelude is about to start. I wonder if this play is the same as what I thought. Forget it, I don't know what you and Gizuka are thinking. Hirako Shinji had his hands behind his head and was lying there looking at the ceiling, as if there was something good there. Anyway, I just want to know that our chance of revenge is coming soon. After waiting for such a long time, I can finally find Aizen to settle the accounts for so many years. Shinji. Seeing that Hirako Shinji was thinking of those things, his mood seemed to fluctuate a lot. Ma Yang called him softly and woke him up from those bad memories. Looking at this old friend in front of him, Ma Yang softly comforted him. It is only a few months' time. Now, you just have to relax and wait slowly. The time is not yet here. I know. Hirako Shinji waved his hand and looked at Ma Yang impatiently. Do you think I am that kind of impulsive little child? Anyway, such a long time has passed. I can still endure it for a few months. Then I am relieved. TSK Hirako Shinji curled his lips unhappily. He was actually worried. Although the other party was his former superior, he was also his friend. This feeling was really uncomfortable. However, at this time, we should also make some preparations. Ma Yang pondered for a while, then looked up and beckoned to Shidakujin, who had been sitting in a corner, and at the same time called Suzuki Kusu, who was sitting at the counter and did not know what to talk to Harable. Make some preparations? Hirako Shinji sat up from the sofa and squeezed inside, leaving a large place for Shidakujin, and then looked at Ma Yang and said, what preparations do you need to make? Also, don't call them all over. There's no need. Ma Yang looked at Suzuki Kusu, who was sitting next to him, and asked, Kusu, are you ready? Yes. Suzuki Kusu sat there quietly. She looked much more mature than before. If she was a girl 100 years ago, she was definitely a standard mature woman now. Whether it was her appearance, dress, or the temperament she had. I have already set up the track thread in the entire Karakura town. The Karakura town is within my scope of investigation. No matter who it is, as long as they appear in the Karakura town, they will not be able to escape my detection. That's good. Ma Yang nodded. Although the possibility of using the Karakura town as the main battlefield is very small, we have to be on guard. Moreover, this is our base camp, so we have to prepare safety measures. However, Kusu, you don't have to be too tired. We are still in a safe period, so you don't have to explore all day. Anyway, there is still the blessing to help them. You can take action when necessary. I know. Seeing the concern in Ma Yang's eyes, Suzuki Kusu showed a trace of tenderness in her eyes. She nodded and said with a smile, her smile like a flower. I can't stand it. Seeing the performance of the two people opposite him, Hirako Shinji turned his head with his mouth curled and looked disgusted. Kimura, what am I going to do? Ashida Hokujin opened his mouth and asked, if it is just surveillance, with the double insurance of Kisuke and Suzuki Kusu, it is enough, and there is no need for him to come over to discuss. You also have an important task. Ma Yang turned to look at Ashida Hokujin, then looked at Hirako Shinji. What are you looking at me for? Seeing Ma Yang staring at himself, Hirako Shinji asked strangely. Hirako Shinji, what do you think of Aizen? Aizen? Hirako Shinji body paused, and there was a deep-rooted hatred in his eyes. It was true that several of them were framed by Aizen, and now they have fallen to such a point. Hirako Shinji hated Aizen the most. Struggling to restrain the anger and hatred in his heart, Hirako Shinji knew that it was not the time. As long as he waited for a few months, it would be the time for him and Aizen to settle the old debts of adulthood. Aizen, he is an ambitious guy. I knew it from the first day he joined 13th Division of Imperial Guards. That guy is definitely a dangerous person. Under his good appearance, there is a deep evil hidden, so I chose him as my vice captain at the beginning, just to monitor him. I did not expect. Speaking of these adult-old things, Hirako Shinji could not help but feel a hatred in his heart again. It was because of this that he and his companions hid like this. What about his strength? What do you think? What level do you think his strength has reached? Strength? Hirako Shinji was slightly stunned, and then he recalled the few memories about Aizen's strength in his brain. His Kyoka Suigetsu is too dangerous, completely hypnotizing and manipulating the five senses. Such an ability is still terrible, but as long as we does not give him the chance to activate the ability. If we exclude his Zanpakuto ability, in terms of combat ability, his strength is only the level of captain. Compared to his combat ability, I pay more attention to his schemes, which is the most terrible thing about him. You are wrong. Hearing Hirako Shinji's evaluation of Aizen, Ma Yang shook his head slightly. Sure enough, he still did not look at Aizen's real combat level. It is no wonder that Aizen's ability in strategy completely covered up his other aspects of strength. Everyone only noticed his scheme, but they did not pay enough attention to his strength. What? Seeing the expression on Hirako Shinji's face, Ma Yang explained. You may have passed out at the time, so you didn't notice that on the night 100 years ago, Aizen easily blocked Hado number 88, Dragon Strike Heaven Shaking Lightning Cannon. Issued by Grand Kido Chief Tsukubishi Tessai using his Bakudo number 81, Danku. What Hirako Shinji and Ashida Hokujin both showed a shocked look on their faces. They had not heard of this news before. At this time, they were shocked when they heard such news. It was the number 88 Hado. Even the captain could not easily block it. That was his strength 100 years ago. At that time, his strength was no less than the captain, and he even won a little. And I also had a short fight with him that day. Although both sides did not use their full power, I dare to say that Aizen's strength is not what you think. At that time, Aizen's strength is no longer inferior to yours. This is still without calculating his Kyoka Suigetsu ability. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Hirako Shinji pondered and said nothing. According to Ma Yang, Aizen's strength was stronger than the 100 years ago. With his talent, no one knows what level his strength has reached now. If they really deal with him with the previous mentality, the final result is really not optimistic. So you want to? Hirako Shinji looked at Ma Yang and waited for his answer. Chapter 130, Training Ground. Hearing Hirako Shinji's question, Ma Yang smiled. The next period of time cannot be as relaxed as now. It has been 100 years of actual combat. Seeing the smile on the corner of Ma Yang's mouth, Hirako Shinji looked bitter. This is really troublesome. However, my body is indeed stiff. I really can't go on like this. I really can't help it. Next, I'll have to experience the feeling of fighting for a long time. I'm going to trouble you, Ashida. The tasks for the next period of time may be very tiring. After all, it is not a simple matter to completely isolate the fluctuations caused by the captain-level battle. It's nothing. There is a simple and honest expression on Uchiha face, just as I need some exercise. Listening to you, I am afraid it is not good to exercise. Well, that is it, from tomorrow on, everyone will be busy. Well, although it is not very clear what you are talking about, you seem to be planning something, and it seems to be very troublesome. Stark did not know when he had taken off the hat on his head. At this time, he was rubbing his head and making a mess of his originally neat hair. Slowly walking over, Stark had a helpless smile on his face. Although your things sound very troublesome, and I hate troublesome things the most. But since this is your business, Kimura, I think I still have to help. Oh? Hirako Shinji looked at Stark in surprise. The lazy Stark will take the initiative to help. It's really unusual. Well, you are not qualified to say that to others. It is something that can't be helped. Although I am afraid of trouble and don't like things like fighting, but it also depends on the situation. If it is Kimura's matter, even if you feel troubled, you still have to bite the bullet. But what I care more is that Aizen is really as powerful as Kimura, you say. Maayang smiled and said to her, in any case, if you were at your level, you would just be delivering food. You would probably be killed in an instant. You. Hearing Maayang's answer, Hori's face changed. She shouted and rushed forward to teach Maayang a lesson. Wait. Hori. Hirako Shinji quickly hugged Rishi and did not let her rush forward. Let me go, you bald man. Being hugged by Hirako Shinji, Hori could only bare her teeth at Maayang, which could be considered to vent the dissatisfaction in her heart. Lord Kimura, what can I help you with? Hearing the discussion here, Harable came over and said respectfully to Maayang. Her tone was as respectful as ever, just like when they first met 100 years ago. Harable, this is our battle. It is a battle that has nothing to do with you. You don't need to be involved. Maayang looked at Harable and shook his head. This battle was between himself, Kisuke, and everyone in the Visored Legion and Aizen. This battle had nothing to do with Harable and the others. They had no need to be involved in this battle. But Stark. There is no need for Stark to participate. Maayang interrupted Harable's words. Not to mention that they have no reason to fight, let's say Aizen. In the absence of Stark and Harable, I don't know how his A-spot can go. They should be enough to deal with them. There is no need to let Stark and Harable fight. You don't like fighting. Although you're strong, you have an inherent rejection of fighting. A peaceful and stable life is what you like. There is no need to force yourself to participate in unnecessary battles. But. Harable hesitated. But. Although you do not need to participate in the battle, I still have something to ask of you. Please tell me. Hearing Maayang's words, Harable said without hesitation. I may have to trouble you and Stark to help us cultivate during this period of time. After all, it has been hundreds of years away from actual combat. If you want to recover your combat effectiveness, there is nothing better than fighting a strong opponent. Understood. Harable nodded and said nothing more, but the expression on her face showed her will. That's good. Get ready to close the shop. Maayang picked up the cup on the table, raised his head and drank it all. Then he stood up and said to Harable. I knew it. Hirako Shinji slapped his forehead with a bitter look, and his face was full of helplessness. It is really in line with Kimura's style of doing things. He is always so swift and decisive. Hirako Shinji's bitter face was different. The moment others heard Maayang's words, they already understood his plan. Just as Maayang finished his words, everyone was ready. And the other three people had already cleaned up the shop outside. At this time, the door was closed. Let's go, Baldy Shinji. Everyone dashed into the small courtyard behind them. When they saw Hirako Shinji, who was still holding his forehead and sighing bitterly, Hori slapped him on the face without any politeness, leaving a big slap mark on his face. Then, regardless of the two streams of blood flowing out of Hirako Shinji's nose, she grabbed his collar and pulled him to the backyard. Let me go, Hori, you musclehead. Being pulled by the collar of Hori, Hirako Shinji shouted with dissatisfaction, but it did not work at all. Hori pulled Hirako Shinji's collar as if she did not hear it, and walked back without caring about the dissatisfaction of Hirako Shinji. The door of the backyard was suddenly pushed open. The people who had been doing their own things over there had all stood up at some point. The lazy aura on their bodies was swept away, and they were all rubbing their hands. All of them were full of energy. Looking at everyone, Maayang's mouth was slightly raised, and he looked at the people standing there. It seems that everyone is ready. Of course, we have never forgotten what happened in the past. I remember it clearly in my mind. We are going to face a war. How can we continue to be indifferent? I am waiting to see Aizen again and send him a big gift. Seeing the undisguised hatred on the faces of the few companions present, Maayang's eyes were also a little heavy. The damage that Aizen caused them could only be washed away through his blood. A few months is enough. Let's prepare a big gift for Aizen. Of course, the reward is his life. Kusu, Uchiha. I know. Uchiha Hokage responded softly, then put his hands together. A yellow thin wall opened from his palm, and then suddenly expanded, covering the whole coffee shop. With a dark light flashing, the whole coffee shop became looming. Although there was no change over there, people who walked outside would unconsciously ignore the place. Suzuki Kusa stretched out her hand and clenched it. It was as if she had grabbed something in the void. With the entire coffee shop as the center, invisible threads spread out and hid in the void. They could not be touched or sensed. Ma-Yang looked at Suzuki Kusu. After getting her answer, he turned to nod at Uchiha. The latter walked to an inconspicuous place in the backyard and squatted down. He reached out to touch the ground and grabbed a place. He suddenly pulled. As Uchiha pulled, something on the ground was pulled open, revealing a bottomless hole hidden below. There were neat stairs at the entrance of the hole. Although the hole was hidden very well, the stairs leading to the bottom were repaired very generously. Let's go. Speaking of which, I haven't gone down for a long time. When he saw the hole below, he took the lead and walked down the stairs. As he stepped into the ground, the lights on both sides of the stairs lit up, illuminating the stairs very brightly. Kimura, you're really something. It's just a staircase down, but it's actually built so beautifully. Walking on the stairs, Hirako Shinji looked at the neatly built stairs and could not help but twitch his mouth and complain. No, I think the stairs are very beautiful. Kunimashiro slowly followed the crowd and reached out her hand to feel the things on both sides of the road curiously. She looked like a curious baby. Hearing Hirako Shinji's words, Kunimashiro looked away from the corridor on both sides and looked at Hirako Shinji. You didn't come down to repair yourself at that time, so of course you said that. At that time, we took a long time to fix it. Looking at the innocent face of Kunimashiro, Hirako Shinji really did not know what to say to her. At that time, she did not do anything, and now she was still here to make sarcastic remarks. However, she still had a pure and innocent look on her face. He really did not know how to say that she was good. In the midst of teasing and playing, everyone had already finished the flight of stairs and arrived at the training ground located underground. Uchiha, set up 10 strong barriers first, and isolate all the spiritual energy fluctuations here. Chapter 131, Smash Brothers Yes. Hearing Ma-Yang's words, Uchiha Hokage directly clasped his hands together, and then several bright yellow enchantments spread from his palm and wrapped the entire underground training ground. Hey, although it is really troublesome to say something about fighting, but it is still necessary to come. Seeing the several barriers set up, Stark helplessly said with one hand holding his head, and his tone is a bit lazy, like he has not woken up. Stark. What are you talking about? Hearing Stark's weak voice, Lilynette jumped up and shouted. It is a very troublesome thing. As if he did not hear what Lilynette said, Stark was still lazy. Although I have decided to work hard, I still can't raise a little enthusiasm. Stark thought of this in his heart, and then reached out his fingers to dig his ears. Just as Stark put on such a listless look, Lily on the side finally couldn't help it. She jumped up and slapped on Stark's head, and then Stark's little finger, which was originally pulling his ear, suddenly poked into the ear. Ah! It hurts. Lily, do you want to kill me? Stark pulled out his little finger and rubbed his ears hard. The feeling of being suddenly poked into his ears like that was really too uncomfortable. It was as if his ears were going to be broken. Stark was very suspicious. Had his eardrums been broken? Humphrey. Flicking her head proudly, Lilynette did not have any regret for what she had done. Who told you to be so lazy? It is obviously such an important moment, but you have not done it properly. Serves you right. When he heard the words of Lilynette, Stark smiled helplessly. What else could he say? After all, it seemed that she was reasonable anyway. Moreover, even if she was the unreasonable party, he still should not say anything. Women. They are unreasonable. A thought suddenly flashed through Stark's mind, and then he endured the emotions in his heart. His expression became a little solemn. He looked at Ma-Yang and asked, well, Kimura, you should already have a detailed plan, right? Tell me what you think and how you should make everyone fully exercise. Plan? I haven't thought about it yet. Hearing Ma-Yang's words, everyone fainted. They didn't even have a plan and let everyone come down just like that. What the hell was this? Ignoring everyone's behavior, Ma-Yang stretched out his hand and took out his Zanpakuto from somewhere. He grabbed his Zanpakuto and gently pushed his finger on the hilt of his saber. A cold light flashed. However, I think that a chaotic battle might be a good idea. Before he finished speaking, Ma-Yang waved his right hand, and a cold light flashed. His Zanpakuto had been unsheathed at some point in time, and the blade flickered with a faint cold light. The blade light actually enveloped all the people in front of him. Damn it, Kimura, do you want to challenge us all by yourself? Seeing Ma-Yang unsheathing his sword, Hirako Shinji was shocked. Then, he noticed that Ma Yang's blade light had actually enveloped all of them. He immediately said in surprise, "I've been underestimated." Love said, but his movements were not slow at all. Before he could pull out Zanpakuto, Love moved his body and blocked his Zanpakuto with his sword and scabbard in front of him, blocking Ma Yang's attack. "This won't do. Kimura, although you are very strong, you are still too proud to want a 1v3. By the time Kimura Ma Yang's offensive was blocked by Hirako Shinji and Love Akawa, Rose had a flash steps coming behind Kimura Ma Yang, and said softly in his mouth that Zanpakuto in his hand was relentlessly chopping off Kimura Ma Yang's shoulder. "It's you who is proud, Rose." Feeling the attack behind him, Ma Yang said without turning his head. A light flashed on his left hand. Then, Ma Yang turned his arm and blocked Rose's attack with his left hand. Seeing that Ma Yang actually blocked Rose's attack with his bare hands, the three people around were all shocked. This was a strike of the captain level. Although Rose definitely did not use his full strength, he should not be blocked with his bare hands. The left hand blocked Rose's slash, and Kimura Ma Yang right hand's Zanpakuto didn't pause at all, still tracing the track slashing towards Hirako Shinji in front of him. Bang! After forcing Shinji and Akawa back with one slash, Ma Yang slightly exerted force with his left hand and threw Rose along with Zanpakuto in his hand. Rose moved a few steps and removed the force from his body. Shinji and Love surrounded Ma Yang. In an instant, the three of them were forced back. Ma Yang did not have the slightest intention of attacking. Instead, he stood there and looked at the three of them calmly. The Zanpakuto in his hand hung down slightly, but he maintained the state of being ready to attack at any time. "Rose, you have been away from actual combat for nearly 100 years. Don't tell me that you have already weakened to this extent? Not only has your strength decreased a lot, but even your basic judgment ability has also decreased. What kind of damage do you think a strike of that level can cause me?" As expected of Kimura, Love secretly clenched his fists. He had blocked Ma Yang's attack in a hurry just now. Although he did block it, the force of the recoil still made his palm slightly numb. It was really a terrifying power. "It seems that I can't do it without showing some real skills." Hirako Shinji curled his lips and said. Then the three people put their hands on their faces at the same time. A depressing spiritual power suddenly emitted from the three of them. Shuahi suddenly waved his hand, and three masks with different styles suddenly appeared on their faces. The moment the masks appeared, a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out from the three people. It was another kind of powerful spiritual power that was completely different from Shinigami's spiritual power. "Is it hollowification?" Ma Yang looked at the three people in front of him who were wearing masks and spiritual power's explosive growth. He whispered, and the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. This was more interesting. Feeling his blood gradually boiling and his body trembling slightly because he felt them, the corners of Ma Yang's mouth outlined an ambiguous smile. He really didn't expect that he was also a person who desired to fight. Ma Yang's body swayed, and in an instant, three Ma Yang seemed to appear. He held Zanpakuto in his hand and charged towards Hirako Shinji, Akawa Love, and Atrabashiro Jo. Is this an illusion? Is it a trick to play with a vision? Seeing Ma Yang rushing towards the three of them at the same time, Hirako Shinji whispered, but there was a trace of surprise in his heart. According to his understanding of Ma Yang, he was not a person who would do these little tricks. Dang 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 dang, three sounds of swords clashing rang out at the same time. The faces of Shinji and the other two, who were originally puzzled, changed. Three figures and three attacks were actually solid. How is this possible? After blocking Ma Yang's attack, Shinji took a few steps back and looked at Ma Yang. He cried out involuntarily. Although he had a mask on his face, it was still unable to hide his shock. What? Is it hard that to understand? Seeing that the three of them seemed to be puzzled, Ma Yang also stopped what he was doing and looked at the three of them. This was just a spar. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it training. There was no need to fight desperately. After all, it was a battle for cultivation. As you can see, I did not release Zanpakuto. The attack just now was not my special ability. Then how? Halfway through his words, Hirako Shinji suddenly stopped and looked at Ma Yang with some disbelief in his eyes. Is it because of the visual illusion that we created because of the speed? When he said that, even Hirako Shinji himself was baffled. It should be known that the three of them were at captain-level combat strength, and they were people who had been promoted to captain 100 years ago. Even if they had not experienced the battle for 100 years and their strength had declined, Ma Yang was also the same. He had not experienced the battle for nearly 100 years. Moreover, although they did not unleash their Zanpakuto, they had already used hollowification. This kind of ability they had obtained in the past 100 years. It should be known that the spiritual power after the hollowification was several times stronger than before. In terms of the amplification of spiritual power, it was even more than Shikai. But even with such strength, they could not keep up with Ma Yang's speed. No. That was not the level of being unable to keep up, but the speed was far inferior to Ma Yang, at least in the instant of the speed burst. Shinji, you are still as sharp as ever. Ma Yang praised Shinji, obviously admitting what he had just said. Hearing Ma Yang admit it, the expressions of the three people on the other side instantly became a bit serious. The difference in strength was actually so great. Although I knew that you were very strong, I never had the chance to fight you. I really didn't expect that your strength was actually so strong. Love looked at Ma Yang and said in a deep voice. Even if the other party was his friend, such a big difference in strength still made Love unable to feel relieved. If the first time was because he was not ready, then the blow just now was not the least bit fake. Feeling the numbness from his palm, Love's face became a bit more serious. He was actually at a disadvantage in the power he was best at. Crush down, Tangamaru. Chapter 132, Smash Brothers Part 2. Love waved his hand, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had turned into a huge mace. Just looking at his huge body made people tremble in their hearts. That size, if it were to hit you, it would definitely be painful. He casually waved his hand, bringing up bursts of whistling wind. The incomparably huge Zanpakuto was actually as light as a feather in the hands of Love. Getting serious now. Feeling the rise of spiritual power from Love, and the howling wind from his Tangamaru, Rose, who was at the side, had a smile on his face. Although his face was covered by mask, he could still easily feel the smile in his voice. I can't let you perform alone. This is not in line with my artistic nature at all. Play, Kinshara. With a few notes beating, the Zanpakuto in Rose's hand shook and turned into a golden whip. Shinji, don't you want to release your Zanpakuto? Ma Yang looked at Hueco Shinji and asked. Rose and Love both have released their Zanpakuto. Forget about me. My ability is not suitable for group battles. Hearing Hueco Shinji's answer, Ma Yang suddenly understood. He forgot about the special ability of Hueco Shinji. His Zanpakuto's ability was really not suitable for group combat. As he spoke softly, Kinshara, who was in Rose's hand, had already turned into a golden bolt of lightning and quickly struck towards Ma Yang. Dang! Ma Yang waved his hand, and the Zanpakuto in his hand easily struck the top of Rose's golden whip, blocking his attack. Rose, you! Just as Ma Yang was about to say something, Rose, who had been knocked away by him, suddenly turned into a snake. The moment he fell, he suddenly changed direction and followed Ma Yang's trajectory. Shit! Seeing the action of Rose's Zanpakuto, Ma Yang, who was familiar with his ability, suddenly cried in his heart. That guy's ability was very strange. If he was entangled. Sure enough, just as these thoughts flashed through Ma Yang's mind, before he could make the next move, Rose in the distance had already started his next move. With one hand holding the handle of his own sword, the other hand gently flicked on it, and with a strange music, a strange force passed along his sword to Ma Yang's sword. Ma Yang tightened his hand, and a light green light flashed on his Zanpakuto's surface. The next moment, the explosion caused by Ozzy's attack had drowned him. Ma Yang and the others were in full swing, and the others did not fall down. The figure flashed, and in the daytime, they had pulled Suzuki Kusu and Yodomaru Lisa to fight against the lazy Stark. As for Lilynette on the side, she was obviously ignored by them. Oh, it's actually the three of you who came to me. This is not good, do you really have to do such a troublesome thing? Stark. What are you talking about? Haven't you decided to help yourself? How come it suddenly became boring at this time? Get up for me, bastard. Hearing Stark's discouraged words, Lily on the side jumped up and shouted with dissatisfaction. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Stark's indifferent attitude. I know. Stark agreed, but even Hori on the opposite side could clearly hear the perfunctory meaning in his words, not to mention Lilynette who got along with him day and night. Hey! Stark, don't underestimate us too much. Lily had not opened her mouth yet. In the opposite world, she could not help but shout. The casual attitude of Stark in front of her was simply contempt for the three people on her side. Stark did not respond to Hori's words, but Lilynette, unable to bear standing on the side, refuted. As the two tsunderes lie in the store, the two of them have not dealt with it for a long time. Che. Regarding Lilynette's words, Hori just didn't overdo it and didn't say much, but anyone could easily feel her contempt. Obviously she didn't take seriously about Lilynette's words. Stark is strong and they can clearly feel it. The level of spiritual power, the oppression, all clearly told them that the Stark who is usually lazy, is definitely a strong guy. As for Lily TCH, if she really wanted to evaluate her strength, then it would be the level of trash, not even comparable to an ordinary Minnow's Grand. Ah! You actually dare to look down on me. Feeling the thick disdain in the movements of Hori, Lilynette was instantly enraged. That girl actually looked down on her like this. A bright light flashed on the horn on her head. Then, Lilynette reached out and pulled out a strangely shaped knife. With the knife in hand, she held her sword in her hand and looked at Hori, her eyes full of evil smiles. Hey! Hori, later I will let you feel what is called hell and despair. Completely ignoring the threat of Lilynette, Hori looked at Stark standing there, and then suddenly pulled out her own sword from behind, and her sword was pointed to Stark. Hurry up and pull out your sword, Stark, otherwise I will think you are looking down on us. Correct. Holding his own sword in her hand, put it flat in front of her chest, Lisa's momentum gradually gathered, ready to pull sword out of the sheath at any time. Suzukikusa did not speak, just gently put his hand on her own sword. There is really no way. Stark rubbed his head and his tone seemed very distressed. Sure enough, this kind of thing is really too troublesome. It would be good if I continued to sleep today. However, since I promised Kimura, it is better to be a little more serious. Although his mouth has been complaining, Stark still did not continue to play around, but took out his own sword, and then slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. It has begun. With a light shout, sword instantly unsheathed in Lisa's hand, a flash of bright blade light flashed over, Lisa's blade light has split into Stark's eyes. Stark lifted his arm and easily blocked Lisa's slash. Just as his sword blocked Lisa's slash, Hori had already waved the sword in his hand and came to Stark. In front of, taking advantage of the gap between Stark blocking Lisa and cutting it down, the time is just right, no gap. Just as the sword in Hori's hand was about to cut him, Stark slightly exerted force on his hand and forced Lisa back, and then the speed of his arm wave instantly increased, and his sword clashed with Hori's, making her sword deviate from the original track. Seeing Stark's action at this moment, Lisa and Hori were both shocked. They actually completed such a series of movements in an instant, and the speed of that instantaneous burst is really not to be underestimated. This Stark is really strong, far beyond their original guess. Just as the two of them were secretly shocked by the strength of Stark, a dazzling knife light suddenly bloomed from behind Stark and accurately stabbed to Stark's back. At this time, it was the time when Stark just finished an attack and his whole body was relaxed. Although the attack angle was extremely tricky, Stark seemed to have eyes on his back. His body turned and avoided the light. At the same time, sword in his hand waved upward and cut the person behind. Kusu. Seeing that Stark cleverly avoided Suzukikusa's slash, at the same time, he also made a counterattack and slashed toward Suzukikusa. Although he knew that this was just training, Stark would definitely not seriously slash her, but Hori and Lisa still could not help but let out a cry of surprise. In the worry of Hori and Lisa, Suzukikusa's body turned in the air and avoided Stark's slash in a very clever manner. At the same time, one of her palms had been aimed at Stark's chest. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. A blue flame erupted from Suzukikusa's palm and hit Stark's chest, and within the distance of less than 20 centimeters, Stark obviously had no room to avoid. Bang! Suzukikusa's attack hit Stark, but she did not pursue the victory. Instead, she immediately retreated a few steps and quickly pulled away from Stark. She knew that the attack just now would not cause any damage to Stark. If the opponent is someone of this level, it is better to keep a good distance. Well done. Kusu. Quickly meeting up with Suzukikusa, the three stood together and looked at the place where Stark stood. They all knew that the level of power just now was difficult to even cause a little interference for Stark, let alone cause any big damage. The opponent is so powerful, it is better to gather together and not give the enemy a chance to recover. You are really powerful. The smoke dispersed, revealing the almost unscathed Stark. Looking at the three people in front of him, Stark said. In a moment of carelessness, he actually suffered a small loss. He really can't look down on anyone, especially Suzukikusa. The attack just now, the timing was really excellent. You. Looking at the four people who had already fought together, Lilynette stamped her feet with dissatisfaction and then looked at the last battleground. Chapter 133, Smash Brothers Part 3. Compared to the previous two battles, perhaps the last one was more worthy of the word chaos. With a strong military aura, Kensai held his sword, which was closer to a dagger than a sword, in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. At this time, he was fighting with Harable in close combat. Harable held her hollowed-out short sword in one hand and fought with Kensai with some difficulty. She was not very good at close combat, but she met Kensai who was good at close combat. She only felt that she was suppressed everywhere, and she could not fully display her strength. Lord Harable. Seeing Harable struggling to fight, the three people on the side suddenly became anxious. They stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed up, wanting to stop Kensai for Harable so that she could turn the situation around. Get down. Seeing that Sun and the other two did not care about their own existence and directly wanted to support Harable, Mashiro on the side was dissatisfied on the spot. Mashiro kick. Mashiro suddenly jumped out from the side and kicked at Sun Sunday bang. With a loud sound, Sun, who were rushing forward, were all kicked down by Mashiro, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably, and then slammed into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust on the ground. Damn, you crazy girl. She got up from the ground and patted off the dust on her body. She looked at Mashiro, who was in a victorious position in the air, with dissatisfaction. It was just training, but this crazy girl actually had so much strength. The nearby Mila Rose, who had just stood up, was also very unhappy. She had been hit by the attack just now and suffered a lot of damage. Now she still felt that her arm was hurting faintly. It's really uncomfortable to be in such a sorry state. Sun stood up from the ground and glanced at the dust left on her body. Her tone also carried a trace of anger. Since she came to the modern realm with Lord Kimura, this was the first time she had been in such a sorry state. Are the three of you okay? Standing on one side, there was a flash of light at the feet of Ashida Hokujin. Appearing in front of the three of them, and then a bright yellow light flashed on their hands. The three of them immediately felt that the injuries they had just suffered were a little better. Thank you, Ashida. Looking at Ashida Hokujin standing on one side, Sun softly thanked him. No need to be polite. The strength I have mastered is not good at using it in combat. Generally speaking, it is used in auxiliary aspects. Now I will look at it and treat you. But it is not necessary this time. Anyway, as long as you use that, all the injuries will be recovered instantly. Yes. The three of them looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Strangled to death, Anaconda. Devour, Leona. Thrust, Kirva. As a cloud of smoke rose into the air, spiritual power instantly exploded, and the originally slightly hurt Mila Rose and Sun immediately recovered. They were even more spirited than before. Oh? Mashiro, who was originally in a victorious position in the air, was immediately attracted by the movement below. Seeing that the three people below in spiritual power had all changed greatly, Mashiro's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Have you all released your Zanpakuto? Then I want to. Mashiro waved her hand in front of her and a mask with a peach heart in the middle suddenly appeared on her face. The moment the mask appeared, spiritual power on Mashiro suddenly became a lot stronger. Hers was much stronger than the three people under Resurrection. Mashiro. Super kick. After the holification was completed, Mashiro looked at the three people below, and her body jumped, and then her feet suddenly kicked in the air. With a terrible sound of air explosion, Mashiro figure turned into an orange lightning bolt and rushed toward the three people below. Her stretched out right foot with a terrible momentum and kicked the head of Mila Rose who stood at the front. Mashiro's attack was extremely fast, and before the three of them could react, Mashiro's kick had already arrived. The three of them did not have time to react. No one had expected that Mashiro's attack would come so quickly, and her head was about to be kicked by her. Pop! Just as Mashiro's kick was about to kick Mila Rose's head, a yellow thick wall suddenly appeared in front of her head, and Mashiro's kick also kicked the yellow thick wall that suddenly appeared. Seeing a crystal wall suddenly appear in front of him to block the foot of Mashiro, Apaxi's eyes flashed a trace of relief. Just a moment ago, she really did not have any reaction. If not for the crystal wall that appeared in time, she did not know what to do. Thank you, she said to Ashida Hokujin on the side. Apaxi had no time to wait for Ashida Hokujin's answer, and Sun and Mila Rose, who had the same fear on the side, quickly left their original positions. Ka with two voices, the yellow crystal wall in front of Apaxi shattered after blocking Mashiro's kick. Ah! Ashida, you actually helped them deal with me. Looking at Ashida Hokujin standing there, Mashiro shouted with dissatisfaction. Your attack is too fierce, it is just training. What? It's the only thing I have. But. There is no but, Ashida, you bully me. Ah. Looking at Mashiro standing in front of him jumping up and down, there is a little sense of helplessness in Ashida Hokujin. For the person in front of him, he really does not know how to deal with it. He has been bullied for the past 100 years. Forget it, Ashida, you stay here. When Ashida Hokujin felt helpless, Mashiro, who was originally acting like a spoiled child, suddenly opened her mouth and said something, which made Ashida Hokujin, who was originally distressed, suddenly stunned. Not giving Ashida Hokujin time to react, Mashiro stepped on the ground, and her body had risen up and rushed to the three people who had gathered together again. You crazy girl. Seeing Mashiro rush up, the faces of the three people on the other side were ugly. The most annoying person was this kind of person. Should they say that she was innocent or that she was stupid? It was just a training, but this crazy girl actually used so much strength, and every attack was so fierce, which made the three of them very unhappy. Apaxai clenched her right fist and suddenly struck forward. A red balla suddenly shot out from her hand, and after shooting out, there was a sound of explosion. It was obvious that the speed of the attack just now had far exceeded the speed of sound. Hey! Although the speed of the balla was terrifying, Kunamashiro's reaction speed was definitely not slow. Just as she stood still, she felt the attack that broke through the air. Kunamashiro's left foot swung in the air and casually smashed the balla. Are you ready? I'm coming. After greeting the three people in front of him, Kunamashiro stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed out. Her attack was as fierce as ever, except when she greeted the three of them at the beginning. Bang! Just as Kunamashiro was about to rush out, a figure suddenly rushed from the other side and hit Kunamashiro, who was about to rush out. Ah! After being suddenly hit, Kunamashiro's momentum immediately stopped and turned to look at the person who hit her. Lord Horrible. Kunamashiro had not spoken yet, and the other side had already called out the identity of the person. It was Horrible who fought with Kensai. Seeing who it was, Kunamashiro looked up at Kensai, who was standing there, and it was Kensai who had gained the upper hand in the confrontation just now. Kensai, you big fool, you actually hit a girl so hard. Kunamashiro looked at Kensai, who was standing in the air, and said with a tone full of contempt. This is just training, and I don't think that the level just now is a heavy hand. Turning his head to look at Horrible, whose hair was almost unscathed, Kunamashiro blinked her eyes, and it seemed that she did not suffer any damage, but Kunamashiro's body flicked and rushed towards Kensai, punching him in the abdomen when Kensai did not respond. Mashiro, what are you doing? After receiving a punch from Kunamashiro, even with his body, he could not bear it. Taking a few steps back, Kunamashiro grabbed his wrist and asked in a deep voice. Are you stupid? Of course, I am fighting with you. Kimura said that this is a big fight. Kensai was not nervous and worried at all when his arm was grabbed by Kunamashiro. She twisted her waist and turned her body around with her arm as the center. Kunamashiro's left leg severely hit on the shoulder of Kunamashiro. After receiving an attack on his shoulder, Kensai loosened his grip. Kunamashiro took the opportunity to break free. Not only did her body not retreat, but she twisted in the air and kicked Kensai's head again. Bang! Kensai reached out his arm to block her kick, but even so, he was kicked back a few steps by Kunamashiro. Kensai, you big fool, I have wanted to hit you for a long time. After kicking Kensai away, Kunamashiro happily twisted her body in the same place, looking very happy. You! Looking at Kunamashiro, who was happily twisting over there, Kensai felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. Tia, you also come here quickly. The two of us will beat Kensai up. Chapter 134, Smash Brothers Final. Yo, Tia, hurry up and come over. The two of us will beat up Kensai together. Hearing Kunamashiro's words, Kensai's face changed. This girl. Although he had the upper hand in the battle just now, that was only because Horrible was not good at close combat. If he were to do it again, Kensai did not think that he would be able to get close to her again, since Mashiro would get in his way. In the battle just now, Kensai had already confirmed that this Horrible was really a formidable enemy. In a one-on-one close quarter fight, even he could not take advantage of her. Now, Mashiro actually wanted to join hands with her. You bastard. Horrible had yet to reply when he heard Kunamashiro's words, but Apaxai could not help but scold her, and her tone was extremely unhappy. I have said it many times, you crazy girl, you can't call Lord Horrible's name directly like this. Eh? Kunamashiro lowered her head and looked at Apaxai, who was shouting over there in confusion. It was really difficult to understand why she was so excited just because she called her name. Apaxai, you are really strange. Isn't a name meant for people to call? What's more, Tia did not say anything. You bastard, I will kill you. Hearing Kunamashiro's understated words, Apaxai was so angry that she almost went crazy. That guy really made her angry. He actually dared to repeat the name of Horrible again and again. Mila Rose, why are you holding me? Let me go. I want to go up and kill that girl. You are no match for her alone. Mila Rose looked up at Mashiro in the air, and her expression was slightly ferocious. But this girl actually dares to be disrespectful to Lord Horrible. The two of us will attack together and kill her. Okay, that's it, the two of us will attack together. Although I usually don't like you, that Mashiro fellow actually dares to do this. This time, let her experience the power of our cooperation. Although I really don't want to disturb you two when I see you two being so loving and harmonious. Damn Sun. Who did you say is loving and harmonious? Sun had not even finished speaking when he said, on the other side, Apaxai and Mila Rose already roaring at the same time. Don't worry, I know. Sun covered his mouth with one hand and waved his other hand over there, his face showing that he understood what he meant. Although I don't want to offend you, but if it's just the two of you, you're still no match for that crazy girl. Under the angry gazes of the two, Sun waved her hand and lightly changed the topic. That's why I want the three of us to attack together. TSK alright, let's go. Let's see how strong we are. Mila turned her head, but she didn't say anything. They knew that if there were only two of them, they wouldn't be able to defeat Mashiro. If they wanted to fight her, the three of them would have to attack at the same time. Then let's go. Let her see how strong we are. Apaxai shouted. Then, the three of them turned their heads and preparing to let White witness their combined strength. Nani, as soon as they turned around, they saw Mashiro and Kensai, who were already fighting in the sky. The three of them immediately felt a burst of despair. The full strength punch just hit empty air. The three of them were discussing here in vain. They did not expect that Mashiro had already started fighting. That girl. He really doesn't put us in his eyes. Seeing that Mashiro had abandoned them and began to fight with Kensai, the three of them were stunned at first, and then a ball of anger rose in their hearts. She actually ignored the three of them and began to fight with Kensai. She really did not put them in their eyes. Bastard. Mila Rose cursed, but before she could say anything else, Mashiro, who had been fighting with Kensai, was hit by Kensai's punch, and her body flew towards them like a cannonball. Are you alright? Although they were dissatisfied with Mashiro's previous actions, when they saw Mashiro being punched by Kensai, the three of them still stepped forward to catch her and asked. Of course I'm fine. Mashiro was only shaken by the strength of Kensai. After being caught by the three of them, she immediately regained her ability to move. She gently broke free from their arms and stood up. She glanced at her clothes that had been tattered by Kensai in the battle just now. A hint of anger rose in her eyes. Kensai actually broke my new clothes. She carefully picked up her clothes with her fingers and looked at the tattered parts with heartache. The anger in Mashiro's eyes became even stronger. Damn it. Kensai, you big dummy. With a forceful stomp of his feet, Mashiro's body suddenly sprang out, and the dust caused by the collision with the ground covered the three of them, causing their bodies to be covered in dust. Cough cough, damn it, this crazy girl. Waving the dust in front of them with his hand, the three of them gritted their teeth and said. True. Mashiro. Super Flash. Her body flew to the front of Kensai, and without saying a word, Mashiro sent out a powerful void flash from her leg. Buzz, a green void flash came from Mashiro's leg and hit Kensai's head without hesitation. This girl. Kensai did not expect that Mashiro would have such a fierce reaction, and actually directly sent out a virtual flash without saying anything. In a hurry, Kensai leaned his body to the side, but still did not completely avoid the attack from Mashiro, and was hit by her attack. Bastard. Taking a few steps back, Kensai took a look at his arm, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Although he did not suffer much damage, but the arm of Kensai was still emitting black smoke. Obviously, even Kensai could not completely ignore the attack just now. Just as Kensai was still angry at Mashiro's sudden attack, a figure had quietly appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, a yellow spiritual power was injected into the hollow part of the short blade. The whole Zanpakuto was dyed with a bright yellow color, and a slightly oppressive feeling was emitted from the blade. This is... Kensai seemed to sense it and suddenly turned his head. Then, he saw a Zanpakuto growing bigger and bigger in his sight. The danger from the blade made Kensai feel a chill. His sword, which was in his right hand, quickly turned and moved towards the attack in front of him. At the same time, he quickly waved his left hand on his face, and a mask instantly appeared on his face. His spiritual power suddenly exploded. At the same time, the sword in his hand finally collided with Haribol's attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Kensai involuntarily took a few steps back, and the arm holding the blade trembled slightly. Sure enough, after escaping from close combat, the strength that Haribol displayed was much stronger than before. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, before Kensai could stabilize himself, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, and her raised right foot hacked down on Kensai's head with a shocking momentum. This girl. Feeling the whistling wind in his ear, Kensai looked up and saw Mashiro familiar figure falling from the sky, and her feet were coming down with a strong force. There was no time to dodge, and Kensai crossed his hands to block above his head. Boom. At the moment when Mashiro's kick and Kensai's arm collided, a powerful force instantly erupted. Mashiro kicked Kensai down from the sky with a huge force. This girl is really crazy. Isn't she the one with the best relationship with Kensai? I thought she would help Kensai deal with Lord Haribol. Looking at the huge hole created by Kensai in the distance, the three people looked at each other. They could not understand why Mashiro was attacking Kensai so desperately. Bunkai. Tekkentukukes. A low voice suddenly came from the other side of Kensai, and then accompanied by the rise of a powerful spiritual power, a whirlwind blew up, blowing all the smoke around Kensai, revealing Kensai in the middle. After Benkei, his Zanpakuto transforms from a single combat knife into a pair of large knuckle blades which Kensai holds in each hand. Both blades have a curved silver edge, which tapers off to an outward point on either side. Segmented purple bands wrap around the entirety of his arms, much like armor, while a thicker purple band arches behind him, over his head, with its ends protruding from under his shoulders. This is his Benkei. Looking at Muguruma Kensai on the ground, Harable whispered with a few points of novelty in her tone. Shinigami's Benkei was rare, it's her first time to see their Benkei. That Kensai. They seem to be fighting very fiercely over there. Feeling the familiar spiritual power, several people in the battle stopped a little, and Love looked at that direction from afar and said. Although the battle over there is really fierce, and it has reached the point of Benkei, but the battle on our side is not idle enough to let you have time to see other people's battle. The body flashed and appeared beside Love, and Rose's tone was slightly solemn. Indeed, although this might felt a bit unencouraging, but even if the three people work together to deal with Kimura, it is still a little difficult. Hirako Shinji appeared on the other side and teased. However, his eyes did not leave Miayang's body at all. It was obvious that he was extremely vigilant in his heart. At this time, the masks on the faces of Hirako Shinji and the other two had already passed the time limit. Because of this, even if they had three people, it was very difficult to face Miayang, who had not even released Zanpakuto. After all, with Miayang's body, whether in strength or speed, he was completely superior to them. And the cutting technique was what Miayang was good at. They could be said to have no advantage at all over Miayang. Let's continue. Just in this period of time, I felt that your physical reaction ability has improved a lot. It is obvious that you have recovered the feeling of fighting. But this is not enough. As he said that, Miayang raised the sword in his hand and rushed forward again. Chapter 135, That one night, a full moon hung high in the air. What's wrong? You are not sleeping in the middle of the night. This is not Stark's style. Miayang walked from below to the roof and looked at Stark, who was sitting there quietly, with his back against the corner and looking at the moon. Nothing. Stark looked at the moon. After a long time, he turned his head. His eyes looked up and glanced at Miayang, who had come to his side. He said softly, and then turned to look at the moon in the air again. He with a soft smile, Miayang sat down next to Stark and took out two small bottles from his arms. After handing one to Stark, Miayang looked up and took a sip. The spicy wine flowed down his throat. Miayang suddenly felt a comfortable feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the feeling of white wine was more nostalgic. How is it? Is the moon in the modern world comparable to Hueco Mundo? Hueco Mundo does not have a full moon. The moon in Hueco Mundo is always the same crescent moon. Stark whispered, then unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the wine that Miayang handed to himself. Cough 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 cough, just drank a mouthful of it. Stark immediately flushed and coughed. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so spicy? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Stark actually drank white wine in such a big mouth, and then choked by white wine, Miayang could not help laughing loudly. Seeing Miayang's gloating look, Stark could not help but say with dissatisfaction, and the expression on his face is also very melancholy. This is the wine of my hometown. Miayang smiled a little less, and the smile on his face faded. He turned his head to look at the moon in the air, and his tone was a little melancholy. Hometown. When he heard the place that Miayang had spat out, a hint of confusion appeared on Stark's face. Where is his hometown? Hueco Mundo? However, even though he was talking about his hometown like this, it was only a thought in his heart right now. Who could tell exactly where his hometown was now? Perhaps it was just a thought in his heart. Miayang shook the wine pot in his hand, his thoughts flying around. He said softly. However, now this is my home. Here are my friends. Here are my fetters. This is our territory. What do you say, Stark? Well, it's really troublesome. Tucker stood up and reached out to scratch his hair. There was a bit of fatigue in his tone, but the expression on his face was a little subtle. It's better to have a good sleep on such a quiet night, but there is always a strange feeling tonight, as if something important is going to happen. However, I won't stay here with you. I'd better go back and have a good sleep. Recently, I have been pulled to be a sparring partner, and I have no chance to have a good sleep. Stark waved his hand and walked downstairs. His posture was as free and easy as ever. The depression and melancholy feeling on his body disappeared without a trace. Miayang waved his hand at Stark's back. He still sat there, holding the bottle in his hand and drinking slowly. Although his eyes seemed to be looking at the full moon in the sky, Miayang's eyes had no focus. Obviously, he was not really admiring the moon. And his thoughts had already drifted to somewhere. Lying on his bed, Ichigo Kurosaki did not feel sleepy at all. The image of the woman he saw during the day kept replaying in his mind. Of course, this was not because he was starting to be interested in the woman's body when he was in the middle of spring. Instead, it was because the woman's stunning appearance during the day and the things she did. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was lost in his thoughts, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at his window. This is... A black butterfly flew in through his window. Then, under Ichigo Kurosaki's slightly panicked gaze, a woman in a black kimono flew into his room. What? You? Looking at the familiar figure that appeared in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but recall everything he had seen during the day. The woman in black moved her hand and gently placed it on the sword at her waist. She recalled the scene she had seen during the day. This woman had cut a huge monster in half with a swing of her sword. Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt a panic in his heart. He retreated and leaned against the wall. Ichigo Kurosaki asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Very close. As if she did not hear what Ichigo Kurosaki said, the woman in black kimono jumped down from Ichigo Kurosaki's table and held the sword at her waist with a serious expression. "What are you talking about? You idiot." Seeing that the girl actually ignored him and was muttering something on her own, Ichigo Kurosaki felt his head heat up. The sense of uneasiness he had toward her was immediately suppressed. He stepped forward and kicked her, knocking her to the ground. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" Ichigo Kurosaki pointed at the person lying on the ground and asked with dissatisfaction. "You can see me? And you kick me?" The woman lying on the ground turned to look at Ichigo Kurosaki with a face full of disbelief. It was obvious that she was in disbelief that she was seen and attacked by humans. "I don't know what you are talking about. Of course I can see you. You are the person I met on the street this morning. You only realized now. It is impossible for ordinary people to see me." The woman in black reached out her hand and touched Ichigo Kurosaki with some doubt. She was very curious about this human who could see her and touch her. "I don't know what you are talking about." Ichigo Kurosaki pushed away the woman's hand in dissatisfaction and kicked her. The woman in black jumped up and stepped on Ichigo Kurosaki's head, landing on the ground as if nothing had happened. "You!" Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been kicked to the ground, turned around and looked at the woman in black. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Then I'll tell you." The woman in black turned around with a serious expression on her face. "I am Shinigami." On the rooftop of Ending District, Maayang was still sitting there, slowly drinking wine. His eyes were focused on the moon, not knowing what he was thinking. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you have a lot of worries?" Putting a coat on Maayang, Suzuki Kusu, who had come up at some point in time, leaned against him and said softly, her tone was very gentle. "Oh, it's Kusu." Maayang snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at Suzuki Kusu, who was sitting next to him. He called out softly, then picked up the bottle in his hand and took another sip. "Is there something troubling you?" Seeing Maayang drinking wine with the bottle, Suzuki Kusu asked in a low voice, her tone as gentle as ever. "You can also feel what is happening right now." And Suzuki Kusu replied softly. She looked in a direction. There were a few spiritual powers reactions over there. One of them was Ichigo Kurosaki, who had come over frequently during this period of time. There were two other spiritual power beside him. One of them was Shinigami's spiritual power, while the other was hollow. "Are you worried about Ichigo Kurosaki?" "Don't worry about what Ichigo Kurosaki. Kisuke will handle it well." Suzuki Kusa asked curiously. Maayang shook his head lightly. He was not worried about Ichigo Kurosaki at all. His current reaction was more like a strange feeling for the Bleach manga that he was reading in his previous life. The scenes he saw on the screen were about to be reflected in front of him. He was not just a spectator. He was going to play an important role in the plot that he was familiar with in his previous life. This strange feeling was indescribable, and he could not share it with others. He could only feel his strange mood in his heart. Seeing Maayang shake his head without saying anything, Suzuki Kusa did not ask any more. As a smart woman, she knew that it was enough for her to stay quietly at the side at this time. Moreover, wasn't it what she had been waiting for? PFFT. A spray of blood sprayed out in front of Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes. Looking at the woman in black in front of him who was bitten by the monster named Hollow apostrophe, a strange feeling arose in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart. Why was this girl who called herself Shinigami standing in front of him without any regard for her own safety? Why was she willing to sacrifice her life for a person who did not even know her name? At this moment, a strange feeling arose in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart towards this woman who called herself Shinigami, and for the first time, he had a strange feeling about Shinigami's profession. He struggled with all his might to force the hollow back, and the woman in black fell to the ground powerlessly. "Shinigami!" Ichigo Kurosaki cried out involuntarily. "You idiot, You can't defeat him alone. Didn't I warn you just now? Or, do you think that as long as he eats your soul, all of this will stop? This will only become the bait of those guys. Struggling to climb under a telephone pole and sitting with her back against it, the black-clothed death god asked Ichigo, "You want to save your family, right?" "Nonsense, what can I do?" "There is only one way." The black-clothed Shinigami pointed the sword in his hand at Ichigo Kurosaki. "You will become Shinigami." Chapter 136, Quincy Under the Moonlight. It shone on Ichigo Kurosaki's cloudy and uncertain face. "Stab this Zanpakuto into your chest and use my strength from there." Leaning against the telephone pole, the sword in the hand of the black-clothed Shinigami aimed at Ichigo Kurosaki's chest. Her expression was a bit serious, and the hollow that had been slightly injured by her previously let out a series of roars. "I don't know if it will work or not, but there is no other way." Looking at Shinigami, who leaned on the telephone pole weakly, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly relaxed his eyebrows and showed a relaxed expression on his face. Looking at Shinigami, who was sitting there, he smiled. "Give me the sword, Shinigami." Shinigami, who fell to the ground, showed a strange emotion in her eyes. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, she said, "My name is not Shinigami, it is Rukia Kuachiki. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki." Reaching out, he grabbed Zanpakuto from Rukia Kuachiki's hand and aimed the blade at his chest. Ichigo Kurosaki did not hesitate to stab. The moment Zanpakuto stabbed into Ichigo Kurosaki's chest, a powerful spiritual power burst out with him as the center, emitting a dazzling light, making the hollow that was originally rushing to attack them staggered. In front of his eyes was suddenly illuminated by the sudden burst of light. Before the hollow could react, a stabbing pain came from his arm. Looking again, his arm had been cut off without being noticed. How is that possible? Rukia Kuachiki, who was dressed in white, sat on the ground and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was showing great power. Her eyes were full of disbelief. "I only wanted to pass half of the spiritual power to him, but it was all taken away." Looking at Zanpakuto, who was a height of one person, and Ichigo Kurosaki, who was waving to the hollow, Rukia Kuachiki only felt that everything she had encountered today was unbelievable. This guy. I have never seen anyone who could make Shinigami feel confused. I have never seen anyone who broke the gate of ghost with his own strength. Also, that Zanpakuto. Why is it so big? Looking at the Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand, Rukia Kuachiki did not know what feelings she had in her heart now. Feeling the stream of spiritual power coming from afar, Maayang paused for a moment, then raised his head and drank up the remaining wine in the bottle. Putting down the wine bottle, Maayang stood up and took off the clothes that Suzuki Kusa had draped over his body. He draped them over her shoulders and waved his hand as he walked downstairs. "What's wrong?" Suzuki Kusa looked at Maayang, who had suddenly stood up and left. He asked in confusion. "What I care about, what I want to see, I have already seen everything. There is nothing else. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Are you waiting here for the scene just now?" Although she was a little speechless about Maayang's behavior, she actually wanted to see what had just happened in the middle of the night. Although Ichigo Kurosaki was indeed a very important part of their plan, she should not be so worried. Previously, when she felt Maayang's messy state of mind, she was still thinking about what had happened. Then what should we do next? Although she had many thoughts in her heart, Suzuki Kusa still asked how things would go on at this time when things finally developed. "Just wait." Maayang paused, then said indifferently, "Just watch quietly like this. Don't get involved. Don't worry, don't worry. We just need to do what we need to do. We just need to silently prepare, accumulate, and wait for the right time to explode." In the story, heroes always appear at the last moment. Although I don't like the profession of a hero. Maayang turned around and looked at Suzuki Kusa, who was standing there with a coat on. He smiled and said, "What? Are you still staying on the rooftop? Although the night is beautiful tonight, I think it is better to go back to the room." Looking at Maayang, who stood still and stretched out his hand to speak to him with a smile, Suzuki Kusa rolled her eyes and her face flushed. He looked like a myriad of emotions. Rolling her eyes at Maayang, Suzuki Kusa walked to Maayang's side. The two of them hugged each other and walked into the room. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Ah! Jumping up and slashing down, another hollow died under his own Zanpakuto. Looking at the hollow that gradually turned into Rishi, Ichigo Kurosaki carried Zanpakuto on his shoulder and turned to Rukia Kuachiki, who stood behind him, and said discontentedly, "How can there be so many hollow? Is it over?" "Yes." Rukia Kuachiki, who was wearing a modern high school uniform, held a mobile phone in her hand and kept pressing it. When she heard Ichigo Kurosaki's words, she raised her head and glanced at the picture on the phone. Then she closed the lid and nodded to Ichigo Kurosaki, who looked tired and dissatisfied. There is no other reaction nearby. It seems to be over. Well, let's go back. Really, it's so tiring to be like this all day. Speaking of which, I haven't been there with him for a long time to quietly have a cup of coffee. Anding District? Rukia Kuachiki repeated the name she heard from Ichigo Kurosaki and then pretended to be surprised to look at Ichigo Kurosaki and said, "Ah, how surprising. Ichigo, you actually have such elegant taste." You. Looking at Rukia, who was pretending to laugh at him, Ichigo Kurosaki simply turned his head and walked. Putting Zanpakuto into the scabbard, Ichigo Kurosaki walked toward his body on the ground. If not for this matter, he should have been home at this time. It was really too troublesome. Beep beep beep. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki moved his body and was about to let his soul in, the messenger inserted in Rukia Kuachiki's chest suddenly made a rapid sound. Quickly taking out the messenger and looking at it, Rukia Kuachiki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was also serious. "It is hollow." "I know, hurry up and lead the way." "No need, it's here." "It's here?" Ichigo Kurosaki repeated Rukia Kuachiki's words, and then put his body in a safe place. It was a mistake to come out today without bringing the soul apostrophe. Sure enough, just as Ichigo Kurosaki put his body in place, a hollow suddenly appeared from the void, waving its claws to pounce on Ichigo Kurosaki. "Die." Seeing the hollow that was rushing towards him, Ichigo Kurosaki raised a Zanpakuto in his hand high. He didn't even know how many trash hollow he had dealt with. The hollow in front of him was no exception. It would only become another victim under his blade. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki raised his hand high and was about to slash down, a blue light arrow suddenly shot over from not far away. The light arrow that was completely made up of rishi seemed to have a huge momentum. Before Ichigo Kurosaki chopped down, it hit the hollow that had just appeared. After being hit by the light arrow, the hollow suddenly dissipated in the air. This kind of dissipation was completely different from the feeling when Ichigo Kurosaki usually eliminated hollow. Although he couldn't tell what was different, Ichigo Kurosaki could feel that the two were different ways. This is... Ichigo Kurosaki stared blankly at the dissipating nothingness in front of him. What was going on? What was the sudden appearance of the light arrow? Tap dot tap dot tap. With a burst of footsteps, a tall and thin figure gradually walked out of the darkness. White robes, black hair, and glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked like a good student. The person stepped forward and whispered the names of Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuachiki. "Good evening, Ichigo, Kuachiki. He can see me." With Zanpakuto in his hand, Ichigo Kurosaki, who still maintained his previous posture, had such a thought in his mind. Then he waved his hand and put Zanpakuto in his hand on the ground. Looking at the unknown person who suddenly appeared in front of him, he asked, "Who are you?" The person on the other side did not answer Ichigo Kurosaki. Instead, his expression suddenly changed. He raised the corner of his eyes and said to Ichigo Kurosaki, "Another hollow has appeared." "What?" Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was about to question it, he heard a familiar voice from the messenger divine armament on Rukia Kuachiki's chest. It was the sound when hollow appeared. "Really?" Taking out the mobile phone, looking at the instructions on it, Rukia Kuachiki said incredulously. "Where is it?" Ichigo Kurosaki asked, not waiting for Rukia Kuachiki's answer. The opposite figure stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction and said with certainty, "There." As soon as the voice fell, Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuachiki, who looked in the direction of his finger, saw a hollow suddenly appear out of nowhere. Before Ichigo Kurosaki could do anything, he saw the pendant on the wrist of the person suddenly emit a strong light. Then in the surprised eyes of Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuachiki, a blue bow made of rishi appeared in his hand, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual fluctuation was emitted. "Quick!" With a light shout, a blue light arrow shot out from his hand. Just like what Kurosaki Ichigo had seen before, the hollow that had just appeared was destroyed. "Who exactly are you?" Looking at the person in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki asked. "Ishita Ryu, Quincy." Ishita Ryu slightly turned his body and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a flash of light in his eyes. "And I hate Shinigami." Chapter 137, Challenge What? What are you talking about? Looking at this guy with an unknown origin who is speaking with unknown reasons, Ichigo Kurosaki asked with a frown. "Do you still not understand?" Pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Ishita Ryu's glasses reflected a ray of light. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was wearing a dead tyrant suit and holding a huge Zanpakuto in his hand, Ishita Ryu did not hide his feelings at all. "Ichigo Kurosaki, I hate you." "Huh, damn it, who the hell is that guy?" Walking in the corridor outside the classroom, Ichigo Kurosaki still found it hard to let go of what happened last night. Being taught a lesson by a person he met for the first time really made him unable to swallow this anger. At that time, he was shocked by his sudden appearance. He did not have time to have a proper discussion with that guy and let him go. Thinking back to last night when that guy said those words in front of him with a proud look, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a burst of unhappiness in his heart. Why did he have to be scolded by a person he met for the first time? That bastard. The next time I see him, I must teach him a good lesson. Ichigo Kurosaki thought fiercely in his heart, then suddenly stopped, a trace of thinking flashed in his eyes. That guy is... that. What is his name? Ichigo Kurosaki stood on the spot and pondered. It seems to be called Ishida something. Ishida. Shiryu. No, that seems to be an artist who can't get famous. Ishida. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was thinking hard, a beautiful figure suddenly came out from his side. Looking at the bitter thinking and muttering Ichigo Kurosaki, he reminded, "Are you thinking about Ishida again? Kurosaki-kun." "Ah, it's nothing." Ichigo Kurosaki turned his head and looked at Orihime standing on the well behind him. He was slightly stunned. "It's Ishida Ryu." Tilting her head, she said, looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had a blank expression on his face. Orihime reminded him. "Ah. Oh." Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and looked at Orihime, who was in the well behind him, and said with a bit of unfamiliarity, "Inoue, do you know him very well?" "I don't know him very well either. It's just that he and I are from the same handicraft club. I only know his name." "A handicraft club?" Hearing Orihime's answer, Ichigo Kurosaki opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. The arrogant guy he saw last night was from the handicraft club under the guidance of Orihime Inoue. Ichigo Kurosaki sneaked a glance at Ishida Ryu, who was sitting in the classroom. There was absolutely no mistake. It was indeed the arrogant guy who claimed to be the Quincy that he saw last night. However, after witnessing that guy using a wonderful needle line to repair the cloth doll for his classmate, Ichigo Kurosaki was completely stunned. Was this guy who was skilled at handwork really the same person as the powerful and arrogant guy he saw last night? After school, on the way home, Ishida Ryu held his school bag diagonally and walked back with a calm face. Suddenly, Ishida Ryu, who was walking, stopped and said without looking back, "Are you following me home?" Ichigo Kurosaki. "TSK, you saw through it." Ichigo Kurosaki walked out from the shadows and looked at Ishida Ryu, who had stopped not far away. He asked, "When did you find out?" "It started when you and Orihime Inoue peeked at me at the door of the classroom." Ishida Ryu turned slightly and said to Ichigo Kurosaki behind him in a tone that was absolutely not friendly. "Amazing. You really have a set of skills. That's because your spiritual energy is like an idiot running around everywhere. Even the monkeys know about it." Ishida did not respond to Ichigo Kurosaki's praise at all. Instead, he began to mock Ichigo Kurosaki's terrible spiritual energy perception ability. "I think you lack the ability to detect people with high spiritual energy levels. It is the best proof that you have not discovered my existence so far. I'm really sorry, I can't remember other people's faces and names." "It's not like that, I noticed it." There was no intention of accepting Ichigo Kurosaki's apology at all. Ishida Ryu habitually pushed his glasses and began his mocking skill. "It starts when you enter this school. Your spiritual power is unusually high, and you have the power of the god of death since late May. And the true identity of Kachiki Rukia, I also know about it." Following Ishida Ryu's words, Ichigo Kurosaki's expression became worse and worse. This guy in front of him seemed to know everything. This feeling was really terrible. Just as Ishida Ryu finished speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki saw white ribbons appear around his body. Spirit channels. That's right, these are spirit channels. Something that compresses the spiritual chi in the atmosphere, and... Just as Ishida finished speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki saw a figure flash in front of him. Ishida, who was originally standing a few meters away, instantly appeared in front of him. A hand suddenly clenched in front of him. Then, under Ichigo Kurosaki's astonished gaze, a red ribbon appeared in his hand. "This is..." Looking at the ribbon in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki asked. "Your spirit channels." After snapping the red spirit channels in his hands, Ishida Ryu continued to show off his knowledge in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, while also spreading basic knowledge for him. "Don't you know? The color of Shinigami's spirit channels is different from others. It is red." Letting go of his hand, he turned the spirit channels in his hand into spirit particles and dissipated. Ishida Ryu looked at Ichigo Kurosaki and began to provoke him. "Do you want to have a competition? Ichigo Kurosaki, take a look and see which one of us is better? I will let you understand. There is no need for Shinigami in this world." Just when Ishida Ryu issued a challenge to Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia Kuachiki has come to the Hurahara shop. She is going to find Kisuke, the profiteer, to ask something. Although the guy usually looks unreliable, he should know something she does not know. Entering Kisuke's store, Kusajishi did not talk much nonsense with him and directly asked him what he had been concerned about since yesterday. Quincy? I haven't heard this name for a long time. Kisuke put down the teacup, the small paper fan in his hand gently shook, and said in his usual tone. This is really a very nostalgic name. I have not heard this name for almost 200 years. What the hell is going on? Hearing the words of Kisuke and Tsukubishi Tessai, Kusajishi opened her mouth and asked. The so-called Quincy is the clan that has been scattered all over the world to fight against Hollow. However, it has been wiped out more than 200 years ago. Wiped out? That's right. For now, people with abilities like spiritual pressure can sense the existence of Hollow and should consciously step forward to cultivate. This is their origin. Just like Shinigami, they all want to destroy the Hollow, but there is a decisive difference between them and Shinigami. Is it to kill the Hollow or purify them? Compared to Shinigami using Zanpakuto to purify them and then send them to Soul Society, the Quincy are persistent in completely eliminating the Hollow. Think carefully, this is based on a very human idea. In the face of the Hollow that hurts friends and relatives, it is too lenient for them to be sent back to Soul Society. Of course, they think this way. So they want to kill the Hollow and always have the belief to get justice for their companions. But it is because of this belief that they are wiped out. Kusajishi solemnly listened to Kisuke talk about such a thing, and her heart felt a little heavy. At the same time. Fight? Me and you? Ichigo looked at the guy in front of him. That's right. This is too funny. After a while, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly spoke. Just as Ryu frowned and asked again, Ichigo Kurosaki continued, why do you have to do this? It's really funny. I don't know what kind of conflict you have with Shinigami. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I am very surprised. Ryu looked at the guy in front of him. Are you running away? I will not accept your terms. Why should I compete with you? Hearing the words of this guy in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki replied and turned to leave, ignoring him. Ah, that's right, I remember now. Looking at the back of Ichigo Kurosaki, Ryu pushed up his glasses, opened his mouth, and began to provoke again. You are Shinigami, who has been granted strength by Kusajishi. In other words, substitute Shinigami. Without her permission, you can't even move a finger. What did you say? Hearing Ryu's words, Ichigo Kurosaki stopped and turned to look at Ryu. This age of youth really could not be transferred. It was not easy for Ichigo Kurosaki to hold back just now. Well, let's have a competition, your so-called victory and defeat. He opened his bag and took out the little doll with the soul inside. Ichigo Kurosaki ignored his resistance and took out the soul pill from his mouth. He wiped his clothes with disgust. Ichigo Kurosaki put the soul pill into his mouth and then Ichigo Kurosaki, who had transformed into Shinigami, came out of his body. Come on, hurry up and explain the rules of victory and defeat. The two of them looked at each other and saw the flames burning in each other's eyes. Chapter 138, Awakening Su. Ryu loosened his hand and shot out a bow and arrow. Seeing the dissipating Hollow in the distance, he whispered, 11. Feeling the increasingly oppressive spiritual power coming from the air, Ryu gradually had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that something bad was about to happen, but he could not feel what it was. With Ryu's outstanding perception ability, spiritual power, he could easily sense any Hollow in this town, but for some reason, he also felt a looming danger within those Hollow that he has slain. Damn it! Ichigo Kurosaki ran quickly on the road with Zanpakuto in his hand. Thinking of the words of the guy who called himself Extermination Master not long ago, Kurosaki Ichigo could not help but burn with anger. To actually use the bait that could attract the void in order to fight with the two of them, for the small matter between the two, put everyone in danger. And get lost. Waving Zanpakuto in his hand, Ichigo Kurosaki quickly solved all the Hollows in front of him, and then continued to run quickly. At this time, Karen should have been out of school. Thinking of hearing what Ryu said just now, Hollow will look for person with high spiritual power to attack, which his younger sister Karen possessed. Thinking of this, Ichigo Kurosaki was even more nervous. If Karen was really unlucky. Thinking of this terrifying situation, Ichigo Kurosaki ran even faster. A black hole appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a strangely shaped Hollow emerged from it. A pair of eyes revealed a greedy look as he looked at the city below. From there, he could feel the scent of an attractive soul. Seeing the void suddenly appear in the sky, Ichigo Kurosaki stopped. He raised Zanpakuto in his hand, jumped up, and suddenly slashed down, cutting the Hollow that had just appeared into 2 pieces. 8. After getting rid of Hollow in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki looked around and felt a trace of anxiety in his heart. He had encountered more and more Hollow on the road, but he had not found any trace of Karen until now. If this continued, Karen, the guy in front of him. Feeling the vague shadow in front of him, he said, Chad couldn't help but think that if only he could see more clearly, he wouldn't have to be like this where he could only vaguely sense and flee in a sorry state. At least he could attack him. Uncle, quickly dodge, it's on the left. He didn't have time to correct the way Ichigo's younger sister addressed him as uncle apostrophe. In any case, he was already used to it. Hearing her loud reminder by his ear, Chad jumped up without thinking, bringing his younger sister who was being carried behind him to dodge. Then, he felt an attack hit the place where he was originally standing. The storm of attacks caused his body to retreat. Holding the person behind him, Chad turned and ran. Since he could not see the enemy clearly and could not attack him, it was better to run away quickly. After all, he was not alone now. He also had Ichigo's sister on his back. Uncle, on the left. Hearing Karen's reminder, Chad jumped and avoided another attack from the monster. When his body jumped in the air, Chad felt that his eyes suddenly became clear. He clearly saw a thick arm waving in front of his eyes. His eyes focused, and without a second thought, Chad threw a punch at the arm in front of him. It was fine if he couldn't see it, but now that he could see the monster in front of him, he couldn't let go of this opportunity to attack. Chad hit the monster's arm with all his strength, but he didn't feel any reaction from the monster, as if his accumulated strength attack had no effect on him. Before he could be surprised, not long after Chad threw a punch, the monster in front of him flipped his palm and hit Chad. Before his body could react, Chad subconsciously hugged Ichigo's sister tightly in his arms. In the next moment, he felt a strong force hit him, and his body was sent flying without any resistance. Uncle, are you okay? Uncle. Uncle. Looking at Sato Yasudara who was lying on the ground with blood all over his head, Karen climbed out of his arms and gently pushed his body. She asked with concern. The appearance of his brother's friend in front of her was really worrying her. Karen, what happened to you? And what happened to this uncle who is covered in blood? Feeling the movement here, Karen's classmate ran over and looked at Karen who was sitting on the ground and Chad who was beside her and asked strangely. Idiot, don't come over, leave quickly. Seeing the monster that appeared behind her classmate, Kurosaki Karen anxiously shouted to several students in front of her. If they did not leave, they would be killed by this monster. Seeing that several students still had no reaction, and the monster had appeared behind them, with a ferocious look on his face, Karen jumped up and threw her classmate to the ground. Seeing Karen who jumped up regardless of her own safety, Chad's mind was full of thoughts. He instantly remembered his grandfather's teachings when he was young. A will rose in his heart. Under the support of that will, Chad slowly stood up and looked at the monster in front of him. The reason why my fist is huge is not to hurt people. The reason why my body is tall is to protect others. Clenching his fists, Chad stood up and looked at the monster who punched himself in front of him. His eyes were firm, and his heart was burning with an indestructible will. I know all this, so. Just a little, please give me strength. Looking at the fist coming towards him with the whistling sound of the wind, there was no fear in the eyes of Chad. His body did not retreat at all. Instead, he clenched his right fist and punched at the fist in front of him without retreating at all. Boom. There was a loud noise and a brilliant light. The moment when Chad collided with the empty fist, a powerful spiritual power erupted in an instant. After the light dissipated, one of Chad's arms was wrapped in a layer of black substance. It looked full of power. After destroying one of the arms of the monster with one punch, Chad became more confident. He rushed forward, raised his right hand, and punched at the monster in front of him. With a powerful attack from his right hand, the monster in front of him turned into spirit particles and dissipated. Tatsuki. Seeing that her good friend was attacked by the monster, Orihime, who was on the well, suddenly shook and burst out a lot stronger than usual. She immediately broke free from the few people who trapped her, and then ran to her good friend, Tatsuki. Bang! Orihime had just run up to Tatsuki, but before she could check her condition, a foot suddenly kicked her in the stomach. Cough cough. After receiving a strong kick, Orihime squatted on the ground with his stomach in his arms and coughed violently. Looking at Tatsuki who stood up in a strange posture, her eyes were full of bitterness and sadness. Thinking back to how he and Tatsuki knew each other and met each other, a strange emotion was brewing in the heart of Orihime. Although her body was being controlled, Tatsuki still clearly knew what she had just done. Orihime was her best friend. She had always been protecting and helping her, but she had actually kicked her just now. Her body could not be controlled and she was being controlled by the monster. However, two streams of tears uncontrollably flowed down Tatsuki's eyes. Please don't cry. Tatsuki, it's my turn to protect you this time. Orihime suddenly stood up from the ground and reached out to hug the friend in front of him. This was the best friend who had been protecting her since he was in junior high. Tears welled up in her eyes. Right at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly emitted from the hair clip on Oriheim's head. The light that it emitted caused Hollow, who was not far away, to feel a wave of shock, and along with the burst of dazzling light, there was also a powerful spiritual power. What? Seeing the girl in front of him suddenly burst out with powerful fluctuations, the Hollow was shocked. The scene that happened in front of him shocked him. A mere human could actually explode with such a powerful spiritual power. What exactly was going on? There was no time to think about it. At the same time that Oriheim and spiritual power exploded, a whirlwind circled around her, blowing everything around her away. Whether it was the students around her who were being controlled or the one not far away. Didn't Tatsuki say before that the person you want to fight seems to have found the wrong person? But it shouldn't be like that. The person you hurt is the wrong person. I will definitely not let anyone who hurts Tatsuki go. The whirlwind around gradually dissipated, revealing Oriheim, who was standing in the middle. At this time, her entire body emitted a powerful aura. Her appearance was completely different from when she was in the past, making the Hollow feel waves of shock. What exactly is going on with you? Why is there a strange fluctuation coming from your entire body? Looking at this human little girl in front of him, this Hollow heart suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness, as if something terrible was about to happen. Koten Zanshun, I reject. A ray of light flashed, and the Hollow that had been showing off before suddenly turned into spirit particles and disappeared. Chapter 139, Meeting. This is Stark, who was lazily lying on the table and stirring the spoon, suddenly stopped the action in his hand. He looked up at Maiyang, who was sitting opposite him, and asked with a bit of laziness, "Is it really okay, this kind of spiritual power?" Maiyang put down the book in his hand and glanced outside. He certainly felt the heavy breath in the air. And the moment he felt it, he had already released his perception. He already knew what happened outside, but... I'm reading a book right now. I'm very busy. Glancing at the book that Maiyang had closed, the corners of Stark's mouth twitched slightly. This guy. How is it? The book I lent you is not bad, right? This was specially chosen for you by me. It's absolutely wonderful. Lisa, who was silently reading a book, suddenly raised her head to look at Maiyang and said, "Ah. Kimura, you actually borrow an erotic book from Lisa." Lilinette, who was eating a lollipop and reading a comic book, suddenly jumped up and pointed at Maiyang. Instantly, the attention of several people in the shop was attracted by her cry. "It's nothing special, I'm just curious about some things." Lisa withdrew her gaze from the book in her hand and retorted unhappily, "Isn't it too late for puberty?" Love suddenly added. Cough cough. Maiyang's face turned slightly red after being called out by Lilinette. Although everyone knew, it was really embarrassing for him to call it that. Putting the book in his hand into his arms, Maiyang's face quickly calmed down, and there was a serious look on his face. "Although Kisuke will deal with everything, I think it is better to go and see." Knowing that Maiyang was changing the topic, Stark did not break it. He just smiled at him and continued to immerse himself in the cup in front of him. Feeling the comfortable feeling of the sun shining on his body, Stark felt sleepy. As for other things, naturally others will solve them. "How is it? Lilinette, do you want to go with me?" TSK glancing at Maiyang, Lilinette buried her head in the manga again, not going out with him at all. Maiyang rubbed his nose awkwardly, but was rejected by the little girl. "Forget it, Kusu, you should go with me to take a look." Maiyang stood up and casually took the hat that was placed on the table. He said to Suzuki Kusu, who was sitting at the side. Putting the hat on, Maiyang and Suzuki Kusu walked out of the coffee shop. "TSK, you say you don't care, but you are still worried to death." Seeing Maiyang and Suzuki Kusu go out together, Hori, who was lying on the side, curled his lips and said, "After all, so many Hollow appeared at once. It is inevitable that Kimura can't be at ease. So many Hollow appeared in the modern world. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the human world." Hiroko Shinji, who was leaning on the side, had a straw in his mouth. When he heard Hori muttering, he said indifferently. Even he was a little worried in his heart. Who knew if there would be a Hollow that slipped through the net and affected the life of human beings? So what? Rishi turned his head around and said, "I hate humans. Who cares what they will do? Ah, Hori, don't you like to go to human entertainment places? Yesterday, you even dragged me to play in the arcade. Why do you hate humans so much?" Kunimashiro, who had appeared out of nowhere, was lying beside Hori's head. He looked at her with her chin in her hands and asked curiously. Her tone was serious, and even her expression was very serious. "Hate is hate. How can there be so many reasons?" Seeing Kunimashiro lying on the side of her head, Hori got up unhappily, raised his eyebrows and looked at Kunimashiro, who was lying there and doing nothing. "Aren't you with Kensai? Why are you here?" "Kensai, that big fool." Hearing Hori mentioned exactly what he was unhappy about, Kunamashiro sat up and grumbled his mouth dissatisfiedly. Kensai, the big idiot, is still practicing below. She beat me up because he lost against me and Tia. Hearing Kunamashiro words, Hirako Shinji and others mourned for Kunamashiro. Every time she trained, she would be beaten up by this guy named Kensai. Kusu, what's the situation now? After walking out of the gate of the Anding district, Maayang pressed his hat to block the sun above his head. It was already summer now, and the sun was still very strong at this time. Don't worry, I've been watching. Up until now, there haven't been any casualties among the humans. Of course, I didn't interfere with Oraheim and Chad Yasatara. They have already been brought back by Kisuke. However, how did you know that the two of them actually had that kind of power in their bodies? Speaking up to this point, Suzuki Kusa looked at Maayang curiously. Suzuki Kusa was really curious about the fact that Maayang had predicted what was about to happen to the two of them from the beginning. If not for the fact that Maayang had specially greeted her, she would have already dealt with them when the two hollow creatures were about to attack humans. You want to know? Maayang turned to look at Suzuki Kusa on the side, his eyes revealing a trace of a smile. Secret. HMPH. Seeing Maayang pretending to be mysterious, Suzuki Kusa pouted unhappily. Only in front of Maayang would she make such a move and expression. Roar! Right at this moment, a hollow charged towards the two of them. While roaring, it opened its mouth wide and bared its fangs and claws as it charged towards them. Just as the hollow was about to approach them, a white, almost transparent thread suddenly shot out from the void and struck the hollow head. The seemingly fragile thread pierced through the hollow head without any resistance in an instant. The hollow that was originally roaring instantly turned into spirit particles and dissipated into nothingness. The thread also immediately concealed itself after killing the hollow. Kusu, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. You're joking again. It's just that dealing with this kind of weak hollow is nothing amazing. At the very least, that sneak attack just now was very strong, and its ability to hide is much stronger than before. Suzuki Kusa calmly accepted Maayang's praise. It was not that she had not done anything in the past 100 years. It was only right for her to increase her strength a little. It would be ridiculous if her strength did not improve at all. Let's go, we will go to Kisuke first. Halfway through his words, Maayang suddenly stopped talking and turned his eyes to the sky. That is. Not only Maayang, but Suzuki Kusa also felt that unusual fluctuation at the first moment. Although she had never been to the Hueco Mundo, but she must not forget that there were several great hollow living around them. At this time, she would definitely not be mistaken about the spiritual power in the air. Great hollow. Suzuki Kusa turned to look at Maayang, her tone carrying a trace of fluctuation. That's great hollow. Isn't Kisuke going a little too far? Although Ichigo Kurosaki is very talented and there is indeed a powerful spiritual power in his body, he is too inexperienced to fight Great Hollow in such a short time. Don't worry. With Kisuke's ability, he won't be as reckless as you think he is. Since he dares to do this, he naturally has a reason to do so. We just have to go and watch. Even if he really can't do it, it's just the lowest level of Jillian. Do you think Ichigo Kurosaki would be in trouble? Let's go. We will go directly to Ichigo Kurosaki. Kisuke will go there later. After that, Maayang did not wait for Suzuki Kusa to say anything. He directly led the way to the source of that spiritual power, who was Ichigo Kurosaki. Although they said to go, the two of them only flashed in the air a few times and arrived at the place where Kurosaki, Ichigo and the others were. Oh, Kisuke, Tessai, long time no see. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Kisuke and the other three. Maayang waved to Kisuke and Tessai. Wow, isn't this Mr. Kimura? It's really been a long time. Have you been well recently? It's okay, it's okay. But has your small shop not closed yet? Nope. Fortunately, there are still some old customers to help. So, it has not closed down. I heard that your shop has been doing very well recently, Mr. Kimura. Mr. Kimura, Miss Kusu. The Tsukubishi Tessai looked at the two people in front of him and bowed politely. Wahaha, I almost forgot about you, Kusu. It has been a long time since I last saw you and you have become much more beautiful. Kisuke shook the small paper fan in his hand and said to Suzuki Kusa with a smile. He nodded to Kisuke and the Tsukubishi Tessai as a greeting. Suzuki Kusa quietly stood behind Maayang. Are those two kids there you and Tessai's children? They have already grown so big. Kisuke, who was waving the small fan in his hand, was stunned. The paper fan in his hand could no longer be swayed. However, he was only stunned for a moment. With Kisuke's face, he instantly returned to his original state. He used the small paper fan in his hand to cover half of his face. He waved to Maayang and said, "You're so annoying. Mr. Kimura, you're joking again." Chapter 140, Protagonist's power. Are we really the store manager and Mr. Tessai's children? Ruru glanced at Kisuke and asked Jinta beside her. How is that possible? Ruru, you fool, have you ever seen a man and a man have children? But that person said so. Looking at Maayang who was chatting with Kisuke, Ruru continued, her little face full of conflict. Do you believe what others say? Ruru, you idiot. Jinta looked at Zhao Yu in front of him and said in a bad tone. If not for the fact that there were still many things waiting for him to clean up, he would have definitely cleaned Ruru up first. These two people. Rukia Kuachiki looked at Maayang and Suzuki Kusu who suddenly appeared and chatted with Kisuke. There was a surge of shock in her heart. Although she could not feel any spiritual power from the two people in front of her, the way these two people appeared before made her unable to help but be shocked. That was Flash steps? Appearing in front of her without the slightest awareness, even a trace of their steps could not be captured. Who were they? Was it that her strength had not recovered? No, even if her strength had not recovered, it was not to the point where she could not even see the traces of people moving. If she wanted to make herself unable to even capture the traces of movement, at least to the extent of Brother Byakuya. The two people in front of her had the strength of a Captain. Suzuki Kusu turned to look at Rukia Kuachiki on the side and nodded to her. With a gentle smile, after the strength increased, people like Rukia, as long as there was a violent emotional fluctuation around her, she could perceive it at the first time. The violent emotional fluctuation in Rukia's heart just now, she naturally also perceived it. Seeing the extremely beautiful woman turn to look at herself and smile at herself, Rukia was shocked again. The eyes just now made her feel as if everything was seen through. Suppressing the various emotions in her heart, Rukia knew that now was not the time to think about other problems. The most important thing now was still the problem of Hollow, especially the Great Hollow. Turning her head, Rukia saw Ichigo holding Zanpakuto, shouting and rushing directly to the Great Hollow. Bastard, are you looking for death? Don't go over, go back. That is not something you can deal with. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki unexpectedly rushed to the Great Hollow, Rukia could not help but curse. With the level where he was in, rushing up like this was tantamount to suicide. Kisuke-san. Rukia took a step and shouted at Kisuke, who was standing next to her. Although she did not know who he was, but looking at his mysterious appearance, it should be. Perhaps he could solve the problem in front of him. In short, he could not let Kurosaki Ichigo rush up to die. Hearing Rukia's cry to herself, Kisuke, who was still teasing Maayang, stopped talking with Maayang and turned his eyes to the huge hollow. Seeing Rukia move her foot and want to go forward to help Ichigo, Kisuke's arm crossed and blocked in front of her. Kisuke-san. What do you want to do? Are you going to let him die? Looking at Kisuke who was blocking her, Rukia asked in a deep voice. How can it be? Kisuke said with a smile in his usual tone. Then you get out of the way, I have to stop him, he can't beat that hollow at all. How can that be, Miss Kachiki? You can't do this, please watch obediently. Kisuke's palm fingers in front of Rukia moved slightly, and Rukia immediately felt an invisible fluctuation bind her, and she could no longer make any movements. This is Bakuto? I can't move. Rukia weakly sat on the ground, her eyes full of horror. Although she saw Maayang and Suzuki Kusu appear and chat with Kisuke, Rukia secretly guessed that Kisuke was not as simple as she saw, but she did not expect that this guy could subdue her so easily. This is a battle that must be fought, whether it is for you or him. Kisuke did not look at Rukia, who was subdued by himself, with his hands in his pocket. He looked at Ichigo Kurosaki who raised his hand and rushed to the Great Hollow, and there was a flash of expectation in his eyes. Seeing that the real play was about to begin, Maayang also stopped teasing Kisuke. He stood in the same place and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. It should be said that he was worthy of being the protagonist, and there was a terrible spiritual power in his body. Although it did not burst out now, it was rough estimate that he was at least comparable to spiritual power of the third seat. Thinking about how he had spent several years, it was not easy to reach the level of vice captain. Just when Maayang was jealous of Ichigo Kurosaki's natural strength, the battle over there had reached the most critical moment. Kicking away Ichigo Kurosaki who was rushing to himself, the Great Hollow looked around, a red spiritual power gathered at his mouth, a terrible spiritual power gathered there. Just sensing that kind of spiritual power, it made Rukia shocked. It's Sero. Is it going to use Sero in this kind of place? Feeling the hollow sharply rising spiritual power, Rukia's heart was full of anxiety. If she was hit by that thing, she would definitely dead in an instant. Run, Ichigo. In the eyes of Rukia, the Great Hollow aimed at the place where Ichigo Kurosaki was and directly sent a flash. Ah! Looking at the hollow's Sero shooting out from the sky, Ichigo Kurosaki raised his hand without thinking and used the Zanpakuto in his hand to block the attack. Kurosaki. This guy. How come? Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki rushing forward and trying to block the void flash, Ishita let out a cry of surprise. Spiritual power, at that level, and he actually wanted to block it by himself. It was really too stupid. Just as this thought flashed through Ishita's mind, before he had any other reaction, he was shocked to see Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand blocking the Sero. Could it be? Ishita Ryu recalled what Ichigo Kurosaki told him before. He had never controlled spiritual power. Could it be that the spiritual power he usually showed was only a little bit of the real spiritual power, and now what he showed was his true strength? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Ishita Ryu felt an incomparably powerful spiritual power burst out from Ichigo Kurosaki's body. The sudden burst of spiritual power even caused waves of air waves, forcing his body to retreat a few steps. How is this possible? This kind of spiritual power. Under the pressure of the Sero, Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed his spiritual power, even becoming corporeal. The blue spiritual power wrapped around his body visible to the naked eyes, bringing a deep shock to Ishita Ryu. Not only Ishita Ryu, but Rukia, who was sitting on the ground powerlessly on the other side, was also extremely shocked. Ichigo. He could actually burst out such a powerful spiritual power. Obviously, his Shinigami strength was given to him by her, so why could he exert such a powerful spiritual power? Ah! Ishita Ryu and Rukia's mind were naturally in disarray. Meanwhile Ichigo, under the threat of Sero, he only knew that he had to desperately burst out all his spiritual pressure, otherwise, not only himself, but everyone would be destroyed by this monster. With the roar of Ichigo Kurosaki, waves of spiritual power kept pouring out from the depths of his body, and his spiritual power continued to rise under the pressure of Sero, as if there was no end. Ha! With a shout, spiritual power, who had exploded from Ichigo Kurosaki's body, gathered together. With the wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, a slash from the bottom to the top split the hollow into two halves. Not only that, but the powerful slash even cut the hollow from the bottom to the top into two halves. Being hit by Ichigo Kurosaki's slash, the great hollow screamed in pain. Then he took a few steps back and pulled the sky as if he had pulled the curtain. He covered his body and retreated to an unknown place. He actually forced Great Hollow back. Seeing that the Great Hollow was repelled, Rukia let out a cry of disbelief. Ichigo actually repelled Great Hollow. This was really beyond her imagination. Even in 13 Division of Imperial Guards, she had never heard of anyone who repelled Great Hollow. Of course, it was also possible that it was because her qualifications were shallow, so she had not come into contact with those things. I guess that means it's my win. After forcing the Great Hollow back, Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and made a victory gesture to Ishita Ryu. Amazing. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had forced back Great Hollow with a single slash, Ma Yang sincerely praised. Although this kind of Great Hollow would be a child's play for Ma Yang, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been a Shinigami substitute without any professional training, had actually completed such a battle record in such a short period of time after obtaining Shinigami's strength. Even Ma Yang could not help but be convinced. As expected of the protagonist, Suzuki Kusa nodded with deep feelings. Ichigo Kurosaki's great improvement made her raise her eyebrows. This kind of improvement speed was really shocking. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki gradually suppressed the raging spiritual power with the help of Ishita Ryu, Ma Yang nodded and turned to leave. I'm going back, Kusu. Let's go. Kisuke, Tessai. I'll leave the rest to you. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still have something to discuss with you. Mr. Tessai, I'll leave the space problem to you. Kisuke instructed Tsukubishi Tessai, then took a few steps forward to follow Ma Yang. Chapter 141, From the Soul Society. Gently placing the 2 cups of tea in front of Ma Yang and Suzuki Kusu, Kisuke sat up and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Kisuke put down the cup and looked at Ma Yang and Suzuki Kusu opposite of him. His expression became a bit more serious. Now, what do you think of Kurosaki, Kimura-san? Ichigo Kurosaki, he is very talented. Even in Soul Society, I have never met a few people as talented as him. Ma Yang recalled the scene he saw before. He was really worthy of being the protagonist. In such a short period of time, he could achieve that level. Kimura-san, you are too modest. Your performance back then was even better than Kurosaki-san. Kisuke covered his chin with a small paper fan and waved to Ma Yang. What are you going to do next? Ma Yang ignored Kisuke's teasing and took a sip. Then he asked Kisuke. Next? You know what I'm talking about. With such a big commotion today, they should be coming soon, right, Yoruichi? N? Kisuke was slightly stunned. Then he saw a black cat jump in from the windowsill. It walked slowly to the table and found a place to sit down. The black cat looked at Ma Yang and said in a low voice, as expected of Kimura. Even I was discovered. The black cat turned to look at Gisuke and said, Gisuke, you also felt it, right? Hearing the question of Maayang and Yoruichi, the smile on Gisuke's face gradually disappeared. He nodded and said, it seems that it is impossible to hide. I was thinking that it has been a long time. Should I talk about something easy and pleasant first? Putting down the folding fan in his hand, Gisuke said, the Great Hollow invaded the modern world. I did not think that I could hide such a big thing from Soul Society. Presumably, the Technology Development Bureau has already reported the abnormal situation. And the 13th Division of Imperial Guards will soon start to investigate this matter. As for the matter of Ms. Kachiki privately passing Shinigami's power to the human race, it will be exposed because of this investigation. Their next step is to send people to the modern world to investigate this matter. I just don't know who will be sent to investigate this matter. Although privately passing Shinigami's power to humans is against Soul Society's rules, I don't think it is enough to attract Soul Society's attention. No. Hearing Gisuke's analysis, Maayang suddenly interrupted. Oh? Kimura, do you have a different opinion? Gisuke raised his eyes to look at Maayang and asked. The problem is, the one who conducted that was Kachiki Rukia, not others. You mean? Hearing the word Kachiki that Maayang emphasized, Gisuke's eyes flashed. Yes, with Byakuya Kuachiki's character, he will come personally. As the head of the 4 great nobles, Kachiki family, his sister actually violated Shinigami's rules and passed Shinigami's power to human beings. This is definitely something that Kachiki family's current head, Byakuya Kuachiki, cannot tolerate. After taking over Gisuke's words, Yoruichi affirmed the conjecture in his heart. As the former head of the Shuyuin, she was naturally very clear about the character of Kachiki Byakuya, who was also one of the 4 great nobles. If it is him, it will be bad. Kurosaki-san really has no chance of winning against him. But this is also good. After all, there is no way that Kurosaki-san can resist Soul Society's strength now. Although this result may be more cruel, this can also sharpen Kurosaki-san's strength in fighting against such an opponent. Even if he loses, it will bring him great benefits. However, compared to this matter, I am more concerned about your thoughts, Kimura. Gisuke crossed his arms and looked at Maayang in front of him with an unprecedentedly serious expression. My thoughts? Maayang looked at Gisuke's solemn eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I think it is time for us to settle accounts with Aizen. You mean our plan this time? No. Interrupting Gisuke's words and seeing the surprise on Gisuke's face, Maayang went on to say, pardon me for speaking bluntly, the possibility of success of this plan is not high. Why? Aizen is hiding in Soul Society. With his identity as captain, I don't know how many things have been secretly done. In addition to his Zanpakuto ability, the possibility of defeating him with this plan is too low. Looking at Gisuke, who pretended to be surprised in front of him, Maayang slightly curled his lips. You don't have to pretend anymore. Don't you also not pin all your hopes on this plan? Seeing that his mind was seen through by Maayang, Gisuke was not embarrassed at all. Yes, this plan is just a test. We have to confirm it through some probing. After 100 years, what level has Aizen reached now? If his current strength is much stronger, I think he will not be stingy to show us his strength. On the contrary, if his strength is not strong enough to fight against us, he must not dare to act recklessly. We can still roughly speculate from his behavior what stage he has reached now, to prepare for the real decisive battle. Well, that's correct, but after this matter, I will first find Aizen to settle a small account. Are you in a hurry? Hearing Maayang's words, Gisuke asked. It doesn't matter. I have been preparing for 100 years. I don't want him to hold the initiative of the war in his hand. It is better to take the initiative. Moreover, with my ability, even if I am not his opponent, I can still easily leave. Taking a deep look at Maayang, Gisuke knew that Maayang was right, and such words were really beneficial. At least he could get some information about Aizen. Well, since everything has been discussed, I will go back first. What? It's rare for you to come here. Don't you want to eat here before leaving? Seeing that Maayang was about to leave, Gisuke asked. No need. I still have things to do in my shop. I'm not like you. I open a small shop and I need to make sure the operation is smooth. Seriously, Kimura, it really hurts to hear you say that. Gisuke, has no one ever told you? Maayang looked at Gisuke, who was waving his fan in front of him. This guy always looked like he was asking for a beating. What's wrong? He waved the paper fan in his hand, but Gisuke still had a coquettish look on his face. He completely did not notice the trace of wicked interest in Maayang's eyes when he spoke. Your hat is lame. After saying this, Maayang pulled Suzuki-kusa over. Before Gisuke could react, his feet flashed and disappeared in front of him, leaving only a burst of evil laughter. After writing a letter and putting it on the table, Rukia carried her backpack and finally glanced at the room that she had stayed in for a few months. Rukia resolutely turned and jumped down from the window. She had also thought of the things that Naing and the others had thought of. Soul Society must have found out about what had happened today, and the fact that she had secretly transmitted Shinigami's power to the human race must have been exposed. Soul Society would definitely not ignore such a thing. Before the people they had sent to capture her arrived, she must leave the house of Ichigo. She must not involve him in this. Rukia, who fled in a hurry, did not notice that in the sky behind her, two figures were standing there, and what she never expected was that in order to catch herself, Soul Society actually sent a captain and a vice captain. Such a luxurious lineup. And just as the door opened, Byakuya Kuachiki and Renji Abai came to the modern world. Gizuke and Yoruichi noticed at the first time, and the people of Anding District also felt the two amazing spiritual power in a moment. This kind of spiritual power, Soul Society must be really mad. For Rukia Kuachiki, they actually sent out a captain and a vice captain. When he felt the spiritual power, Maiyang's eyebrow was raised and there's a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hirako Shinji asked with interest, Kimura, do you know who these two groups of spiritual power are? Well, one of them is Byakuya. Maiyang smiled even more. Byakuya Kuachiki? Seeing Maiyang nod, Hori curled her lips and said, what? It turned out to be the stinky brat of the Kachiki family. I didn't expect that after such a long time, this guy has become a vice captain. Haha. Hearing Hori's words, Maiyang finally could not help but laugh. Speaking of which, Hori, you have not seen the information we collected about Soul Society before, right? The current head of the Kachiki family, Byakuya Kuachiki, has been promoted to captain decades ago. Huh? Hori opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, that stinking brat has already become a captain? Or was it decades ago? Seeing everyone's speechless and disdainful eyes, Hori felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that she did not pay enough attention to these things. Kimura, don't you want to see your former student? A reunion after 100 years, that scene is touching. Hirako Shinji said to Maiyang. Chapter 142, Powerless. See him? Hearing the words of Hirako Shinji, Maiyang was slightly moved. He had not seen him for 100 years. For the students in the past, that proud Chinese cabbage, Maiyang also had some longing in his heart. But after thinking about it, Maiyang shook his head. Although Byakuya in the past was really proud and interesting, but after 100 years, Byakuya had become the emotionless boring person unlike the one that he was familiar with in the previous life. After all, he was now the head of the Kachiki family and was no longer the child in the past. As the model of Shinigami, he regarded honor as the head of the Kachiki family more important than his life. It's not necessary to see him. Now is not the time for us to show ourselves. What we need to do now is to hide ourselves and accumulate strength. I know. It's this sentence again. Speaking of which, we have been training all this time, and have no time to relax at all. Since you are not going, Kimura, come and help me train. I feel that my cutting skills are still a little flawed. Lisa closed the book and pushed up her glasses. Her expression was very serious. Although she was usually expressionless, her current behavior was much more serious than usual. Eh? Seeing Lisa so active, Shinji asked in confusion, why are you so active today? Didn't you say you weren't in a hurry 2 days ago? Even the little guy from back then became a captain. I don't have much time to relax now. Lisa stood up, took her sword, and led the way to the backyard. Seeing Lisa so serious, Maiyang did not refuse. He raised his head and drank the contents of the cup. Then he stood up and followed Lisa to the backyard. As for the matter between Byakuya and Ichigo, he would leave it to Gizuke to handle. Although Maiyang decided not to go to the scene to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, the unforeseen event he was worried about still happened. Retreat, Renji. Wait, Captain. I can still. Hearing the faint words of Byakuya Kuachiki, Renji Abai looks tired and tattered. Regardless of the blood left from his forehead, he looked at Byakuya Kuachiki excitedly and said, wanting to explain something. I said go back. In the face of Renji words, Byakuya Kuachiki just said with no expression, but this faint sentence made Renji suddenly close his mouth, and there was even a trace of fear on his face. Seeing Renji standing aside with his mouth closed, Byakuya Kuachiki turned his eyes to Ichigo Kurosaki. His eyes were dull, like looking at a dead person, and that kind of look made Ichigo Kurosaki feel a burst of discomfort in his heart. I have been very concerned since just now, looking at the cautious teenager standing in front of him with a sword. Byakuya Kuachiki flatly opened his mouth, and there was no emotion fluctuation in his tone. Although the teenager in front of him burst out a strong spiritual power in the moment just now, that kind of rough spiritual force was not enough to attract his attention. As the captain of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, As the head of Kachiki family, the head of the 4 great nobles, he had enough confidence that human beings were human beings. Even if they were lucky to obtain Shinigami's strength, they were just human beings. Looking at the Shinigami in front of him who was full of a noble aura and handsome in appearance, Ichigo Kurosaki's whole body tightened. Although he did not know how strong he was, just looking at the respectful attitude of the guy who was defeated by him, he could know a little. He was definitely a more terrible existence than the guy who had fought with him before. Hearing the guy in front of him speak, Ichigo Kurosaki's heart tightened a bit, holding his sword tightly in his palm and sweating slightly. What is the relationship between you and Shinigami, whose name is Maang? Maang? Ichigo Kurosaki was slightly stunned. He did not know what the guy in front of him meant. Why did he suddenly ask such a strange question when he was fighting? It seems that you don't know. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's reaction, Byakuya Kuachiki shook his head in disappointment, closed his eyes, and said faintly. He originally thought that he could find information about Maang from this boy. Although I don't know why you have such a powerful spirit force, but humans are humans. Even if you are lucky to obtain Shinigami's strength, it is only this level. Byakuya Kuachiki opened his eyes and put his hand on his Zanpakuto. Just a blur in front of his eyes, and even the figure was not caught. Ichigo Kurosaki felt a sharp pain suddenly coming from his body. How? How is this possible? Ichigo Kurosaki fell to the ground powerlessly. He felt blood continuously flowing out from his 2 wounds. Along with the blood, there was also his own strength and life. What's going on? Did I get slashed? I can't even tell if it came from the front or the back. It hurts. As expected, in the end, you are only at the level of a human. You're really slow. Even when you fell down, you're so slow. Byakuya Kuachiki sheathed his sword, his hands hanging down, and it could not be seen that he had just made a move. Brother Byakuya. Seeing Byakuya make a move, Rukia could not help but exclaim, and her tone was extremely anxious. Byakuya Kuachiki slightly turned his head and looked at Rukia, who was shouting, and there was no emotion in his eyes. I haven't seen it for a long time. He is indeed powerful. Renji Abarai, who was watching Byakuya Kuachiki, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt that his throat was a little dry. I can barely see his slash. The moment when he pulled out the sword, even the moment when he pulled back the sword, I can't see it. Renji Abarai clenched his fist and felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He was still too weak. Captain Kachiki stood in front of him like a high mountain. When could he touch his back? Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki who fell to the ground with pity, Renji Abarai could not tell what emotions were in his heart. I think that guy shouldn't even be able to figure out what happened. But, anyway, the spiritual power sent by that fellow just now. Recalling the spiritual power that Ichigo Kurosaki burst out in an instant before, Renji Abarai still felt a little difficult to let go of. What is it, Renji? Seeing that Renji Abarai's face was different, Byakuya Kuachiki asked. It's okay. For someone like him, there is no need for Captain to do it. I can do it myself. Seeing the awkward expression on Renji Abarai's face, Byakuya Kuachiki eyes moved and turned slightly. Don't say that. If I always watch on the side, my skills will degenerate sooner or later. Pa. Just when Renji Abarai, Rukia Kuachiki and Byakuya Kuachiki were chatting, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had recovered some strength, suddenly reached out and grabbed Kachiki Byakuya's clothes standing in front of him. I'm still alive. Raising his head and looking at the man standing in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki had a smile on his face. Although the wound was still bleeding, and soon his life was coming to an end, but at this moment, he still had a smile on his face. Byakuya Kuachiki's eyes slightly slanted, looking at the teenager lying on the ground, the teenager who still had strength after being hit by himself. However, Byakuya Kuachiki narrowed his eyes and looked at the hand that grabbed his trousers, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Let me go. I can't hear you, look at me and talk. Feeling the feeling of superiority in Byakuya Kuachiki's tone, Ichigo Kurosaki grinned and said, the guy in front of him who ignored everything, the high and mighty tone really made him uncomfortable. Is that so? Byakuya Kuachiki slightly turned around and looked down at the little ghost on the ground. It seems that you don't want your hand. Hearing the chill in Byakuya Kuachiki's tone, Rukia Kuachiki's face changed, and there was danger. Rushing forward, before Byakuya Kuachiki started, he kicked Ichigo Kurosaki's hand away. All kinds of situations flashed in Rukia's brain, and what flashed in her mind was everything that happened during the past few months when she was protected. A strange feeling was brewing in her heart, and she almost couldn't help but shed tears. You're just a human. Inferior existence, pulling my big brother's trousers is improper. Know your place. After roaring at Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia turned to Byakuya Kuachiki and said faintly, let's go, big brother. The action of that guy just now made me completely awake. Please take me back to Soul Society. I will make up for the mistakes I have made. Hey. Wait, what are you talking about? Hearing Rukia words, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was lying on the ground, shouted. Bang! Stepping on Ichigo Kurosaki's head, Renji Abarai opened his mouth and said, "It's really a guy who does not admit defeat at the end of his life. Don't move anymore, just wait for death. No need to give him another stab. Even if he is left here, he will die sooner or later. Let's go, big brother." Wait. Rukia. Are you serious? Look at me. Hey. Looking at Rukia, who turned away, Ichigo Kurosaki cried again. Don't move. Rukia shouted loudly, her tone already carrying a trace of crying, but she was still stubbornly saying. You just dare to move and look. If you dare to catch up, I will personally kill you. Since you're going to die sooner or later, why don't you lie there and rest for a while? Looking at Rukia's eyes with tears and sad expression, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes gradually dimmed. He finally recognized the cruel reality. Now he could do nothing but lie on the ground helplessly and watch everything happen. Chapter 143, Individual Training. I will not fight anymore. Byakuya Kuachiki held his sword in his hand and put it down. If he could, he did not want to treat Rukia like this, but as the head of the four great nobles, the head of Kachiki family, all of Shinigami's expressions must be strictly followed by all of Shinigami's rules. The two swords have just completely destroyed the soul of Seiketsu and Hakushui, and he will die in 1 hour at most. Even if he can survive, all the power will disappear. When the time comes, not to mention Shinigami's ability, even spiritual power will disappear. Byakuya Kuachiki said lightly, even disdained to look at Ichigo Kurosaki lying on the ground. Renji. Yes. Walking forward, Renji Abarai sheathed his sword and opened the door to Soul Society. Can't make a sound, and can't move. Ichigo Kurosaki lay on the ground and looked at Rukia Kuachiki, who was taken away. His heart was full of bitterness, and he was saved by her again. Until they went to the realm gate and gradually disappeared. Ichigo Kurosaki, who had recovered some strength, punched the ground and made a humiliating roar. His voice was full of pain. That sense of powerlessness, he could only watch helplessly but could not do anything. The humiliation tortured his heart again and again. Under that feeling, even the pain in his body seemed insignificant. It was unknown when it began to rain. The merciless rain washed Ichigo Kurosaki's body, making his body, which had gradually become colder because of the injury, colder. His body temperature dropped gradually, and his life was gradually passing away. My body is so heavy, so cold. Blood, flowing non-stop. I am going to die. Ta-ta-trot. As the footsteps approached, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt as if the rain had stopped, and then he fell into a coma. Walking up to Ichigo Kurosaki, Kisuke looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was lying on the ground, and there was an unknown emotion in his eyes. After simply treating the wounds on Ichigo Kurosaki's body and first resolving the bleeding situation, Kisuke turned to look at the other person lying on the ground, Ishida Ryu. How is it? Do you want to take a rest at my place? Thank you for your kindness. But no, I'm fine. As for Ichigo, I'll leave him to you to take care of. Ishida Ryu clenched his fists and said with a bit of unwillingness in his tone, now, if there is anyone who can defeat them, it will not be me, but him. The only person who can save Kachiki is him. Seeing the young man who said such words with a bit of unwillingness and humiliation, Kisuke was slightly silent. To let a proud young man say such words, how many setbacks and blows must he go through? I know, I will take good care of Kurosaki-san. Looking at the strong back of Ishida, Kisuke had mixed feelings in his heart. Kisuke bent over and carried the unconscious Ichigo Kurosaki on his back. His figure flashed and he quickly rushed to his house. With Ichigo Kurosaki's current condition, if he could not be treated as soon as possible, he might really die. Seriously, the holiday has just begun, and brother Ichigo haven't come back yet. At Ichigo Kurosaki's house, Karen, who was sitting at the table, complained softly. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki was walking on the way to the Hirahara shop. Last night, Kisuke had already made everything clear to him. Kisuke Hirahara had a way to go to Soul Society, and if he wanted to go to Soul Society to save Rukia, he would have to receive 10 days of training under his hands. But he was just an ordinary person now and had lost Shinigami's strength. As Byakuya said, his spiritual pressure had all been lost. Ichigo Kurosaki also felt it. Since he woke up last night, he could not see anything. The souls that were usually seen everywhere could not be seen. This kind of self, can he really successfully save Rukia? At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki has already passed the impulse at the beginning. He can now rationally analyze things. He doesn't feel that he can defeat the two Shinigami he met last night and save Rukia. What should he do? Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Unconsciously, Ichigo Kurosaki had came to the Kisuke shop. Please come with me, Kurosaki-san. Ichigo Kurosaki just arrived at the entrance of the Kisuke shop. Kisuke, who wore a green hat, had come up and took Ichigo Kurosaki to the shop. He uncovered a flat wooden board on the ground and revealed a vertical passage below. What is this? Looking at the dark passage, Ichigo Kurosaki asked curiously. It seemed to be a basement, but he had never seen anyone's basement go down vertically. Let's go. You will know when we go down. Kisuke smiled mysteriously and took Ichigo Kurosaki down the stairs. His eyes suddenly lit up. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at everything in front of him and could not hide the shock in his heart. He did not expect that there was such a place under the shop. Wow! What is this? There is such a huge hole in the ground of this shop. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was amazed by the underground space, Kisuke suddenly shouted at this side. The huge and exaggerated sound rolled back and forth in the underground space, making Ichigo Kurosaki's ears numb. You are so noisy. You don't have to shout for me. Ichigo Kurosaki stretched out his little finger and dug into his ear. He said impatiently. Hurry up and start. Training or something. As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Kisuke suddenly stretched out his hand. The cane in his hand suddenly hit Ichigo Kurosaki's head, and then passed through his head, pushing his soul out of his body. Damn it, what's this? After being sent flying by Kisuke's sudden attack, Ichigo Kurosaki rolled a few times on the ground. After standing up, Ichigo Kurosaki covered his head and shouted at Kisuke with dissatisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt dizzy. Not only that, but even his body felt weak, and he could not even stand steadily. This is the first time you have escaped from your body in Shinigami state. Do you feel very uncomfortable and difficult to breathe? You didn't expect to struggle with the posture of a soul, did you? The current you has been destroyed by Byakuya Kuichiki by the source of the spiritual power Yakushui and Seiketsu. In other words, the current you is just an ordinary soul without spiritual power. If you want to fight with Shinigami, you must first start from recovering the lost spiritual power, otherwise there is nothing to talk about. First of all, you have to find a way to let your soul and body freely move. The so-called spiritual power is the power of something with a spirit. As long as the spiritual power is increased, it can make the soul and body have flexible movements. On the other hand, once the soul body can make movements that surpass the actual physical body, it represents the recovery of the spiritual power. Although that is the case, rather than saying it, it is better to start directly. Hey, are you ready? Kisuke turned his head and called out. Then, he saw Uru walking over with a large pile of things in his arms. Nice to meet you. Uru looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him and said expressionlessly. First lesson, let's fight with her. Kisuke fanned himself and said to Ichigo Kurosaki, the rules are very simple. As long as there is one party that can no longer move, it will be the end. Before you are beaten by her, please make your move first. On the other side, under the threat of Kisuke, Ichigo Kurosaki was running around with a helmet on his head. On the other side, Yoruichi, who had turned into a black cat, also found Chad, who had just awakened his ability not long ago, and Orihime. Cat. Chad and Orihime looked at the black cat in front of them. Just now, the black cat suddenly ran in front of them and said that it wanted to take them for testing and training. Yes, if you want to go to Soul Society, you have to accept it. Do you want to accept it? But you suddenly said that. Looking at the black cat in front of him, Orihime was hesitant, obviously hesitant. Ichigo is ready to go to Soul Society. If you want to show your strength, then accept my training. Of course, whether you decide to go or not, you can slowly consider it. I want to go. Chad said without thinking. Since Ichigo wanted to go, how could he not go? He had made an agreement with Ichigo to fight for each other. That. Orihime was still a little hesitant. Although she wanted to save Kachiki and wanted to be with Kurosaki, she could not help but feel a little uneasy when she thought of fighting. I won't force you. Seeing Black Cat's eyes, Orihime gradually calmed down and nodded with a smile. At that moment, she had made her decision. She wanted to go with Kurosaki to the place called Soul Society to save Rukia Kuichiki. Under a waterfall, Ishita Ryu was also busy with his cultivation. Putting down his luggage and looking at the flowing water, Ishita Ryu felt a sense of shame in his heart for his weakness. As the last Quincy, he did not protect the glory of the Quincy and was defeated by Shinigami. That sense of powerlessness was something he could never forget. Similarly, he could not forgive such a weak self. Clenching his fist, Ishita Ryu looked at the small box on the ground. His eyes flashed a touch of firmness. Next time, absolutely not be so weak anymore. He bet on his glory as a Quincy. Chapter 144, Ichigo's Power. What's wrong? What are you going to do so early in the morning? Hearing the voice behind him, Aizen tidied up his clothes and replied without looking back, go to Gisuke's place to take a look. Are you still worried? It's not that I am worried. Since there is Gisuke, there is nothing to be worried about. It's just that Gisuke's ability is not suitable for helping people train. Moreover, he does not have much experience in this field. After thinking about it, it is better for me to go over and take a look. Then our side. Same as before. Aizen turned around and said to Suzuki-Kusu, there is no need to specially prepare anything. Now is not the time for us to appear. We just need to lurk and wait for the opportunity. I know. Well, it's okay then. I'm leaving. He patted Suzuki-Kusu on the shoulder, then his figure flashed, and the next moment, Aizen had appeared at the door of the Hueco shop. Really, is there no one to welcome me? Seeing the closed door and the empty shop, Aizen muttered softly. In Aizen's eyes, the periphery of the shop in front of him was surrounded by a barrier that ordinary people could not see. If he was ordinary person, he would not be able to get close to this place. As long as they got close to this side, the barrier on the periphery would give them a hint and then leave here for various reasons. Raising his feet, this kind of barrier naturally wouldn't have any effect on Aizen. However, Aizen didn't have any thoughts of forcibly breaking it. Instead, he directly walked over and directly passed through the barrier. Presumably, this barrier was set up by the Tsukubishi Tessai. In addition to guarding against ordinary people and preventing them from coming here by mistake, it also had a vigilant role and a little defensive role. Sure enough, just as Aizen crossed the barrier, Tsukubishi Tessai in the underground training ground suddenly changed his expression. The moment Aizen passed through the barrier, he felt that someone had passed through his barrier. What's wrong, Tessai? Seeing the change in expression on Tsukubishi Tessai, Jinta looked up in confusion. Someone passed through my barrier. Tsukubishi Tessai said in a deep voice. Hearing his answer, Jinta and Maru looked over in surprise. There was actually someone in the modern world who could break through Tessai's barrier? Is it Kimura? Tsukubishi Tessai closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, he said with uncertainty. The person who came slipped through his barrier effortlessly. Even if he had just passed through his barrier, he could not accurately determine the identity of the person. However, from the feeling, it should be Aizen. Oh, we meet again, Tessai. Just as Tsukubishi Tessai was still guessing, a voice came from in front of him. Looking at it, he did not know when, but Aizen had already arrived in front of him and was greeting him with a smile on his face. So it really is you, Kimura-san. Looking at Aizen in front of him, Tsukubishi Tessai politely bowed. You. Seeing Aizen in front of him, Jinta suddenly gritted his teeth and said with a look of indignation on his face, as if he had a deep grudge with Aizen. Isn't this legendary young Master Jinta? Why does he look so angry? Hearing Aizen call him young Master Jinta, Jinta's face turned red. After all, he was still a child. It was inevitable that he was a little embarrassed to be praised like this. In the end, he could only rub his head awkwardly and smile at Aizen. Seeing Jinta like this, Aizen turned to look at the other side. He just happened to see Gisuke waving his hand and following behind Ichigo Kurosaki. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he could only flee in a sorry state under the chase of Gisuke. However, even so, he was still beaten up badly by Gisuke. This is simply bullying. After watching for a while, Aizen turned his head and said to the three of them. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki who was abused by Gisuke on the field, Aizen felt that he could not bear to watch anymore. It was really too miserable. It was completely a one-sided bullying. Just as Aizen sighed with emotion, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was being chased by Gisuke, suddenly stopped. Gisuke, who had been chasing him, also stopped. He looked at Ichigo Kurosaki who had stopped in front of him with some expectation in his eyes. At this time, Aizen and Tessai were also keenly aware of what happened to Kurosaki Ichigo. There was a slight change in his aura. A bright light flashed in the eyes of Tessai, and Aizen also showed some interest in his eyes. Hey, what's wrong? Why did the two of them stop? Hiding behind a stone, Jinta looked at the two people who suddenly stopped not far away and asked in confusion. Just as Jinta finished speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been abused before, suddenly shook his body. He put sword, who only had the hilt left in his hand, at his waist, and put on a posture of holding the sword at his waist, and was ready to pull out the knife. Following Ichigo Kurosaki's posture, a burst of spiritual power suddenly erupted from his body. Waves of air blew away everything around him, causing Jinta, Maru, and the others who were hiding behind him to feel a wave of shock. Zangetsu! Ichigo Kurosaki shouted. He raised his hand, and a condensed blue spiritual power shot out from his hand. A powerful spiritual power instantly filled the entire underground space. The dust on the ground was lifted up by Ichigo Kurosaki's slash. Tsukubishi Tessai hurriedly turned around and blocked Jinta and Ruru behind him to prevent them from getting injured because of the scattered stones. There is no need for this. Seeing that Tsukubishi Tessai was carefully protecting Jinta and Ruru, Maayang said indifferently. He did not make any movements, but the dust that rose because of Ichigo Kurosaki's attack had disappeared before it reached Maayang. So powerful. Looking at Maayang, who easily resolved everything, Jinta couldn't help but exclaim. As the dust settled, Kisuke covered his hat with one hand and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had become a little different. What's wrong with this Zanpakuto? I can't see the hilt and the handguard at all. The shape of the entire blade is quite incomplete. Looking at Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand, the three people on the side said, in comparison, the saber from before is still better. Indeed, the Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand at this time really did not meet the standards of a normal person. Without a handguard, the hilt could not be seen. The blade was in the shape of a huge kitchen knife. It was completely different from the ordinary Zanpakuto. Since your Zanpakuto has appeared, let's officially enter the third test. Kisuke interrupted Ichigo Kurosaki, who was still sizing up Zanpakuto in his hand. He extended his hand and said to Ichigo Kurosaki. Sorry, Mr. Kisuke, you have to hide well. I think. I won't go easy. Hearing Kisuke's words, Ichigo Kurosaki took back his eyes to look at his Zanpakuto. He waved it in his hand, and his eyes were full of determination to look at Kisuke in front of him. What? Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Kisuke was slightly stunned. This kid really dared to say. Just at this moment, Ichigo Kurosaki's body shook, and the thing stuck in his body was instantly shattered. A stronger spiritual power suddenly rose from his body. Feeling spiritual power burst out from Ichigo Kurosaki's body, Kisuke's expression changed slightly. This kind of strength. Sing, Beni-I'm. A red barrier suddenly appeared in front of Kisuke. At the same time, a powerful slash shot out from Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto and crashed into the red barrier in front of Kisuke. Boom. A terrifying wave of air came from the other side. The shockwaves caused by spiritual power's violent collision even caused Maayang to feel a trace of fear. It was just that he had just recovered Shinigami's strength, yet he was able to immediately unleash such a powerful slash. He was truly worthy of being the main character. If not for the Beni-I'm, I think I would have lost an arm. Looking at the shattered red crystal wall in front of him, Kisuke sighed. Really, even my hat was knocked off, but I didn't expect that your power is so amazing with just one swing. Kurosaki-san, you are really a terrible little devil, and you passed the third test. Bending down, he picked up his hat, patted it and put it on his head again. Kisuke looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had fallen asleep on the opposite side of him, and his tone was full of satisfaction. In this way, the possibility of the plan succeeding was also much higher. I say, Kisuke, that hat is broken like this and you still have to continue to wear it. Are you so fond of this green hat? Oh, isn't his Kimura-san? As if he had just seen Maayang, Kisuke stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Then he took a few steps back and looked at Maayang and asked, So, Kimura-san, what are you here for? Nothing, I just came to see the progress on your side. Now it seems that it is not bad. You are talking about Kurosaki-san. I did not expect that he could burst out such strength in an instant. It seems that our previous evaluation of him was too low. How about it, can I ask you to do the next training? Kisuke looked at Maayang seriously and asked in a low voice. Of course. Maayang grinned. Otherwise, what do you think I'm here for? Don't worry, I will teach this kid well. Seeing the meaningful smile on Maayang's lips, Kisuke looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was sleeping soundly, as if he was looking at the misfortune he was about to encounter. Chapter 145, Maayang and Ichigo. Urahara-san, you want me to fight with this guy? Carrying his huge Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Maayang with eyes full of suspicion. However, although he said that, the guy in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Ichigo Kurosaki reached out a hand and scratched his head. He looked at Maayang in front of him and thought. However, he did not care about other things. How could he remember the boss of this coffee shop? If it was Suzuki Kusu and Harable, Kurosaki Ichigo would naturally have an impression. However, the other party was Maayang. He could not remember. Hey, Kimura, you've been looked down on. Kisuke looked at the indifferent Maayang and smiled. Even in the past, Soul Society had never seen anyone look down on Maayang like this. He did not expect to be looked down upon by a rookie like Ichigo Kurosaki in the modern world. With a faint smile, Maayang ignored Kisuke's teasing and turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. Kid, if you don't mind, You can talk big after you defeat me. Ah. A guy like you? Although he knew that Kisuke would not do meaningless things, the guy in front of him did not look like a powerful character no matter how he looked at it. It was really difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki to treat him as a powerful enemy. My name is Maang. Please advise me. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him, Maang's lips curled into a smile. The feeling of violently abusing the protagonist should be good. Seeing the formal appearance of Maang, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a bit awkward. In the past, he would always directly rush up when he fought with others. How could there be any formal opening remarks? Moreover, the name Maang made him feel a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Not only that, this name seemed to be a relatively important name. It was just that Ichigo Kurosaki really could not remember it. However, if he could not understand something, he would not think about it. Ichigo Kurosaki had always been like this. I am Ichigo Kurosaki. Although I do not know the meaning of Urahara-san doing this, I will cut you down. He raised his Zanpakuto. Ichigo Kurosaki said firmly. From Kisuke, he had learned the most important thing in battle, the determination to kill people. Good eyesight. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's determined eyes, Maang praised. This realization was really precious, especially for a 15-year-old child. Seeing the emotion in Maang's eyes, Ichigo Kurosaki instinctively felt a burst of displeasure in his heart. The man in front of him looked to be only in his 20s, but he just looked at him as if he was looking at a child. This kind of gaze made the teenager who was in his puberty feel unhappy. 15 years old was the age where he yearned to be recognized by others. His head felt hot. Ichigo Kurosaki kicked hard. The ground under his feet was instantly crushed by Ichigo Kurosaki, leaving only a pile of gravel. His body suddenly rushed forward. In just a blink of an eye, Ichigo Kurosaki had already appeared in front of Maang. He held his Zanpakuto with both hands and chopped down at Maang's head. Zanpakuto in his hand turned into a white light and instantly stuck to Maang's forehead. However, at this moment, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt a trace of regret in his heart. He was too reckless. Because in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes, this person in front of him seemed to be scared silly by him. Facing his Zanpakuto, he did not even have a reaction. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was regretting in his heart, just as his Zanpakuto's blade was about to cut the person in front of him into two pieces, Ichigo Kurosaki saw a figure flash in front of him. That person had already disappeared from his eyes, and he did not even catch a trace of movement. Boom! Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto struck the ground, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Looking at the damage caused by his attack, Ichigo Kurosaki did not feel the least bit complacent. Instead, he stood up with a cautious face and assumed a defensive posture. What a wise judgment. Maang stood not far away. He looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was quickly putting on a defensive posture. His eyes revealed a touch of satisfaction. Although he had not experienced much actual combat, Ichigo Kurosaki seemed to be born for battle. As long as he was in battle, he could grow rapidly. As long as he continued to fight, he would soon become a powerful Shinigami. Shinigami, who could rival the captain. In the original work, Ichigo Kurosaki was like this. Whether it was becoming Shinigami, learning Benkei, learning Holofication. Ichigo Kurosaki's growth was quickly completed in battle time and time again. Only fighting was the fastest way for him to grow. Similarly, not only Ichigo Kurosaki, everyone was like this. Only fighting was the fastest way to grow. Only through fighting, one's strength would get true growth. Although cultivation would make people stronger, only in actual combat could one's strength really burst out. In the original work, Shinigami who had cultivated for decades and hundreds of years, the strength amplification was almost imperceptible. After Ichigo Kurosaki appeared, after the plot began, each and every one of them quickly improved in strength in a short period of time. It was like a day, like a cheat, only making people call it unscientific. The rapid improvement of their strength seemed unscientific, but in fact, the decades and hundreds of years of cultivation that Shinigami had experienced in Soul Society, each and every one of them had a deep precipitation, but they lacked an opportunity, and the series of battles that the protagonist appeared after was that opportunity. Through one life and death battle after another, they kept cultivating for more than several years, and the profound knowledge that had settled down were all fermented in battles, so the strength would have a blowout period. It seemed that their strength was extremely unscientific in a short period of time. In fact, that was the result of their hundreds of years of experience. In particular, Rukia and Ranji, the improvement of strength was even faster. Of course, there was a reason for the influence of Ichigo Kurosaki's protagonist Tora, but more because they were following Ichigo Kurosaki around, experienced more life and death battles, and their strength came from their own fighting savings. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, Although he did not have decades or hundreds of years of savings, he had talent that no one could compare with, and now what Maayang had to do was to let Ichigo Kurosaki experience enough battles in a short period of 10 days, turning his talent into real strength. Hearing Maayang's praise for himself, Ichigo Kurosaki's face was heavy. Through the previous moment, Ichigo Kurosaki already knew that the seemingly harmless guy in front of him was really a guy more terrible than Kisuke. At least Kisuke was strong, but he could still see his movements. As for the guy in front of him, he could not even catch a trace of his movement, just like that knight facing Rukia's brother. Wait. Thinking of Rukia's brother, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly thought of something. In his impression, he seemed to have mentioned a person's name before he started. What is the relationship between you and Shinigami, whose name is Maayang? Thinking back to what the stinky guy said to him that night, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes suddenly widened. The guy in front of him. Being distracted in battle is not a good habit. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki was actually distracted in a battle with him, Maayang said with dissatisfaction. Even when he fought with Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryu's back then, he was not looked down on like this. Ichigo Kurosaki was really annoying. I remember now. I remember who you are. Hearing Maayang's words, Ichigo Kurosaki did not respond. Instead, he pointed at him and shouted. The expression on his face was very strange, with some surprise, some anger, and curiosity. Oh, I remember it. Maayang only thought that Ichigo Kurosaki remembered that he was the boss of the Anding district. After all, Ichigo Kurosaki had been there several times. Although he had not communicated with them, he should still have some impression. Unexpectedly, Ichigo Kurosaki's next sentence surprised him. I heard Rukia's stinky brother mention your name that night. Oh? Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Maayang was slightly stunned. Why did Byakuya mention his name to Ichigo Kurosaki? It seems that you two know each other. Seeing the expression on Maayang's face, Ichigo Kurosaki said. Then, he looked at Maayang with an indignant expression and asked, who exactly are you? Why do you know that guy? Could it be that you are also sent by Soul Society? You. Ah. Hurahara-san, why did you hit me? Ichigo Kurosaki covered his head and looked at Kisuke with dissatisfaction. He said it well, but who knew that Kisuke would suddenly come up and hit his head? That is all in the past. Don't ask about it. When you know it, you will naturally know. What you have to do now is to accept Kimura's training. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki wanted to say more, Kisuke suddenly turned and walked away, only a sentence came over. By the way, I will reveal a little bit to you. That night, the one who beat you to the ground was called Byakuya Kuichiki, the current captain of 6th Division of 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Hearing Kisuke's words, Ichigo Kurosaki was shocked. Before, Kisuke had roughly told him about the structure of 13th Division of Imperial Guards. He also knew what the captain meant. He was one of the 13 strongest people standing at the top of Siriite AI. As for the person in front of you, he was the teacher of Byakuya Kuichiki. Chapter 146, Lesson What Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Maayang, who was not far away, in shock. He was Kuchiki Byakuya's teacher. Although he had regained Shinigami's ability and was much stronger than before, but as long as he remembered that night he was defeated without any resistance, Kurosaki Ichigo could not help but feel a little depressed. Even if he compared it with his current level, Byakuya Kuichiki was still so strong. Byakuya Kuichiki was already so strong, so how strong was Maayang as his teacher? At this moment, there was no longer any contempt in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes as he looked at Maayang. This guy was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met. I'm coming. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Maayang tapped his feet and his body floated towards Ichigo Kurosaki as if he had no weight at all. Although he did not have any momentum, it made Ichigo Kurosaki's expression change greatly. This was because the speed of Maayang's movement was too fast. He only had time to block Maayang's attack using his Zanpakuto in front of his chest when Maayang had already arrived in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. He waved his hand and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down at Ichigo Kurosaki. There was no time to dodge. Ichigo Kurosaki turned his hand and used his Zanpakuto to block in front of him. However, just as he came into contact with Maayang's Zanpakuto, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a powerful force coming from his own Zanpakuto. The arm holding the saber could not help but tremble. Even his legs softened slightly. The power of this attack was too strong. Only this level is not enough. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's struggling, Maayang smiled and said maliciously. He had not forgotten the matter of being looked down upon by this kid before. As he spoke, Maayang did not stop his movements. He slightly exerted force on his wrist and Ichigo Kurosaki felt an even stronger force coming from his Zanpakuto. Ah! With a loud shout, Ichigo Kurosaki struggled to shake off Maayang's Zanpakuto, but his body was also forced back several steps before he could stabilize himself. What great power! Looking up at Maayang, Ichigo Kurosaki was secretly amazed. That guy clearly didn't look strong at all. Who knew that his strength would be so great? His palm was still faintly aching. On the other side, Ichigo Kurosaki was still shocked by Maayang's strength. On the other side, Maayang had already rushed up. It was still the same light but incomparably swift movement method. In just a blink of an eye, Maayang had already appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down again. Ichigo Kurosaki only had time to barely resist before he was sent flying by the force coming from Zanpakuto. This won't do. It's too much of a difference. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had been sent flying again by him, Maayang shook his head and said, if this continued, there would be no effect of training at all. Perhaps he would even beat Ichigo Kurosaki until he lost confidence. If that happened, it would be a waste of time. Damn it. Ichigo Kurosaki got up from the ground and looked at Maayang, who was not far away. A sense of defeat rose in his heart. Was such a guy really someone he could defeat? Originally, with Ichigo Kurosaki's firm and tenacious belief, he would not easily have such a thought. However, the pressure that Maayang gave him was too great. That overwhelming strength made him unable to raise the belief of resistance. But, in his mind, how could he give up just because of a little setback? No matter what difficulties were waiting for him in front of him, he must save Rukia. Anyone that stood in his way must be defeated one by one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto. The two blue flames in his eyes jumped, and a powerful spiritual power rose from his body. Fourth seat, third seat, vice captain. In the blink of an eye, Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual power had already reached the peak of the vice captain, almost comparable to the captain. With the eruption of Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual power, his Zanpakuto was wrapped in a layer of blue color. The surrounding gravel was shaken by spiritual power, and floated around him. There seemed to be a powerful aura around him. His eyes suddenly turned to Maayang, and with a shout, the Zanpakuto in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand suddenly chopped down. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. As Ichigo Kurosaki and Zanpakuto slashed, a blue-colored crescent-shaped slash came out of his Zanpakuto, and shot towards Kimura Maayang with a huge momentum. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki swing out his saber and execute his signature move, Kimura Maayang narrowed his eyes. Not to mention the power or anything, the appearance of this move is at least very good. Without seeing Maayang make any moves, his Zanpakuto was instantly covered with a layer of blue-colored spiritual pressure. With a flick of his arm, Kimura Maayang's Zanpakuto directly met Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. Boom! A dazzling light exploded in front of Maayang. Waves of spiritual power came from the other side, forcing Kisuke and the others, who were watching the battle not far away, to stand behind the rock and hide. What a powerful slash! The smoke gradually dissipated, and from there came out Kimura Maayang, who had blocked Ichigo Kurosaki's blow. At this time, he still looked calm, not to mention injury, and he didn't even have dust on his body. What, seeing that Maayang, who had taken a hit from him, was not injured at all, Kurosaki Ichigo cried out in disbelief. Originally, he felt that he was strong enough, but who knew that his strongest move actually did not hurt his opponent in the slightest. Maayang swung his arm. The attack just now was really not bad. With Ichigo Kurosaki, who had reached the peak of the vice-captain level, the power of the attack had actually reached the level of the captain. No wonder Ichigo Kurosaki relied on this move from beginning to end in the original work. Seeing that his attack did not work, Ichigo Kurosaki did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward and suddenly rushed forward. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down on Maayang's head. After a few exchanges just now, Ichigo Kurosaki understood that there was no need for him to hold back against this guy in front of him. Even if he tried his best, it would be very difficult to cause any harm to him. It was completely unnecessary to hold back. Dang! With a wave of his arm, Maayang easily blocked the attack from Ichigo Kurosaki. Perhaps in a few months, Ichigo Kurosaki would indeed have the strength to fight the captain head-on. However, he was still too weak now, especially for Maayang, whose strength far surpassed that of an ordinary captain. Tilting his body to the side, Maayang turned his wrist and pressed down on the back of Ichigo Kurosaki's sword. Ichigo Kurosaki's body suddenly leaned forward uncontrollably, while Zanpakuto in Maayang's hand continued to slice towards his head. The blade in his eyes grew bigger and bigger, and Ichigo Kurosaki's pupils contracted slightly. He had no doubt that as long as he was hit by that blade, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Crap, I can't avoid it. This thought flashed through Ichigo Kurosaki's mind, but then it was suppressed by an even stronger will. No matter what, he had to live. He had already decided that he had to go to Soul Society to save Rukia. Just as the will in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart suddenly burst forth, a force suddenly burst out from his body. Ichigo Kurosaki only felt that the speed of the blade in front of him suddenly slowed down. He didn't have time to think about it, and Ichigo Kurosaki's body almost leaned back in reverse. Just as his head fell back, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a cold blade brush past his nose, brushing past the hair on his forehead. A few strands of hair floated down from his head and landed on his face. His body rolled and left Naoyang's side. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't have time to steady himself and immediately moved a few steps to the side. Then he looked at Naoyang and touched the strands of hair left on his face. Ichigo Kurosaki scolded Naoyang, "Bastard! Do you really want to kill me?" After he finished speaking, he saw the faint smile on Naoyang's face. Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but jump up and shout in disbelief, "You really want to kill me? But aren't you still fine?" Naoyang looked at the flustered and exasperated Ichigo Kurosaki and lazily said, "Bastard, you still dare to say it. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, I might have really been killed by you. If you really are only at this level, you deserve to be killed." Nani? Hearing Naoyang's words, Ichigo Kurosaki was slightly stunned. Was this guy serious? If you are at this level, even if you go to Soul Society, you will only be courting death. It is better to die here. Bastard. You. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki was still talking, Naoyang continued, "Do you think your current strength is strong enough? There is one thing I forgot to tell you. When the captain and vice-captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards come to the modern realm, in order to not affect the souls of the modern realm, their spiritual power will be restricted to 20%. Can you understand what I said?" Hearing Naoyang's words, Ichigo Kurosaki's pupils couldn't help but contract. The strength that the two of them displayed that day was only 20% of their usual strength. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's contracted pupils, Naoyang smiled slightly. "It seems that you understand. If you don't want to be killed after Soul Society, then fight with your life on the line right now. Also, don't think that this is just training. If you aren't careful, you will also die." Raising the Zanpakuto in his hand, Naoyang's expression at this moment seemed slightly ferocious in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes. Chapter 147, Departure Kurosaki Kana. Kusagakure said that the person who will go with me to Soul Society will not be you? Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Orihime Inoue with a surprised expression. Although she didn't want to say that, is Inoue really suitable for such a thing? I always felt that she should be the kind of princess who was protected. As if she had sensed Ichigo Kurosaki's intention, Orihime was a little depressed. However, she was originally an optimist, but in a flash, she regained her usual liveliness. "Not only me, but also Chad will go with us. We have been receiving Mr. Yoruichi's training all this time." "Chad? Is he going too?" "Yes." A low voice sounded behind Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki turned to look. That strong body was his good brother, Chad Yasutaura. "Chad." Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's greeting, Chad Yasutaura nodded and gave Ichigo Kurosaki a thumbs up to express his attitude. Seeing Chad Yasutaura give him a thumbs up, Ichigo Kurosaki's face darkened. Could he not use such an old-fashioned gesture? Is there anyone else? Tell me, don't tell me even Tatsuki and Kigo are going? No, Tatsuki and the others don't want to go, but Ishita should be going with us. I heard Miss Yoruichi say that Ishita is working hard to train. Ishita, he should not come. He is the most complicated person in our group. The more complicated a person is, the more fragile he is. He is such a person. I think he should be the weakest among us. If he doesn't come, maybe it will be better," Chad said in a low voice. Although he looked rough on the outside, he had a more delicate heart than ordinary people. "But who are you saying won't come?" Just as Chad finished speaking, Ishita Ryu's voice sounded from behind him. He was wearing a white robe. There was even a small shawl on his shoulder, and Ishita Ryu's dress made Kurosaki Ichigo slightly stunned. "Didn't I say it before? I can't forgive myself for being defeated by those Shinigami, so I want to cultivate. Since I said it, I must win until I win. For this, I am willing to go anywhere." Ishita Ryu turned his eyes to Ichigo Kurosaki, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. It was the friendship between opponents, or perhaps it could also be called a foundation. "Ishita, you." Ichigo Kurosaki stared blankly at Ishita Ryu, as if he was shocked by his words. "You walked all the way here wearing such strange clothes? You really have guts. You. How can you say that?" It is very strange hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's ridicule of his battle uniform. Ishita Ryu immediately complained in dissatisfaction. Just as they were making noise here, the door of the Hurahara shop suddenly opened. Gisuke came out and looked at the four energetic people here, with a smile on his face. Since everyone is here, come in with me. I will explain it to you when we get inside. The method to reach Soul Society. Please listen carefully, otherwise, you might not reach Soul Society. You will die. Hearing Gisuke's words, the four people outside became a little serious, silently following behind Gisuke, through the stairs to the underground training ground under their shop. How spectacular. I didn't expect that there would be such a spacious space underground. It's so cool, like a secret base. Your reaction is really great. I'm really moved. Hearing the cry of Orihime Inoue, the Tessai immediately held her hand with excitement and said. It was obvious that he was very grateful to Orihime, who recognized the results of his labor. Hee, it's nothing. Orihime scratched her head in embarrassment. I say, Gisuke, you should start quickly. Hey Mr. Kimura, why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, Orihime turned his head to the side and said in surprise. Long time no see, Orihime. I haven't seen you go to my place to play for a long time. Ah. We have been busy recently, so we don't have time to go to your place, Mr. Kimura. Hearing Maayang's words, Orihime scratched her head in embarrassment and then looked at Maayang as if she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Kimura, why are you here? Just as Orihime and Maayang were chatting happily, Ichigo Kurosaki finally could not help but ask, Inoue, how did you know him? Huh? Upon hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's question, Orihime turned to look at him in confusion. Mr. Kimura is the boss of the Anding district, don't we often go there to play? We all know each other. Isn't that right, Chad? Ichigo Kurosaki turned to look at Chad Yasutaura. Yes. Nodding at Ichigo Kurosaki, Chad Yasutaura then turned to look at Maayang. Long time no see, Mr. Kimura. Long time no see, Chad. You all know him. Seeing that Chad Yasutaura and Orihime really knew Maayang, Ichigo Kurosaki cried out involuntarily. Hey, how can you say that? Kurosaki. I don't know him either. Ishita Ryu pushed up his glasses and said to Ichigo Kurosaki with dissatisfaction. Why did he feel that he was rejected? But, I didn't expect that Mr. Kimura is not an ordinary person either. Chad Yasutaura looked at Maayang and said in a deep voice. There was nothing before, but now, whether it was Maayang or the calm zone, it seemed to be full of mysteries. Chad Yasutaura's intuition told him that there was a secret hidden behind it. Well, if you have something to say, you should put it down first. Now look at me. Seeing that the other side seemed to be talking non-stop, Gisuke clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Then he waved his arm, and a square door frame appeared beside him. I say. Gisuke, can't you put in a little more effort? This door is too broken. It doesn't fit the design of aesthetics at all. Seeing the broken door summoned by Gisuke, Maayang couldn't help but complain. The door covered with tape looked like it had been dug out from a garbage dump. Hearing Maayang's words, Ichigo Kurosaki and the others also noticed the things on the door. It was just as Maayang had said. It was tattered, as if it had been dug out from a garbage dump. Was that thing really useful? Ichigo Kurosaki and the others couldn't help but have some faint doubts in their hearts. If this thing was useless, wouldn't they just die for no reason? Seeing the doubt in the eyes of Ichigo Kurosaki and the others, Gisuke's face was also a little embarrassed. This was something that he had been busy for several days to make. They were actually looking at it with a suspicious look. It was simply not giving him face. Cough cough. Gisuke coughed a few times. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Gisuke raised a finger and said, don't underestimate this door. It was installed with a Rishi converter above the gate and fixed with a combination talisman. Although it doesn't look good, it is real high-tech. Rishi converter? Hearing the new term that Gisuke spat out, Ishita Ryu was puzzled. Yes, as you said, Soul Society is the hometown of the soul. If you want to enter, you have to turn into a soul. But as you know, the only one who can move in the form of a soul is Shinigami, Kurosaki. Others will still be locked by the chain of Calamity even if their souls leave their bodies. Not to mention Soul Society, even moving is difficult. Therefore, we need the Rishi converter. This thing is the material that makes up all the substances in the modern world. It is the main material that is transformed into the soul Rishi. In other words, there is no need to let the soul leave. As long as you pass through this door, you can use your original appearance and enter Soul Society in the form of a soul. Then let's go now. A hit on Ichigo Kurosaki's waist and interrupted his words. Gisuke then said to them with a serious face, next is the theme. The key to the problem is the time. There is only 4 minutes to open the door to Soul Society. Once the time is over, the door will close, and you will be forever locked in the gap between the modern world and Soul Society. In addition, in the Dangai, In order to prevent the invasion of other creatures, it was street sweeper Kotatsu. You can't beat him. Then what should we do? Hearing Kisuke's words, Orihime, who was already relatively weak, wavered. Of course, it is to advance. Yoruichi walked in front of them. Didn't I say that the heart and soul are connected? What is important is what you think in your heart. It is the will that keeps going forward. Let me be responsible for the guidance. Don't be confused, don't be afraid, don't stop walking, don't look back, don't think about the things left behind, just keep going forward. If you can do this, then follow me. That goes without saying. At this time, the people gathered here have already made up their minds. You should be clear, little brat. If you lose, you won't be able to return. Of course you have to win. Well said. Feeling Ichigo Kurosaki and the others' unwavering conviction, Yoruichi praised. Are you ready? The moment I open the door, you will rush in. Everyone, go. In a dazzling light, Ichigo Kurosaki and the others rushed into the realm gate. Chapter 148, Returning to Soul Society. Ichigo Kurosaki and the others entered through the gate in a flash of light, but Kisuke still stood in place and looked at the gate in front of him, his eyes revealing some unknown meaning. Don't worry, they will deal with it. Maayang walked forward and patted Kisuke on the shoulder to comfort him, and even if you don't trust them, don't you still have Yoruichi with them? Although she usually likes to make trouble, she can still be at ease in this kind of thing. How can it be? Kisuke shook his hand, and a small paper fan appeared in his hand, covering his chin. Kisuke said in an exaggerated tone, sounding as annoying as ever, I am just amazed by my skills. The corners of Maayang's mouth twitched slightly. This guy. You are hopeless. The shy boy from back then is no longer there. Kimura, how can you say that? I'm really sad. Looking at Kisuke's annoying face, Maayang was really powerless to complain. He turned around, not looking at Kisuke's face. Maayang was afraid that he would not be able to resist and punch him. Forget it, forget it. That's it. I'll go first. Oh, Kimura, if it's convenient, can you tell me your next move? Kisuke looked at the back of Maayang, the laughter in his tone restrained and was replaced with seriousness. I don't have a plan for the time being, but I should go back and sleep first. I am also very tired during this period of time. Then, I will probably meet my old friends whom I haven't seen for a long time. Maayang replied without turning his head. Then, his body flashed and disappeared from Kisuke's sight. Old friends? Kisuke stared at the place where Maayang disappeared and muttered these words in a low voice. Then, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. If that's the case, I can really relax. I'll leave everything to you, Kimura. Soul Society. Rukongai. In a remote rural area. The messy grass on the ground swayed in the bleak wind. Without warning, a black crack appeared on the wild grass. Then the crack expanded and in the blink of an eye, it became a door that could accommodate one person. A foot wearing black boots stepped out of the door. Then a man wearing a black trench coat walked out. Zunpacto, which was carried in his waist, proved the identity of the person who came. However, his attire was obviously different from the ordinary Shinigami. Without Shinigami's signature straw saddles and tyrant costume, different from Shinigami's traditional clothes, the dress of the newcomer seemed more fashionable, closer to the current dress of the modern world. There was a clear difference from the dress of Shinigami who had persisted for 1,000 years. Soul Society, what a nostalgic feeling. Taking a deep breath of Soul Society's air, Maayang sighed with emotion. Whether it was the fresh air that was not affected by modern industry or the rush filled in the atmosphere, all of it made Maayang feel refreshed. Closing his eyes to feel Soul Society's atmosphere, Maayang opened his eyes and identified the direction. Then he rushed to the Siriite AI. He was not here for Soul Society's vacation, but had a clear goal. According to the plot of the previous life, Aizen is about to reveal his true face, and after he loses the protection of the previous mask of hypocrisy, it is time for him to settle accounts with him. Although he hates fighting with him, it is not what Maayang is happy to see to let everything develop according to the original work. Since he is here, he can't easily betray Soul Society like in the plot of the previous life. He has to leave something behind. In order to not let him have his way, of course, he had to do something first. Although it was a bit unrealistic to deal with him in one go, he had to collect some interest first. With all kinds of thoughts in his mind, Maayang did not stop. In just a short while, Maayang had arrived at the periphery of the Siriite AI. Looking at everything in the Siriite AI in front of him, a strange feeling was brewing in Maayang's heart. The first district near the Siriite AI was naturally the first district of Rukongai. However, although Maayang was standing at the forefront of the first district and was closest to the Siriite AI, no one seemed to see him. Whether it was the residents of Rukongai or Shinigami, Who was patrolling inside the Siriite AI? If one looked closely, one would see that there were layers of invisible wind surrounding Ma Yang's body. Through a series of optical reflections, although Ma Yang's people were standing there, the people outside could not see him at all. Although this was just a simple trick, it was unexpectedly practical to deal with ordinary people. This is really troublesome. Although outsiders could not see his body, and the ordinary Shinigami patrolling in the Siriite AI could not see through his disguise, but to enter the Siriite AI, those people were not the real problem to begin with. The real trouble was still the murderous stone. The spherical protective cover formed from the fluctuations of the murderous stone surrounded the entire Siriite AI. To sneak in without alarming anyone, even for Ma Yang, it was not a simple matter. Ma Yang raised his arms lightly, and a weak fluctuation arose. The wind surrounding Ma Yang suddenly dispersed, but whether it was the residents of Rukongai or Shinigami in the Siriite AI, they still did not see Ma Yang. Although Ma Yang was standing there, it was as if he was in a different space from them. He lifted his foot and did not alarm anything. Ma Yang walked into the Siriite AI just like that, and the fluctuation caused by the murderous aura stone did not affect him at all. Walking into the Siriite AI, Ma Yang's body shook, and his body immediately came out of the state he was in just now. His feet moved, and Ma Yang's body instantly disappeared from where he was. With his speed, after he moved with all his strength, even the captain could not easily grasp his whereabouts, let alone those ordinary team members. Even if Ma Yang passed by them, they would not be able to detect him at all. 100 years passed, and the modern world had already undergone earth-shaking changes. However, Soul Society did not change much, and all the arrangements were almost the same as 100 years ago. Although Ma Yang had left Soul Society for more than 100 years, he had lived in Soul Society for nearly 200 years before that. Even if he had left for 100 years, the layout here still clearly existed in Ma Yang's mind. But, unconsciously, Ma Yang almost came to the place where he had stayed for more than 100 years before, 10th Division. Looking at the new 10th Division in front of him, Ma Yang suddenly had a sour feeling in his heart. After 100 years, all the team members when he was still there were no longer there, either they died in the mission, or they left the team and retired. The current 10th Division was completely a strange place for him, and there was no trace of his existence at all. Looking at the new 10th Division in front of him, Ma Yang had a sense of loss in his heart. As for what it felt, Ma Yang himself was not sure. Now thinking about it, his decision back then seemed to be a little hasty. Although he finally chose a friend and fled with Shinji and others in the modern world, it wasn't because he was tired of Soul Society's dull life. By doing so he left all of his team members and friend. What a tough decision to make. For a moment, Ma Yang was stunned and fell into his own thinking. He clearly said that as long as he was there, he would protect 10th Division, but in the end? Who is it? Just as Ma Yang stood outside 10th Division and was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded, and then a little boy dressed in 10th Division Captain Harry and came out of the captain's room. Hearing the sudden voice, Ma Yang was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that he was so not alert and was so easily discovered. With a tap of her feet, Ma Yang's body swayed and he instantly disappeared from her original spot. Captain, what are you doing? A big sister with long blonde hair walked out of the captain's room. As she walked, the huge chest shook. The scale was enough to shock anyone. It's nothing, Matsumoto. Releasing his hand that was holding Zanpakuto, the white-haired and blue-eyed little boy Toshiro Hitsugaya said this, but his eyes still looked around vigilantly. I seem to have sensed someone here just now, but I didn't see anything after coming out. Maybe I felt wrong. Captain, you must have felt wrong. There is no trace of spiritual power here, and there was no spiritual power before. Besides, if there is really someone, why don't you immediately rush out and see a shadow? Captain, you must be too worried about the accident. Although Toshiro Hitsugaya still had some doubts in his heart, after all, he did feel a trace of fluctuation before, but he did not feel any spiritual power, so he first has to test, but what Matsumoto Renjaku said was right. If there was really someone, in such a short time since he came out from the sound, there was no trace of leaving, even other captain could not do it, not to mention there was no trace of spiritual power left on the scene. Putting down the doubts in his heart, Toshiro Hitsugaya walked into the room. Perhaps he was too suspicious, it was the accident that made the Siriite AI a mess, and until now, their 13th Division of Imperial Guards has not obtained detailed information about the culprit of the accident. Chapter 149, Old Stories. It's really a place full of memories. Ma Yang looked at him with a smile on the corner of his mouth. During the time he worked in 13th Division of Imperial Guards, he had come here many times. With light footsteps, Ma Yang slowly approached. On the roof of the captain's room of 8th Division. Hum. 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 Kiraku Shunsui hummed a song with weed in his mouth. He folded his hands under his head, and the bamboo hat he often wore covered his face, blocking the dazzling eyes. His feet were still swaying casually over there, looking particularly leisurely. Hey! Nanao-chan, even if you come, don't deliberately hide your spiritual power like this. This is different from your usual style of doing things. Moreover, if you want to sneak attack me, why don't you hide your tracks together? With his weed in his mouth, Kiraku Shunsui said lazily. However, even though he was talking, he still did not have the intention of standing up. He was still lying on the roof with a leisurely look. Ma-yang, who had avoided the inspection, had just stopped when he heard Kiraku Shunsui's words. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Although he did hide his spiritual power, it was not enough for him to mistake her for a woman. I say, Kiraku, I haven't seen you for such a long time and you are still like this. Can you be a little more enthusiastic? Hearing the familiar and unfamiliar voice, Kiraku Shunsui's body shook slightly, and the foot that was originally swaying over there immediately stopped, and even the grass in his mouth fell casually. Hey, you are really an unexpected person. He pulled out a hand and removed the bamboo hat covering his face, revealing one of his eyes. Kiraku Shunsui had a serious look on his face as he looked at Ma-yang, who was standing next to his head. Although it was a bit inappropriate to casually lie next to an unknown enemy like this, Kiraku Shunsui only had a slightly serious expression on his face, but he did not move at all. It was unknown whether it was because he was confident in his own strength or because he was confident in Ma-yang's character. If it is convenient, can you tell me your purpose? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will not treat you as an enemy. Kiraku Shunsui said. Although it was still a calm tone, the meaning revealed by the words was not ordinary. Obviously, he was not a pompous person like his dress. If it were freely said, he was a sharp and serious person. Nothing, I just want to see an old friend I haven't seen for a long time. Ma-yang glanced at Kiraku Shunsui's serious expression and said. As he spoke, he casually sat beside him, without the slightest bit of worry. Just like Kiraku Shunsui's performance, he was very chill. It was unknown whether he was confident in his own strength or had enough trust in Kiraku Shunsui. Oh? Do you think I will believe your answer? Kiraku Shunsui smiled, but his eyes did not leave Ma-yang's face. Instead, he looked at it seriously, as if he wanted to see something from it. Okay. Ma-yang shrugged and looked helpless. Of course, there is something I want to talk to you about. There is something I want to invite you to have a look. I just don't know if you are interested. Kiraku Shunsui grinned. If it is your invitation, I think I am still a little interested. Can you tell me what it is about first? It is nothing. Most of it is old history. It has been 100 years. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed and his face showed an interested look. He looked at Ma-yang and smiled, then I have to listen to it. I have always been very interested in the old story. In that case, there is no hurry. There is something interesting. Kiraku Shunsui interrupted Ma-yang's words, met Ma-yang's puzzled eyes and said, I heard that you have a new disciple in the modern world. He is a very powerful little fellow. Kaku of 11th Division was easily defeated by him. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, Ma-yang immediately knew who he was talking about. He did not expect that the battle between Ichigo Kurosaki and Kaku has already happened. It seems that he has been delayed for a long time. As for Ichigo Kurosaki easily defeated Kaku, to be honest, Ma-yang did not feel surprised. In the original work, Ichigo Kurosaki could defeat Kaku, let alone Kurosaki Ichigo who had been trained in hell for more than 10 days. Moreover, Kaku stayed in Soul Society for so long, and his combat strength has long fallen. Without actual combat, he's weak. However, disciple? Ma-yang chuckled and said to Kiraku Shunsui, that kid is not my disciple. I am just feeding him moves. It is just a dozen days of combat training before. It is a bit exaggerated to call me master and disciple. Isn't that still master and disciple? Kiraku Shunsui looked at his old friend in front of him and his tone gradually became relaxed. Although the other party is still the target of Soul Society, there are many mysteries in the past. I remember that when you taught Captain Kuchiki, it was only combat training. That's different. Kiraku, let's talk about something important first. Seeing that Kiraku Shunsui still wanted to say more, Ma-yang hurriedly changed the topic, and if he continued to talk like this, he did not know where it would be. Kiraku Shunsui no longer spoke, just looked at Ma-yang and motioned him to speak first. Although he was still lying there, looking lazy, but the serious expression on Kiraku Shunsui's gaze made everyone not underestimate him. About Aizen, what do you think? Looking at Kiraku Shunsui who had a glimmer of light in his eyes, Ma-yang revealed a smile. Damn it. How can there be so many Shinigami? Ichigo Kurosaki ran wildly on the main road of Saireitai, and behind him was a large group of Shinigami who was waving their Zanpakuto to chase. These guys are really annoying. Don't they feel afraid? Ichigo Kurosaki felt that he did not understand Shinigami's idea. He had just defeated a very powerful guy in their team, and it seemed that he was still in the third seat. These ordinary players should know that they were definitely not his opponents. Why did they still chase after him like this? If not for the scruples in his heart, Ichigo Kurosaki would have solved all these guys. However, if the third seat is only at that level, even the captain will not be too strong. The possibility of saving Rukia has increased a lot. Thinking of such a possibility, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Although there was a certain gap between his strength and the team leader level described by Kimura, it should not be very big. After the battle just now, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that even if he faced the captain, he was not afraid at all. However, Ichigo Kurosaki thought of the powerlessness he felt when he fought with Niang. What the hell? Who was that guy? Even the captain would not have such a level. According to the level of the third seat, Ichigo Kurosaki had no idea. The poor Ichigo Kurosaki had no idea that there was a fundamental difference between the vice-captain and the other team members. Especially for the captain level, if he wanted to use the strength of the third seat to guess the combat level of the captain level, it would be useless. Of course, there was one thing that he did not guess wrong. Even the captain level would not have the strength of Niang. He kidnapped a member of the 4th Division, a guy who looked like a weak person. Under his leadership, Ichigo Kurosaki entered the underground channel to avoid the pursuit of many Shinigami. You said that you also want to save Rukia? Ichigo Kurosaki looked at this Shinigami in front of him, and his tone was surprised. This guy named Yamada Hanataro was really completely different from the Shinigami he met before. Such a weak guy was also Shinigami? However, although he secretly ridiculed the appearance of this guy in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki was still surprised by the thoughts of the other party. In such a situation, his decision was almost at the risk of offending the entire Saireitai. Sure enough, everyone could not be underestimated. Even such a weak-looking guy had an absolutely strong heart. That was something that countless ordinary people could not have. Seeing the strong Shinigami who said his decision in front of him, although his body was trembling when he spoke, Ichigo Kurosaki still felt a sense of admiration for him. Although he might be weak, his spirit was worthy of Ichigo Kurosaki's respect. Let's go, take us to Rukia, I will definitely save her. No matter what difficulties there are ahead, I will definitely save her. Thank you, Mr. Kurosaki, you are really a good person. Ah. Don't say that. Suddenly hearing other people praise him, Ichigo Kurosaki was a little embarrassed, such a straightforward praise. I just want to do what I have to do. After all, I still owe her a life. Glancing at the determination in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes, Yamada Hanataro also smiled slightly. This boy may really be able to save Rukia, break through the solid palace of penitence, and save Miss Rukia, who was locked in the 4-deep prison. Mr. Kurosaki, please come with me. If there is an underground channel, the people of other teams will not come down to search. As long as we walk along the underground channel, we can avoid the inspection of other teams and reach the front of the Palace of Penitence directly. Walking around the underground channel with Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiba Ganju for a long time, Yamada Hanataro pushed open a sewer hole and sneaked out of it with Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiba Ganju. Chapter 150, Pendants. Fortunately, there is no one nearby. Come out, Mr. Kurosaki, Mr. Ganju. Yamada Hanataro sneaked out of the sewer and glanced around like a thief. After making sure there was no one, he lowered his head and said to Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiba Ganju in the sewer below. Finally out. The smell in the sewer is really unbearable. Ichigo Kurosaki climbed up from below and shook his clothes in disgust, as if he wanted to get rid of the smell on his body. However, in such weather, everything around us can't be seen clearly. Shiba Ganju, who followed Ichigo Kurosaki, looked around and said. They had been on the ground before, but who knew that it was already foggy outside? Such visibility, although it helped them hide their figures, it was the same for the enemy, not to mention that this was the base of the enemy, the base camp. It doesn't matter. Ichigo Kurosaki looked around and finally stopped his sight in front of him. Although the fog was thick and his sight was blocked, Ichigo Kurosaki could still see the majestic building not far away. After all, the Palace of Penitence was the highest building in Quiet Spirit Court. Is that over there, Hanataro, the place where Rukia was imprisoned? Yes. Looking in the direction of Ichigo Kurosaki's finger and looking at the building not far away, Yamada nodded. The direction that Ichigo Kurosaki pointed was the direction of the Palace of Penitence. According to others, Miss Rukia is imprisoned in the 4 deep prisons in the depths of the Palace of Penitence. That place is on the opposite of Sokyoku. It is said that it is to let the prisoner see the Sokyoku before execution to repent of his sins. That's good. Let's go. Ganju, Hanataro. Ichigo Kurosaki supported his Zanpakuto behind him, and after greeting Shiba Ganju, he walked straight forward. Wait. Mr. Kurosaki, are you going to save Miss Rukia like this? Looking at the back of Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiba Ganju, Yamada Hanataro opened his mouth to stop them. Of course. Ichigo Kurosaki turned around. Naturally, he said to Yamada. What? This kind of thing? Mr. Kurosaki, don't you have any plans? If I'm right, there should be many people paying attention to the Palace of Penitence. Maybe there will be captain-level people, you. Although Yamada didn't finish his words, the meaning of the words was already very obvious. In any case, Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiba Ganju were just travelers. If they really attracted captain-level characters, they would definitely be caught or killed directly. You are so long-winded. No matter who it is, captain or vice-captain, as long as I cut down all the people in front of me, I can rescue Rukia. Looking at the teenager in front of him, Yamada Hanataro was stunned. He did not know why the other party could say such words so confidently and cut down all the people in front of him. That was Captain. How could he dare to say such words? And from the eyes of the teenager in front of him, Yamada Hanataro saw confidence and determination, and that seemed to be what he lacked. Slightly avoiding his eyes, not daring to look at the pair of confident eyes of the teenager in front of him, Yamada felt that there was an unspeakable meaning in the eyes. The meaning conveyed by the eyes slapped his weak heart over and over again, encouraging him to do something that he usually did not dare to think about and could only be buried in the depths of his heart. Huh? Suddenly, Ichigo Kurosaki reached out and stopped Shiba Ganju, who wanted to go forward. Without waiting for him to ask, Ichigo Kurosaki directly turned his eyes to a place not far away, which was the bottom of a building that must be past to the Palace of Penitence. After listening to our conversation for so long, it is time to come out. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to still remember my name. Well done. Walking out from the dark, Renji Abai habitually straightened the goggles on his forehead and stared at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him. His eyes were absolutely not friendly. Thank you for your praise. Ichigo Kurosaki said with a sneer, and his tone was absolutely not friendly. Kurosaki Ichigo was not polite to his former life and death enemy. This guy. Who is it? It is completely different from the spiritual power of those POP I met before. His spiritual power is extraordinary. Just feeling the spiritual power of this guy in front of him, made him have goosebumps all over, as if there were countless knives on him. Shiba Ganju felt uncomfortable all over, and Yamada Hanataro on the side was worse than him. At this time, he could not help trembling, even standing was not stable, just looking at the person not far away with horror. This person is Renji Abai, 6th Division Vice Captain. Vice Captain. Hearing the words spat out from Yamada Hanataro's mouth, Shiba Ganju shook. Even the big brother he worshipped, the genius Shinigami in the past, was only a vice captain. The guy in front of him was actually a vice captain, so the three people on his side. It really surprised me. I thought you had been killed by Captain Kuchiki. Renji Abai raised his foot and came over, and his mouth sneered and provoked. Although I don't know how you saved your life, but I have to say that it is very amazing, worthy of praise, but it ends here. I should have said that I will kill the person who seized Rukia's strength. As long as you are still alive, Rukia can't retrieve her strength. Said, Renji Abai's hand movements did not fall, while speeding up the pace to Ichigo Kurosaki. Renji Abai suddenly pulled out his Zanpakuto, showing off. Ichigo Kurosaki was not inferior to Renji Abai at all in terms of momentum. He reached out and grabbed his own Zanpakuto's hilt. Ichigo Kurosaki was full of fighting spirit. Just kill me then. Dang, their sword clashed, and a burst of energy suddenly erupted. Where are you taking me? Kiraku Shunsui asked as he followed Maayang. In the previous conversation, Maayang had told him everything that happened 100 years ago. Although he still had some reservations about what Maayang said, Kiraku Shunsui almost believed him in his heart. After all, he felt that something was wrong at that time, but he did not find anything specific. You will know later. Maayang said with a smile. It was quite interesting to hang on to Kiraku Shunsui like this. Suddenly, his voice changed and asked a question that had nothing to do with what they talked about before. Hey, Kiraku, what do you think about Rukia this time? Huh? When he heard Maayang's question, Kiraku Shunsui eyes flashed. At this time, Maayang would not ask any unrelated questions, but he just opened his mouth and said, does this matter have something to do with Aizen? Turning his head and seeing the meaningful smile on Maayang's face, Kiraku Shunsui eyes flashed, as if he understood something, but there was still something he did not understand about this matter. What's so special about that little girl from the Kachiki family? Kiraku Shunsui turned his eyes and asked Maang. This was the only possibility. Moreover, her particularity was very important. It was difficult to not connect them together at such a critical moment. Should I say that as expected of Kiraku? I guessed it right. Maang praised Kiraku Shunsui, but did not say anything substantial, but there was still a smile on his face. Old fox. Kiraku Shunsui whispered, but did not continue to ask. He knew that even if he continued to ask, Maang would not say it. He could only wait and see what he was going to play. Kiraku Shunsui knew that as long as he waited for the right time, Maang would naturally say what he should say. This spiritual power is. Maang, who was on the way, suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the Palace of Penitence, with a smile in his eyes. What's wrong? Seeing Maang suddenly stop, Kiraku Shunsui also stopped. Then he immediately felt a collision of spiritual power from the direction where Maang looked. Kiraku Shunsui was shocked. He only felt spiritual power over there after Maang stopped. Maang's perception was actually so outstanding. Although this could not represent his strength, at least it could reflect some things to a certain extent. That was, after 100 years, Maang's strength became stronger. Although he thought a lot in his heart, it was just a moment in reality. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Kiraku Shunsui said with a smile, one of the spiritual power is the Vice Captain Renji. He is really a good young man. The other spiritual power should be the human youth, your new student. I said, he is not my student. Maang turned his head and said to Kiraku Shunsui, his tone was full of annoyance, but Kiraku Shunsui still felt a trace of self-satisfaction from his tone. Why? Aren't you worried about him? Kiraku Shunsui raised his eyebrows and asked. The opponent was the vice captain, and the human youth was just a human. No matter how talented he was, he still could not fight against the strength of a vice captain. If the opponent is Byakuya, I might be worried, but if he is just a vice captain. Maang shook his head and said no more, but the meaning of his words was obvious. If he was just a vice captain, he was not a match for Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 151, Persuasion. Are you that confident? Kiraku Shunsui glanced at Maang. You will know in a while. Maang did not answer directly, but said to Kiraku Shunsui indifferently, then turned and walked in the original direction. Come with me to see what I want to say first. Kiraku Shunsui glanced at the direction where the spiritual power came from. He shook his head slightly and did not speak. He just pressed his bamboo hat and turned to follow Maang. He was very interested in what Maang said. Moreover, this route seemed to be going to that place. Central 46 room? Kiraku Shunsui looked up at the building in front of him. The people living here were Soul Society's elders. Ordinary people were not allowed to disturb them. Even the captain was not allowed to approach without a summons. What was the meaning of Maang bringing him here? Kiraku, don't you feel that the behavior of Central 46 is very strange this time? Maang stood in front of the gate of Central 46 room and said to Kiraku Shunsui. Even if it is a big crime to secretly pass Shinigami's power to humans, it is not to the point of being executed, not to mention that the sinner is the adopted daughter of the Kachiki family. And if it is just to investigate such a small matter, there is no need to ask the captain to personally make a move, let alone the order of Central 46 room. Such a small matter is not enough to alarm the elders of Central 46. You mean? Hearing Maang's words, Kiraku Shunsui also had a guess in his heart. He was originally a very sharp and smart person, but he was too lazy to think about it. Now that Maang suddenly appeared and looked for him, he quickly knew what Maang was going to say. Not only that, but he also had a vague guess about the matter in his mind. Under the circumstances where there were all kinds of doubts, Maang took him to the Central 46, which showed that there was a problem with the Central 46. What do you want to do? Kiraku Shunsui looked at Maang and asked. No matter what, this was the Central 46th room, and he had to be careful in everything here. Just come with me, but no matter what happens later. Don't get too excited. Kiraku Shunsui stared at Maang for a while, and the expression on his face was slightly solemn. Maang's tone did not seem to have anything good. After hesitating for a while, Kiraku Shunsui nodded and did not say anything else. With his years of cultivation, it was really difficult for ordinary things to make him have a big emotional fluctuation. Even if he saw that all the people inside were dead, he would not have much emotional fluctuation. Seeing Kiraku Shunsui nod, Maang was also relieved. He knew that Aizen had already killed all the people in the Central 46. If he did not talk to Kiraku Shunsui first, who knows if he would have any radical behavior later. Maang raised his hand and pulled out Zanpakuto from the sheath on his waist. What are you going to do? Seeing Maang's action, Kiraku Shunsui was stunned. It was known that this was the Central 46, not a place to act rashly. It's nothing. I just wanted to open a passage to enter. Well, I say, Kimura, you are anxious too. Are you going to break in directly? I didn't say I was going to break through the door. Then what are you doing? Kiraku Shunsui stopped speaking halfway and looked at Maiyang with surprise. More accurately, it was the crack in front of Maiyang. Maiyang stood there, Zanpakuto in his hand waved gently, and then a bright white crack appeared in front of him, extending into a passage, or an independent space. The crack was set up by Maiyang's Zanpakuto. Although it passed through the door of the Central 46, it did not destroy the door. There was no emergency mechanism at all. However, the passage in front of him led to the back of the door. Kiraku Shunsui could even see what was behind it. The passage and the door seemed to be in a different space. This is the power of space. Kiraku Shunsui took a deep look at Maiyang. Although he saw Maiyang's ability in that night, he didn't expect that he could do this to such an extent and casually build a space channel. Let's go. This can only be maintained for a short time. Maiyang ignored Kiraku Shunsui's shock and directly took the lead to walk inside. Although it seemed easy to build such a short distance space channel, the time it could last was limited. Moreover, it was just a look. It was not easy to build a space channel that could lead others through. This is. Just as Kiraku Shunsui, who had just followed Maiyang, walked into the Central 46, he immediately let out a depressing sound. Inside, those elders and judges who were supposed to be high and mighty were all lying in a pool of blood. No one could feel any vitality on their bodies. The people of the Central 46 were actually all killed. Swish! Kiraku Shunsui moved his feet and appeared next to a corpse not far away. After squatting down and sizing it up, Kiraku Shunsui stood up and said with a serious face, "They have been dead for a long time, at least 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Kiraku Shunsui seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face became a bit more serious. Since the time of what happened here was 10 days ago, that is to say, all the news released in the name of the Central 46 is false. It's a setup. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's analysis, Maiyang snapped his fingers and said, "What is the enemy planning?" After confirming the matter, Kiraku Shunsui whispered. The matter was about to be clear. Although he did not know who did all this, Kiraku Shunsui knew that the other party must be the enemy. No matter how dissatisfied Kiraku Shunsui is with those old bastards in the Central 46, they belong to the Central 46, Soul Society's highest power organization. This point will never change. The person who dares to trample the dignity of the entire Soul Society is their biggest enemy. Huh? At this time, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly noticed a trace of abnormality. Just as he was about to take action, Maiyang had already arrived in front of him. Seeing Maiyang's action, Kiraku Shunsui's body tightened. He did not completely trust Maiyang. Now the other side suddenly had such a move. Subconsciously putting his hand on Zanpakuto, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. He looked at Maiyang warily, but saw that when Maiyang came to his eyes, he did not make any movements. The space around their bodies suddenly wrinkled, like folded up, forming an interlayer to wrap them up. No one? The knife cut through the air, and Tozen Kaname took back his Zanpakuto, and looked puzzled. Although he was blind and could not see anything, his senses were much sharper than the average person. Just now, he clearly felt that there was someone here, but the feeling of Zanpakuto's swinging down earlier clearly told him that there was no one here. He turned his arm and slashed again. In the end, it was naturally empty again. Towson frowned. For some reason, he felt like he was being watched. Moreover, the gaze that was watching him came from before his eyes. However, the previous 2 tests told him that there was no one in front of him. Kiraku Shunsui felt very wonderful at this time. He was clearly standing there with Maiyang, but Towson's slash could not cut them at all. His 2 slashes clearly seemed to cut his body, but they could not cut him no matter what. This strange sense of shield even made him temporarily suppress the shock that Towson was going to bring him. "I think you have figured out a lot of things now." Maiyang suddenly turned his head and said to Kiraku Shunsui, which surprised Kiraku Shunsui. If Tozen Kaname is still in front of them, if he speaks like this. As if seeing Kiraku Shunsui's scruples, Maiyang chuckled and explained, "Don't worry, we are now in a different space from him. No, to be precise, we are now in the interlayer of the space. No matter what, he will not perceive us. Even if we talk here, he will not perceive it at all." Hearing Maiyang's explanation, Kiraku Shunsui was slightly relieved and looked at Maiyang with complex eyes. Such a strange ability, if it is an enemy, how to deal with it? Maiyang saw the look in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes, and he said with a smile, "This ability has little effect in combat. As long as there is a violent energy impact, this temporary space interlayer will collapse. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Kiraku Shunsui is a little relieved. Who knows what will happen in the future? Kiraku Shunsui has to keep a few more eyes. If what you said to me before about Aizen's ability is right, Tosin Kaname is on his side from the beginning. I have already told you this. Compared with what others said, it is more reassuring to me to see and think about it. Then what do you say now? I just want to say that what you said is not much different from what I thought. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Ma Yang and said with a smile, well, can you tell me your next plan? Chapter 152, Encounter with Kenpachi. This is so powerful. Yamada Hanataro looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. That is the Vice-Captain Renji. Mr. Kurosaki actually defeated him so easily. Shiba Ganju also stared straight at the eyes. That was not the ordinary Shinigami. That was the Vice-Captain. The group of people who were at the top of the entire Soul Society was defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki. Although Ichigo Kurosaki was not unscathed, it was much better than Renji Abirai. He only suffered a small injury at the beginning, and then almost won the battle in a crushing way. Ichigo Kurosaki glanced at Renji Abirai, who fell in front of him. After more than 10 days of Ma Yang's Viati teaching, Ichigo Kurosaki's strength was much stronger than the same period in the original work. Even if Renji Abirai could exert 5 times the strength in the modern world, it was still not enough in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, who advanced by leaps and bounds. However, although he defeated Renji Abirai at the moment, Ichigo Kurosaki did not have much excitement in his heart, but there was a faint sadness. Not long ago, when he fought with Ma Yang, Ichigo Kurosaki found that he could feel his heart from the sword of his opponent. As time passed, the strength increased, and the feeling became clearer and clearer. But when that feeling was getting stronger and stronger, Ichigo Kurosaki could not feel any feelings from Ma Yang's knife. At that time, he thought that those feelings before were illusions. In the process of fighting with Renji before, Ichigo Kurosaki felt very strong feelings from his Zanpakuto. Anger, unwillingness, pain. All kinds of strong emotions were conveyed to Ichigo Kurosaki through Zanpakuto of both sides, and the previous fight was like the exchange between Ichigo Kurosaki and Renji. In the previous fight, he felt the pain and persistence in the heart of this Shinigami in front of him. Let's go, Ganju, Hanataro. With complicated eyes, he glanced at Renji Abirai, who fell to the ground. He put his Zanpakuto on his back and greeted Shiba Ganju and Yamada Hanataro behind him and walked forward. The people who were in the way had been defeated by him. The next step they had to do was to go all the way forward and save Rukia. Oh. Shiba Ganju and Yamada Hanataro responded and walked forward behind Kurosaki Ichigo. However, the performance of the two people was obviously a little more restrained than before. In front of him is a man who could easily defeat the vice-captain in a frontal confrontation. He didn't notice the change in the mood of Shiba Ganju and Yamada Hanataro behind him. Ichigo Kurosaki walked quickly in front. There was such a big fluctuation here just now. It was hard to guarantee that no one would feel it. Although Ichigo Kurosaki said that he wanted to defeat all the people in front of him, if he was really stopped by captain-level people, it was still very unfavorable for the plan to save Rukia. After all, his main purpose of coming to Soul Society was to save Rukia, not to fight with Shinigami. However, Ichigo Kurosaki walked while thinking hard in his heart. He could still feel his emotions from Zanpakuto of Renji in the previous battle. Why did he not feel any emotions when he fought with Ma Yang before? What was special about Ma Yang? Boom! Just as Ichigo Kurosaki and the others finished walking those steps, a powerful and terrible spiritual power suddenly pressed down from above. The majestic and heavy spiritual power pressed down on Ichigo Kurosaki and the other two. Although he was not pressed down, Ichigo Kurosaki's feet still staggered. After standing firm, Ichigo Kurosaki looked up. Hey! Not bad, you can remain calm under my spiritual power. I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. No wonder you can defeat those small fries. By the way, you seem to have just defeated Renji. Very good. Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes showed a hint of uncontrollable shock. He looked at the person standing at the top of the tall building. A scar extended from his forehead to his chin from his eyes, making him look very ferocious. Not only that, but there was also a blindfold on his other eye, which made him look more dangerous. In comparison, the hair that stood up like a hedgehog seemed insignificant. Jumping down from the air and landing in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, the person looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a grin. The horrifying smile made Ichigo Kurosaki feel a sense of crisis in his heart. I am 11th Division Captain, Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi Zaraki looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him and said. Although he didn't know how this guy's strength was, it should not be too bad to defeat Kaku and Abarai people. Such an opponent must be able to make himself happy. Hey, The two little bugs over there, I don't have time to pay attention to you. If you don't want to die, roll to the side for me. Hearing Kenpachi Zaraki words, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly turned his head, only to find that the two people who were originally standing behind him had already trembled with fear. Ganju was fine, but he was scared to cold sweat and trembled. As for Hanataro, under the spiritual power released by Kenpachi Zaraki, he had already fainted, and now his body was just twitching unconsciously. Ganju, hurry up and leave with Hanataro. Leave this to me. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Shiba Ganju and shouted. But you. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Shiba Ganju was stunned. The guy in front of him was the captain. If he also left, leaving only one person, facing such a powerful opponent, protecting him. Go. Seeing that Shiba Ganju was still hesitating, Ichigo Kurosaki shouted at him and wanted to drive him away. There is no use for you to stay here, you will only drag me down. Don't forget what our goal is to come here. I will stall him here. You should hurry up and save Rukia with Hanataro. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's cry, Shiba Ganju gritted his teeth and a trace of determination flashed across his face. Then he picked up Hanataro who was lying on the ground and carried him on his shoulder. He said to Ichigo Kurosaki in a deep voice, you must not die. Yes, don't worry. I will be fine. Wait for me to defeat this person and then I will go find you. Finally, he took a deep look at Ichigo Kurosaki. Shiba Ganju turned and ran. He knew that he was weak. If he stayed here, he could only cause trouble for Ichigo Kurosaki. It was better to leave quickly and let Ichigo fight with all his strength without any worries. The little bug has finally left. Now, let's have a happy fight. Seeing Shiba Ganju leave, Kenpachi Zaraki did not have the slightest intention of chasing. Instead, he looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, and his face showed a hint of eager expression. As long as he could fight with a strong enemy, it was good. As for those weak insects, who cared about them? You are Kenpachi Zaraki. Seeing Shiba Ganju finally left with Yamada Hanataro, Ichigo Kurosaki was relieved, and then turned to look at the person in front of him. The height of 2 meters was too stressful for him, and the extraordinary spiritual power also made him feel depressed. Oh? Have you heard of me? Did my henchman told you about me? Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Kenpachi Zaraki was a little surprised at first, and then his face showed a clear expression. He already knew what happened between them from Kaku, and there was nothing strange about Ichigo Kurosaki knowing his name. No, I have heard your name before that. When I was still in the modern world. Ichigo Kurosaki held his own Zanpakuto with both hands, looking alert. The modern world? Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes showed a trace of confusion. When did his name come to the present world? Haken-chan, your name has been passed to the present world, it's really amazing. Suddenly a lovely voice came from behind Kenpachi Zaraki. And then Ichigo Kurosaki saw a cute little lily with pink short hair coming out from Kenpachi Zaraki's back, sitting on his shoulder and laughing. As she spoke, she slapped Kenpachi Zaraki on the face with her hand. What? This child? Seeing this little girl who suddenly appeared on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder, Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils suddenly contracted. Just now, he did not even see how this child appeared clearly. Who is she? Don't make a fuss, Yachiru. For Yachiru. Who slapped on his face, Kenpachi Zaraki just said a sentence without pain or itch, and then did not ask again, but turned to Ichigo Kurosaki with interest and asked, whose mouth did you hear my name from? Although fighting with the strong is very attractive, but in any case, this guy in front of him can't run away. Kenpachi Zaraki is interested in what he said in his mouth. It is better to ask now, lest this guy is killed later, and no one can answer him. Kimura Ayang. Ichigo Kurosaki keenly felt that when he heard the name Kimura Ayang, Zaraki Kenpachi and the little girl named Yachiru all had a burst of emotional fluctuation. Ken-chan, it's Ying Ying. I know. Hearing the two people in front of him asking and answering, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately breathed a sigh of relief. From their tone, they should be familiar with Ayang, so there should be no problem. Hey, little brat, what is your relationship with Kimura? He taught me for a while. That's good. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's answer, Kenpachi Zaraki corner of the mouth grinned, showing a ferocious smile. Seeing the smile of Kenpachi Zaraki corner of the mouth, Ichigo Kurosaki was shocked, and before he could react, he saw the guy in front of him suddenly pull out Zanpakuto and cut down on his head. Chapter 153, Captain Level Threat. Hey! What are you doing? After being stunned by Kenpachi Zaraki's sudden attack, Ichigo Kurosaki hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and then looked at Kenpachi Zaraki with a face of anger. He spoke well, how did he suddenly start? What? Of course, it's a fight. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's question, Kenpachi Zaraki had a manic smile on his face. He raised Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed at Ichigo Kurosaki again. Wait. The footsteps slipped and avoided Kenpachi Zaraki attack again. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Kenpachi Zaraki slightly and said, "Aren't you friends with Maayang? There is no need to fight with me. We have no reason to fight. Even if we are not companions, at least not enemies." "Reason?" Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, and his smile was full of bloodthirsty. "Do you need a reason to fight?" As soon as the voice fell, Kenpachi Zaraki rushed toward Ichigo Kurosaki again like a beast, and the bloodthirsty momentum emitted from his body made Ichigo Kurosaki shudder. Why was there such a person, who was so crazy about fighting? However, escaping again and again was not his style. With his Zanpakuto in his hand, Ichigo Kurosaki held the sword with both hands, and greeted Kenpachi Zaraki without fear. Boom. The two swords intersected, and a strong momentum burst from the place where the two people's Zanpakuto collided, and the wall that was originally on their side instantly turned into dust in the storm of the exchange. Damn, so strong. Blocking Kenpachi Zaraki's blow head-on, Ichigo Kurosaki retreated a few steps and whispered, he was still a little careless. The previous blow had made his wrist a little injured. After all, the feeling from Zanpakuto was really not to be underestimated. This is so enjoyable. It has been a long time since someone can block my attack. Kenpachi Zaraki stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips because of excitement. The excitement on his face was even more. Since Maayang left Soul Society, he had not fought so happily for a long time. Although Soul Society had several captains, there were not many people willing to accompany him to fight. Seeing the smile on Kenpachi Zaraki's face, Ichigo Kurosaki did not know why he suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. It was the first time he met such a crazy guy. Sure enough, it is worthy of the guy that Kimura likes. It is not ordinary. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, Kenpachi Zaraki could not help but praise again. God knows how long he has not had such a happy battle. Although the battle was just the beginning, Kenpachi Zaraki had a hunch that this would be a good battle. Wait, I am Maayang's friend. I think we should be companions. Seeing Kenpachi Zaraki's crazy face, Ichigo Kurosaki did not give up and said, until now he still had the mentality to settle with Kenpachi Zaraki peacefully. After all, it was not his intention to face such a powerful guy. Because you're Maayang's friend, so I want to fight with you more. Kenpachi Zaraki let out a roar, then raised his hand and raised Zanpakuto in his hand to Ichigo Kurosaki and cut down. The power of his blade was stronger than before. Damn it. Seeing Kenpachi Zaraki attacking again, Ichigo Kurosaki bit his teeth. Zanpakuto, who held his hands, also greeted Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto. Compared with Zaraki Kenpachi with one hand holding the knife, Ichigo Kurosaki, who held the knife with both hands, was obviously more advantageous. Bing another fierce collision, looking at Kenpachi Zaraki in front of him who was getting more and more excited, Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help scolding Maayang in his heart before coming to Soul Society. Maayang had told him that if he met 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki, just say his name. I thought his name would be useful. Who would have thought that his name would have no effect at all? If he had to say it, perhaps this guy in front of him was even crazier. Ken-chan looks so happy. I haven't seen Ken-chan so happy in a long time. On a tall building not far away, little Yachiru was lying on the side. She held her head with both hands and her two calves were still swaying behind her. Looking at the intense battle below, Yachiru felt very happy. She didn't know how long it had been since she had seen Ken-chan so happy. It was as if she had never seen Ken-chan again since Maayang left Soul Society 100 years ago. Whoosh! Just as the fierce battle was going on below, a black cat suddenly appeared on the top of a building. No one noticed when it appeared and how it appeared, as if it had always been there. Have you already fought against Kenpachi Zaraki? Standing on the top of the building, Yaruichi looked at Ichigo Kurosaki who was fighting hard below, and her eyes showed a strange emotion. Now she did not know whether it was good or bad to fight Kenpachi Zaraki. It was a battle maniac, and she did not know if there would be any danger. If it really did not work, she could not say that she was going to make a move. Not to mention anything else, but if she just saved Ichigo, Yaruichi was still a little confident. And just when Ichigo Kurosaki and Kenpachi Zaraki were fighting. First Division, Captain's Office. The invasion caused so many movements in Siri Itai, and you are not staying in your post now. Is there something important to find me, Kiraku? Standing on the balcony, bathed in the sun, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes closed and asked without looking back. Although he did not go out of the room, the battles in Siri Itai all could not escape the perception of Yamamoto Genryu's eye, but it was just a disaster at the end of the day. This small thing is handed over to the people below to complete, and he just needs to look. In comparison, Yamamoto Genryu's is more interested in the sudden visit of his proud student, Kiraku Shunsui. For this student of his, Yamamoto Genryu's has a full understanding. Although he usually looks indecent, he is more sensitive than everyone. For his wisdom, Yamamoto Genryu's has sufficient confidence, and he is now looking for himself at this juncture. Yamamoto Genryu's believes that he must have something important to explain to him. Sure enough, Kiraku Shunsui's next sentence confirmed Yamamoto Genryu's conjecture. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, we are really in big trouble, old man. Kiraku Shunsui early did not joke, and at the beginning, he said with a serious attitude. Oh? Hearing Kiraku Shunsui words, Yamamoto Genryu's has a little interest. Can let Kiraku Shunsui say the two words big trouble. It seems that the thing in his mouth is really not simple. Turning around, his hand is still holding his cane. Yamamoto Genryu's still closed his eyes. If not for the momentum emitted by the body, it looks like there is no difference from an ordinary old man. It's about what happened 100 years ago. As soon as Kiraku Shunsui's voice fell, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. At the same time, a powerful and intimidating momentum suddenly broke out from his body. I remember that I once said not to mention that thing again. Yamamoto Genryu's eyes showed a glimmer of light, looking at Kiraku Shunsui and said. As usual, his tone made people unable to hear the real thoughts in his heart, but Kiraku Shunsui, who was very familiar with him, still heard a trace of emotion fluctuation from his voice. Obviously, Yamamoto Genryu's was not as indifferent as he showed. What happened that year left him a very deep impression. I got some new news, which is related to the thing from 100 years ago. The thing back then was not as we know. The truth of the matter is clear to me. Don't say it again, and it has been 100 years. There is no need to say anything now. Yamamoto Genryu's interrupted Kiraku Shunsui's words and did not have the slightest interest in listening to it. The thing back then was the pain in his heart. He thought that Naiyang would be someone who could inherit his will. He did not expect to step on such a road in the end. It was really tiring for the old man. I think it is better for you to listen to it, old man Yama. Seeing the expression of Yamamoto Genryu's Kiraku Shunsui, who was extremely familiar with him, naturally knew what he was thinking now. Looking straight into the eyes of Yamamoto Genryu's Kiraku Shunsui said in a deep voice. Seeing that Yamamoto Genryu's did not continue to object, Kiraku Shunsui began to say what he heard from Naiyang and his own cognition one by one. After listening to Kiraku Shunsui words, Yamamoto Genryu's did not respond, but closed his eyes. After a long time, Yamamoto Genryu's suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Kiraku Shunsui. It has been 100 years. Why did you suddenly come to me today to explain? Kiraku Shunsui was slightly stunned, but he was a smart person. Just in the blink of an eye, he had already thought of an excuse. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, Kiraku Shunsui heard Yamamoto Genryu's on the opposite side had already opened his mouth. Presumably, you are also here, Naiyang. Kiraku Shunsui was stunned, then could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, it was worthy of being called Captain Commander. Even if he was old, he was still so sharp. Just because of his momentary daze, he thought everything clearly. It is a really worthy of your position, really sharp and vigorous. Naiyang stepped out of the void and looked at Yamamoto Genryu's. Even if he was old, he was still the Captain Commander of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. In some things, he had amazing acuity. You actually dare to appear in my captain's office so openly. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Or do you have the confidence to save your life in my hands? Yamamoto Genryu's squinted at Naiyang, and the cane that was originally held in his hand had shed the cover and became Zanpakuto held in the hand of Yamamoto Genryu's. Chapter 154, Hidden Strength. Well, I said, Commander, don't be so excited. Relax, you should know that I am not hostile. Looking at the reaction of Yamamoto Genryu's, Naiyang waved his hand and said, his tone full of confidence. I will give you a chance to speak first. Yamamoto Genryu's stared at Naiyang for a long time, then said faintly. Well, I think you should know my purpose of coming. As Kiraku said, the truth about the thing that happened 100 years ago. Naiyang looked at Yamamoto Genryu's and then began his explanation about the things that he did not say 100 years ago because of various reasons. These are just your one-sided words. Do you have any evidence to prove these things you said? After listening to Naiyang's words, Yamamoto Genryu's face did not change, but looked at Naiyang with his deep eyes. His eyes were calm, and people could not see what he was thinking. You'd better give this old man some evidence enough to prove your accuracy, otherwise. Yamamoto Genryu's eyes left thumb with a knife pushed up, and a Zanpakuto in his hand slightly unsheathed. Although Yamamoto Genryu's eyes expression and eyes did not change at all, his threat was obvious. Seeing Ma Yang's performance, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes expression did not change at all, but he still looked at Ma Yang calmly. As the captain commander of Soul Society 13 Division of Imperial Guards, he could not easily believe it because of a few words of others. Even if the person who spoke was Kiraku Shunsui and Ma Yang. Wait, old man Yama. Just as Ma Yang and Yamamoto Genryu's eye were in a deadlock, Kiraku Shunsui, who stood on the side, suddenly raised his hand and interrupted the conversation between the two of them, looking at Yamamoto Genryu's eye. Shut up, Kiraku. You haven't bothered with the matter of you bringing people to me without permission. If there is anything, just wait. But this matter is really important. I think it is better to tell you early. Yamamoto Genryu's eye turned to look at Kiraku Shunsui. According to him, what he wanted to say seemed to be more important than what he said to Ma Yang now. Seeing Yamamoto Genryu's eye looking at himself, Kiraku Shunsui spread his hands and said to him, the people in the Central 46 were killed. Just as the voice of Kiraku Shunsui fell, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes suddenly stared, and his majestic spiritual power flashed away. Seeing Yamamoto Genryu's eye restrain his emotions, Kiraku Shunsui then said, judging from the clues at the scene, it has been at least 10 days. I think old man Yama should know more than me what this means. Yamamoto Genryu's eye was silent. He naturally knew what these things Kiraku Shunsui said meant. Since 10 days ago, all the people in Central 46 were killed, then all the orders issued by Central 46 were naturally false. Is there anything else? After a moment of silence, Yamamoto Genryu's eye suddenly opened his mouth and asked Kiraku Shunsui. We saw Tosen name captain at the scene, and he was a participant of those things. Yamamoto Genryu's eye closed his eyes and did not know what he was thinking. The three people had their own worries. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Dong. Suddenly, Yamamoto Genryu's eye hit the ground with his cane and woke up Ma Yang and Kiraku Shunsui from their respective meditation. Awakened by Yamamoto Genryu's eye. Seeing the cane in his hand, Ma Yang was relieved. As long as Yamamoto put his Zanpakuto away, it seemed that he had a preliminary belief in his words. I will believe you for the time being. Do you have anything else to say to me? Yamamoto Genryu's eye looked at Ma Yang and said in a deep voice. Of course, Ma Yang looked at Yamamoto Genryu's eye and said with a smile. Finally, he trusts us, and what he had to do next was to unite Kiraku and Yamamoto to prepare a surprise for Aizen. Ichigo Kurosaki leaned against the wall, holding Zanpakuto on the ground, supporting his tired body. There were big and small wounds all over his body, indicating the intensity of the previous battle. Compared to Ichigo Kurosaki's mess, Kenpachi's Araki on the opposite side was much better. Although there were also big and small wounds on his body, Kenpachi's Araki looked just a little tired at this time. As for the rest, as long as you see Kenpachi's Araki's scary eyes and the crazy smile on his face, you will know. It's too good. You are really strong, but only such a strong person can make me feel the pleasure of fighting. Kenpachi's Araki carried his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, stretched out his tongue and licked the blood left on his cheek. The smile on the corner of his mouth was more brilliant. Such a battle was what he was pursuing. Ichigo Kurosaki stared at Kenpachi's Araki in front of him, and his eyes could not help but be a little frustrated. In the face of this guy in front of him, although he was not as powerless as when he fought Ma Yang, it was also enough to make him, a rookie who had not experienced many battles, feel desperate. When he fought with Ma Yang, Ichigo Kurosaki was completely unable to touch his level and had always been in the position of being abused. But this guy in front of him, although he was not as strong as Ma Yang to make himself feel desperate, his fearlessness and his passion for fighting made Ichigo Kurosaki feel his heart tremble. What kind of person could be like this, willing to do anything for the sake of fighting? Was he not afraid of this emotion at all? Again. Stepping forward, Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's Araki's hand aimed at Ichigo Kurosaki's head mercilessly. Zanpakuto had not yet fallen, and the sword pressure caused by the slash had smashed the wall behind Ichigo Kurosaki. A sideways roll avoided Kenpachi's Araki's slash, but Ichigo Kurosaki was still attacked by those gravel. Although he had been fighting Kenpachi's Araki for a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo could not help but exclaim in his heart, what kind of destructive power is this? Hey, Ichigo Kurosaki, can you not run around like this? Come and fight like a man. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki avoid fighting again, Kenpachi's Araki could not help but say, what he wanted was an intense battle, not a chasing game. If I really fight with you, then I am a fool. Hearing Kenpachi's Araki's words, Ichigo Kurosaki complained in his heart. Fortunately, Hanataro and Ganju left first. If they stayed here, Just the aftermath of the battle would make them seriously injured. While fighting Kenpachi Zaraki, Ichigo Kurosaki was thinking about other people in his heart. And once again, he blocked Kenpachi Zaraki's slash. Ichigo Kurosaki was secretly worried. Is this strength a captain? Even he could not resist it. Among the few people who came over, he was the strongest. Others did not have such a strong strength. If they met captain level. The faces of Ishidarayu, Orihime, and Chad Yasutara flashed in his mind. Thinking of the possible situation after they met captain level people, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but panic. They came to Soul Society because of him. If something unexpected happened because of this. Bang. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was thinking in his mind, Kenpachi Zaraki kicked his stomach and kicked him out, hitting the wall in the distance. Bah! Crawling out of the gravel, Ichigo Kurosaki spat, and then looked at Kenpachi Zaraki. He was really careless. He was actually absent-minded in the battle with him. You are still absent-minded in the battle with me. Boy, you pissed me off. Kenpachi Zaraki slowly came over, and the momentum of his body gradually became stronger. He showed mercy again and again. He was tired. If this boy could not bring him more pleasure, then go to hell. The battle should be over. Ichigo Kurosaki stood up and looked at Kenpachi Zaraki, who came over. He had to solve the battle quickly, then save Rukia and leave Soul Society with his companions. Hey, Kenpachi Zaraki's smile was even more brilliant. He felt that the blood all over his body was burning excitedly. What he wanted was this strong fighting spirit. Don't you want to release your Zanpakuto? I have to be serious. Holding Zanpakuto with both hands, Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Kenpachi Zaraki in front of him. Oh? You really dare to talk big? Do you mean that you have not taken out your real ability before? Kenpachi Zaraki had a playful smile on his face, waved his own Zanpakuto, and Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Ichigo Kurosaki. My Zanpakuto has no name, my Zanpakuto is like this, it has not been sealed, this is the original appearance of my Zanpakuto. Then your Zanpakuto will not become stronger, it is really a pity. Ichigo Kurosaki reached out and touched a little blood on his body, wiping it on his wrist, and then Kenpachi Zaraki saw a golden chain appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's wrist, which emitted a depressing fluctuation. This is... Kenpachi Zaraki raised his eyebrows. Although he had no research on Kido, Zaraki Kenpachi could still judge that it was a binding Kido, and the spiritual power on it gave him a familiar feeling. Release. Ichigo Kurosaki shouted, and as the chain in his hand was unlocked, a burst of spiritual power, who was several times stronger than before, suddenly broke out. Chapter 155, After the Fierce Battle Removing the Shackles. This feeling is really great. Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his fist and felt the powerful strength in his body. He said with satisfaction. When he was pulled over to train by Maiyang that day, Maiyang had set up such a thing on his body. Although he felt very uncomfortable at the beginning, whether it was spiritual power or his strength, they were all bound. However, after a while, Ichigo Kurosaki was used to it. Now that the shackles were removed, he finally showed his true strength. Ha ha ha. This is really interesting. Feeling the strong spiritual power emitted from Ichigo Kurosaki, Kenpachi Zaraki laughed loudly. This was what he expected, a strong opponent, a fierce battle. You can only laugh for this little time. Slightly familiar with his explosive strength, Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed Zanpakuto, who was inserted on the ground, raised his hand, and Zanpakuto pointed the tip of his blade at Kenpachi Zaraki, his tone full of confidence. I didn't expect that I would be strong to this extent after removing the shackles. My whole body is full of spiritual power who is almost overflowing, and even the wounds on my body are slowly recovering under the effect of spiritual power. Now Ichigo Kurosaki's heart is full of confidence, such a strong self, once again facing this guy in front of me, must win. Then try it. With a roar, Kenpachi Zaraki stepped on the ground, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly stabbed at Ichigo Kurosaki. Dang. In the face of Kenpachi Zaraki's blow, Ichigo Kurosaki did not avoid again, but calmly picked up his Zanpakuto, lifting the heavy as if it was light in front of him, and Zanpakuto's blade just blocked Kenpachi Zaraki's tip. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's action, Kenpachi Zaraki eyes lit up and shouted, "Wonderful!" After a cry, Kenpachi Zaraki put strength on his hand and twisted his own Zanpakuto to cut Ichigo Kurosaki's head. Dang! Ichigo Kurosaki raised his hand, and his huge Zanpakuto unexpectedly blocked Zaraki Kenpachi again as if nothing. I said, the battle is over. Ichigo Kurosaki's hand waved, with a speed that Kenpachi Zaraki almost could not catch. Puff, a knife cut down, and a spray of blood sprayed out from Kenpachi Zaraki's chest and splashed on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. Being cut down by Ichigo Kurosaki as a chest, Kenpachi Zaraki was stunned for a moment, and he could not remember how long it had been. He was seriously injured like this, and it seemed that the memory was still decades ago, maybe longer. However. Ha 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 ha. It's this feeling. Kenpachi Zaraki opened his mouth and laughed wildly, and the expression on his face looked more crazy. Wasn't this kind of battle what he had been pursuing for so many years? Ha. Regardless of the wound on his chest, Kenpachi Zaraki waved his hand, and the saw-like Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down at Ichigo Kurosaki. Although he was shocked by the crazy momentum of Kenpachi Zaraki, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been released at this time, was like a god. Although he was slightly distracted, he waved Zanpakuto directly to block Kenpachi Zaraki's crazy attack. Not only that, after blocking Kenpachi Zaraki's attack, he also gave him a shoulder. You don't have to fight anymore, you have lost. Looking at Kenpachi Zaraki in front of him who was almost dyed with blood, Kurosaki Ichigo said, how to say this guy is also Ma Yang's friend, although he has not held back from the beginning. Hee hee ha ha. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Kenpachi Zaraki raised his head and laughed, and the smile on his face was more crazy. You are really too naive. Are you kidding? The battle has just begun. Dang 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 dang. Ichigo Kurosaki blocked Kenpachi Zaraki's attack time and time again. At the same time, he left big and small wounds on his body. As they fought again and again, a large amount of blood spurted out from his wound and scattered on the ground. However, although he was attacked again and again, the blood kept flowing, but the smile on Kenpachi Zaraki's face was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it. Why am I met with such a guy? Once again blocking Kenpachi Zaraki attack, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but say, at this time, his body was full of blood, and he had his own, but more of it was dyed with Kenpachi Zaraki's blood in the previous battle. It's too good. Such a high feeling. Kenpachi Zaraki was blocked by Ichigo Kurosaki again, but his arm turned, Zanpakuto turned in the air, and a knife stabbed Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulder, leaving a wound on his shoulder, which was the first time he hit Ichigo Kurosaki after Ichigo Kurosaki broke out. Being stabbed in the shoulder, Ichigo Kurosaki was almost reflexively stabbed Zaraki Kenpachi in the head. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto was about to stab Kenpachi Zaraki in the head, under the combat intuition of many years, Kenpachi Zaraki moved his head on one side, and Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto wiped his eyes and cut off the blindfold in his right eye. This is. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Kenpachi Zaraki in surprise. Why did he put an eye patch on the intact eye? TSK, I wanted to enjoy it for a while. Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at the eye patch that was opened. At this moment, a golden spiritual power broke out from Kenpachi Zaraki without warning. The rich spiritual power was like a substance, forcing Ichigo Kurosaki, who was originally standing in front of Kenpachi Zaraki, to retreat a few steps. What? How is it possible? Looking at the solid golden spiritual power around Kenpachi Zaraki's body, the shock in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart was simply beyond the limit. The battle had reached such a degree, and this guy still retained such a powerful strength. Grabbing the falling eye patch, Kenpachi Zaraki looked at the puzzled Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him and explained, this thing is created by the guy from the Technology Development Bureau, a monster that can constantly absorb spiritual energy. Removed it and it will release all the spiritual power it has absorbed so far, and it is the spiritual power you feel now. All the time, in order to enjoy the battle, I will wear this eye patch to limit my strength. However, if the opponent is at your level, even if you go all out, it should be acceptable. Zanpakuto in his hand waved, and a building around Kenpachi Zaraki collapsed instantly. Seeing this scene, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes jumped, just from the casual swing of Kenpachi Zaraki just now. Ichigo Kurosaki knew clearly that the strength of the other side had grown a lot. I'm going, Ichigo Kurosaki. The physical spiritual power turned into a skull behind Kenpachi Zaraki, making his whole person look more fierce. Then let's decide the outcome in one move. Ichigo Kurosaki held the knife with both hands, and his eyes were full of determination. For him, this was a battle that must be won. Even if he gambled his life, he absolutely could not fall here. Rukia was still waiting for him to save her. The two people gathered all their spiritual power on Zanpakuto in their hands, which would be a blow that they exhausted all their strength. Boom! The moment the swords met, the whole world seemed to lose its voice, and then a terrible fluctuation spread around with the place where the two of them fought. With the place where the two of them were at the center, everything in a radius of nearly 100 meters was turned into ruins. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing Kenpachi Zaraki and Ichigo Kurosaki in the center. Both of them Zanpakuto were inserted into each other. Puff! Ichigo Kurosaki sprayed a mouthful of blood, and Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto stabbed his chest. He could feel that his internal organs were injured, and it was a little difficult to breathe at this time. Cough cough. Compared to Ichigo Kurosaki's injury, Kenpachi Zaraki was not much worse. He was stabbed in the abdomen by Ichigo Kurosaki. His feeling wound was much more serious than Ichigo Kurosaki. After all, Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto was different from his. The broad blade made his injury much more serious. Shit, no win. Taking a few steps back, Zaraki pulled out his Zanpakuto which stabbed into Kurosaki Ichigo, and at the same time Ichigo pulled out his Zanpakuto which stabbed Zaraki's abdomen. Kenpachi Zaraki said with dissatisfaction, and then fell to the ground. When Kenpachi Zaraki brutally pulled out his own Zanpakuto from Ichigo Kurosaki's chest, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After Zaraki Kenpachi fell, he also fell to the ground. He really did not expect that in his full strength state, he would be beaten so badly. Whoosh! Not long after Kenpachi Zaraki fell to the ground, the pink-haired little Lulai, Yachiru, appeared at the scene. Thank you, Kurochan. Kanchan has not been so happy for a long time. You have to take good care of your injuries. Next time, you will fight with Kanchan. With a serious smile on his face, Yachiru said this, and helped Kenpachi Zaraki up. Her feet touched the ground a few times, and took Kenpachi Zaraki away from this place. Ichigo felt pain all over his body. He had no strength at all. The battle just now was so big. If he stayed here all the time, he would definitely be discovered by others. Right now, he had no strength to fight at all. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was lying on the ground, could not help but feel anxious. Lying down like this was really not a solution. If other people found out, it would be over. Moreover, he did not know how Hanataro and Ganju were doing. Shua Black Cat suddenly appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. Ms. Yoruichi. You are too reckless. But someone will be coming soon. I will take you away first, and then I will settle the score with you immediately. Oh. But. Ms. Yoruichi, with your size, how can you take me away? Well, as long as I restore my original appearance, I can easily do it. Original appearance? Chapter 156, Teasing Cat. The original appearance. Although he was heavily injured and lying on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki was still attracted by what Yoruichi said. Of course. Otherwise, do you think cats can talk? Hearing Yoruichi words, Ichigo Kurosaki's face turned black. It was Yoruichi who told him that cats could also talk. Cats can't talk. This is common sense. Seeing the expression on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, Yoruichi added fuel to the fire. Hearing Yoruichi ridicule, Ichigo Kurosaki lowered his head with a defeated face. Speaking of which, you haven't seen my real face yet, have you? As she spoke, Yoruichi's body suddenly emitted a weak light. Then, in the eyes of Ichigo Kurosaki, the black cat who was standing in front of him suddenly turned into a sexy beauty with a protruding front and back, naked. Seeing the beautiful scenery in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt a rush of blood, and the wound that was about to recover on his body was about to crack again. As for Yoruichi, she was not aware of her own situation. Seeing the sudden change in expression of Ichigo Kurosaki, she thought that her transformation surprised him. She immediately stretched her body in front of Ichigo Kurosaki with a proud face. Seeing the exposed sexy curves again, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a rush of blood and the wounds on his body became even more serious. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Ichigo. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki's wound seemed to be about to crack, Yoruichi stepped forward to check it, but the result was that Ichigo Kurosaki's wound cracked more seriously. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Yoruichi reached out her hand and touched Ichigo Kurosaki's head. Your head is still so hot. Could it be that you got fever from the injury? Yoruichi leaned forward and reached out to touch Ichigo Kurosaki's head. This way, the two towering mounds on her chest were almost touching Ichigo Kurosaki's face. This beautiful scene immediately made Ichigo Kurosaki's nose bleed. Not good, someone is coming. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was about to open his mouth to remind Yoruichi, Yoruichi's expression suddenly changed, and then she picked up Ichigo Kurosaki, and with a tap of her feet, she turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the secret base that she had left behind in the past. Not long after Yoruichi left, a gentle figure dressed in white feathers appeared in this place. This spiritual power. A gentle voice came out from the mouth of the person. Sensing the remnants of spiritual power on the scene, the corners of the person's mouth curled into a smile. Are they here too? I wonder how many more things will happen. What did you say? Captain Anohana? Nothing. Retsu Anohana turned her head and said to the tall subordinate behind her, find out where Captain Zaraki is. Yes, dash, 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 dash. Yoruichi picked up Ichigo Kurosaki, held him in her arms with a princess carry that made Ichigo Kurosaki ashamed to death, and hurried towards the hill of Sokyoku. Being hugged by Yoruichi's full chest was pressed against Ichigo Kurosaki's face. With that posture, Ichigo Kurosaki was ashamed to death, but he was seriously injured now. Without the slightest resistance, he could only helplessly fall into Yoruichi's arms. At the same time, he calmed himself down again and again in his heart, trying to ignore the chest that was attached to his face. He tried hard to suppress the nameless throbbing in his heart. As an adolescent boy, who knew how strong his perseverance was to do this. Just as he suppressed the throbbing in his heart, Ichigo Kurosaki was shocked by another thing. Because he was afraid to open his eyes and see the erotic scene in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki had always closed his eyes, but at this time, when he heard the sound of the wind constantly blowing in his ears, the shock in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart was hard to hide. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still feel how amazing the speed of their advance at this time was, which was far faster than his speed. She can transform into a cat and is so clear about the matter of Soul's society, and the speed of the transformation now. Not only Miss Yoruichi, but also Kisuke and Kimura. They are all so strange. What secret is hidden behind them? The more Ichigo Kurosaki thought about it, the more puzzled he became. The matter of these people was simply a riddle that could not be solved. What was their purpose? We're here. Lie here first. I'll treat your wounds. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was lost in his thoughts, Yoruichi suddenly stopped, put him on the ground and said, "This is." Hearing Yoruichi's words, Ichigo Kurosaki opened his eyes and looked around. Then he saw the naked body of Yoruichi again. "Yoruichi, what's wrong with you?" Yoruichi just found the gauze. When she turned her head, she saw that Kurosaki Ichigo's face was quickly dyed with a layer of red. She hurriedly stepped over, squatted down and asked with concern. "You bastard, hurry up and put on clothes. Don't walk around like this again." As Yoruichi's body approached, the blush on Ichigo Kurosaki's face became more and more. Finally, he could not help but open his mouth and shout at Yoruichi. "Huh?" Yoruichi only reacted at this time, but her face did not show any shyness, but she openly teased Ichigo Kurosaki. "Is this first time you see a woman's body? Ichigo. You are so long-winded. Hurry up and put on your clothes, bastard." After being teased by Yoruichi, Ichigo Kurosaki became even more depressed and shouted with dissatisfaction. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's shy appearance, Yoruichi felt interested in her heart. She had not encountered such a situation in a long time. This kind of feeling made her miss it a lot. It was just like teasing little Byakuya back then. It was a long-lost happiness. However, although she was thinking about what happened back then, Yoruichi still went to the side to find a set of clothes to put on, and then sat back next to Kurosaki Ichigo and bandaged the wound on his body. "I really don't know how to talk about you. Didn't I tell you that as long as you meet a captain-level opponent, don't hesitate, turn around and run? You actually still fight with the captain. This time you are lucky that you didn't die." Hearing Yoruichi's words, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but refute. Although it was dangerous when he fought Kenpachi Zaraki before, he did not lose in the end. If he fought with captain-level people, he might not necessarily lose, let alone turn around and run like Yoruichi said. "I know you will not be convinced, but Kenpachi Zaraki you just fought is the most special one of all, captain." Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki was not convinced, Yoruichi solemnly said to him, "I can say this to you. Even if your strength is several times stronger, the result after fighting with him is at most like this: there will be no winner." "How is it possible?" Hearing Yoruichi's words, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but question. When he fought Kenpachi Zaraki before, Ichigo Kurosaki had a slight advantage. If the strength was several times stronger, how could the result of fighting with him be the same? Kenpachi Zaraki. It is the 11th Division captain, and the 11th Division is the combat division of 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Kenpachi Zaraki is a guy who values fighting as his life. For him, fighting is a pleasure. All his battles are for better enjoyment, just because your strength at the beginning is still weak, and you can fight with him to such a degree because he lowered his own strength to match yours. If you are very strong at the beginning, what you will face will be a more terrible Kenpachi Zaraki, who is a person fighting for the battle. Hearing Yoruichi solemnly talk, and at the same time thinking of the almost crazy face in the previous battle, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt a chill. Such a guy, if several times stronger. Not good. Ganju and Hanataro are still there. The faces of Shiba Ganju and Yamada Hanataro suddenly flashed in his mind. Kurosaki Ichigo opened his mouth and shouted. They went to save Rukia for him. Now he was here. What if they were in danger? Don't worry. Generally, captain and vice captain will not go to the 4D prison. Even if you have just had an extremely fierce battle there will be no captain who will be idle and run over to check. At most, send vice captain to check it out. Ganju will be fine. Well. Hearing Yoruichi's explanation, Ichigo Kurosaki just put down his heart and felt a familiar, powerful spiritual power appear in the distance. That direction is Ganju. Almost at the moment of feeling the spiritual power, Ichigo Kurosaki already knew the identity of the other party. Although his ability in spiritual power perception was very weak, Byakuya Kuachiki was the person who disabled his Shinigami ability not long ago. He could not forget the familiar spiritual power. Moreover, the direction of his spiritual power was the place where Shiba Ganju was. Not good. I am going to save Ganju and others. Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly stood up and said with a firm expression. Wait. Ichigo, your current body. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Yoruichi immediately opened her mouth to stop him, but she suddenly stopped halfway. Ms. Yoruichi, Ganju came to Siriide AI because of me. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and walked out. Wait, Ichigo, catch. Reaching out to take the thing that Yoruichi threw to him, Ichigo Kurosaki looked down and saw that it was a strange-looking thing. This is a flying item. Hurry up and go over. Nodding at Yoruichi, Ichigo Kurosaki stretched out his hand and used the flying item to leave. What happened? Kimura. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had left, Yoruichi turned around and asked Maayang, who had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 157, Byakuya's Jealousy. Maayang looked meaningfully at the direction where Ichigo Kurosaki left. He turned to Yoruichi and said, rather than words, let the reality tell him. Just listening to it, he can't really understand his own weakness. Maayang's face slowed down. He turned to Yoruichi and said, of course, we still need you to keep an eye on him, lest anything happens to him. I know. Why do I feel like I've been ordered around by you and Kisuke lately? How troublesome. Even though she said that it was troublesome, Yoruichi still rushed in the direction that Ichigo Kurosaki left without hesitation. If she went too late, it was inevitable that there would be no danger there. In her perception, there was another captain-level spiritual power who went there. Seeing Yoruichi leave, Maayang shrugged, and then like a broken mirror, Maayang's body suddenly turned into dust and disappeared in the air with a breeze. Are you from the Shiba family? Byakuya Kuachiki's face did not change, but there was a different look in his eyes, showing his inner turmoil. Since you are from the Shiba family, it is too rude to simply defeat you. Byakuya Kuachiki slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. What does he want to do? So far away? Looking at the distance where Byakuya Kuachiki pulled out his Zanpakuto, Shiba Ganju was puzzled. Although he did not know what the other party was thinking, Shiba Ganju did not dare to relax at all. The guy in front of him was the head of Kachiki family, the head of the four nobles. 6th Division captain, facing such a powerful opponent that made him desperate, he did not dare to relax at all. He reached out and took out an explosive from behind him. Shiba Ganju decided to make the first move. The people of Shiba family did not have the habit of retreating without fighting. Scatter, Senbin Zakura. Byakuya Kuachiki said coldly as his Zanpakuto started to transform into countless cherry blossom petals. In the sunlight, it reflected a beautiful color, but under the beautiful petals, there was a hidden killing intent. It was like a cool breeze blowing through his body. At the moment when the breeze blew, Shiba Ganju felt a pain coming from his whole body. In the next moment, with a large amount of blood spurting out from his whole body, Shiba Ganju had fallen to the ground powerlessly. Even looking at Shiba Ganju, who was lying on the ground unknown whether he was dead or alive, Byakuya Kuachiki's line of sight turned to Yamada Hanataro. For this kind of person who violated Shinigami's rules, as Shinigami's example, Byakuya Kuachiki will never let go. Please don't do it again, big brother. A step rushed over and stood in front of Hanataro. Rukia Kuachiki looked at Kachiki Byakuya and pleaded loudly. Shiba Ganju and Yamada Hanataro came to save him. How could he let both of them die here? For Rukia Kuachiki's plea, Byakuya Kuachiki raised his arm, and the petals all over the sky seemed to sense his call and rushed to Rukia Kuachiki. Seeing Senbon Sakura coming to his side, Rukia Kuachiki's pupils contracted slightly. Is this the end for her? Dying in the hands of her brother Byakuya? After a feeling of despair appeared in his heart, Rukia Kuachiki suddenly thought, perhaps this is also good. To die under the hands of brother Byakuya, it is her own fault, because she has stained the glory of Kachiki family. Bing, just as Rukia Kuachiki heart gradually calmed down and faced death calmly, a figure fell from the sky, carrying a huge momentum and suddenly fell to the ground. It made a violent sound, and at the same time blew away Senbon Sakura, which was attacking Rukia Kuachiki. What in the sudden change, even with Byakuya Kuachiki's calm and collected nature, he could not help but let out a low cry. To be able to block his attack, he could only be a team leader level existence, and from the body of the person in front of him, it was the captain level spiritual power, but what shocked Byakuya Kuachiki the most was still the appearance of the person. This is Joshiro Yukitake, who had just arrived at the scene, looked at the scene in front of him. There was a person lying on the ground who did not know whether he was dead or alive. Looking at that kind of injury, he knew that it must be Byakuya Kuachiki's doing, but what was the matter with the orange-haired teenager? That was the captain-level spiritual power, but there was no person like him in Soul Society before. This teenager is a disaster. If the disaster has this kind of strength, Captain Aizen is really likely to be killed by the disaster. And his appearance. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki's face that resembled Shiba Keian, Joshiro Yukitake's eyes rippled. Byakuya, who is that person? Slightly turning his head, as if he knew what Joshiro Yukitake was thinking, Kachiki Byakuya said in a light tone, it has nothing to do with you. At least for now, he is just someone I have seen before. Other than that, he is nothing. It is just an invader. I will get rid of him. In this way, the matter will be solved. This trivial dispute. Everything will end. Oh, you really dare to talk big. What do you mean that you will defeat me soon? You don't have to be too proud. Hearing Byakuya Kuachiki's casual words, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but think of what happened that night. He reached out to hold his Zanpakuto's hilt and looked at Byakuya Kuachiki with a provocative face. You are the one who is proud. His hands were naturally hanging down, and Byakuya Kuachiki looked at Ichigo Kurosaki indifferently. Ichigo might be strong, but in the end, he was just a human. Even his spiritual power, which was comparable to captain level, was not enough to make him look at him directly. I'm gonna defeat you here. It doesn't matter how much spiritual power you have, you're just a human. A substitute Shinigami. TSK. Sure enough, it is the tone of the eldest young master. Captain is just like this. Don't be too arrogant. Humphrey. Byakuya Kuachiki snorted, and his eyes turned cold. As the voice fell, a strong spiritual power broke out from Byakuya Kuachiki's body. The moment he felt that spiritual power, Rukia Kuachiki and Yamada Hanataro directly fell to the ground. Rukia Kuachiki, who lost the strength of Shinigami, even felt that her breathing was a little difficult. Ichigo's Zanpakuto, which was calmly pulled out of his body, aimed at Byakuya Kuachiki. After fighting Kinpachi's Araki, just spiritual power's oppression could not cause any effect on Ichigo Kurosaki. Under such a spiritual power, you can still keep a straight face. It seems that your strength has really improved a lot. However, this is not the capital for you to trample on our dignity. Although I don't know how you recovered Shinigami's strength, it is just another swing of the knife. Human, it is over. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of Byakuya Kuachiki suddenly disappeared from the place. Dang. With an indifferent face, he blocked the slash of Byakuya Kuachiki, and with the force of his arm, he threw Byakuya Kuachiki away. With a flick of his arm, he put Zanpakuto on his shoulder. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the stunned Byakuya Kuachiki. I can see all your movements. Don't play the tricks of children anymore, Byakuya Kuachiki. I said, I will defeat you and save Rukia. Do you feel so proud after blocking my attack? Byakuya Kuachiki stood firmly, put away his surprise, looked at Ichigo Kurosaki and said. Although I don't know why the strength of the kid has improved so much, and even can keep up with his speed, but it is only a human after all. Byakuya Kuachiki does not think that he will lose to human beings. Don't you want to attack? Then it is my turn. Ignoring Byakuya Kuachiki's words, Ichigo Kurosaki turned and his body appeared in front of Byakuya Kuachiki. In his hand, his Zanpakuto slashed into Byakuya Kuachiki's waist. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's action, Byakuya Kuachiki's pupils suddenly contracted, and there was a strange look in his eyes. This is. The brain put back Ichigo Kurosaki's previous footsteps, and Byakuya Kuachiki's heart tripled. That kind of speed. That kind of speed. It was not only Byakuya Kuachiki who was surprised. Joshiro Yukitake, who was watching the battle, was also surprised. That familiar pace had not speed seen for more than 100 years. Why did it appear on this teenager? Dang as Ichigo Kurosaki and Byakuya Kuichiki fought again and again, the strange look in Byakuya Kuichiki's eyes became more and more clear. In the previous fight, Kuchiki Byakuya did not even attack once. He just passively defended and observed Kurosaki Ichigo's movements. The idea in Byakuya Kuichiki's heart was gradually confirmed. It can't be wrong. Some of the teenager's attack habits and moves are definitely learned from Kimura. Learning from Kimura's slash and flash steps, what is the identity of this teenager? Joshiro Yukitake looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who kept attacking Byakuya Kuichiki, and could not help guessing the origin of Ichigo Kurosaki in his heart. What's wrong? Can you only defend? Byakuya Kuichiki. After another attack, Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Byakuya Kuichiki, who had been defending, and said, although he had been attacking before, there was no victory at all. This way, he could not win for himself. You are too proud, little devil. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Byakuya Kuichiki's eyes flashed a trace of anger. He did not know why, seeing the teenager in front of him and Mayang's similar attack method, Byakuya Kuichiki felt an unspeakable anger rising in his heart, as if something that belonged to him had been taken away. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. The countless sakura petals once again danced in the air. Chapter 158, Mayang's Shadow. This is. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the flower petals floating in the sky. Although it was beautiful, it contained a strict killing intent. Although he did not know what the flower petals that suddenly floated up in the air were, Ichigo Kurosaki still keenly felt a sense of crisis from them. A sense of alarm rose in his heart. Ichigo Kurosaki almost instinctively took a quick step and left. Several flower petals brushed past his hand. Standing still, a drop of blood dripped from Ichigo Kurosaki's arm. Those flower petals are blades. Looking at the flower petals dancing in the air, a trace of fear flashed through Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. He did not expect that such a beautiful flower petal was actually made of blades. Looking at the dense flower petals in the air, who knew how many blades there were? To be able to dodge my attack, it is a really worthy of praise. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki avoided his attack, Byakuya Kuichiki was not stingy to praise. Looking at the wound on his wrist, Ichigo Kurosaki started to feel the pressure of going against Byakuya Kuichiki. Although the wound was not deep, the terrible thing was that the wound was just on Ichigo Kurosaki's wrist, and it inevitably had some impact on his activities. Glancing at Ichigo Kurosaki's wound, Byakuya Kuichiki said faintly, it's just that at this level, I don't think it is that severe. Inexplicably, Byakuya Kuichiki's heart was filled with an agitated mood, as if after seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's performance, his heart had been suppressing anger. At this time, after hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Byakuya Kuichiki could not suppress his mouth to spit. You really dare to say it, bastard? Wiping his hand on his body, Ichigo Kurosaki cracked the corner of his mouth and said, the attack range of those blades is very wide, and he can manipulate them remotely. In this case, let's fight in close proximity. The brain quickly made a plan, and with a turn of his feet, Ichigo Kurosaki appeared behind Byakuya Kuichiki. In his hand, Zanpakuto stabbed at Byakuya Kuichiki's back. Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto had just stabbed out, and he saw a touch of pink appear in his vision. When Ichigo Kurosaki saw it, those blades were already close at hand, as if waiting for him. Only enough time to block with his hand in front of himself. The next moment, Kurosaki Ichigo had been sent flying by the blow. When Ichigo Kurosaki fell to the ground, Byakuya Kuichiki slowly turned around and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who fell to the ground in a proud manner. Getting up from the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki frowned. Although he just reached out to block his face still left a few blood marks, and the left hand in front of him had been cut by those tiny blades. Before he could stand firm, Byakuya Kuichiki waved the hilt in his hand again, and the petals in the air immediately rushed toward Ichigo Kurosaki's head in the direction of his arm. Seeing the blade rushing toward him again, Ichigo Kurosaki did not dare to take it lightly. He had been hit just now, and it was not light at all. Thinking in his heart, Ichigo Kurosaki's body had already responded. Just when those small blades were about to hit Ichigo Kurosaki again, Ichigo Kurosaki turned his feet, and his body disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already a few meters away. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki once again use his familiar pace, Byakuya Kuichiki's anger is even more. In the past, I didn't know why he fled from Soul Society. He had been silent for 100 years, and now he actually handed his technique to a humble human. Especially this human is repeatedly provoking my dignity as Shinigami. Commanding Senbon Sakura to attack Ichigo Kurosaki in his hand, Byakuya Kuachiki recalled the things from 100 years ago in his mind. Since decades ago, his heart could no longer calm down, especially when he saw the various movements that Ichigo Kurosaki unconsciously exposed and Mayang were very similar. There was an unknown fire in Byakuya Kuachiki's heart. You are distracted. Byakuya Kuachiki. Hearing the voice coming from his ear, Byakuya Kuachiki pupil slightly contracted, careless. Byakuya's arm was slashed by Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Byakuya Kuachiki looked indifferently at Ichigo Kurosaki who just hurt him, and did not care about the wound on his arm. How is that possible? Rukia Kuachiki, who was lying on the side, looked at Byakuya Kuachiki who was injured by Ichigo Kurosaki, and her heart was set off a storm. For the strength of her brother, Byakuya Kuachiki, Rukia was extremely clear. That was Captain, the person standing at the top of the entire Soul Society, was actually injured by a mere substitute Shinigami. Ichigo Kurosaki, what on earth had he experienced? Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki's determined face, Rukia Kuachiki's heart rippled. She had not cared before, but now she saw that Ichigo Kurosaki's body was covered in bandages. She did not know what kind of battle he had experienced. Why did he save her at all costs? Well, is your reaction fast? Seeing the small wound on Byakuya Kuachiki's arm, Ichigo Kurosaki curled his lips and said, apparently dissatisfied with the result of his battle. You are already worthy of pride, human. Byakuya Kuachiki looked at Ichigo Kurosaki and said lightly. It was not his style to be distracted in battle, but... However, this is also the last time you can touch me. After saying this sentence, Byakuya Kuachiki suppressed all the emotions in his heart and returned to his usual calm. The situation of this human teenager is not good. Seeing the subtle change of expression on Byakuya Kuachiki's face, Joshiro Yukitake, who stood on the side, whispered. Although Ichigo Kurosaki did not know about the emotional change of Byakuya Kuachiki like Joshiro Yukitake, he still felt a sense of crisis. Just a warning sign rose in his heart, and before he could even make any response, Ichigo Kurosaki saw a figure suddenly appear in front of his eyes. With a wave of his arm, Ichigo parried Byakuya Kuachiki's attack from below, and then Ichigo Kurosaki waved his blade down, the two blades collided, and the two were in a stalemate. Hey, I said that I have seen through your attack, Byakuya Kuachiki. Looking at the iceberg-like face of Byakuya Kuachiki close at hand, Ichigo Kurosaki said with a smile. As long as he saw the face of this guy in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki always could not help but want to open his mouth to ridicule him. That expressionless face, as if he had never seen him in his eyes, made Ichigo Kurosaki feel very uncomfortable. Naive. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Byakuya Kuachiki gently opened his mouth and spat out the two words. Ichigo Kurosaki's face changed, and just as he was about to speak again, he saw the empty hand of Byakuya Kuachiki gently stretched out, and a finger pointed at his chest. Hado number 4, Byakuya. Byakuya Kuachiki whispered, and then a white light suddenly shot out from his finger, leaving a hole in Ichigo Kurosaki's chest. Cough cough poo. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was already seriously injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully propping up his body, Ichigo Kurosaki moved his feet and left in a flash. Sizzle. As soon as the body stood still, Ichigo Kurosaki heard a sharp voice coming from his ear. Dang! Lifting his own Zanpakuto, blocking the attack from Byakuya Kuachiki, Ichigo Kurosaki had not yet breathed, and he felt that Byakuya Kuachiki's attack was like a storm coming from all directions. The so-called long-term defense is always lost. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was seriously injured because of the fight with Kenpachi Zaraki, was soon unable to resist the attack from Byakuya Kuachiki. With each exchange, a wound appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's body, and the body that was already scarred became weaker. Being once again hit by Byakuya Kuachiki, the powerful slash left a deep wound on Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and blood sprayed out. Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly felt dizzy, and after a few steps back, he powerlessly fell to the ground. Cough cough. Shaking his head hard, Ichigo Kurosaki felt that the scene in front of him seemed to become blurred, and the great loss of blood made his vision blurred. In the end, it is only at the level of human. Byakuya Kuachiki looked at Ichigo Kurosaki who fell to the ground, his voice was cold, and he slowly raised his own Zanpakuto. Wait. Byakuya. Seeing Byakuya Kuachiki seem to intend to give the human teenager a final blow, Joshiro Yukitake on the side opened his mouth to stop him. There were many doubts on this human teenager. Why did he look so similar to Keion? Why could he see the shadow of Kimura in his movements? Bakudo number 61, 6 Rods Prison of Light. Just as Joshiro Yukitake was about to move his feet, a voice came from upstairs, and then 6 pieces of light suddenly appeared and locked the body of Byakuya Kuachiki. This is... Joshiro Yukitik was first shocked, then his heart moved. This voice. Turned his head to the upstairs behind, and sure enough, he saw a familiar figure standing there. Yoruichi Shiyuin. Feeling the familiar spiritual power, Byakuya Kuachiki's face slightly changed. Long time no see, little Byakuya. Yoruichi Shiyuin, the person who abandoned Shinigami's glory and escaped from Soul Society. What do you want to do? It's nothing. I was just entrusted by someone to protect him and prevent him from being killed. While speaking, Yoruichi had already appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. She looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was about to faint, and shook her head helplessly. Byakuya Kuachiki suddenly thought of something and frowned. Who is it? Helping Ichigo Kurosaki up from the ground, Yoruichi looked at Byakuya Kuachiki and smiled. Yes, the person you think of. Chapter 159, 3 days. Hey. Where are you going? Byakuya. What are those two going to do? Aren't you here to deal with the aftermath? I'm no longer interested. You can do whatever you want. Staring at the direction where Yoruichi left for a long time, Byakuya Kuachiki flung his sleeves, turned around, and left without looking back. At this time, his expression was calm. It was not the usual indifference that ignored everything, but the suppressed coldness. The light flashing in his eyes from time to time seemed to freeze everything. Really, still so casual. Seeing Byakuya Kuachiki performance, Joshiro Yukitik helplessly scratched his head. Although he has grown up and has always been showing people a calm and plain appearance, but in the end, Byakuya Kuachiki is still a willful and casual person. However, Kimura really came back. What is his plan? Thinking of the color flashed in Byakuya Kuachiki's eyes when he left, Joshiro Yukitik felt a headache. Things seemed to become more and more troublesome. First, he heard that Aizen was killed, and now Maayang and Yoruichi, who disappeared for 100 years, suddenly appeared in Soul Society and brought a talented human teenager. I hope you didn't do it. Joshiro Yukitik looked at the void and whispered. Ooh bang. Just as Joshiro Yukitik was thinking about Maayang, Rukia, who had been very nervous since the appearance of Byakuya Kuachiki, finally could not bear the huge pressure and fell to the ground. Because Byakuya left, she suddenly relaxed, and no wonder she was like this. Kanju, Hanataro, you two come out. Joshiro Yukitik suddenly turned his head and shouted to one side. Whoosh! Just as Joshiro Yukitik's voice fell, two figures suddenly fell from the sky and knelt in front of Joshiro Yukitik. Captain, you are looking for us. You guys really came. Looking at the two subordinates in front of him, Joshiro Yukitik said in a helpless tone. Su. Before Hanataro and Ganju spoke to him, a person suddenly appeared in front of Joshiro Yukitik. Kiraku. Joshiro Yukitik exclaimed when he saw the man in a flower robe in front of him. Well, it seems that a battle just happened here. After standing still, Kiraku Shunsui immediately felt the trace of spiritual power left in the air and said to Joshiro Yukitik. Captain Kiraku. Kiraku waved to Ganju and Hanataro, then Kiraku Shunsui turned to Joshiro Yukitik. What's wrong? Feeling the unusual meaning in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes, Joshiro Yukitik looked a little serious. You go with me to Old Man Yama first. There is someone waiting. Kiraku Shunsui waved his hand and pretended to be mysterious. Someone with a turn of his eyes, combined with what Yoruichi said before, and the subtle expression on Kiraku Shunsui's face, almost in an instant, Joshiro Yukitik knew who Kiraku Shunsui was talking about. Hanataro, report to the 4th Division, saying that one person is fatally injured, and ask the superior to come to rescue him immediately. Well, let's go. Kiraku, go to see an old friend that we haven't seen for a long time. After arranging things, Joshiro Yukitik turned to Kiraku Shunsui and said. It seems that you have guessed it. Kiraku Shunsui glanced at Joshiro Yukitik's face, then turned around and raised his hand to press his bamboo hat. Let's go quickly. If we let Old Man Yama and him alone, I really don't know if there will be any problem. Hearing the words of Kiraku Shunsui, Joshiro Yukitik also remembered the frequent conflict between Maayang and Yamamoto Genryusai before. He had never seen anyone like Maayang who fought against Yamamoto Genryusai time and time again, and let them stay alone. It was really hard to say what would happen. Although the relationship between Maayang and Yamamoto Genryusai was very good before, things from 100 years ago were still a little affected. Their feet moved, Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitik, the pair of good friends, rushed to the direction of 1st Division. Byakuya Kuachiki walked on the road home with a cold face. Compared with his usual indifference, his cold face made the passers-by feel a sense of fear. They were all cautious. Just looking at his face, it was clear that Byakuya Kuachiki was in a very bad mood. No one would touch his bad luck at this time. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will make him stronger than you. Thinking of what Yoruichi said to him before leaving, Byakuya Kuachiki slightly pulled out a trace of disdain. A mere human, just lucky to obtain the strength of Shinigami. Unexpectedly, he tried to reach the level of captain in 3 days. It was really strange. But Yoruichi, one of the 4 great nobles, the former head of the Shiyuin, actually said such words. Such a trampling of the glory belonging to Shinigami was really unforgivable. What's more, he is your little junior brother, little brother Byakuya. Remembering the words of ridicule before Yoruichi left, Byakuya Kuachiki's originally hanging hand unconsciously clenched, his nails deep into the palm of his hand. Myang. Spitting out such a name, Byakuya Kuachiki's eyes flashed a trace of struggle, and his mind unconsciously recalled the matter of more than 100 years ago when he was taught by Myang to learn the cutting technique. Closing his eyes, all kinds of emotions fluctuated in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Byakuya Kuachiki's eyes had already recovered the usual calmness, and once again became the Kachiki family head who was not moved by emotions and had always been under absolute calmness. The sword in his hand is always only to maintain the glory of Shinigami. As long as it is in front of his eyes, it is his enemy. The sword in his hand is only to protect honor. His own people are only to protect honor. This is his sword, his own people. A cool breeze blew, and several leaves floated down. Byakuya Kuachiki originally clenched fist loosened, and gently put it on Zanpakuto at his waist. In an invisible way, there seemed to be a sound of a knife. Several fallen leaves were instantly divided into 2 halves as if they were cut by a knife. The broken leaves fell on the water, and the eyes slightly swept the leaves. Kachiki Byakuya turned and walked to his room. You woke up? Ah. It hurts. This is. The unconscious Ichigo Kurosaki opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his eyes was a blue sky, but the strange thing was that the clouds in the air did not float, and the sky seemed to be very close to him, giving him the feeling as if it was the training ground under the Hurahara shop. This is what we got when we were still in Soul Society. The place below Kizuku's store also imitated this place. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's voice, Yoruichi, who was leaning on a stone, opened her mouth and said, N. Suddenly, Ichigo Kurosaki glared, forced himself to stand up, and looked at Yoruichi with a face of indignation. I didn't save the rest of them, but you don't have to worry. Seeing what Ichigo Kurosaki wanted to say, before he opened his mouth, Yoruichi opened her mouth and explained to him, it is my limit to leave with you alone. And Yukitake is also there. He is the immediate superior of Rukia. He is a very upright person. He will not make it difficult to save Ganju and Rukia, and the kid of 4th Division. So don't worry, you just stay here and strengthen your strength. At present, you can't win White, but after 3 days, I can train you to be able to defeat him, and then you can personally save all of them. After listening to Yoruichi's explanation, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes showed a fighting spirit again. For those companions, he must become stronger and then save them all. What should I do? Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Yoruichi, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I want to tell you something first. Yoruichi glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki with a face full of fighting spirit. Although his injuries had not recovered yet and he could only move for the time being, there was not much time left for him. He could only do this. All Zanpakuto is likely to carry out 2 stages of liberation. The first stage of liberation is called Shikei, and the second stage of liberation is called Bankai. To be able to carry out 2 stages of liberation is one of the necessary conditions to become a captain. It's mandatory to have Bankai? Yes, that is to say, in addition to Kinpachi Zaraki, everyone has learned Bankai. Under Shikai and Bankai state, the gap of the same Zanpakuto's combat ability will be different according to personal qualifications and exercise. In general, it is about 5 to 10 times. 10 times. Seeing the astonishment on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, Yoruichi looked very satisfied. The promotion rate is very amazing, right? Because of this. From the Shikai, Bankai, talented people generally have to go through 10 years of exercise. Hey, that's too long. Of course I know. The reason why it has to go through 10 or 20 years is that it has to go through formal cultivation. Although it is quite dangerous, you will use a completely different way to learn Bankai in 3 days. Chapter 160, The Day of Execution. On the day of execution, Sokyokuhil lifting his hand and pressing his bamboo hat, Kiraku Shunsui glanced over at Kachiki Rukia, whose eyes flashed a glimmer. If what Kimura said is true, Aizen will soon come out of the water. Slightly turning his head, his line of sight met with Joshiro Yukitake on the side, and there was a flash of understanding in the eyes of the 2 people. As 2 people who had fought side by side for many years, just a look could tell the thoughts of the other side. Joshiro Yukitake turned his eyes away and glanced at Yamamoto Genryuzai, who was standing there with his eyes half open and half closed. Later, The three of them had to do a play first. Only in that way, Aizen, who was extremely afraid of Yamamoto Genryusai, would no longer hide himself and come out of the dark. However, Jashiro Yukite's eyes turned to Rukia Kuachiki in the sky. It is hard on Rukia. It is obviously Aizen plot, but it makes her suffer so much pain, both physical and psychological. Boom! As a ball of flames burned, the Sokioku transformed into a huge phoenix. The balls of flames wrapped around his body and burned, giving off a destructive aura. How shocking! Kiraku Shunsui said in a low voice as he raised his head to look at the phoenix formed by the Sokioku in the sky. He had never seen this form of Sokioku in his life before. But isn't it a deal? This is just to let Aizen relax his vigilance and attract him who is faking his death. Why doesn't it look like Yamamoto is acting? Not good. Thinking of this, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of uneasiness, and he did not consider Yamamoto's character. It was really damn. With Yamamoto's personality, even if he believed Kimura's words, he would not go against Soul Society's rules before there was clear evidence. Since it was an order from the Central 46, he had to strictly carry it out. When he thought of these thoughts in his mind, it was actually just an instant. Kiraku Shunsui suddenly turned his head and looked at Jashiro Yukitake standing next to him. Just as Kiraku Shunsui's sight turned around, Jashiro Yukitake also thought of this. After all, they are people who have been with Yamamoto Genryusai for 1,000 years. They are the most clear about the character of Yamamoto Genryusai. It was just a momentary negligence before. Now they have noticed Yamamoto Genryusai's intention. He really wants to kill Rukia. At least at this moment he thinks so. Eng. With a clear cry, the spear that turned into a phoenix rushed toward Rukia Kuachiki's delicate body and was about to pierce her body. Not good. Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitake looked at Rukia in the sky. Dang. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Kachiki Rukia with a heroic and decisive posture. Zunpakto, who was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, stood in front of Sokioku. Fortunately, I caught up. Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitake looked at each other, and there was a flash of joy in their eyes. Fortunately, someone still blocked it. Otherwise, the consequences were really unimaginable. Maybe Rukia would die under the blow just now. How is it possible? Unexpectedly, one person blocked the attack of Sokioku with the power of 1,000,000 Zunpakto. Who the hell is this guy? Soifun looked at Ichigo Kurosaki who blocked the first attack of Sokioku, and there was a shock in her eyes that was hard to hide. That was the Sokioku that people talked about. The legendary Sokioku with the power of 1,000,000 Zunpakto was actually blocked by a person with Zunpakto. Yamamoto Genryusai's originally narrowed eyes were half open, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who blocked the attack in the air. Is this kid the Ichigo Kurosaki that Kimura said? Amazing. Although it is still very young, it is good to be able to do this level as a human. No wonder Kimura can see it. Is this kid the human that the team members talked about? Kiraku Shunsui looked at Ichigo Kurosaki and asked Aizen who was standing behind him. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's voice, Aizen recovered from the shock. The human teenager actually blocked an attack of Sokioku. This fact really surprised her. Habitually pushing her glasses, Aizen suppressed his shock and replied, from the appearance, it is indeed the accident described by the team leader. Is he Kimura's new disciple? He is indeed very powerful. It has only been a few days and he is already so strong. This is definitely the strength of the captain level. As soon as Jashiro Yukitake finished speaking, he felt a sharp aura coming from his side. Even he felt a burst of discomfort. Ichigo Kurosaki, I will not let you go again. Although people are standing below, and there is a long distance between them and Ichigo Kurosaki, but the voice of Byakuya Kuachiki is clearly heard in Ichigo Kurosaki's ear. By shrinking slightly, it is even too late to put Rukia down in his arms. Ichigo Kurosaki's body twisted, and Zunpakto in his hand suddenly threw behind him. Dang. A sound hit Byakuya Kuachiki's Zunpakto. One hit caught Byakuya Kuachiki attack. Ichigo Kurosaki moved his feet, and his body instantly disappeared from the execution platform, and then appeared in front of a Barayaranji who just arrived. Rukia will be handed over to you, take care of her. Throwing Rukia into the arms of Ranji, Ichigo Kurosaki only had time to say this sentence. Byakuya Kuachiki had come to his front again, and Zunpakto in his hand mercilessly cut down his head. Dang, once again blocking Byakuya Kuachiki / Ichigo Kurosaki took 2 steps back and said, I said last time, your attack has been seen through by me. Although he said this, Ichigo Kurosaki's heart was full of shock. In these 3 days, he was trained to the death under the guidance of Yoruichi. Not only did he learn Banchi, but his strength in the normal state also had a significant improvement. But why did he feel that Byakuya Kuachiki also became stronger, much stronger than when he met a few days ago. Stepping on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki waved the Zanpakuto in his hand to attack Byakuya Kuachiki, but it was easily dodged by him. Not only that, but he also retaliated. This guy with his extraordinary reaction ability to block Byakuya Kuachiki's attack, Ichigo Kurosaki stepped on the ground and once again opened the distance. This guy was a little strange. There was no change in speed and strength. His spiritual power also did not change, but why did he feel that he became stronger? He was very casual when waving the knife, but the timing and angle of the attack were very tricky. It was like in his mind, he unconsciously recalled the scene when he fought with Maang. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes flashed. Yes, it was like the feeling when he fought with Maang. Although there was still a distance away from Maang's strength. By the way, it seemed that Mr. Kisukurahara said that this guy was once Kimura's student. Ichigo Kurosaki shook the Zanpakuto in his hand. He was no longer the previous him. It was impossible for Byakuya Kuachiki to defeat himself easily. With this in mind, Ichigo Kurosaki's foot pointed, and his body instantly appeared in front of Byakuya Kuachiki. The huge Zanpakuto in his hand seemed to be light as if nothing, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the knife, stabbing at Byakuya Kuachiki's head. Almost in an instant, Byakuya Kuachiki did not have time to react, and Ichigo Kurosaki's body had appeared in front of him like a ghost. The Zanpakuto in his hand made a harsh sound, piercing the air and stabbing at his head. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's speed, Byakuya Kuachiki's pupils slightly contracted. This speed was faster than the last time he saw it. What did Yoruichi do to this guy? Byakuya Kuachiki thought in his mind, but his body was not slow, his head slightly tilted and let Ichigo Kurosaki attack. Just as Byakuya Kuachiki turned his head and let Ichigo Kurosaki attack, Ichigo Kurosaki twisted his wrist, and then his Zanpakuto, which had already pierced through Kachiki Byakuya's ear, suddenly changed direction and cut across Byakuya Kuachiki's body. There was a sudden warning in his heart. Byakuya Kuachiki almost subconsciously leaned over, but it was still a little slow. Byakuya Kuachiki clearly felt the cold blade across his cheek, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from his face. Feeling the touch left by the blood from his cheek, Byakuya Kuachiki's eyes were cold, and he was actually hurt by a human. It was really unforgivable. Scatter, Senbin Zakura. Countless blades shining with pink colors danced in the air. After the gorgeous beauty, there was a cold killing intent hidden. This was something that Ichigo Kurosaki had long experienced. With a tap of his feet, Ichigo Kurosaki's body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Byakuya Kuachiki. There is a flaw in your ability. As he spoke, Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand turned and slashed at Kachiki Byakuya. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Under the blade of Ichigo Kurosaki, Byakuya Kuachiki gently stretched out a hand, his palm facing Ichigo Kurosaki's body, and without turning his head, he whispered, Sukatsui. At the moment when Byakuya Kuachiki stretched out his palm, Ichigo Kurosaki knew that it was not good. Sure enough, before Ichigo Kurosaki's chop fell, a blue burst flame had been fired from Byakuya Kuachiki's palm, and a violent impact instantly sent Ichigo Kurosaki flying. Chapter 161, The Emerging Truth. Old Man Yama, let's go first. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki and Byakuya Kuachiki who were fighting fiercely over there, Kiraku Shunsui pressed his bamboo hat and turned to Yamamoto Genryu's. Huh? Yamamoto Genryu's eyes narrowed. After Kiraku Shunsui finished, he did not wait for Yamamoto Genryu's to say anything. He directly grabbed Joshiro Yukite's clothes, stepped a little, and their body instantly rushed to the distance. Captain. Seeing Kiraku Shunsui leaving quickly, eyes Nanak also depart. Seeing Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukite leave, Yamamoto Genryu's face did not change, but the eyes turned to look at the situation of Ichigo Kurosaki and Kachiki Byakuya. The strength of Captain Kachiki is naturally unquestionable. Although there is a little gap compared to Kiraku and others, he is also worthy of the identity of captain. On the other hand, the human teenager can actually fight with Kachiki Byakuya to such a degree, it is really rare and precious. Retracting the sight of the battle over there, feeling the Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukite spiritual powers getting farther and farther, Yamamoto Genryu's mouth slightly pulled up. From before, there has never been a kid who can escape under his pursuit. Swish. He did not see any movements of Yamamoto Genryu's, and his figure disappeared from the place instantly. Captain Commander. Seeing Yamamoto Genryu's body suddenly disappear, Chojiro Sasaki standing on the side cried out, and then he also moved his feet and rushed in the direction that Yamamoto Genryu's left. Captain. Kiyonka Tetsuan Yamada Hanataro looked at Joshiro Yukite, who was dragged away by Kiraku Shunsui, and moved his feet to chase in the direction where they left. Bang! The moment the two of them moved, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of them, and then Kiyonkatetsu and Yamada Hanataro only saw a flash in front of their eyes, and then they felt a strong force coming from their chest, and their bodies fell to the ground weakly. You guys have completely abandoned your reservedness as Shinigami of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Kicking Kiyonkatetsu and Yamada Hanataro to the ground, Soifan said to the two of them with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. Captain, that, Kiyonkatetsu and Yamada Hanataro didn't do anything against Shinigami's honor, did they? Looking at Kiyonkatetsu and Yamada Hanataro who fell to the ground, Omega suddenly had a feeling of guilt, so he carefully took 2 steps forward and said to Soifan with low eyebrows. What did you say? Omega. Soifan was stunned and turned her eyes slightly to look at Omega and asked, her tone full of strict killing intent. No, I didn't say anything. Hearing Soifan's cold voice, Omega immediately retreated a few steps and waved his hand while retreating, his face full of fear. For his own captain's means, Omega was clear. Seeing that his sister was kicked to the ground by 2nd Division Captain, Izane-Kotetsu moved her feet and was about to go forward to check. Wait, Izane. Izane-Kotetsu had not yet taken a step when Retsuo Nohana, who had been standing beside her, suddenly opened her mouth to stop her behavior. Captain Izane-Kotetsu turned her head and looked at his captain in confusion. At the moment Izane-Kotetsu turned around, a figure suddenly rushed over from the distance. Several people on Sokioka Hill only saw a black shadow flash away, and then the figure of Soifan, who was standing there before, had disappeared. What's going on? Where's Captain Omega? Only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and then Captain who was standing in front of him had disappeared. It's too late to care about why Captain Soifan suddenly disappeared. Izane-Kotetsu now only remembers her sister. She took a few steps forward to her sister and quickly began to treat her. Boom. A violent roar suddenly came from the woods under Sokioka Hill, followed by 2 powerful collisions of spiritual power. Captain. Feeling Soifan coming from below, Omega moved his body and was about to rush down. In any case, the duty of Vice Captain is to protect Captain. Shuabang. Just as Omega moved, he saw a figure flash in front of him and then he lost consciousness. You really came, Maang. Retsuo Nohana put her hands in front of her and looked at the person who suddenly appeared and knocked Omega unconscious. Her tone was as calm as ever, as if nothing could change her mood. This is compared with Retsuo Nohana calm. Izane-Kotetsu's reaction was much more rich. She suddenly stood up straight and put her hand on her Zanpakuto. She looked at the unknown person in front of her with vigilance. That man suddenly appeared and casually knocked out the deputy captain. Whether it was his speed or strength, Izane-Kotetsu felt extremely afraid. If such a person was an enemy, you are too nervous, Ms. Vice Captain. Izane-Kotetsu only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and then a voice sounded in her ear. When she heard the voice in her ear, Izane-Kotetsu trembled. When did he came to her side without her even noticing it? This guy. Under the agitation of her emotions, Izane-Kotetsu suddenly pulled out her own Zanpakuto and swung her blade at his side. I said, you are too nervous, Ms. Vice Captain. He casually stretched out his hand, and in the horrified eyes of Izane-Kotetsu, Maang used his 2 fingers to catch her Zanpakuto. Leave, Izane. Seeing that Izane-Kotetsu were fooled by Maang, Retsuo Nohana did not change her expression and just softly asked her to leave. Then Retsuo Nohana turned her eyes to Maang and asked in the usual calm tone, after 100 years, you suddenly returned to Soul Society. So, what do you want to do, Mr. Kimura? 100 years? Return to Soul Society? Upon hearing Retsuo Nohana's words, Izane-Kotetsu said in a low voice in confusion. According to the Captain Nohana, this guy seemed to have been a member of Soul Society, and he knew the Captain Nohana. Maang, the man who once served as the captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards Division for 100 years, completed the study of Spirit Hearts Academy in only half a year, graduated as the first, was appointed as the vice captain at the beginning of graduation, and was known as the unprecedented genius of Soul Society. What? This guy? After listening to Retsuo Nohana's introduction of Maang, Izane-Kotetsu was completely shocked. He graduated from Spirit Hearts Academy in half a year, and after just graduated, he became the vice captain, and he was a captain for more than 100 years. What kind of person was this guy? I didn't expect Captain Nohana to remember everything about me so clearly. It really makes me feel flattered. After listening to the introduction of Retsuo Nohana, Maang smiled slightly. It was a good feeling to be remembered. But I came to see you this time without any big deal. I just want to ask Captain Nohana to watch a play and save a person. Oh? Hearing Maang's words, Retsuo Nohana turned her eyes and said to Izane, inform the healing team in the team now and deal with the wounded here. I will go with Mr. Kimura. Captain hearing Retsuo Nohana's order, Aizen Kotetsu called out worriedly. Will the captain really be fine with this guy? Don't worry, it's okay. Let's go, Mr. Kimura. Where are you talking about? I'm looking forward to it. I won't let you down. Maayang turned around and smiled at Retsuano Hana. His feet moved and his body suddenly disappeared from where he was. At the same time, Retsuano Hana followed him and disappeared instantly. So fast. Seeing the two of them disappear in front of her, but not even a trace of them could be seen, Aizen Kotetsu could not help but feel a little defeated. The difference in strength was actually so great. Is this spiritual power? Ichigo? The person fighting with him is Byakuya Kuachiki. What an interesting battle. Kenpachi Zaraki keenly felt two violent collisions from the direction of Sokioka Hill. One of them was Ichigo Kurosaki, who had fought with him before, and the other was Byakuya Kuachiki, whom he had always wanted to challenge. Boom! Not long after feeling Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual power, a terrible spiritual power suddenly burst from the distance. The blazing spiritual power dyed the sky in red, as if to burn everything. This is the old man. Kenpachi Zaraki looked at the sky in the distance and felt the majestic and terrible spiritual power of Yamamoto Genryusai. The corner of his mouth slowly opened, revealing a slightly terrible smile. Hey, even Captain Commander has taken action, things are getting more and more interesting. Just at the moment when Captain Commander's spiritual power burst out. Well? It's about time. A dark-skinned blind man slightly tilted his head and felt the collision of spiritual power in the distance. Then his body flashed and disappeared from the place. And at this time, Toshiro Hitsugaya came to the central conference hall with Matsumoto Ranjaku. The two looked at the people lying in the hall with horror. The 40 sages and 6 presiding judges of the Central 46 were all killed. Chapter 162, Meeting After 100 Years. This man. Retsuano Hana fixed her eyes on Maayang in front of her. This man's body seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, making it impossible to see his heart clearly. Just like his choice 100 years ago, everything about this man was like a mystery. Captain Anohana. Just as Retsuano Hana was distracted, Maayang suddenly slowed down, falling a few steps behind and walking side by side with Retsuano Hana. What? Awakened by Maayang's voice, Retsuano Hana turned her face and looked at the man beside her with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. After Aizen's death, it is you who have been in contact with his corpse, right? Hearing the word death and corpse that Maayang emphasized, Retsuano Hana frowned slightly. Listening to Maayang, it seemed that there was still some secret between them. Although there were some doubts in her heart, Retsuano Hana still answered, yes. Then Captain Anohana, have you noticed something unusual? Hearing Maayang's question, Retsuano Hana's body slightly paused, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. When checking Captain Aizen's body, she did notice something unusual, but why did Maayang ask? Because there was no exact evidence, she had never told anyone. Even Aizen did not know the few doubts that she had buried in her heart. Although Retsuano Hana concealed her mood fluctuations very well, Maayang was still keenly aware of her mood fluctuations at that moment. As expected of Captain Anohana, as the person who has been in contact with Aizen's corpse for the longest time, you can still detect that slight unnoticeably uncoordinated. You mean? Retsuano Hana suddenly stopped. Looking at Maayang standing next to her, her face gradually became serious. The guess that had been suppressed in her heart gradually emerged. At the same time, there was a sense of tension. If her guess was really correct, it was really bad. Let's go. The truth is just ahead. Turning his head to look at Retsuano Hana, who was standing still, Maayang stepped on the ground and rushed forward again. It was the Central 46 underground meeting hall. Soul Society is going to change the sky. He raised his head to look at the calm sky, but Retsuano Hana felt that under the calm, there was a turbulent undercurrent. If she was not careful, the whole Soul Society would suffer a great blow. Zen. Toshiro Hitsugaya, who rushed back in a hurry, looked at the person in front of him with a shocked face. The familiar face was Aizen, who had originally died. Hey, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya panting, Aizen smiled and greeted him. What's going on? Are you? Really, Aizen? Of course, you saw it, didn't you? It's like a fake bag. However, in any case, you came back earlier than I expected. Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya. Sorry, it seems that we met in the wrong time. Ekamaru Jin, who stood behind Aizen, smiled and apologized after hearing Aizen's words, but the iconic smile on his face and his joking tone did not sound embarrassed at all. What are you talking about? Toshiro Hitsugaya only felt that his head was a little insufficient. Originally, in his judgment, Aizen and Ekamaru Jin were the identity of the enemy, and the person who killed Aizen was also Ekamaru Jin, but now looking at the performance of these two people, it really was not like the enemy. Instead, it was more like companions. No. No. More accurately, it should be the relationship between subordinates and superiors. Isn't dispersing the enemy's combat power the foundation of tactics? Isn't that right, Jin? You said enemy. Hearing Aizen say the word enemy, Toshiro Hitsugaya no longer has a trace of doubt in his heart. From the beginning, they were played by Aizen. All of this is just a play performed by Aizen and Akamaru Jin. Where is Hinamori? The face of Hinamori suddenly flashed in his mind, and Toshiro Hitsugaya suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Since Aizen is an enemy, then Hinamori is. His eyes stopped on the door behind Aizen and Akamaru Jin. Toshiro Hitsugaya keenly felt a faint spiritual power from behind the door, and an indescribable panic rose in his heart. With a movement of his feet, Toshiro Hitsugaya's body instantly appeared behind the door. Boom. Seeing Hinamori lying in a pool of blood, Toshiro Hitsugaya seemed to be struck by lightning. At that moment, he seemed to feel that the whole sky had collapsed. It's a pity that he found out. Akamaru Jin leaned slightly and said, but there was no pity in his tone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I should cut her into pieces. At least don't let you find out. Seeing that Toshiro Hitsugaya looked like he was hit, Aizen did not hesitate to say, first suppressing the enemy psychologically, which was his favorite way. What is going on? Aizen, Akamaru Jin. When did you start working together? It was from the beginning. Before you played dead? Aizen. Why do you still not understand? I mean, from the beginning, since I became captain, I have never thought of letting others be my vice-captain. So, until now, not only Hinamori, but also me, your subordinates and all the other Shinigami, are all deceived by you. Turning his head, looking at Aizen, who had become rogue not far away, Toshiro Hitsugaya gritted his teeth and said, in fact, I don't want to lie, but none of you can understand my real intentions. You mean we can't understand? Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at Aizen in front of him, this person who appeared in front of him for so long with the image of a gentle senior. The anger in his heart surged up again and again. You should be very clear that Hinamori admired you very much. She joined 13 Division of Imperial Guards because of you. In order to help you, she worked very hard and finally became a vice-captain. Of course I know, there is no easier to manipulate than people who admire me. So I chose her as my subordinate. Ah. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at Aizen incredulously. The glimmer of hope in his heart disappeared without a trace. Is this guy really Aizen? It is completely different from the people he knew before. Is this real him? He said. Now is a good opportunity. There is one thing you have to remember, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Adoration is the farthest emotion to understand. Boom! Hearing Aizen's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and suddenly pulled out his own Zanpakuto from behind. Bankai. Daigu Yuren Hieran Mauru. A strong spiritual power suddenly rose, and a chill spread from Toshiro Hitsugaya, like it was going to freeze everything. Aizen, I am going to kill you now. Toshiro Hitsugaya held his Zanpakuto and looked at Aizen opposite with murderous eyes. Don't talk too big, this will only make you look weaker. Hearing Toshiro Hitsugaya talk in front of him, Aizen said with a smile. Although he has the title of genius on his head, but as long as he can reach the level of captain, which one is not a genius? Toshiro Hitsugaya is still too young, whether in psychological or in strength. Hearing Aizen ridiculed him, Toshiro Hitsugaya's face was tight, holding a knife with both hands, and suddenly swung it down. Facing his Bankai, Aizen actually dared to be so arrogant, really too arrogant. Shua. Puff no. No. Toshiro Hitsugaya only saw a flower in front of him, and then blood splashed, and the body fell to the ground weakly. The scenery is good. Aizen waved his hand and threw the blood on Zanpakuto, and then slowly put the sword back into the sheath. Although the season is not yet here, it is good to see ice at this time. Then let's go, Jin. After defeating Toshiro Hitsugaya, Aizen said to Akamaru Jin in a relaxed tone. Although Toshiro Hitsugaya's strength is insignificant to him, but as he said before, dispersing the enemy's combat power is the foundation of tactics. If the captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards work together, it is really a little troublesome for his plan. Well? Suddenly, Aizen, who was about to move his feet, stopped and his eyes turned to the direction of the gate. The usual relaxed expression on his face disappeared, but there was a rare solemn look. Obviously, even he felt a little afraid of the identity of the person who came. It's rare to meet an old friend today. I don't know what advice you have, Mr. Kimura? I'm not worthy to be your advisor, Aizen, you are too polite. Yang looked at Aizen in front of him and smiled very brightly. Although he did not see a surprised look on Aizen's face, Yang still felt a burst of comfort in his heart. After so long, today he could finally vent out the grievances he had been holding back for so many years. You are really here, Aizen? Retsu Anohana, who followed Maayang, looked at Aizen not far away and said with a gloomy face. She did not expect that this person actually played a play and played all Soul Society's people in the palm of his hand. Aizen looked at the two people opposite him and whispered, Captain Anohana, I don't think it is strange that you can guess this. I am still thinking if you'd really come or not. I just didn't expect that Mr. Kimura actually appeared with you. When did you start to intervene in this matter? Oh? You are so smart. Why don't you guess? Chapter 163, Emergency Transmission. No need, because there is no need. Aizen looked at Maayang with a smile of victory on his face. No matter when you started to get involved in this matter, it is meaningless to talk about this now, because now I have appeared in front of you without hesitation. Do you want to say that you have already expected everything? I thought you should already know about it after experiencing the thing from 100 years ago. Oh, including this, did you expect it? Maayang chuckled, and then a light flashed, and his Zanpakuto with a cold murderous look appeared in front of Aizen. Dang, this won't do, Mr. Kimura. Ikamaru-jin stepped and his body stood in front of Aizen. He used his own Zanpakuto to block Maayang's tentative attack. Although it was not difficult to see from his slightly trembling arm that blocking Maayang's attack was a bit difficult for him, but his face still had the trademark fox-like smile. I really didn't expect that the young boy had grown to the extent that he could block my attack. Do you still not understand? Mr. Kimura, everything about you is expected by me. Aizen stood still and did not move. From the beginning, he knew that Maayang's attack would not affect him. Oh? The corner of Maayang's mouth revealed a playful smile. I will stab your left shoulder next time, Aizen. Oh. He also said this before. Aizen's line of sight swept over Toshiro Hitsugaya, who was lying on the ground motionless, and the corner of his mouth showed a smile again, a scornful smile. I will tell you what I said to him before, don't talk too big, it will only make you more weak. Puff. Aizen's words just finished, the smile on his face has not been closed, and suddenly saw a brilliant knife flash in front of his eyes. The speed of the knife light is so fast that he did not even have time to react. He only felt a sting on his left shoulder, and then a blood shot out from his body. What Maayang's previous attack, the speed is so fast that it is simply shocking. Several people present did not see how he did it. They only saw a flash of blade light, and then Aizen's left shoulder sprayed a blood. This speed. Ikamaru-jin's eyes, which had been closed all the time, slightly opened a crack. That speed was faster than his own Shinso, at least in such a short distance. It was impossible to be faster than him. I will return this sentence to you. Look at the astonishment in your eyes, this is what you did not expect. Maayang looked at Aizen, who was injured in front of him, and smiled very happily. Although he had not completely defeated him, it was also a little revenge. You. Aizen looked at Maayang in front of him and gritted his teeth, but in the end, there was still some fear in his eyes. Maayang's blow just now really scared him. If he attacked him one more time, he might not be able to avoid the blow, because he did not see how Maayang did it. He just saw Maayang raise his hand, and then his Zanpakuto suddenly stabbed him. Seems like you underestimated me too much, Aizen. Looking at Aizen in front of him, Maayang suddenly curled his lips and said, fight me, use your Kyokusugetsu. Hearing Maayang like a reminder, Aizen's eyes regained some spirit again. Yes, he still has Kyokusugetsu. Everyone can't crack Kyokusugetsu's power. As long as he opens his Kyokusugetsu, even if Maayang is powerful, he will never be his opponent. After encouraging himself in his heart, Aizen's face returned to a calm smile, as if he had mastered everything. Maayang, I have to say that I really underestimated you, but the next time you won't have a chance, you should feel pity. Aizen looked at Maayang with a confident smile and said, you should have stabbed my heart just now, so there may be a chance to get rid of me, but you will never have a chance now. That will be the last time you touch me. Let's go, Jin. Hearing Aizen's words, Ikamaru-jin took out a roll of gauze from his arms and waved it, and then his and Aizen's bodies disappeared from the place. Maayang stood there quietly, watching Ikamaru-jin and Aizen leave without making any move, only showing a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. As expected, it's still the Sokioka Hill. Sensing the few people who had appeared in the Sokioka Hill, the smile on Maayang's lips grew even wider. Captain Anohana. I understand. Leave it to me. He smiled at Maayang, and Retsu Anohana slowly walked to Toshiro Hitsugaya and Hinamori, pulling out her Zanpakuto. I will take first aid measures for Toshiro Hitsugaya and Hinamori first. I am not talking about this. Maayang stepped and appeared beside Toshiro Hitsugaya. I know a little about emergency treatment. Let me deal with it for the two of them first. Captain Anohana, you should inform the rest of the people here first. You know, compared to me who has been away for 100 years, your words are more convincing. Retsu Anohana nodded. Aizen's current position? Sokyoku Hill. I see. Withdrawing her own Zanpakuto, Retsuano Hana stretched out her left hand. Bakudo number 77, Heavenly Rickshaw Skynet. All captains of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, Vice Captain, as well as all the travelers, I am 4th Division Captain Retsuano Hana. This is an emergency. The next words I said are all true. No way. Everyone who was in different places of Soul Society heard the notification from Retsuano Hana and all looked stunned. Before this, no one would think that such a thing would happen. This was simply a disaster for Soul Society. Old man Yama, you heard it too. Kiraku Shunsui, who was receiving the long-lost training of Yamamoto Genryusai, stopped and said, I have not yet been old enough to not hear things. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Kiraku Shunsui in front of him and taught him a lesson, but Kiraku, your strength actually dropped to such a degree, it really disappoints me. After this matter, come to 1st Division to see me. I'm afraid I have to decline, Commander, I have a lot of things to deal with in my team. Kiraku Shunsui has not finished speaking yet, but Yamamoto Genryusai has disappeared from the place, apparently not going to give him a chance to bargain. Now can you tell me your thoughts, Mr. Kimura? After dealing with Toshiro Hitsugaya and Hinamori's injuries, Retsuano Hana turned to Maayang. Her eyes were calm, but it seemed to be able to see through all the camouflage and stared straight into the depths of Maayang's heart. What thoughts? Maayang looked at Retsuano Hana strangely and asked. From your explanation of Aizen ability and the situation when you brought me here before, you should have expected today's matter. You knew these things from the beginning, right? Including the matter that Vice Captain Hinamori and Captain Hitsugaya might be harmed by Aizen. Seeing that Maayang did not open his mouth to deny, Retsuano Hana then said, since you have expected all of this, why did you not hurry on the way, but deliberately slowed down and let these things happen? I do know all these things. After listening to Retsuano Hana analysis, Maayang admitted easily. Facing her scrutinizing eyes, Maayang shrugged and said, Soul Society is too dull. In order to meet the future battles, I think that what they are suffering now is necessary. Looking at Maayang's magnanimous eyes, Retsuano Hana was silent and then turned her eyes and walked to the two lying there. I admit that what you said is reasonable, but as a medical personnel, my first priority is always to consider injuries. I know. Maayang spread out his hands and turned his head to the direction of the Sokyoku Hill. Then, goodbye. He looked at Retsuano Hana who was standing there with complicated eyes. Maayang's body swayed and rushed to the direction of Sokyoku Hill. There was still a battle waiting for him there. Although it was unrealistic to want to defeat Aizen, it was still possible to leave something for him or leave something behind. Sokyoku Hill. Today's hill is really lively. First, it was an execution that was rare to see in 100 years. It attracted all kinds of people. They fought one after another around the hill, and then the 5th Division Captain, Aizen, who originally died, suddenly appeared. Together with him, there was also the 3rd Division Captain Akamaru Jin, 9th Division Captain Tosen Kaname, and of course, Renji Aberai who was holding Rukia Kuachiki. Hurry up and put Rukia Kuachiki down, and then get out, Renji Aberai. Aizen looked at Renji Aberai who was holding Rukia Kuachiki in front of him and said impatiently. Although Maayang's appearance was not beyond his expectation, Maayang's strength was beyond Aizen's expectation. He did not have time to waste with Aberai Renji now. No one knew if there would be any more changes. I will not let her go. Chapter 164, Little Byakuya, since you won't let go, I will cut off your hand holding her. Reaching out from his waist to pull out his Zanpakuto, Aizen stared at Renji Aberai, and his eyes did not hide his killing intent. Holding Rukia in one hand, and Renji holding his own Zanpakuto in the other hand, with his serious injuries now, facing 3 captain-level enemies is really not a wise thing. Not to mention fighting, even saving his life is an extravagant hope. However, even if he dies, he will not let go this time. Dang. A familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Renji, blocking Aizen's attack. Until this time, a drop of sweat slid down from the forehead of Renji. He really did not expect that even if he learned Bankai now, there was still such a big gap compared to the real captain level. The previous fight with Captain Kuchiki was like this, and now it was the same in the face of Aizen. Brother Byakuya. Rukia, who was lying in the arms of Renji, looked up at the person in front of her and screamed. She did not expect that at this time, it was Byakuya Kuachiki who saved her. Brother Byakuya still cares about me. With this thought in mind, Rukia's heart suddenly rose a sweet feeling. Cough puff. Just as such a thought flashed through Rukia's heart, Byakuya Kuachiki, who was in front of them, suddenly coughed, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, his physical condition was not very good. Big brother is injured? Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki body, Rukia Kuachiki immediately found several bloody wounds, showing the damage that Byakuya Kuachiki had suffered before this. Are you alright, Rukia? Just when Rukia's heart was worried about Byakuya Kuachiki's wound, Ichigo Kurosaki, dressed in a tight windbreaker, came to her side and asked worriedly. Protect. Rukia turned to look at Ichigo Kurosaki, who came to her side. There were also several obvious wounds on his body. Obviously, he was not unscathed in the previous battle. Ichigo Kurosaki, you can leave now. What happens next has nothing to do with you. This is the matter of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Byakuya Kuachiki stared at Aizen standing opposite him, and at the same time he spoke to Ichigo Kurosaki standing beside him. Captain Anohana has made everything clear in the notice just now. All of this is the conspiracy of Soul Society's traitor, Aizen. In this case, Ichigo have nothing to do about this fiasco involving 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Now what he has to do is to use the sword in his hand to eradicate the enemy in front of him and maintain the glory of Soul Society. And his own protection. You are joking. This guy is going to kill Rukia. How can it have nothing to do with me? Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Aizen, who stood opposite him and looked harmless. Is this guy? He actually planned such a thing. You don't have to argue. Since you insist on stopping me, I will kill you all. Anyway, sweeping one or two dust. There is no difference for the eyes. Aizen, is this the last thing you want to say as the sinner of Soul Society? Byakuya Kuachiki looked coldly at Aizen opposite him. Although his power was consumed in the battle with Ichigo Kurosaki just now, Byakuya Kuachiki did not think that he would lose to him. Moreover, this guy not only trampled the glory of being Shinigami, but also hurt his feelings as an elder brother. It was really unforgivable. As soon as the voice fell, Byakuya Kuachiki stretched out his hand, and the cherry blossom blade suddenly flew up and surged in the direction of Aizen. This speed is faster than what he showed before. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was standing on the side, saw the Senbon Zakura Kageyoshi controlled by Byakuya Kuachiki. He was suddenly shocked. Just now, his battle with Byakuya Kuachiki was just halfway through, and he was interrupted by Retsu Anohana notice. He originally thought that this guy had shown a strong strength, but he did not expect that the speed of his control of the blade could be improved so much. If you control it with your hands, the speed of Senbon Zakura Kageyoshi is twice as fast as when you control it with your eyes. Byakuya Kuachiki said softly like an explanation. Although he said that to Ichigo Kurosaki before, in fact, in his heart, he had admitted Ichigo Kurosaki. His strength had completely reached the level of captain, and he was Maiyang's student. At least his footwork and cutting skills must have been learned from Maiyang. Really too naive. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was surprised by the speed of Byakuya Kuachiki Senbon Zakura, a slightly playful voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Nani, impossible. Hearing the voice suddenly remembered in their ears, Byakuya Kuachiki and Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils suddenly contracted. In the situation where they were unaware, Aizen had already came to their side. He was clearly standing beside Akamarujin before. Puff, a bright light flashed, and Byakuya Kuachiki and Ichigo Kurosaki fell to the ground powerlessly. Although it was not a fatal injury, the two of them no longer had the ability to move. Is this Kyokusugetsu? Byakuya Kuachiki looked at the shadow of Aizen, who gradually disappeared not far away, and asked. This is Kyokusugetsu. Even if you know, there is no way to avoid Kyokusugetsu. Aizen casually answered Byakuya Kuachiki's question. In any case, even if he answered, they absolutely could not find a way to crack it. Instead, it could make them feel a sense of despair in their hearts, making them shrink in the future battles with themselves. Aizen walked to the front of Rukia Kuachiki. The three people who protected her before were now all cleaned up. She could only helplessly watch Aizen reach out to her and drag her up from the ground violently. Reaching out, he took out a small thing from his arms. Aizen gently pressed it, and then a strange thing appeared around the ground. Reaching out, he took out Hogioka from Rukia Kuachiki's chest. Aizen's face showed a smile. Finally, he took out this little thing. Because he was threatened by Maiyang, he did not even have time to explain to Ichigo Kurosaki and others. Now that he finally took it out, he could also be relieved. Oh? The wound on the body recovered so quickly. It can actually take things out without hurting the spirit body. It is really a great technique. Gisuke is really a smart guy. Putting away Hogioku, Aizen saw the wound on Rukia Kuachiki's chest that gradually disappeared and could not help but praise. For powerful people, he was always generous with his own praise, such as Gisuke with excellent intelligence and Maiyang with strong strength. But you are useless. Aizen picked up Rukia, who fell at his feet, and there was no emotion in his eyes, just like holding a dead object. And Rukia was also frightened by the previous thing at this time, her face full of horror. Kill her, Jin. Since Lord Aizen has spoken, then I have no other way. Hearing Aizen's instructions, Ikumaru-jin gently put his hand on the Zanpakuto at his waist, with a fox-like smile on his face, and his closed eyes made people unable to see through the real thoughts in his heart. If I were you, I wouldn't do this. Just as Ikumaru-jin's hand was on his Zanpakuto, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A dazzling knife light flashed, and at the moment when the sound came in his ear, Ikumaru-jin had turned around, and at the same time, Zanpakuto in his hand was instantly unsheathed and released in an instant. What a swift reaction! Maiyang's body swayed, appeared on the side of Aizen, and said to Ikumaru-jin, and then turned his sight to Aizen on the side, "Why, you still don't put Rukia down? It's really interesting, how do you know that I have Rukia Kuachiki in my hand?" Aizen's face looked at Maiyang with a playful smile. With Kyoka Suigetsu, he was not afraid of anyone, even if Maiyang had hurt him before. Or I should change the question. How do you know that I am standing in front of you? After that, Aizen's body, who was originally standing in front of Maiyang, suddenly disappeared, and then appeared beside Ikumaru-jin, looking at Maiyang with a playful smile on his face. Because you moved. Just as Aizen finished his words, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Aizen could even feel the aura of Maiyang behind him spraying on his neck, making all the pores in his body stand up. Puff, a bright light flashed, and a spray of blood sprayed out. Maiyang reached out and pulled Rukia, who was lying on the ground, and his body flashed and appeared beside Ichigo Kurosaki and the others. So strong. Being thrown around like an object, Rukia Kuachiki's heart did not have any dissatisfaction. At this time, she was still immersed in shock and was shocked by the strength of others. Whether it was Aizen or this guy who suddenly appeared, they were all strong. To be beaten so badly by someone, you are really incompetent, Ichigo. Maiyang glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was parried by Aizen and fell to the ground, and said. And? Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki, who suffered the same encounter, Maiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. Long time no see, little Byakuya, you alright down there? Little Byakuya? Hearing the nickname of Byakuya from Maiyang, Renji, who was lying on the other side, suddenly burst out a hot light in his eyes. Even if he was seriously injured, he could not cover up his burning gossip soul. This was the spicy gossip of Captain Kuchiki. Rukia Kuachiki was also shocked. Someone actually called his brother Byakuya in such a casual way. What was the identity of this strong and strange guy? Chapter 165, His Conviction. Maiyang. Byakuya Kuachiki looked at Maiyang, his lips trembled slightly, and then he softly spat out Maiyang's name. His face was still cold, without any expression, but Ichigo Kurosaki, who was lying beside him, keenly saw a bit of entangled look in his eyes. Can I still treat you as an ally of Soul Society? Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki, who had grown up, Maiyang could not help but think of the little Shota who followed him in the past. Now he had such an appearance, although he was lying on the ground now. I just want to say, I am Shinigami. Smiling at Byakuya, Maiyang's face was relaxed and casual. I know, Teacher Kimura. Byakuya Kuachiki's pale face suddenly showed a smile. Although he had not smiled for a long time, the smile on his face seemed a little stiff, but it was not difficult to see the sincerity contained in his smile. Teacher? Rukia and Renji were shocked. They were very surprised by the name that came out of Byakuya Kuachiki's mouth. They never knew that Byakuya Kuachiki had a teacher, but if so, it was not difficult to understand that this guy was so strong. After all, he could teach a captain-level person, how could he be weak? Compared with Rukia and Renji's surprise of Maiyang's identity, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had known for a long time, was still shocked after hearing Byakuya Kuachiki personally admit it, but he was more surprised by Byakuya Kuachiki's reaction. This guy can actually smile. From the beginning of knowing each other, Byakuya Kuachiki, who had always been emotionless, actually showed a smile. This discovery made Ichigo Kurosaki unable to calm down. He thought that this cool pretentious guy would never smile. What a touching teacher-student relationship. Mr. Kimura, you are not here to show me your friendship, are you? Just as several people here had their own thoughts, Aizen, who was ignored, opened his mouth and said. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with their disregard. Although he was injured by Maiyang before, he would never feel that he would really lose to Maiyang because of a defeat. What's wrong? Are you jealous of my rich emotions? After all, a guy like you who has no friends cannot feel these emotions. No. Aizen reached out and pushed his glasses. In comparison, I am still more curious about how you get rid of my Kyoka Suigetsu. Tch. Maiyang looked at Aizen with disdain. You think I will tell you casually? The reason why I am not affected by your Kyoka Suigetsu is that I did not see it through my eyes, but felt it through the flow of the air. After listening to Maiyang's words, the few people on the ground all looked at the sky speechlessly. You said everything. After listening to Maiyang's words, Aizen's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. Before, he did not consider any prevention, and just hypnotized Ma Yang's vision. He did not care much about his touch. With Ma Yang's strength, there was a certain possibility that he could crack his Kyokusugetsu without full effort. After all, Shinigami's battle was spiritual power's battle. And Ma Yang obviously had spiritual power who was enough to beat him. I see. I will pay attention next time. Although he was puzzled about what Ma Yang said, what he said was indeed one factor. This had already increased Aizen's vigilance. In the next fight with Ma Yang, he must not ignore this factor. The function of Kyokusugetsu should be catalyzed to the maximum. I am afraid there will be no next time. Before the voice fell, Ma Yang's figure had reappeared beside Aizen. Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed Aizen's head, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Dang! Just as Ma Yang's Zanpakuto was about to stab down, Tosen Kaname, who had been standing behind Aizen, suddenly flashed from behind to the side of Aizen. Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed out diagonally, accurately stabbing Ma Yang's Zanpakuto, blocking Ma Yang's blade. Just as Tosen Kaname's Zanpakuto had just stopped Ma Yang, Ikamaru Jin quietly aimed at Ma Yang's body, only to see a bright white knife flash. With a turn of his arm, he pushed away the knife that Tosen Kaname was blocking on his own Zanpakuto. Ma Yang turned his body and parried his long Zanpakuto. Boom! Ikamaru Jin's Zanpakuto became strangely long, and his Zanpakuto which was hit by Ma Yang slammed on the ground, raising a piece of dust, which made several people who fell on the side suddenly covered in dust. It's a good cooperation. You have two good subordinates, Aizen. Ma Yang landed on the ground and looked at Aizen. Then he turned his eyes to Tosen Kaname over there. Your slash is very accurate. I didn't expect a blind person to have such an accurate slash. It can hit my Zanpakuto in an instant. There are really not many people like this. Hearing Ma Yang's praise, Tosen Kaname's face did not have any joy, but frowned slightly. Your previous speed of slashing has slowed down. I can't accept such praise. It is enough for you to be proud of yourself to be able to take such a slash. Ma Yang shook the Zanpakuto in his hand, seemingly casually facing the three people opposite him. Although it was 1 against 3, there were still a few injured people on his side, but Ma Yang did not panic at all. Instead, he looked relaxed, as if he could defeat Aizen at any time. This guy, what on earth does he have? Seeing Ma Yang's performance, Aizen is a little uneasy. Although it is said that whether it is 100 years ago or today's matter, it has developed in the direction he expected, but Aizen's heart is still a little uneasy, always feeling that Ma Yang seems to be hiding something. Although Aizen has calculated everything, every time Ma Yang looks at his eyes, it is like he has seen through everything, making his heart always can't help but feel a little uneasy. Moreover, whether it is the thing that happened 100 years ago or what happened today, Ma Yang seems to have some reservations. In short, he absolutely did not go all out, so that Aizen can't see what he is thinking. Shua 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 shua. Just as Aizen's heart was bewildered, a figure suddenly appeared on the Sokioka hill. Dong! An ancient cane fell to the ground, leaving a small hole in the ground, followed by a flowery gown floating in the wind, a wild bamboo hat, and a head of flowing white hair. Speaking of which, why is your speed so slow? Ma Yang turned his head to look at the three people on the side. Didn't we agree earlier? Why is the speed of the three of them still so slow? Moreover, he saw that Shunsui and Yukitake still had some burn marks on their bodies. Could it be that these three people had a real battle? It can't be helped. The old man saw that we were too lazy, so he helped to exercise. After listening to Kyoraku Shunsui's explanation, Ma Yang was speechless. This old fellow trusted him too much. It was such a big matter, but he still had the time to educate his disciples. Did he really think that he would handle everything well? Ah, Captain Commander Yamamoto, Captain Kyoraku, Captain Yukitake, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Is it because of Mr. Kimura's prior notice? But if it is because of Mr. Kimura's notice, you should have arrived earlier. Aizen looked at the three people who suddenly appeared, and his face was as calm as usual, greeting the three of them, but his heart was secretly vigilant. Ma Yang alone was already very tricky for him. In addition to the three of them, it was even more dangerous. It was hard to ensure that they would not have any other backups. Thinking of these things in his mind, but Aizen's face did not show any expression, but still a calm look, looking at the four people opposite him. Just as Aizen spoke with a smile on his face, two vigorous figures suddenly rushed out from under Sokioka Hill and clung to Aizen. If you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Soifun and Yoruichi, who appeared beside Aizen and controlled him, threatened Aizen. Caught you. A golden-haired elder sister appeared beside Ikamaru Jin, one hand holding Ikamaru Jin's arm and the other hand holding Zanpakuto against his neck. With a complicated look in her eyes, looking at Ikamaru Jin, Matsumoto Renjaku's heart is a mess. The man in front of her, she has never seen through, whether in the past, now, or in the future, The two seemed to be separated by a layer of invisible gauze, hazy, unable to see clearly. Perhaps only now, she can catch him. At an angle that Matsumoto Ranjaku can't see, Ekamaru-jin mouth reveals a warm smile. Just like that time, if time can stay at this moment, just like that, two people snuggle together. Closing his eyes, his mind recalls the scene of the first time they met. The little girl in the snow, just at first sight, suddenly hit his heart. At that time, Ekamaru-jin said in his heart, it is her, she will be something he needs to protect for a lifetime, no matter what price, he must make her stop crying. Chapter 166, Unexpected Person Tosen Kaname. Just at this time, when Aizen and Ekamaru-jin have been separately controlled, a huge body suddenly fell from the sky and smashed on the ground, raising a piece of gravel. Tosen Kaname. Where is your justice? Why do you want to be Shinigami? Isn't it because of your dead friend? Isn't it to carry out your justice? Where did your justice disappear to? Captain Kamemura, who rushed over, looked at his friend in front of him and roared, his eyes full of disappointment and sadness. His friend had actually fallen to this extent. What I can see in my eyes is only the path that is not stained with blood. Justice is always there, and the path I take is the so-called justice. Hearing the roar of his former friend in his ear, Tosen Kaname said with a calm face. How can Kamemura understand his persistence? The justice he insisted on has never changed. He has always been on his road of justice. I don't know what the so-called justice you speak of is, but I will never let you continue to be wrong with Aizen. Even if all the bones in your body are smashed, I will leave you in soul society. Kamemura looked at his friend in front of him, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised Zanpakuto in his hand. Bunkai. Kakeju Tenjin Mai-o-o. Rumble. With a loud sound, a towering figure slowly stood up behind Sajin Kamemura. The huge body brought a strong visual impact. Anyone could see that the huge body contained a powerful force. So powerful. Standing on the edge of the well, Orihime and others saw the rising giant and said with shock. Although Ishita Ryu had seen his Bunkai in the hands of Kurotsuchi Mayuri before, and his Bunkai was also amazing, but compared with the Bunkai of Kamemura, it was a lot worse. At least it was a lot worse in sight. Drink. Kamemura shouted, and Zanpakuto in his hand waved down to Tosen Kaname in front of him. At the same time, the towering figure standing behind him also suddenly waved the Zanpakuto in his hand at Tosen Kaname with the same movement. The huge blade in the hand of the giant was with the whistling wind, and suddenly waved down with a terrible momentum. Bakudo number 81, Danku. In the face of the slash from Kamemura, Tosen Kaname did not have the slightest reaction. He still stood there expressionlessly, as if he did not have the slightest strength to resist. However, just as the incomparably huge Zanpakuto was about to chop down, a voice rang out. A translucent crystal wall suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Tosen. Bang! The moment Zanpakuto and the crystal wall came into contact, the transparent crystal wall turned into pieces and scattered down. Then, a cool breeze rose into the air. It blew past the hands of Jin, who was on the left side of Tosen. Boom! Kamemura's Bunkai slammed down with a bang, leaving a deep crack on the ground. However, the crack was several meters away from Tosen. Kamemura's powerful swing had actually deviated from his target by several meters. This is... In the instant that the breeze blew past, Ma-yang raised his eyebrows. From that gust of wind, he felt a familiar aura. Although it had already been 100 years, he would never forget that feeling of spiritual power and that feeling. Uchiha Shibata. Everyone, do you still remember? Ma-yang looked at the figure that appeared not far away and said word by word. This is a bit troublesome. Kiraku Shunsui held his bamboo hat and looked forward with a bit of seriousness. Isn't he locked in the 5th floor of the underground prison? Joshiro Yukitake looked at the ferry not far away, and his tone was a little solemn. For this person who had been a captain 200 years ago, none of them would despise him. So many years had passed. No one knew how his current strength was. Even if he had not advanced for 200 years, he was definitely a terrible opponent. Uchiha Shibata, you escaped the underground prison without permission, and now you are a sinner who protects Soul Society. This old man can't be indifferent to your behavior. Are you showing your position? Yamamoto Genryu's eyes hand holding the cane suddenly tightened, showing that his heart was not calm. Seeing the betrayal of the person who originally belonged to Soul Society, it made his heart angry. My position has long been decided when those guys in Central 46 room announced it 200 years ago. Uchiha Shibata moored and looked at Yamamoto Genryu's eye. His face did not change. 200 years passed, leaving some traces of time on his face. The original fierce face became much calmer now, but the light in his eyes became more and more enthusiastic. 200 years of prison life, although it made his temperament much calmer, but it did not calm his desire. Captain Tosen Kaname, please don't move anymore. Just as they were confronting each other, Hisagi Shoai appeared behind Tosen Kaname in a flash, holding Zanpakuto up on his neck, and said with a sad tone. Taosn did not panic at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth pulled out a playful smile and sneered. The voice that came out of his mouth was actually a strange voice. Nani, there was a flash of shock in Hisagi Shoai's eyes, and then there was a sudden alarm in his heart. His body leaned back, and a knife light flashed across his cheek. With a tap of his foot, Hisagi Shoai retreated a few steps, and there was still some shock in his eyes. The one just now. Kyoka Suigetsu? Is that the power of Kyoka Suigetsu? He was actually confused unconsciously. He made himself mistake other people for Tosen. In the face of Aizen who has such ability, how can we win? And when did he use Kyoka Suigetsu? Nani, it was not only Hisagi Shoai who was surprised, but also Yoruichi and Soifun. Aizen was clearly controlled by the two of them. When did he use Kyoka Suigetsu? If he used Kyoka Suigetsu, then the person he and Soifun control is. Yoruichi suddenly flashed a bolt of lightning in her mind. The hands that originally controlled Aizen suddenly loosened, and at the same time, she did not forget to say to Soifun, quickly retreat, Soifun. No need for Yoruichi to explain. At the moment when Yoruichi thought of it, Soifun also thought of it. The two people loosened their hands almost at the same time, and their feet retreated backward. Since the Aizen in their hands might be fake, then if they continue to stay with him, it is likely that they will be attacked without knowing. Is it because you know that you can't resist and give up? Being let go by Yoruichi and Soifun, Aizen's face said with a few smiles. Although the so-called control of the two of them was just a joke for themselves, it did feel different to be let go by them voluntarily, especially when they could ridicule the other party. Looking at Aizen in front of them, Soifun and Yoruichi were suddenly confused. What was going on? Was what they saw in front of them real or fake? What happened? Are you confused about everything in front of you? Reality? Illusion? Who can say what you see in front of you? Ordinary like you can only bitterly seek the answer. Aizen tidied up his clothes and said in a flat tone. Seeing the confusion and uneasiness on the faces of these people in front of him, he had a different feeling in his heart. It was this feeling of being above all living beings, but it was not enough. His purpose was to really dominate all living beings. Calm down, Aizen did not use Kyoka Suigetsu. Maiyang suddenly opened his mouth. Since you are here, won't say hello to me? Masaru Watanabe. I was seen through by you. You are really amazing. As expected of Kimura. Everyone felt that the fog in front of them had dispersed. A figure stood at the place where Aizen had originally been. He held his Zanpakuto in his hand, and his body exuded an innate sense of superiority. His eyes inadvertently revealed the aura of a noble. What a hateful feeling. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but say in his heart. Just looking at the person who suddenly appeared, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a burst of boredom. The self-righteous noble aura on a person made him feel uncomfortable. It was a completely different feeling from Byakuya Kuichiki. From the person, only arrogance could be felt. No, no. Maiyang laughed at the praise of the person who came. He was not qualified to judge his own ability. As for you, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still have no progress. You the sky. Hearing Maiyang's ruthless contempt, Masaru Watanabe's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. If not for this guy, he would not have been locked in the 5th floor of the underground prison with his uncle, and the first level would have been 200 years. Be quiet, don't say anything more. Aizen stepped up, walked to the side, opened his mouth to stop Watanabe, and then turned his eyes to Yamamoto Genryusai, his eyes flashing with a hint of playfulness. Then, head captain, in the face of such a great sinner, I don't know what you are going to do? Yamamoto Genryusai snorted, held his cane, and looked coldly at Aizen standing in front of him. It's just some little tricks that can't be put on the table. Since the performance is over, then stay obediently, little devil. Chapter 167, Brief Clash Reduce All Creation to Ash, Ryujin Jakka. As Yamamoto Genryusai's voice fell, a blazing flame rose from his body, and even the air became hot in an instant. Oh? Is head captain going to personally take action? Seeing spiritual power and flame rising from Yamamoto Genryusai, Aizen whispered, however, it is understandable to make such a decision. After all, the subordinates are too weak, and only head captain personally took action. However, I think head captain is better to think about it again. After all, if you are defeated by me in front of so many subordinates, it is also a big blow to the ruling prestige of the head captain. Aizen, don't do things like talking. No matter what, you are dead today. If I remember correctly, Yoruichi is still Soul Society's wanted criminal. I don't know what position you are standing here now? Hearing Aizen's words, Yoruichi's face changed slightly. She did not expect that Aizen would actually say this. As for the few vice captains standing on the side who did not know, at this time, their faces also changed slightly. Soul Society's wanted criminal? Impudent. Aizen, what qualifications do you have to talk about the matter of the Shiyuan? Yoruichi has not opened her mouth, and Soifun on one side suddenly jumped out like being stabbed and shouted, Aizen actually dared to oppose Yoruichi in front of her. This is the so-called justice of Soul Society. Aizen smiled contemptuously and then turned his eyes to Yamamoto Genryu's. He did not even look at Soifun. So, what are you going to do now, head captain? Looking at Aizen standing in front of him, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes narrowed, and the next moment appeared in front of Aizen. Zanpakuto in his hand waved to Aizen with a blazing flame. Boom! Aizen faced the slash of Yamamoto Genryu's without any resistance. In an instant, he turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground, but there was no joy on the face of head captain. The real Aizen could not be so weak. It's useless. Behind Yamamoto Genryu's a figure appeared. It was Aizen, who had been burned to ashes by Yamamoto Genryu's slash. At this time, there was no trace of his whole body. Obviously, the previous blow of head captain did not cause any damage to him. I have said it. My Zanpakuto is Kyokusuagetsu. The ability it has is complete hypnosis. Aizen, who appeared faintly, held his own Zanpakuto in his hand. He looked indifferently at Yamamoto Genryu's not far away, with a faint smile on his face, as if he was holding everything in his hand. The so-called complete hypnosis. Not only can you control 5 senses, but you can also control the posture, shape, quality, touch, and even smell can make people mistake it as an enemy. In other words, you can make flies look like dragons, and you can make the swamp look like a flower field. Of course, you can also treat an ordinary team member as me. How about it? How does it feel to kill your own subordinates with your own hands? Head captain, sir. Nani? When he heard Aizen's words, Yamamoto Genryu's pupils contracted slightly. The line of sight turned to the front, and a pile of ashes fell on the ground, and Spiritual Power, who was left on it, was one of the team members who escorted Rukia before. You bastard. Yamamoto Genryu's turned to look at Aizen, with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. He played with life, trampled Shinigami's dignity, trampled Soul Society's justice, and absolutely could not be forgiven. What's wrong? Do you want to kill me like before? Why don't you come? Don't worry, I won't avoid it. Just stand here and wait for your attack with no resistance, just like the team leader you killed before. Shua at the foot, Kiraku Shunsui appeared in front of Yamamoto Genryu's and blocked his sight. Although he knew that Yamamoto Genryu's would not be the impulsive person, he was repeatedly offended by Aizen, and it was difficult to guarantee that head captain would not have a fever. Sure enough, it is a very powerful ability. You're Kyokusuagetsu, but there is one thing I'm not very clear about. Kiraku Shunsui held his bamboo hat with one hand. He looked as leisurely as ever, but his other hand on Zanpakuto showed that his heart was not calm. Although he did not unsheath Zanpakuto, Kiraku Shunsui, who maintained this posture, could definitely unsheath his knife at the moment of need. When did you activate Kyokusuagetsu? When he heard Kiraku Shunsui's question, Aizen's face showed a playful smile. Then, I also want to ask you a question. When did you start to think that I didn't activate Kyokusuagetsu? What? When they heard Aizen's words, the bodies of everyone present suddenly shook. Seeing the shock on everyone's face, Aizen's face showed some satisfaction, and then turned to Tosen Kaname to go to their side. As for the people on Soul Society's side, although their eyes were unwilling, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, Aizen's Kyokusuagetsu was too terrible, and no one dared to guarantee what the consequences would be if they acted rashly. It's about time. After walking to the side of his side, Aizen turned to look at the people on Soul Society's side. Although he wanted to solve all of them now, the time was not yet right, and the other side also had the geographical element. Most importantly, the previous evaluation of Ma Yang's strength was seriously wrong. Before the right evaluation of his strength, it was not suitable to act rashly. Goodbye, everyone. The next time we meet, everything will be over. Goodbye? Just standing there, what does he want to do? When he heard Aizen's words, Tetsuzman, who was standing on the side, was puzzled. Although they did not dare to act rashly now, the other party could not escape easily. What did Aizen mean? Shuaboom. Just as Tetsuzman was thinking, a golden pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped Aizen's body. How is this possible? The moment the pillar of light in the sky fell, the faces of Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitik changed. As people who had fought with Menos Grand, they were not unfamiliar with the Nagashin. Menos Grand. Seeing the figure revealed in the sky, Soifun was shocked. Menno's Grand actually appeared in Soul Society. Is it Jillian? How many are there? Not just Jillian, there seems to be something else in it. At this moment, a few more golden pillars of light fell from the sky and wrapped up all the people standing beside Aizen. It's a pity. It would be better if you could catch it longer. Goodbye. Slightly turning his head, looking at the messy chrysanthemum standing behind him, with a sad face and a sense of loss, Ikumarujin's heart surged with an unspeakable emotion. I'm sorry. Looking at Ikumarujin's body that was gradually rising in front of him, there was a sour feeling in his heart. He was so far away from himself again, without any explanation, without any warning, just like this suddenly left, leaving only his back and full of heartache. Want to escape, this guy? Stop, it's useless. Head Captain? Tetsuzuman, who stopped, looked at Yamamoto Genryusai in confusion. He did not know why Head Captain would stop his movements. That light is called negation? From the moment that light fell, we no longer have the strength to touch them. That might not be the case. Just as the voice of Yamamoto Genryusai fell, Ma-yang, who had been watching coldly from before, suddenly took a few steps forward and looked up at Aizen, who was gradually rising, and a smile spread on the corner of his mouth. Huh? When he heard Ma-yang's words, Yamamoto Genryusai turned to him, and his eyes showed a trace of surprise. This kid who he valued very much in the past, would he give himself a surprise? Hearing Ma-yang's words, several people who did not know him all looked puzzled. Was there anything magical about this guy of unknown origin? Now standing in the negation, you should not be made up with Kyokusugetsu. Looking at Aizen who was gradually rising, Ma-yang's mouth was slightly raised. For others, Aizen is now in a different world from them. They can't touch him. They are helpless for Aizen's arrogant departure. But for Ma-yang, the current Aizen is like a turtle in a jar. Well, even if you don't dare to show your real body now, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you are now in the world inside negation. As long as you destroy the whole small world, even you will not be able to stand it. What? Destroy the world? Hearing the words from Ma-yang, the people on the side all showed a shocked expression. Destroying the whole world? Although what had Captain said before, after the negation, it was a little exaggerated, but it was indeed not the same space as the one they were in now. It was not a simple matter to break through the negation to destroy the small dimensional space. Even Head Captain did not dare to say such words. Could this guy really do it? Chapter 168, It's over. Ma-yang's footsteps were light, and he slowly walked forward in the eyes of everyone, with a bit of solemnity on his face. Walking to the negation where Aizen was, Ma-yang slowly stretched out his palm, and a layer of silver light lingered on his palm, giving people a strange feeling. It seems that my guess is correct. Feeling his arm passing through the golden barrier, Ma-yang's mouth showed a smile. How is this possible seeing that Ma-yang's arm actually ignored the strength of negation and passed through the golden barrier? Aizen's face suddenly could not remain calm. This was beyond his understanding. He had never heard of anyone who could break through the strength of negation. Even if the strength was strong, there was no way. This was the rule, and no one could change it. Just as Aizen was shocked by Ma-yang's action, suddenly his eyes blurred, and Ma-yang's body disappeared from the place. Not good. At the moment when Ma-yang's body disappeared, Aizen's heart suddenly jumped, and his thoughts immediately recovered. Then he immediately felt all the pores on his body standing up, and an unprecedented throbbing came from his heart. A horrifying light gradually enlarged in his eyes. Aizen only felt that time seemed to be still, and the whole world became silent. He even felt the beating of his heart at that moment, the flow of blood, and the contraction of his pores. In an instant, Aizen's body seemed to be out of control, almost instinctively turning his head sideways. The blade in front of him hit his glasses in an instant. It pierced his glasses and then cut through his eyeballs, leaving a wound in the corner of his eyes. A touch of red splashed. He actually dodged it. Ma-yang waved his hand and shook off the blood on his unpacked toe. He turned his head and looked at Aizen in a different way. The blow just now was the best he could do in such a state. He did not expect to be dodged by Aizen. Avoiding Ma-yang's attack, but Aizen's heart was surprised and bewildered. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die. If not for the sudden uncontrollable reaction of his body, he really did not know what would happen to him now. What happened to the moment just now? Well? The palm shrunk under the clothes was clenched. Feeling the feeling of the thing in the palm of his hand, Aizen's heart moved slightly. Is he already able to take the initiative to help me? Is he conveying some feelings to me? His mind was filled with thoughts. But Aizen's face was calm and did not show any difference, as if dodging Ma-yang's attack before was not worth mentioning to him. You dodged? No. I was hit by you. Mr. Kimura, who can make me remember, is really powerful. This is the third time you hurt me. Looking at Ma-yang standing opposite him outside the wall, Aizen's smile was a little cold, with the blood in the corner of his eyes. It looked like a fierce feeling. Reaching out, he took off his broken glasses and crushed them. Aizen reached out and stroked his hair back. His face once again showed a confident smile. Hueco had begun to respond to him. He would soon reach a higher realm. At that time, these Shinigami were just chickens and dogs to him, not worth mentioning. You will regret not killing me this time. This is the last time you can touch me. Maiyang, I will reach a realm you can't imagine. No one is standing in the sky from the beginning. Not you, not me, not even God is. However, the empty window period of the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I will stand in the sky. The sky? I just want to say that every qualified Shinigami has the ability to stand in the sky. Hearing Aizen's words, Maiyang said. It has to be said that Aizen's mouth is really good. When such words are said, not only can it make his subordinates be encouraged, but it can also strike the will of Soul Society's group. If he leaves with such words and then swagger away, Shinigami will definitely leave a shadow in his heart. After ridiculing Aizen, Maiyang threw Zanpakuto in his hand. With a burst of air, Zanpakuto in his hand changed into a strange shape of a double-edged sword in a blue light. He had liberated his Zanpakuto. Release Zanpakuto? What does Kimura want to do? Seeing Maiyang's action, Kiraku Shunsui whispered. On Soul Society's side, only Maiyang can pose a threat to Aizen at this time. It is obviously unrealistic to want to leave Aizen and others. What is he going to do? Maiyang took a step back with his right foot and leaned sideways. Zanpakuto in his hand aimed at Aizen not far in front of him. Although he was now in the Nagaishin, the previous action had confirmed that he could hit him. Siwa. Maiyang aimed Zanpakuto at Aizen, and a visible whirlwind revolved around his Zanpakuto, making a sound that made people palpitate. The speed of the wind blade was getting faster and faster, making a woo-woo-woo sound. Under the high-speed rotating wind blade, Zanpakuto's blade also became looming. Rapid whirlwind break. Maiyang shouted. Zanpakuto in his right hand suddenly stabbed forward. The wind blade that was wrapped around Zanpakuto was instantly compressed and condensed on Zanpakuto. With the sudden burst of Maiyang's slash, he rushed forward in the direction of Maiyang's Zanpakuto. With an unstoppable momentum, he ran through Aizen's body and then burst out, destroying the dimensional world where Aizen was. So strong the people on Sokioka Hill only felt a sudden burst of wind. It was just that they were affected by Maiyang's move, which had already made them feel suffocated. What about Aizen, who was in the center of Maiyang's attack? Amazing, just being affected has already hurt me. TSK, is it Kyokusugetsu again? Maiyang glanced at the broken clothes on Aizen and said with a curl of his lips. What a troublesome ability. Although he can determine his position through the fluctuations when he moves in battle, there is really no good way when he doesn't want to attack. Goodbye, Maiyang, Shinigami, and the young man of disaster. Ascending to the top, Aizen reached out to flick his clothes and turned to the people below. Although the clothes on his body were broken by Maiyang's previous attack, it did not affect his demeanor at all. The huge black cavity in the sky suddenly closed and restored the peaceful and quiet sky in Soul Society. However, the haze in everyone's hearts could not be dispelled. Facing such an enemy, how should Soul Society deal with it? How is it? Are you alright? Kiraku Shunsui glanced at Maiyang who fell from the sky and stood beside him. He asked in a low voice with some concern in his eyes. What are you talking about? I am not injured. How can something happen to me? There is no need to force yourself. Glancing at Maiyang and standing on the side, Kiraku Shunsui could even feel his right hand trembling slightly. The move you used just now must have a lot of burden on the body, although the power is indeed very strong. You are still so sharp. Maiyang smiled helplessly. He looked at his trembling right hand. The muscles on his arm were stinging from time to time. The attack just now had really caused a lot of damage to his body. Although his bones could withstand such a move, his muscles were still lacking. Was it because he had been too far away from actual combat? It's nothing serious. I just can't use my right hand for a short period of time. Is that so? It's better to let Anohana Captain show you. No need. Looking at Retsu Anohana who came over, Maiyang shook his head. Now there are so many wounded here, let alone other things, even Byakuya is still lying on the ground. They need treatment more than him. Moreover, have you forgotten that my medical level is not bad at all? Well, I was worried about it and almost forgot this. Kiraku Shunsui reached out to straighten his bamboo hat and looked at the sun gradually falling in the distance. I really don't know how things will become in the future. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui whispered, Maiyang bowed his head and said nothing. His line of sight turned to Ichigo Kurosaki, who was receiving treatment from Orihime not far away. Although he was still very weak now, Maayang knew that this kid would become stronger and stronger until he defeated all the enemies. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Although his heart is clear about what to do in the future, and he is also very clear about what will happen in the future. He also knows that Ichigo Kurosaki will defeat Aizen in the end, but now things have changed. Maayang can't tell what will happen in the future. In the end, he can only say this and then turn to Byakuya. Oh, your current situation doesn't look good, little Byakuya. Walking to Byakuya and sitting down casually, Maayang looked at the pale Byakuya and smiled. Although it has been done with emergency treatment, Byakuya Kuachiki still had an abnormal pale face. After all, he had lost too much blood in the previous battle, and anyone would be like this. After hearing Maayang's teasing, Byakuya Kuachiki's face did not have the slightest change of emotion. He just looked at Maayang indifferently. His face was unspeakably calm and indifferent, but this calmness made Maayang feel uncomfortable. This paralyzed cabbage was what he was familiar with in the animation of his previous life, but it was not the little Byakuya that he was familiar with in this world. Chapter 169, Between Apprentice and Between Siblings. I said. Little Byakuya, don't stare at me like this. Being stared at by Byakuya Kuachiki all the time, Maayang only had a strange feeling in his heart. Was the person in front of him the anime character he liked in his previous life?